The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Aeneid. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Aeneid. Author: Virgil. Translator: John Dryden. Release date: March 1, 1995. Ebook number 228. Most recently updated: September 3, 2021. Language: English. Credits: anonymous volunteers and David Widger. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Aeneid. The Aeneid by Virgil. Translated by John Dryden. Contents: Book I, Book 2, Book 3, Book 4, Book V, Book 6, Book 7, Book 8, Book 9, Book X, Book 11, Book 12. Book I. The Argument. The Trojans, after a 7 years' voyage, set sail for Italy, but are overtaken by a dreadful storm, which Aeolus raises at the request of Juno. The tempest sinks one, and scatters the rest. Neptune drives off the winds, and calms the sea. Aeneas, with his own ship and 6 more, arrives safe at an African port. Venus complains to Jupiter of her son's misfortunes. Jupiter comforts her, and sends Mercury to procure him a kind reception among the Carthaginians. Aeneas, going out to discover the country, meets his mother in the shape of a huntress, who conveys him in a cloud to Carthage, where he sees his friends whom he thought lost, and receives a kind entertainment from the queen. Dido, by device of Venus, begins to have a passion for him, and, after some discourse with him, desires the history of his adventures since the siege of Troy, which is the subject of the 2 following books. Arms, and the man I sing, who, forked by fate, and haughty Juno's unrelenting hate, expelled and exiled, left the Trojan shore. Long labors, both by sea and land, he bore, and in the doubtful war, before he won the Latian realm, and built the destined town, his banished gods restored to rights divine, and settled sure succession in his line, from whence the race of Alban fathers come, and the long glories of majestic Rome. O Muse! The causes and the crimes relate, what goddess was provoked, and whence her hate, for what offense the Queen of Heaven began to persecute so brave, so just a man, involved his anxious life in endless cares, exposed to wants, and hurried into wars. Can Heavenly minds such high resentment show, or exercise their spite in human woe? Against the Tiber's mouth, but far away, an ancient town was seated on the sea, a Tyrian colony, the people made stout for the war, and studious of their trade, Carthage the name, beloved by Juno more than her own Argos, or the Samian shore. Here stood her chariot, here, if Heaven were kind, the seat of awful empire she designed. Yet she had heard an ancient rumor fly, long cited by the people of the sky, that times to come should see the Trojan race her Carthage ruin, and her towers deface, nor thus confined, the yoke of a sovereign sway should on the necks of all the nations lay. She pondered this, and feared it was in fate, nor could forget the war she wagged of late for conquering Greece against the Trojan state. Besides, long causes working in her mind, and secret seeds of envy, lay behind, deep graven in her heart the doom remained of partial Paris, and her form disdained, the grace bestowed on ravished Ganymede, Electra's glories, and her injured bed. Each was a cause alone, and all common to kindle vengeance in her haughty mind. For this, far distant from the Latian coast she drove the remnants of the Trojan host, and 7 long years th unhappy wandering train were tossed by storms, and scattered through the main. Such time, such toil, required the Roman name, such length of labor for so vast a frame. Now scarce the Trojan fleet, with sails and oars, had left behind the fair Sicilian shores, entering with cheerful shouts the watery rain, and ploughing frothy furrows in the main, when, labouring still with endless discontent, the Queen of Heaven did thus her fury vent. Then am I vanquished, must I yield, said she, and must the Trojans reign in Italy? So fate will have it, and Jove adds his force, nor can my power divert their happy course. Could angry Pallas, with revengeful spleen, the Grecian navy burn, and drown the men? She, for the fault of one offending foe, the bolts of Jove himself presumed to throw, with whirlwinds from beneath she tossed the ship, and bare exposed the bosom of the deep. Then, as an eagle gripes the trembling game, the wretch, yet hissing with her father's flame, she strongly seized, and with a burning wound transfixed, and naked, on a rock she bound. But I, who walk in awful state above, the majesty of heaven, the sister wife of Jove, for length of years my fruitless force employ against the thin remains of ruined Troy. What nations now to Juno's power will pray, or offerings on my slighted altars lay? Thus ragged the goddess, and, with fury fraught, the restless regions of the storms she sought, where, in a spacious cave of living stone, the tyrant Aeolus, from his airy throne, with power imperial curbs the struggling winds, and sounding tempests in dark prisons binds. This way and that impatient captives tend, and, pressing for release, the mountains rend. High in his hall undaunted monarch stands, and shakes his scepter, and their rage commands, which did he not, their unresisted sway would sweep the world before them in their way, earth, air, and seas through empty space would roll, and heaven would fly before the driving soul. In fear of this, the Father of the gods confined their fury to those dark abodes, and locked them safe within, oppressed with mountain loads, imposed a king, with arbitrary sway, to loose their fetters, or their force allay. To whom the suppliant queen her prayers addressed, and thus the tenor of her suit expressed: O Aeolus, for to thee the King of Heaven the power of tempests and of winds has given, thy force alone their fury can restrain, and smooth the waves, or swell the troubled main. A race of wandering slaves, abhorred by me, with Prospero's passage cut the Tuscan sea, to fruitful Italy their course they steer, and for their vanquished gods design new temples there. Raise all thy winds, with night involve the skies, sink or disperse my fatal enemies. Twice 7, the charming daughters of the main, around my person wait, and bear my train, succeed my wish, and second my design, the fairest, Diopia, shall be thine, and make thee father of a happy line. To this the god, 'tis yours, O Queen, to will the work which duty binds me to fulfill. These airy kingdoms, and this wide command, are all the presents of your bounteous hand, yours is my sovereign's grace, and, as your guest, I sit with gods at their celestial feast, raise tempests at your pleasure, or subdue, dispose of empire, which I hold from you. He said, and hurled against the mountain side his quivering spear, and all the god applied. The raging winds rush through the hollow wound, and dance aloft in air, and skim along the ground, then, settling on the sea, the surges sweep, raise liquid mountains, and disclose the deep. South, east, and west with mixed confusion roar, and roll the foaming billows to the shore. The cables crack, the sailors' fearful cries ascend, and sable night involves the skies, and heaven itself is ravished from their eyes. Loud peals of thunder from the poles ensue, then flashing fires the transient light renew, the face of things a frightful image bears, and present death in various forms appears. Struck with unusual fright, the Trojan chief, with lifted hands and eyes, invokes relief, and, thrice and 4 times happy those, he cried, that under Ilian walls before their parents died. Tydides, bravest of the Grecian train. Why could not I by that strong arm be slain, and lie by noble Hector on the plain, or great Sarpedon, in those bloody fields where Simois rolls the bodies and the shields of heroes, whose dismembered hands yet bear the dart aloft, and clench the pointed spear. Thus while the pious prince his fate bewails, fierce Boreas drove against his flying sails, and rent the sheets, the raging billows rise, and mount the tossing vessels to the skies, nor can the shivering oars sustain the blow, the galley gives her side, and turns her prow, while those astern, descending down the steep, through gaping waves behold the boiling deep. 3 ships were hurried by the southern blast, and on the secret shelves with fury cast. Those hidden rocks Ausonian sailors knew, they called them altars, when they rose in view, and showed their spacious backs above the flood. 3 more fierce Eurus, in his angry mood, dashed on the shallows of the moving sand, and in mid-ocean left them moored a land. Oront bark, that bore the Lycian crew, a horrid sight, even in the hero's view, from stem to stern by waves was overborne, the trembling pilot, from his rudder torn, was headlong hurled, thrice round the ship was tossed, then bulged at once, and in the deep was lost, and here and there above the waves were seen arms, pictures, precious goods, and floating men. The stoutest vessel to the storm gave way, and sucked through loosened planks the rushing sea. Ilioneus was her chief, Alethes old, Achates faithful, a boss young and bold, hindered not less, their ships, with gaping seams, admit the deluge of the briny streams. Meantime imperial Neptune heard the sound of raging billows breaking on the ground. Displeased, and fearing for his watery reign, he reared his awful head above the main, serene in majesty, then rolled his eyes around the space of earth, and seas, and skies. He saw the Trojan fleet dispersed, distressed, by stormy winds and wintry heaven oppressed. Full well the god his sister's envy knew, and what her aims and what her arts pursue. He summoned Eurus and the western blast, and first an angry glance on both he cast, then thus rebuked, audacious winds, from whence this bold attempt, this rebel insolence? Is it for you to ravage seas and land, unauthorized by my supreme command? To raise such mountains on the troubled main? Whom I but first 'tis fit the billows to restrain, and then you shall be taught obedience to my reign. Hence, to your lord my royal mandate bear, the realms of ocean and the fields of air are mine, not his. By fatal lot to me the liquid empire fell, and trident of the sea. His power to hollow caverns is confined, there let him reign, the jailer of the wind, with hoarse commands his breathing subjects call, and boast and bluster in his empty hall. He spoke, and, while he spoke, he smoothed the sea, dispelled the darkness, and restored the day. Cymothoe, Triton, and the sea-green train of beauteous nymphs, the daughters of the main, clear from the rocks the vessels with their hands, the god himself with ready trident stands, and opes the deep, and spreads the moving sands, then heaves them off the shoals. Where'er he guides his finny coursers and in triumph rides, the waves unruffle and the sea subsides. As, when in tumults rise ignoble crowd, mad are their motions, and their tongues are loud, and stones and brands in rattling volleys fly, and all the rustic arms that fury can supply, if then some grave and pious man appear, they hush their noise, and lend a listening ear, he soothes with sober words their angry mood, and quenches their innate desire of blood, so, when the father of the flood appears, and o'er the seas his sovereign trident rears, their fury falls, he schemes the liquid plains, high on his chariot, and, with loosened reins, majestic moves along, and awful peace maintains. The weary Trojans ply their shattered oars to nearest land, and make the Libyan shores. Within a long recess there lies a bay, an island shades it from the rolling sea, and forms a port secure for ships to ride, broke by the jutting land, on either side, in double streams the briny waters glide. Betwixt two rows of rocks a sylvan scene appears above, and groves forever green, a grot is formed beneath, with mossy seats, to rest the Nereids, and exclude the heats. Down through the crannies of the living walls the crystal streams descend in murmuring falls, no hawsers need to bind the vessels here, nor bearded anchors, for no storms they fear. 7 ships within this happy harbor meet, the thin remainders of the scattered fleet. The Trojans, worn with toils, and spent with woes, leap on the welcome land, and seek their wished repose. First, good Achates, with repeated strokes of clashing flints, their hidden fire provokes, short flame succeeds, a bed of withered leaves the dying sparkles in their fall receives, caught into life, in fiery fumes they rise, and, fed with stronger food, invade the skies. The Trojans, dropping wet, or stand around the cheerful blaze, or lie along the ground, some dry their corn, infected with the brine, then grind with marbles, and prepare to dine. Aeneas climbs the mountain's airy brow, and takes a prospect of the seas below, if Capys thence, or Antheus he could spy, or see the streamers of Caicus fly. No vessels were in view, but, on the plain, 3 beamy stags command a lordly train of branching heads, the more ignoble throng attend their stately steps, and slowly graze along. He stood, and, while secure they fed below, he took the quiver and the trusty bow Achates us to bear, the leaders first he laid along, and then the vulgar pirked, nor seized his arrows, till the shady plain 7 mighty bodies with their blood disdain. For the 7 ships he made an equal share, and to the port returned, triumphant from the war. The jars of generous wine, Assist's gift, when his Trinacrian shores the navy left, he set abroach, and for the feast prepared, in equal portions with the ven'son shard. Thus while he dealt it round, the pious chief with cheerful words allayed the common grief, endure, and conquer. Jove will soon dispose to future good our past and present woes. With me, the rocks of Scylla you have tried, inhuman Cyclops and his den defied. What greater ills hereafter can you bear? Resume your courage and dismiss your care, an hour will come, with pleasure to relate your sorrows past, as benefits of fate. Through various hazards and events, we move to Latium and the realms foredoomed by Jove. Called to the seat, the promise of the skies, where Trojan kingdoms once again may rise, endure the hardships of your present state, live, and reserve yourselves for better fate. These words he spoke, but spoke not from his heart, his outward smiles concealed his inward smart. The jolly crew, unmindful of the past, the quarry share, their plenteous dinner haste. Some strip the skin, some portion out the spoil, the limbs, yet trembling, in the cauldrons boil, some on the fire the reeking entrails broil. Stretched on the grassy turf, at ease they dine, restore their strength with meat, and cheer their souls with wine. Their hunger thus appeased, their care attends the doubtful fortune of their absent friends, alternate hopes and fears their minds possess, whether to deem them dead, or in distress. Above the rest, Aeneas mourns the fate of brave Oront, and uncertain state of Gyas, Lycus, and of Amycus. The day, but not their sorrows, ended thus. When, from aloft, Almighty Jove surveys earth, air, and shores, and navigable seas, at length on Libyan realms he fixed his eyes, whom, pondering thus on human miseries, when Venus saw, she with a lowly look, not free from tears, her heavenly sire bespoke, O King of gods and men, whose awful hand disperses thunder on the seas and land, disposing all with absolute command, how could my pious son thy power incense? Or what, alas! Is vanished Troy's offense? Our hope of Italy not only lost, on various seas by various tempests tossed, but shut from every shore, and barred from every coast. You promised once, a progeny divine of Romans, rising from the Trojan line, in after times should hold the world in awe, and to the land and ocean give the law. How is your doom revered, which east my care when Troy was ruined in that cruel war? Then fates to fates I could oppose, but now, when fortune still pursues her former blow, what can I hope? What worse can still succeed? What end of labors has your will decreed? Antenor, from the midst of Grecian hosts, could pass secure, and pierce Illyrian coasts, where, rolling down the steep, Timavus raves and through 9 channels disembogues his waves. At length he founded Padua's happy seat, and gave his Trojans a secure retreat, there fixed their arms, and there renewed their name, and there in quiet rules, and crowned with fame. But we, descended from your sacred line, entitled to your heaven and rights divine, are banished earth, and, for the wrath of one, removed from Latium and the promised throne. Are these our scepters? These our due rewards? And is it thus that Jove his plighted faith regards? To whom the father of immortal race, smiling with that serene indulgent face, with which he drives the clouds and clears the skies, first gave a holy kiss, then thus replies, Daughter, dismiss thy fears, to thy desire the fates of thine are fixed, and stand entire. Thou shalt behold thy wished Lavinian walls, and, ripe for heaven, when fate Aeneas calls, then shalt thou bear him up, sublime, to me, no counsels have revered my firm decree. And, lest new fears disturb thy happy state, no, I have searched the mystic rolls of fate, thy son, nor is appointed season far, in Italy shall wage successful war, shall tame fierce nations in the bloody field, and sovereign laws impose, and cities build, till, after every foe subdued, the sun thrice through the signs his annual race shall run, this is his time prefixed. Ascanius then, now called Iulus, shall begin his reign. He 30 rolling years the crown shall wear, then from Lavinium shall the seat transfer, and, with hard labor, Alba Longa build. The throne with his succession shall be filled 300 circuits more, then shall be seen Ilia the fair, a priestess and a queen, who, full of Mars, in time, with kindly throes, shall at a birth 2 goodly boys disclose. The royal babes a tawny wolf shall drain, then Romulus his grandsire's throne shall gain, of martial Toars the founder shall become, the people Romans call, the city Rome. To them no bounds of empire I assign, nor term of years to their immortal line. Ev haughty Juno, who, with endless broils, earth, seas, and heaven, and Jove himself turmoils, at length attend, her friendly power shall join, to cherish and advance the Trojan line. The subject world shall Rome's dominion own, and, prostrate, shall adore the nation of the gown. An age is ripening in revolving fate when Troy shall overturn the Grecian state, and sweet revenge her conquering sons shall call, to crush the people that conspired her fall. Then Caesar from the Julian stock shall rise, whose empire ocean, and whose fame the skies alone shall bound, whom, fraught with eastern spoils, our heaven, the just reward of human toils, securely shall repay with rites divine, and incense shall ascend before his sacred shrine. Then dire debate and impious war shall cease, and the stern age be softened into peace, then banished faith shall once again return, and vestal fires in hallowed temples burn, and Remus with Quirinus shall sustain the righteous laws, and fraud and force restrain. Janus himself before his fane shall wait, and keep the dreadful issues of his gate, with bolts and iron bars, within remains imprisoned fury, bound in brazen chains, high on a trophy raised, of useless arms, he sits, and threats the world with vain alarms. He said, and sent Cellenius with command to free the ports, and ope the Punic land to Trojan guests, lest, ignorant of fate, the queen might force them from her town and state. Down from the steep of heaven Cellenius flies, and cleaves with all his wings the yielding skies. Soon on the Libyan shore descends the god, performs his message, and displays his rod, the surly murmurs of the people cease, and, as the fates required, they give the peace, the queen herself suspends the rigid laws, the Trojans pities, and protects their cause. Meantime, in shades of night Aeneas lies, care seized his soul, and sleep forsook his eyes. But, when the sun restored the cheerful day, he rose, the coast and country to survey, anxious and eager to discover more. It looked a wild uncultivated shore, but, whether humankind, or beasts alone possessed the new-found region, was unknown. Beneath a ledge of rocks his fleet he hides, tall trees surround the mountain's shady sides, the bending brow above a safe retreat provides. Armed with two pointed darts, he leaves his friends, and true Achates on his steps attends. Lo! In the deep recesses of the wood, before his eyes his goddess mother stood, a huntress in her habit and her mien, her dress a maid, her air confessed a queen. Bare were her knees, and knots her garments bind, loose was her hair, and wantoned in the wind, her hand sustained a bow, her quiver hung behind. She seemed a virgin of the Spartan blood, with such array Harpalus best rode her Thracian courser and outstripped the rapid flood. Ho, strangers, have you lately seen, she said, one of my sisters, like myself arrayed, who crossed the lawn, or in the forest strayed? A painted quiver at her back she bore, varied with spots, a lynx's hide she wore, and at full cry pursued the tusky boar. Thus Venus, thus her son replied again, none of your sisters have we heard or seen, O Virgin, or what other name you bear above that style, O more than mortal fair. Your voice and mien celestial birth betray. If, as you seem, the sister of the day, or one at least of chaste Diana's train, let not an humble suppliant sue in vain, but tell a stranger, long in tempests tossed, what earth we tread, and who commands the coast. Then on your name shall wretched mortals call, and offered victims at your altars fall. I dare not, she replied, assume the name of goddess, or celestial honors claim, for Tyrian virgins bows and quivers bear, and purple buskins o'er their ankles wear. No, gentle youth, in Libyan lands you are, a people rude in peace, and rough in war. The rising city, which from far you see, is Carthage, and a Tyrian colony. Phoenician Dido rules the growing state, who fled from Tyre, to shun her brother's hate. Great were her wrongs, her story full of fate, which I will sum in short. Sychius, known for wealth, and brother to the Punic throne, possessed fair Dido's bed, and either heart at once was wounded with an equal dart. Her father gave her, yet a spotless maid, Pygmalion then the Tyrian scepter swayed, one who condemned divine and human laws. Then strife ensued, and cursed gold the cause. The monarch, blinded with desire of wealth, with steel invades his brother's life by stealth, before the sacred altar made him bleed, and long from her concealed the cruel deed. Some tale, some new pretense, he daily coined, to soothe his sister, and delude her mind. At length, in dead of night, the ghost appears of her unhappy lord, the spectre stares, and, with erected eyes, his bloody bosom bares. The cruel altars and his fate he tells, and the dire secret of his house reveals, then warns the widow, with her household gods, to seek a refuge in remote abodes. Last, to support her in so long a way, he shows her where his hidden treasure lay. Admonished thus, and seized with mortal fright, the queen provides companions of her flight, they meet, and all combine to leave the state, who hate the tyrant, or who fear his hate. They seize a fleet, which ready rigged they find, nor is Pygmalion's treasure left behind. The vessels, heavy laden, put to sea with prosperous winds, a woman leads the way. I know not, if by stress of weather driven, or was their fatal course disposed by heaven, at last they landed, where from far your eyes may view the turrets of New Carthage rise, there bought a space of ground, which Bursa called, from the bull's hide, they first enclosed, and walled. But whence are you? What country claims your birth? What seek you, strangers, on our Libyan earth? To whom, with sorrow streaming from his eyes, and deeply sighing, thus her son replies, could you with patience hear, or I relate, O nymph, the tedious annals of our fate? Through such a train of woes if I should run, the day would sooner than the tale be done. From ancient Troy, by force expelled, we came, if you by chance have heard the Trojan name. On various seas by various tempests tossed, at length we landed on your Libyan coast. The good Aeneas am I called, a name, while fortune favored, not unknown to fame. My household gods, companions of my woes, with pious care I rescued from our foes. To fruitful Italy my course was bent, and from the King of Heaven is my descent. With twice 10 sail I crossed the Phrygian sea, fate and my mother goddess led my way. Scarce 7, the thin remainders of my fleet, from storms preserved, within your harbor meet. Myself distressed, an exile, and unknown, debarred from Europe, and from Asia thrown, in Libyan deserts wander thus alone. His tender parent could no longer bear, but, interposing, sought to soothe his care. Who you are, not unbeloved by heaven, since on our friendly shore your ships are driven, have courage, to the gods permit the rest, and to the queen expose your just request. Now take this earnest of success, for more, your scattered fleet is joined upon the shore, the winds are changed, your friends from danger free, or I renounce my skill in augury. 12 swans behold in beauteous order move, and stoop with closing pinions from above, whom late the bird of Jove had driven along, and through the clouds pursued the scattering throng. Now, all united in a goodly team, they skim the ground, and seek the quiet stream. As they, with joy returning, clap their wings, and ride the circuit of the skies in rings, not otherwise your ships, and every friend, already hold the port, or with swift sails descend. No more advice is needful, but pursue the path before you, and the town in view. Thus having said, she turned, and made appear her neck refulgent, and dishevelled hair, which, flowing from her shoulders, reached the ground. And widely spread ambrosial scents around, in length of train descends her sweeping gown, and, by her graceful walk, the Queen of Love is known. The prince pursued the parting deity with words like these, Ah, whither do you fly? Unkind and cruel. To deceive your son in borrowed shapes, and his embrace to shun, never to bless my sight, but thus unknown, and still to speak in accents not your own. Against the goddess these complaints he made, but took the path, and her commands obeyed. They march, obscure, for Venus kindly shrouds with mists their persons, and involves in clouds, that, thus unseen, their passage none might stay, or force to tell the causes of their way. This part performed, the goddess flies sublime to visit Paphos and her native clime, where garlands, ever green and ever fair, with vows are offered, and with solemn prayer, 100 altars in her temple smoke, 1,000 bleeding hearts her power invoke. They climb the next ascent, and, looking down, now at a nearer distance view the town. The prince with wonder sees the stately towers, which late were huts and shepherds' homely bowers, the gates and streets, and hears, from every part, the noise and busy concourse of the mart. The toiling Tyrians on each other call to ply their labor, some extend the wall, some build the citadel, the brawny throng or dig, or push unwieldy stones along. Some for their dwellings choose a spot of ground, which, first designed, with ditches they surround. Some laws ordain, and some attend the choice of holy senates, and elect by voice. Here some design a mole, while others there lay deep foundations for a theatre, from marble quarries mighty columns hew, for ornaments of scenes, and future view. Such is their toil, and such their busy pains, as exercise the bees in flowery plains, when winter past, and summer scarce begun, invites them forth to labor in the sun. Some lead their youth abroad, while some condense their liquid store, and some in cells dispense, some at the gate stand ready to receive the golden burthen, and their friends relieve, all with united force, combine to drive the lazy drones from the laborious hive. With envy stung, they view each other's deeds, the fragrant work with diligence proceeds. Thrice happy you, whose walls already rise. Aeneas said, and viewed, with lifted eyes, their lofty towers, then, entering at the gate, concealed in clouds, prodigious to relate, he mixed, unmarked, among the busy throng, borne by the tide, and passed unseen along. Full in the center of the town there stood, thick set with trees, a venerable wood. The Tyrians, landing near this holy ground, and digging here, a prosperous omen found, from under earth a courser's head they drew, their growth and future fortune to foreshew. This fated sign their found rest Juno gave, of a soil fruitful, and a people brave. Sidonian Dido here with solemn state did Juno's temple build, and consecrate, enriched with gifts, and with a golden shrine, but more the goddess made the place divine. On brazen steps the marble threshold rose, and brazen plates the cedar beams enclose, the rafters are with brazen rings crowned, the lofty doors on brazen hinges sound. What first Aeneas in this place beheld, revived his courage, and his fear expelled. For while, expecting there the queen, he raised his wandering eyes, and round the temple gazed, admired the fortune of the rising town, the striving artists, and their art's renown. He saw, in order painted on the wall, whatever did unhappy Troy befall, the wars that fame around the world had blown, all to the life, and every leader known. There Agamemnon, Priam here, he spies, and fierce Achilles, who both kings defies. He stopped, and weeping said, O friend, even here the monuments of Trojan woes appear. Our known disasters fill even foreign lands, see there, where old unhappy Priam stands. Even the mute walls relate the warrior's fame, and Trojan griefs the Tyrians' pity claim. He said, his tears a ready passage find, devouring what he saw so well designed, and with an empty picture fed his mind, for there he saw the fainting Grecians yield, and here the trembling Trojans quit the field, pursued by fierce Achilles through the plain, on his high chariot driving o'er the slain. The tents of Rhesus next, his grief renew, by their white sails betrayed to nightly view, and wakeful Diomed, whose cruel sword the sentries slew, nor sparred their slumbering lord, then took the fiery steeds, ere yet the food of Troy they taste, or drink the Xanthian flood. Elsewhere he saw where Troilus defied Achilles, and unequal combat tried, then, where the boy disarmed, with loosened reins, was by his horses hurried o'er the plains, hung by the neck and hair, and dragged around, the hostile spear, yet sticking in his wound, with tracks of blood inscribed the dusty ground. Meantime the Trojan dames, oppressed with woe, to palace fain in long procession go, in hopes to reconcile their heavenly foe. They weep, they beat their breasts, they rend their hair, and rich embroidered vests for presents bear, but the stern goddess stands unmoved with prayer. Thrice round the Trojan walls Achilles drew the corpse of Hector, whom in fight he slew. Here Priam sues, and there, for sums of gold, the lifeless body of his son is sold. So sad an object, and so well expressed, drew sighs and groans from the grieved hero's breast, to see the figure of his lifeless friend, and his old sire his helpless hand extend. Himself he saw amidst the Grecian train, mixed in the bloody battle on the plain, and swarthy Memnon in his arms he knew, his pompous ensigns, and his Indian crew. Penthesilea there, with haughty grace, leads to the wars an Amazonian race, in their right hands a pointed dart they wield, the left, for ward, sustains the lunar shield. Athwart her breast a golden belt she throws, amidst the press alone provokes 1,000 foes, and dares her maiden arms to manly force oppose. Thus while the Trojan prince employs his eyes, fixed on the walls with wonder and surprise, the beauteous Dido, with a number-roused train and pomp of guards, ascends the sacred fane. Such on Euryta's banks, or Cynthus' height, Diana seems, and so she charms the sight, when in the dance the graceful goddess leads the choir of nymphs, and overtops their heads, known by her quiver, and her lofty mien, she walks majestic, and she looks their queen. Latona sees her shine above the rest, and feeds with secret joy her silent breast. Such Dido was, with such becoming state, amidst the crowd, she walks serenely great. Their labor to her future sway she speeds, and passing with a gracious glance proceeds, then mounts the throne, high plocked before the shrine, in crowds around, the swarming people join. She takes petitions, and dispenses laws, hears and determines every private cause, their tasks in equal portions she divides, and, where unequal, there by lots decides. Another way by chance Aeneas bends his eyes, and unexpected sees his friends, Antheus, Sergestus grave, Cloanthus strong, and at their backs a mighty Trojan throng, whom late the tempest on the billows tossed, and widely scattered on another coast. The prince, unseen, surpriest with wonder stands, and longs, with joyful haste, to join their hands, but, doubtful of the wished event, he stays, and from the hollow cloud his friends surveys, impatient till they told their present state, and where they left their ships, and what their fate, and why they came, and what was their request, for these were sent, commissioned by the rest, to sue for leave to land their sickly men, and gain admission to the gracious queen. Entering, with cries they filled the holy fane, then thus, with lowly voice, Ilioneus began, O queen, indulged by favor of the gods to found an empire in these new abodes, to build a town, with statutes to restrain the wild inhabitants beneath thy reign, we wretched Trojans, tossed on every shore, from sea to sea, thy clemency implore. Forbid the fires our shipping to deface. Receive unhappy fugitives to grace, and spare the remnant of a pious race. We come not with design of wasteful prey, to drive the country, force the swains away, nor such our strength, nor such is our desire, the vanquished dare not to such thoughts aspire. A land there is, Hesperian named of old, the soil is fruitful, and the men are bold. Enatrians held it once, by common fame now called Italia, from the leader's name. To that sweet region was our voyage bent, when winds and every warring element disturbed our course, and, far from sight of land, cast our torn vessels on the moving sand. The sea came on, the south, with mighty roar, dispersed and dashed the rest upon the rocky shore. Those few you see escape the storm, and fear, unless you interpose, a shipwreck here. What men, What monsters, what inhuman race, what laws, what barbarous customs of the place, shut up a desert shore to drowning men, and drive us to the cruel seas again. If our hard fortune no compassion draws, nor hospitable rights, nor human laws, the gods are just, and will revenge our cause. Aeneas was our prince, a juster lord, or nobler warrior, never drew a sword, observant of the right, religious of his word. If yet he lives, and draws this vital air, nor we, his friends, of safety shall despair, nor you, great queen, these offices repent, which he will equal, and perhaps augment. We want not cities, nor Sicilian coasts, where King Assist's Trojan lineage boasts. Permit our ships a shelter on your shores, refitted from your woods with planks and oars, that, if our prince be safe, we may renew our destined course, and Italy pursue. But if, O best of men, the fates ordain that thou art swallowed in the Libyan main, and if our young Iolus be no more, dismiss our navy from your friendly shore, that we to good Assists may return, and with our friends our common losses mourn. Thus spoke Aeneas. The Trojan crew with cries and clamours his request renew. The modest queen awhile, with downcast eyes, pondered the speech, then briefly thus replies, Trojans, dismiss your fears, my cruel fate, and doubts attending an unsettled state, force me to guard my coast from foreign foes. Who has not heard the story of your woes, the name and fortune of your native place, the fame and valor of the Phrygian race? We Tyrians are not so devoid of sense, nor so remote from Phoebus' influence. Whether to Latian shores your course is bent, or, driven by tempests from your first intent, you seek the good Assist's government, your men shall be received, your fleet repaired, and sail, with ships of convoy for your guard, or, would you stay, and join your friendly powers to raise and to defend the Tyrian towers? My wealth, my city, and myself are yours. And would to heaven, the storm, you felt, would bring on Carthaginian coasts your wandering king. My people shall, by my command, explore the ports and creeks of every winding shore, and towns, and wilds, and shady woods, in quest of so renowned and so desired a guest. Rised in his mind the Trojan hero stood, and longed to break from out his ambient cloud, Achates found it, and thus you urged his way, from whence, O goddess born, this long delay? What more can you desire, your welcome sure, your fleet in safety, and your friends secure? One only wants, and him we saw in vain oppose the storm, and swallowed in the main. Orant in his fate our forfeit paid, the rest agrees with what your mother said. Scarce had he spoken, when the cloud gave way, the mists flew upward and dissolved in day. The Trojan chief appeared in open sight, august in visage, and serenely bright. His mother goddess, with her hands divine, had formed his curling locks, and made his temples shine, and given his rolling eyes a sparkling grace, and breathed a youthful vigor on his face, like polished ivory, beauteous to behold, or Parian marble, when enchased in gold. Thus radiant from the circling cloud he broke, and thus with manly modesty he spoke, He whom you seek am I, by tempests tossed, and saved from shipwreck on your Libyan coast, presenting, gracious queen, before your throne, a prince that owes his life to you alone. Fair Majesty, the refuge and redress of those whom fate pursues, and wants oppress, you, who your pious offices employ to save the relics of abandoned Troy, receive the shipwrecked on your friendly shore, with hospitable rites relieve the poor, associate in your town a wandering train, and strangers in your palace entertain. What thanks can wretched fugitives return, who, scattered through the world, in exile mourn? The gods, if gods to goodness are inclined, if acts of mercy touch their heavenly mind, and, more than all the gods, your generous heart. Conscious of worth, requite its own desert. In you this age is happy, and this earth, and parents more than mortal gave you birth. While rolling rivers into seas shall run, and round the space of heaven the radiant sun, while trees the mountain tops with shade supply, your honor, name, and praise shall never die. Whate'er abode my fortune has assigned, your image shall be present in my mind. Thus having said, he turned with pious haste, and joyful his expecting friends embract, with his right hand Ilioneus was gracked, seer stews with his left, then to his breast Clonthus and the noble Gus pressed, and so by turns descended to the rest. The Tyrian queen stood fixed upon his face, pleased with his motions, ravished with his grace, admired his fortunes, more admired the man, then recollected stood, and thus began, what fate, O goddess born, what angry powers have cast you shipwrecked on our barren shores? Are you the great Aeneas, known to fame, who from celestial seed your lineage claim? The same Aeneas whom fair Venus bore to famed Anchises on Th'idean shore? It calls into my mind, though then a child, when Teucer came, from Salamis exiled, and sought my father's aid, to be restored. My father Belus then with fire and sword invaded Cyprus, made the region bare, and, conquering, finished the successful war. From him the Trojan siege I understood, the Grecian chiefs, and your illustrious blood. Your foe himself the Dardan valor praised, and his own ancestry from Trojans rised. Enter, my noble guest, and you shall find, if not a costly welcome, yet a kind, for I myself, like you, have been distressed, till heaven afforded me this place of rest. Like you, an alien in a land unknown, I learned to pity woes so like my own. She said, and to the palace led her guest, then offered incense, and proclaimed a feast. Nor yet less careful for her absent friends, twice 10 fat oxen to the ships she sends, besides 100 boars, 100 lambs, with bleating cries, attend their milky dams, and jars of generous wine and spacious bowls she gives, to cheer the sailors' drooping souls. Now purple hangings clothe the palace walls, and sumptuous feasts are made in splendid halls, on Tyrian carpets, richly wrought, they dine, with loads of massy plate the sideboards shine, and antique vases, all of gold embossed, the gold itself inferior to the cost, of curious work, where on the sides were seen the fights and figures of illustrious men, from their first founder to the present queen. The good Aeneas, whose paternal care Iolaus' absence could no longer bear, dispatched Achates to the ships in haste, to give a glad relation of the past, and, fraught with precious gifts, to bring the boy, snatched from the ruins of unhappy Troy, a robe of tissue, stiff with golden wire, an upper vest, once Helen's rich attire, from Argos by the famed adulteress brought, with golden flowers and winding foliage wrought, her mother Leda's present, when she came to ruin Troy and set the world on flame. The scepter Priam's eldest daughter bore, her orient necklace, and the crown she wore of double texture, glorious to behold, one order set with gems, and one with gold. Instructed thus, the wise Achates goes, and in his diligence his duty shows. But Venus, anxious for her son's affairs, new counsels tries, and new designs prepares, that Cupid should assume the shape and face of sweet Ascanius, and the sprightly grace, should bring the presents, in her nephew's stead, and in Eliza's veins the gentle poison shed, for much she feared the Tyrians, double-tongued, and knew the town to Juno's care belonged. These thoughts by night her golden slumbers broke, and thus alarmed, to winged love she spoke, my son, my strength, whose mighty power alone controls the thunderer on his awful throne, to thee thy much afflicted mother flies, and on thy succor and thy faith relies. Thou knowest, my son, how Jove's revengeful wife, by force and fraud, attempts thy brother's life, and often hast thou mourned with me his pains. Him Dido now with blandishment detains, but I suspect the town where Juno reigns. For this 'tis needful to prevent her art, and fire with love the proud Phoenician's heart, a love so violent, so strong, so sure, as neither age can change, nor art can cure. How this may be performed, now take my mind. Ascanius by his father is designed to come, with presents laden, from the port, to gratify the queen, and gain the court. I mean to plunge the boy in pleasing sleep, and, ravished, in Idalian bowers to keep, or high Cythera, that the sweet deceit may pass unseen, and none prevent the cheat. Take thou his form and shape. I beg the grace but only for a night's revolving space, thyself a boy, assume a boy's dissembled face, that when, amidst the fervour of the feast, the Tyrian hugs and fonds thee on her breast, and with sweet kisses in her arms constrains, thou mayest infuse thy venom in her veins. The god of love obeys, and sets aside his bow and quiver, and his plumy pride, he walks Iolus in his mother's sight, and in the sweet resemblance takes delight. The goddess then to young Ascanius flies, and in a pleasing slumber seals his eyes, lulled in her lap, amidst a train of loves, she gently bears him to her blissful groves, then with a wreath of myrtle crowns his head, and softly lays him on a flowery bed. Cupid meantime assumed his form and face, full wing achates with a shorter pace, and brought the gifts. The queen already sate amidst the Trojan lords, in shining state, high on a golden bed, her princely guest was next her side, in order sate the rest. Then canisters with bread are heaped on high, attendants water for their hands supply, and, having washed, with silken towels dry. Next 50 handmaids in long order bore the censers, and with fumes the gods adore, then youths, and virgins twice as many, join to place the dishes, and to serve the wine. The Tyrian train, admitted to the feast, approach, and on the painted couches rest. All on the Trojan gifts with wonder gaze, but view the beauteous boy with more amaze, his rosy-colored cheeks, his radiant eyes, his motions, voice, and shape, and all the gods' disguise, nor pass unpraised the vest and veil divine, which wandering foliage and rich flowers entwine. But, far above the rest, the royal dame, already doomed to love's disastrous flame, with eyes insatiate, and tumultuous joy, beholds the presents, and admires the boy. The guileful god about the hero long, with children's play, and false embraces, hung, then sought the queen, she took him to her arms with greedy pleasure, and devoured his charms. Unhappy Dido little thought what guest, how dire a god, she drew so near her breast, but he, not mindless of his mother's prayer, works in the pliant bosom of the fair, and molds her heart anew, and blots her former care. The dead is to the living love resigned, and all Aeneas enters in her mind. Now, when the rage of hunger was appeased, the meat removed, and every guest was pleased, the golden bowls with sparkling wine are crowned, and through the palace cheerful cries resound. From gilded roofs depending lamps display nocturnal beams, that emulate the day. A golden bowl, that shone with gems divine, the queen commanded to be crowned with wine, the bowl that belisust, and all the Tyrian line. Then, silence through the hall proclaimed, she spoke, O hospitable Jove, we thus invoke, with solemn rites, thy sacred name and power, bless to both nations this auspicious hour. So may the Trojan and the Tyrian line in lasting concord from this day combine. Thou, Bacchus, god of joys and friendly cheer, and gracious Juno, both be present here. And you, my lords of Tyre, your vows address to heaven with mine, to ratify the peace. The goblet then she took, with nectar crowned, sprinkling the first libations on the ground, and raised it to her mouth with sober grace, then, sipping, offered to the next in place. 'Twas Bitias whom she called, a thirsty soul, he took the challenge, and embracked the bowl, with pleasure swilled the gold, nor ceased to draw, till he the bottom of the brimmer saw. The goblet goes around, Iopus brought his golden lyre, and sung what ancient Atlas taught, the various labors of the wandering moon, and whence proceed eclipses of the sun, original of men and beasts, and whence the rains arise, and fires their warmth dispense, and fixed and erring stars dispose their influence, what shakes the solid earth, what cause delays the summer nights and shortens winter days. With peals of shouts the Tyrians praise the song, those peals are echoed by the Trojan throng. Unhappy queen with talk prolonged the night, and drank large draughts of love with vast delight, of Priam much inquired, of Hector more, then asked what arms the swarthy Memnon wore, what troops he landed on the Trojan shore, the steeds of Diomed varied the discourse, and fierce Achilles, with his matchless force, at length, as fate and her ill stars required, to hear the series of the war desired. Relate at large, my godlike guest, she said, the Grecian stratagems, the town betrayed, the fatal issue of so long a war, your flight, your wanderings, and your woes, declare, for, since on every sea, on every coast, your men have been distressed, your navy tossed, 7 times the sun has either tropic viewed, the winter banished, and the spring renewed. Book 2 The Argument. Aeneas relates how the city of Troy was taken, after a 10 years' siege, by the treachery of Sinon, and the stratagem of a wooden horse. He declares the fixed resolution he had taken not to survive the ruin of his country, and the various adventures he met with in defense of it. At last, having been before advised by Hector's ghost, and now by the appearance of his mother Venus, he is prevailed upon to leave the town, and settle his household gods in another country. In order to this, he carries off his father on his shoulders, and leads his little son by the hand, his wife following behind. When he comes to the place appointed for the general rendezvous, he finds a great confluence of people, but misses his wife, whose ghost afterwards appears to him, and tells him the land which was designed for him. All were attentive to the godlike man, when from his lofty couch he thus began, Great Queen, what you command me to relate renews the sad remembrance of our fate, an empire from its old foundations rent, and every woe the Trojans underwent, a peopled city made a desert place, all that I saw, and part of which I was, not even the hardest of our foes could hear, nor stern Ulysses tell without a tear. And now the latter watch of wasting night, and setting stars, to kindly rest invite, but, since you take such interest in our woe, and Troy's disastrous end desire to know, I will restrain my tears, and briefly tell what in our last and fatal night befell. By destiny compelled, and in despair, the Greeks grew weary of the tedious war, and by Minerva's aid a fabric reared, which like a steed of monstrous height appeared, the sides were planked with pine, they feigned it made for their return, and this the vow they paid. Thus they pretend, but in the hollow side selected numbers of their soldiers hide, with inward arms the dire machine they load, and iron bowels stuff the dark abode. Inside of Troy lies Tendas, an isle, while fortune did on Priam's empire smile, renowned for wealth, but, since, a faithless bay, where ships exposed to wind and weather lay, there was their fleet concealed. We thought, for Greece their sails were hoisted, and our fears release. The Trojans, cooped within their walls so long, unbar their gates, and issue in a throng, like swarming bees, and with delight survey the camp deserted, where the Grecians lay, the quarters of the several chiefs they showed, here Phoenix, here Achilles, made abode, here joined the battles, there the navy rode. Part on the pile their wandering eyes employ, the pile by Pallas rise to ruin Troy. Thymoet's first, 'tis doubtful whether heard, or so the Trojan destiny required, mov that the ramparts might be broken down, to lodge the monster fabric in the town. But Capys, and the rest of sounder mind, the fatal present to the flames designed, or to the watery deep, at least to bore the hollow sides, and hidden frauds explore. The giddy vulgar, as their fancies guide, with noise say nothing, and in parts divide. Lacoin, followed by a number rouse crowd, ran from the fort, and cried, from far, aloud, O wretched countrymen, what fury reigns? What more than madness has possessed your brains? Think you the Grecians from your coasts are gone? And are Ulysses' arts no better known? This hollow fabric either must enclose, within its blind recess, our secret foes, or 'tis an engine riced above the town, to o'erlook the walls, and then to batter down. Somewhat is sure designed, by fraud, or force, trust not their presence, nor admit the horse. Thus having said, against the steed he threw his forceful spear, which, hissing as it flew, pierced through the yielding planks of jointed wood, and trembling in the hollow belly stood. The sides, transpierced, return a rattling sound, and groans of Greeks enclosed come issuing through the wound and, had not heaven the fall of Troy designed, or had not men been fated to be blind, enough was said and done to inspire a better mind. Then had our lances pierced the treach rouse wood, and Ilian towers and Priam's empire stood. Meantime, with shouts, the Trojan shepherds bring a captive Greek, in bands, before the king, taken to take, who made himself their prey, to impose on their belief, and Troy betray, fixed on his aim, and obstinately bent to die undaunted, or to circumvent. About the captive, tides of Trojans flow, all press to see, and some insult the foe. Now hear how well the Greeks their wiles disguised, behold a nation in a man compressed. Trembling the miscreant stood, unarmed and bound, he starred, and rolled his haggard eyes around, then said, Alas, what earth remains, what sea is open to receive unhappy me? What fate a wretched fugitive attends, scorned by my foes, abandoned by my friends? He said, and sighed, and cast a rueful eye, our pity kindles, and our passions die. We cheer the youth to make his own defense, and freely tell us what he was, and whence, what news he could impart, we long to know, and what to credit from a captive foe. His fear at length dismissed, he said, Whate'er my fate ordains, my words shall be sincere, I neither can nor dare my birth disclaim, Greece is my country, Sinon is my name. Though plunged by fortune's power in misery, 'tis not in fortune's power to make me lie. If any chance has hither brought the name of Palamedes, not unknown to fame, who suffered from the malice of the times, accused and sentenced for pretended crimes, because these fatal wars he would prevent, whose death the wretched Greeks too late lament, me, then a boy, my father, poor and bare of other means, committed to his care, his kinsman and companion in the war. While fortune favored, while his arms support the cause, and RUL'd the counsels, of the court, I made some figure there, nor was my name obscure, nor I without my share of fame. But when Ulysses, with fallacious arts, had made impression in the people's hearts, and forged a treason in my patron's name, I speak of things too far divulged by fame, my kinsman fell. Then I, without support, in private mourned his loss, and left the court. Mad as I was, I could not bear his fate with silent grief, but loudly blamed the state, and cursed the direful author of my woes. 'Twas told again, and hence my ruin rose. I threatened, if indulgent heaven once more would land me safely on my native shore, his death with double vengeance to restore. This moved the murderer's hate, and soon ensued effects of malice from a man so proud. Ambiguous rumors through the camp he spread, and sought, by treason, my devoted head, new crimes invented, left unturned no stone, to make my guilt appear, and hide his own, till Colchis was by force and threatening wrought. But why dwell I on that anxious thought? If on my nation just revenge you seek, and 'tis to appear a foe, to appear a Greek, already you my name and country know, assuage your thirst of blood, and strike the blow. My death will both the kingly brothers please, and set insatiate Ithacus at ease. This fair unfinished tale, these broken starts, rised expectations in our longing hearts, unknowing as we were in Grecian arts. His former trembling once again renewed, with acted fear, the villain thus pursued. Long had the Grecians, tiered with fruitless care, and wearied with an unsuccessful war, resolved to raise the siege, and leave the town, and, had the gods permitted, they had gone, but oft the wintry seas and southern winds withstood their passage home, and changed their minds. Portents and prodigies their souls amazed, but most, when this stupendous pile was rised, then flaming meteors, hung in air, were seen, and thunders rattled through a sky serene. Dismayed, and fearful of some dire event, Eurypylus to inquire their fate was sent. He from the gods this dreadful answer brought: O Grecians, when the Trojan shores you sought, your passage with a virgin's blood was bought, so must your safe return be bought again, and Grecian blood once more atone the main. The spreading rumor round the people ran, all feared, and each believed himself the man. Ulysses took advantage of their fright, called Colchis, and product in open sight, then bade him name the wretch, ordained by fate the public victim, to redeem the state. Already some presaged the dire event, and saw what sacrifice Ulysses meant. For twice 5 days the good old seer withstood intended treason, and was dumb to blood, till, tiered, with endless clamours and pursuit of Ithacus, he stood no longer mute, but, as it was agreed, pronounced that I was destined by the wrathful gods to die. All praised the sentence, pleased the storm should fall on one alone, whose fury threatened all. The dismal day was come, the priests prepare their leavened cakes, and fillets for my hair. I followed nature's laws, and must avow I broke my bonds and fled the fatal blow. Hid in a weedy lake all night I lay, secure of safety when they sailed away. But now what further hopes for me remain, to see my friends, or native soil, again, my tender infants, or my careful sire, whom they returning will to death require, will perpetrate on them their first design, and take the forfeit of their heads for mine? Which, oh, if pity mortal minds can move, if there be faith below, or gods above, if innocence and truth can claim desert, yet Trojans, from an injured wretch avert. False tears true pity move, the king commands to loose his fetters, and unbind his hands, then adds these friendly words: dismiss thy fears, forget the Greeks, be mine as thou wert theirs. But truly tell, was it for force or guile, or some religious end, you rised the pile? Thus said the king. He, full of fraudful arts, this well-invented tale for truth imparts. Ye lamps of heaven, he said, and lifted high his hands now free, thou venerable sky. Inviolable powers, aided with dread. Ye fatal fillets, that once bound this head. Ye sacred altars, from whose flames I fled. Be all of you adjured, and grant I may, without a crime, ungrateful Greeks betray, reveal the secrets of the guilty state, and justly punish whom I justly hate. But you, O king, preserve the faith you gave, if I, to save myself, your empire save. The Grecian hopes, and all attempts they made, were only founded on Minerva's aid. But from the time when impious Diomed, and false Ulysses, that inventive head, her fatal image from the temple drew, the sleeping guardians of the castle slew, her virgin statue with their bloody hands polluted, and profaned her holy bands, from thence the tide of fortune left their shore, and ebbed much faster than it flowed before, their courage languished, as their hopes decayed, and Pallas, now averse, refused her aid. Nor did the goddess doubtfully declare her altered mind and alienated care. When first her fatal image touched the ground, she sternly cast her glaring eyes around, that sparkled as they rolled, and seemed to threat, her heavenly limbs distilled a briny sweat. Thrice from the ground she leaped, was seen to wield her brandished lance, and shake her horrid shield. Then Colchis bade our host for flight and hope no conquest from the tedious war, till first they sailed for Greece, with prayers besought her injured power, and better omens brought. And now their navy plows the what remain, yet soon expected on your shores again, with Pallas pleased, as Colchis did ordain. But first, to reconcile the blue-eyed maid for her stall and statue and her tower betrayed, warned by the seer, to her offended name we rist and dedicate this wondrous frame, so lofty, lest through your forbidden gates it pass, and intercept our better fates, for, once admitted there, our hopes are lost, and Troy may then a new Palladium boast, for so religion and the gods ordain, that, if you violate with hands profane Minerva's gift, your town in flames shall burn, which omen, O ye gods, on Graecia turn. But if it climb, with your assisting hands, the Trojan walls, and in the city stands, then Troy shall Argos and Mycenae burn, and the reverse of fate on us return. With such deceits he gained their easy hearts, too prone to credit his perfidious arts. What Diomed, nor Thetis greater son, 8,000 ships, nor 10 years' siege, had done, false tears and fawning words the city won. A greater omen, and of worse portent, did our unwary minds with fear torment, concurring to produce the dire event. Lycaon, Neptune's priest by lot that year, with solemn pomp then sacrificed a steer, when, dreadful to behold, from sea we spied two serpents, ranked abreast, the seas divide, and smoothly sweep along the swelling tide. Their flaming crests above the waves they show, their bellies seem to burn the seas below, their speckled tails advance to steer their course, and on the sounding shore the flying billows force. And now the strand, and now the plain they held, their ardent eyes with bloody streaks were filled, their nimble tongues they brandished as they came, and licked their hissing jaws, that sputtered flame. We fled amazed, their destined way they take, and to Lycaon and his children make, and first around the tender boys they wind, then with their sharpened fangs their limbs and bodies grind. The wretched father, running to their aid with pious haste, but vain, they next invade, twice round his waist their winding volumes rolled, and twice about his gasping throat they fold. The priest thus doubly chalked, their crests divide, and towering o'er his head in triumph ride. With both his hands he labors at the knots, his holy fillets the blue venom blots, his roaring fills the flitting air around. Thus, when an ox receives a glancing wound, he breaks his bands, the fatal altar flies, and with loud bellowings breaks the yielding skies. Their tasks performed, the serpents quit their prey, and to the tower of Pallas make their way, couched at her feet, they lie protected there by her large buckler and prot-ended spear. Amazement seizes all, the general cry proclaims Lycaon justly doomed to die, whose hand the will of Pallas had withstood, and dared to violate the sacred wood. All votee admit the steed, that vows be paid and incense offered to th offended maid. A spacious breach is made, the town lies bare, some hoisting levers, some the wheels prepare and fasten to the horses' feet, the rest with cables haul along th unwieldy beast. Each on his fellow for assistance calls, at length the fatal fabric mounts the walls, big with destruction. Boys with chaplets crowned, and choirs of virgins, sing and dance around. Thus rised aloft, and then descending down, it enters o'er our heads, and threats the town. O sacred city, built by hands divine! O valiant heroes of the Trojan line! 4 times he struck, as oft the clashing sound of arms was heard, and inward groans rebound. Yet, mad with zeal, and blinded with our fate, we haul along the horse in solemn state, then place the dire portent within the tower. Cassandra cried, and cursed th unhappy hour, foretold our fate, but, by the gods' decree, all heard, and none believed the prophecy. With branches we the fanes adorn, and waste, in jollity, the day ordained to be the last. Meantime the rapid heavens rolled down the light, and on the shaded ocean rushed the night, our men, secure, nor guards nor sentries held, but easy sleep their weary limbs compelled. The Grecians had embarked their naval powers from Tyndas, and sought our well-known shores, safe under covert of the silent night, and guided by th imperial galleys light, when Sinon, favored by the partial gods, unlocked the horse, and opt his dark abodes, restored to vital air our hidden foes, who joyful from their long confinement rose. Tysander bold, and Sthenelus their guide, and dire Ulysses down the cable slide, then Thoas, Athamas, and Pyrrhus haste, nor was the Podalirian hero last, nor injured Menelaus, nor the famed Epous, who the fatal engine frammed. A nameless crowd succeed, their forces join to invade the town, oppressed with sleep and wine. Those few they find awake first meet their fate, then to their fellows they unbar the gate. 'Twas in the dead of night, when sleep repairs our bodies worn with toils, our minds with cares, when Hector's ghost before my sight appears, a bloody shroud he seemed, and bathed in tears, such as he was, when, by Pelides slain, Thessalian coursers dragged him o'er the plain. Swoln were his feet, as when the thongs were thrust through the bored holes, his body black with dust, unlike that Hector who returned from toils of war, triumphant, in Aeacian spoils, or him who made the fainting Greeks retire, and launched against their navy Phrygian fire. His hair and beard stood stiffened with his gore, and all the wounds he for his country bore now streamed afresh, and with new purple ran. I wept to see the visionary man, and, while my trance continued, thus began, O light of Trojans, and support of Troy, thy father's champion, and thy country's joy. O, long expected by thy friends! From whence art thou so late returned for our defense? Do we behold thee, wearied as we are with length of labors, and with toils of war? After so many fun ralls of thy own art thou restored to thy declining town? But say, what wounds are these? What new disgrace deforms the manly features of thy face? To this the spectre no reply did frame, but answered to the cause for which he came, and, groaning from the bottom of his breast, this warning in these mournful words expressed: O goddess born, escape, by timely flight, the flames and horrors of this fatal night. The foes already have possessed the wall, Troy nods from high, and totters to her fall. Enough is paid to Priam's royal name, more than enough to duty and to fame. If by immortal hand my father's throne could be defended, 'twas by mine alone. Now Troy to thee commends her future state, and gives her gods companions of thy fate, from their assistance walls expect, which, wandering long, at last thou shalt erect. He said, and brought me, from their blessed abodes, the venerable statues of the gods, with ancient Vesta from the sacred choir, the wreaths and relics of th immortal fire. Now peals of shouts come thundering from afar, cries, threats, and loud laments, and mingled war, the noise approaches, though our palace stood aloof from streets, encompassed with a wood. Louder, and yet more loud, I hear alarms of human cries distinct, and clashing arms. Fear broke my slumbers, I no longer stay, but mount the terrace, thence the town survey, and hearken what the frightful sounds convey. Thus, when a flood of fire by wind is borne, crackling it rolls, and mows the standing corn, or deluges, descending on the plains, sweep o'er the yellow ear, destroy the pains of laboring oxen and the peasants' gains, unroot the forest oaks, and bear away flocks, folds, and trees, and undistinguished prey, the shepherd climbs the cliff, and sees from far the wasteful ravage of the watery war. Then Hector's faith was manifestly cleared, and Grecian frauds in open light appeared. The palace of Deiphobus ascends in smoky flames, and catches on his friends. Ucalegon burns next, the seas are bright with splendor not their own, and shine with Trojan light. New clamours and new clanghours now arise, the sound of trumpets mixed with fighting cries. With frenzy seized, I run to meet alarms, resolved on death, resolved to die in arms, but first to gather friends, with them oppose if fortune favored, and repel the foes, spurred by my courage, by my country furred, with sense of honor and revenge inspurred. Panthus, Apollo's priest, a sacred name, had scapt the Grecian swords, and passed the flame, with relics loaden, to my doors he fled, and by the hand his tender grandson led. What hope, O Panthus, whither can we run? Where make a stand? And what may yet be done? Scarce had I said, when Panthus, with a groan, Troy is no more, and Ilium was a town. The fatal day, appointed hour, is come, when wrathful Jove's irrevocable doom transfers the Trojan state to Grecian hands. The fire consumes the town, the foe commands, and armed hosts, an unexpected force, break from the bowels of the fatal horse. Within the gates, proud Sinon throws about the flames, and foes for entrance press without, with 1,000 others, whom I fear to name, more than from Argos or Mycenae came. To several posts their parties they divide, some block the narrow streets, some scour the wide, the bold they kill, unwary they surprise, who fights finds death, and death finds him who flies. The warders of the gate but scarce maintain unequal combat, and resist in vain. I heard, and heaven, that well-born souls inspires, prompts me through lifted swords and rising fires to run where clashing arms and clamour calls, and rush undaunted to defend the walls. Ripheus and Ephitus by my side engage, for valor one renowned, and one for age. Dymas and Hypanis by moonlight knew my motions and my mien, and to my party drew, with young Corybus, who by love was led to win renown and fair Cassandra's bed, and lately brought his troops to Priam's aid, forewarned in vain by the prophetic maid. Whom when I saw resolved in arms to fall, and that one spirit animated all, brave souls, said I, but brave, alas, in vain, come, finish what our cruel fates ordain. You see the desperate state of our affairs, and heaven's protecting powers are deaf to prayers. The passive gods behold the Greeks defile their temples, and abandon to the spoil their own abodes. We, feeble few, conspire to save a sinking town, involved in fire. Then let us fall, but fall amidst our foes, despair of life the means of living shows. So bold a speech encouraged their desire of death, and added fuel to their fire. As hungry wolves, with raging appetite, scour through the fields, nor fear the stormy night, their whelps at home expect the promised food, and long to temper their dry chaps in blood, so rushed we forth at once, resolved to die, resolved, in death, the last extremes to try. We leave the narrow lanes behind, and dare unequal combat in the public square. Night was our friend, our leader was despair. What tongue can tell the slaughter of that night? What eyes can weep the sorrows and affright? An ancient and imperial city falls, the streets are filled with frequent funerals, houses and holy temples float in blood, and hostile nations make a common flood. Not only Trojans fall, but, in their turn, the vanquished triumph, and the victors mourn. Ours take new courage from despair and night, confess the fortune is, confess the fight. All parts resound with tumults, plaints, and fears, and grisly death in sundry shapes appears. Androgeos fell among us, with his band, who thought us Grecians newly come to land. From whence, said he, my friends, this long delay? You loiter, while the spoils are borne away, our ships are laden with the Trojan store, and you, like truants, come too late ashore. He said, but soon corrected his mistake, found, by the doubtful answers which we make, amazed, he would have shunned unequal fight, but we, more numerous, intercept his flight. As when some peasant, in a bushy brake, has with unwary footing pressed a snake, he starts aside, astonished, when he spies his rising crest, blue neck, and rolling eyes, so from our arms Sir Priest Androgeos flies. In vain, for him and his we compassed round, possessed with fear, unknowing of the ground, and of their lives an easy conquest found. Thus fortune on our first endeavor smilled. Corybus then, with youthful hopes beguiled, swoln with success, and a daring mind, this new invention fatally designed. My friends, said he, since fortune shows the way, 'tis fit we should auspicious guide obey. For what has she these Grecian arms bestowed, but their destruction, and the Trojans' good? Then change we shields, and their devices bear, let fraud supply the want of force in war. They find us arms. This said, himself he dressed in dead Androgeos' spoils, his upper vest, his painted buckler, and his plumy crest. Thus Ripheus, Dymas, all the Trojan train, lay down their own attire, and strip the slain. Mixed with the Greeks, we go with ill presage, flattered with hopes to glut our greedy rage, unknown, assaulting whom we blindly meet, and strew with Grecian carcasses the street. Thus while their straggling parties we defeat, some to the shore and safer ships retreat, and some, oppressed with more ignoble fear, remount the hollow horse, and pant in secret there. But, ah, what use of valor can be made, when heaven's propitious powers refuse their aid? Behold the royal prophetess, the fair Cassandra, dragged by her dishevelled hair, whom not Minerva's shrine, nor sacred bands, in safety could protect from sacrilegious hands. On heaven she cast her eyes, she sighed, she cried, 'twas all she could, her tender arms were tied. So sad a sight Corybus could not bear, but, furred with rage, distracted with despair, amid the barbarous ravishers he flew, our leader's rash example we pursue. But storms of stones, from the proud temple's height, pour down, and on our battered helms alight. We from our friends received this fatal blow, who thought us Grecians, as we seemed in show. They aim at the mistaken crests, from high, and ours beneath the ponderous ruin lie. Then, moved with anger and disdain, to see their troops dispersed, the royal Virgin free, the Grecians rally, and their powers unite, with fury charge us, and renew the fight. The brother kings with Ajax join their force, and the whole squadron of Thessalian horse. Thus, when the rival winds their quarrel try, contending for the kingdom of the sky, south, east, and west, on airy coursers borne, the whirlwind gathers, and the woods are torn, Then Nereus strikes the deep, the billows rise, and, mixed with ooze and sand, pollute the skies. The troops we squandered first again appear from several quarters, and enclose the rear. They first observe, and to the rest betray, our different speech, our borrowed arms survey. Oppressed with odds, we fall, Corybus first, at Pallas' altar, by Peneleus Pairked. Then Ripheus followed, in unequal fight, just of his word, observant of the right, heaven thought not so. Dymas their fate attends, with Hypanes, mistaken by their friends. Nor, Panthus, the Demeter, nor the bands of awful Phoebus, saved from impious hands. Yet Trojan flames, your testimony bear, what I performed, and what I suffered there, no sword avoiding in the fatal strife, exposed to death, and prodigal of life, witness, ye heavens. I live not by my fault, I strove to have deserved the death I sought. But, when I could not fight, and would have died, borne off to distance by the growing tide, old Iphitus and I were hurried thence, with Peleus wounded, and without defence. New clamours from invested palace ring, we run to die, or disengage the king. So hot assault, so high the tumult rose, while ours defend, and while the Greeks oppose, as all the Dardan and Argolic race had been contracted in that narrow space, or as all Ilium else were void of fear and tumult, war and slaughter, only there. Their targets in a tortoise cast, the foes, secure advancing, to the turrets rose, some mount the scaling ladders, some, more bold, swerve upwards, and by posts and pillars hold, their left hand gripes their bucklers in ascent, while with their right they seize the battlement. From their demolished towers the Trojans throw huge heaps of stones, that, falling, crush the foe, and heavy beams and rafters from the sides, such arms their last necessity provides, and gilded roofs, come tumbling from on high, the marks of state and ancient royalty. The guards below, fixed in the pass, attend the charge undaunted, and the gate defend. Renewed in courage with recovered breath, a second time we ran to tempt our death, to clear the palace from the foe, succeed the weary living, and revenge the dead. A postern door, yet unobserved and free, joined by the length of a blind gallery, to the king's closet led, a way well known to Hector's wife, while Priam held the throne, through which she brought Astyanax, unseen, to cheer his grandsire and his grandsire's queen. Through this we pass, and mount the tower, from whence with unavailing arms the Trojans make defence. From this the trembling king had oft descried the Grecian camp, and saw their navy ride. Beams from its lofty height with swords we hew, then, wrenching with our hands, assault renew, and, where the rafters on the columns meet, we push them headlong with our arms and feet. The lightning flies not swifter than the fall, nor thunder louder than the ruined wall, down goes the top at once, the Greeks beneath are piecemeal torn, or pounded into death. Yet more succeed, and more to death are sent, we cease not from above, nor they below relent. Before the gate stood Pyrrhus, threatening loud, with glittering arms conspicuous in the crowd. So shines, renewed in youth, the crested snake, who slept the winter in a thorny brake, and, casting off his slough when spring returns, now looks aloft, and with new glory burns, restored with poisonous herbs, his ardent sides reflect the sun, and riced on spires he rides, high o'er the grass, hissing he rolls along, and brandishes by fits his forky tongue. Proud Periphas, and fierce Automedon, his father's charioteer, together run to force the gate, the Syrian infantry rush on in crowds, and the barred passage free. And ring the court, with shouts the skies they rend, and flaming firebrands to the roofs ascend. Himself, among the foremost, deals his blows, and with his axe repeated strokes bestows on the strong doors, then all their shoulders ply, till from the posts the brazen hinges fly. He hews apace, the double bars at length yield to his axe and unresisted strength. A mighty breach is made, the rooms concealed appear, and all the palace is revealed, the halls of audience, and of public state, and where the lonely queen in secret sate. Armed soldiers now by trembling maids are seen, with not a door, and scarce a space, between. The house is filled with loud laments and cries, and shrieks of women rend the vaulted skies, the fearful matrons run from place to place, and kiss the thresholds, and the posts embrace. The fatal work inhuman Pyrrhus plies, and all his father sparkles in his eyes, nor bars, nor fighting guards, his force sustain, the bars are broken, and the guards are slain. In rush the Greeks, and all the apartments fill, those few defendants whom they find, they kill. Not with so fierce a rage the foaming flood roars, when he finds his rapid course withstood, bears down the dams with unresisted sway, and sweeps the cattle and the cots away. These eyes beheld him when he marched between the brother kings, I saw th unhappy queen, the 100 wives, and where old Priam stood, to stain his hallowed altar with his brood. The 50 nuptial beds, such hopes had he, so large a promise, of a progeny, the posts, of plated gold, and hung with spoils, fell the reward of the proud victor's toils. Where'er the raging fire had left a space, the Grecians enter and possess the place. Perhaps you may of Priam's fate inquire. He, when he saw his regal town on fire, his ruined palace, and his entering foes, on every side inevitable woes, in arms, deceased, invests his limbs, decayed, like them, with age, a late and useless aid. His feeble shoulders scarce the weight sustain, loaded, not armed, he creeps along with pain, despairing of success, ambitious to be slain. Uncovered but by heaven, there stood in view an altar, near the hearth a laurel grew, dotard with age, whose boughs encompass round the household gods, and shade the holy ground. Here Hecuba, with all her helpless train of dames, for shelter sought, but sought in vain. Driven like a flock of doves along the sky, their images they hug, and to their altars fly. The queen, when she beheld her trembling lord, and hanging by his side a heavy sword, what rage, she cried, has seized my husband's mind? What arms are these, and to what use designed? These times want other aids. Were Hector here, and Hector now in vain, like Priam, would appear. With us, one common shelter thou shalt find, or in one common fate with us be joined. She said, and with a last salute embraced the poor old man, and by the laurel plucked. Behold! Polites, one of Priam's sons, pursued by Pyrrhus, there for safety runs. Through swords and foes, amazed and hurt, he flies through empty courts and open galleries. Him Pyrrhus, urging with his lance, pursues, and often reaches, and his thrusts renews. The youth, transfixed, with lamentable cries, expires before his wretched parents' eyes, whom gasping at his feet when Priam saw, the fear of death gave place to nature's law, and, shaking more with anger than with age, the gods, said he, requite thy brutal rage. As sure they will, barbarian, sure they must, if there be gods in heaven, and gods be just, who tack st in wrongs an insolent delight, with a son's death t infect a father's sight. Not he, whom thou and lying fame conspire to call thee his, not he, thy vaunted sire, thus us't my wretched age, the gods he feared, the laws of nature and of nations heard. He cheered my sorrows, and, for sums of gold, the bloodless carcass of my Hector sold, pitied the woes a parent underwent, and sent me back in safety from his tent. This said, his feeble hand a javelin threw, which, fluttering, seemed to loiter as it flew, just, and but barely, to the mark it held, and faintly tinkled on the brazen shield. Then Pyrrhus thus, Go thou from me to fate, and to my father my foul deeds relate. Now die. With that he dragged the trembling sire, slid ring through clotted blood and holy mire, the mingled paste his murdered son had made, hauled from beneath the violated shade, and on the sacred pile the royal victim laid. His right hand held his bloody falchion bare, his left he twisted in his hoary hair, then, with a speeding thrust, his heart he found, the lukewarm blood came rushing through the wound, and sanguine streams distained the sacred ground. Thus Priam fell, and shared one common fate with Troy in ashes, and his ruined state, he, who the scepter of all Asia swayed, whom monarchs like domestic slaves obeyed. On the bleak shore now lies th abandoned king, a headless carcass, and a nameless thing. Then, not before, I felt my curdled blood congeal with fear, my hair with horror stood, my father's image filled my pious mind, lest equal years might equal fortune find. Again I thought on my forsaken wife, and trembled for my son's abandoned life. I looked about, but found myself alone, deserted at my need. My friends were gone. Some spent with toil, some with despair oppressed, leaped headlong from the heights, the flames consumed the rest. Thus, wandering in my way, without a guide, the graceless Helen in the porch I spied of Vesta's temple, there she lurked alone, muffled she sate, and, what she could, unknown, but, by the flames that cast their blaze around, that common bane of Greece and Troy I found. For Ilium burnt, she dreads the Trojan sword, more dreads the vengeance of her injured lord, and by those gods who refuged her abhorred. Trembling with rage, the strumpet I regard, resolved to give her guilt the due reward, shall she triumphant sail before the wind, and leave in flames unhappy Troy behind? Shall she her kingdom and her friends review, in state attended with a captive crew, while unrevenged the good old Priam falls, and Grecian fires consume the Trojan walls? For this the Phrygian fields and Xanthian flood were swelled with bodies, and were drunk with blood. 'Tis true, a soldier can small honor gain, and boast no conquest, from a woman slain, yet shall the fact not pass without applause, of vengeance taken in so just a cause, the punished crime shall set my soul at ease, and murmuring manes of my friends appease. Thus while I rave, a gleam of pleasing light spread o'er the place, and, shining heavenly bright, my mother stood revealed before my sight. Never so radiant did her eyes appear, not her own star confessed a light so clear, great in her charms, as when on gods above she looks, and breathes herself into their love. She held my hand, the destined blow to break, then from her rosy lips began to speak, My son, from whence this madness, this neglect of my commands, and those whom I protect? Why this unmanly rage? Recall to mind whom you forsake, what pledges leave behind. Look if your helpless father yet survive, or if Ascanius or Creusa live. Around your house the greedy Grecians err, and these had perished in the nightly war, but for my presence and protecting care. Not Helen's face, nor Paris, was in fault, but by the gods was this destruction brought. Now cast your eyes around, while I dissolve the mists and films that mortal eyes involve, purge from your sight the dross, and make you see the shape of each avenging deity. Enlightened thus, my just commands fulfill, nor fear obedience to your mother's will. Where yon disordered heap of ruin lies, stones rent from stones, where clouds of dust arise, amid that smother Neptune holds his place, below the wall's foundation drives his mace, and heaves the building from the solid base. Look where, in arms, imperial Juno stands full in the Scaean gate, with loud commands, urging on shore the tardy Grecian bands. See. Pallas, of her snaky buckler proud, best rides the towar, refulgent through the cloud. See. Jove new courage to the foe supplies, and arms against the town the partial deities. Haste hence, my son, this fruitless labor end, haste, where your trembling spouse and sire attend, haste, and a mother's care your passage shall befriend. She said, and swiftly vanished from my sight, obscure in clouds and gloomy shades of night. I looked, I listened, dreadful sounds I hear, and the dire forms of hostile gods appear. Troy sunk in flames I saw, nor could prevent, and Ilium from its old foundations rent like a mountain ash, which dared the winds, and stood the sturdy strokes of labouring hinds. About the roots the cruel axe resounds, the stumps are pierced with oft-repeated wounds, the war is felt on high, the nodding crown now threats a fall, and throws the leafy honours down. To their united force it yields, though late, and mourns with mortal groans approaching fate, the roots no more their upper load sustain, but down she falls, and spreads a ruin through the plain. Descending thence, I 'scape through foes and fire, before the goddess, foes and flames retire. Arrived at home, he, for whose only sake, or most for his, such toils I undertake, the good Anchises, whom, by timely flight, I purposed to secure on Ida's height, refused the journey, resolute to die and add his fun'rals to the fate of Troy, rather than exile and old age sustain. Go you, whose blood runs warm in every vein. Had Heaven decreed that I should life enjoy, Heaven had decreed to save unhappy Troy. 'Tis, sure, enough, if not too much, for one, twice to have seen our Ilium overthrown. Make haste to save the poor remaining crew, and give this useless corpse a long adieu. These weak old hands suffice to stop my breath, at least the pitying foes will aid my death, to take my spoils, and leave my body bare. As for my sepulchre, let Heaven take care. 'Tis long since I, for my celestial wife loathed by the gods, have dragged a lingering life, since every hour and moment I expire, blasted from Heaven by Jove's avenging fire. This oft repeated, he stood fixed to die, myself, my wife, my son, my family, entreat, pray, beg, and raise a doleful cry. What, will he still persist, on death resolve, and in his ruin all his house involve? He still persists his reasons to maintain, our prayers, our tears, our loud laments, are vain. Urged by despair, again I go to try the fate of arms, resolved in fight to die. What hope remains, but what my death must give? Can I, without so dear a father, live? You term it prudence, what I baseness call, could such a word from such a parent fall? If fortune please, and so the gods ordain, that nothing should of ruined Troy remain, and you conspire with fortune to be slain, the way to death is wide, approaches near, for soon relentless Pyrrhus will appear, reeking with Priam's blood, the wretch who slew the son, inhuman, in the father's view, and then the sire himself to the dire altar drew. O goddess mother, give me back to fate, your gift was undesired, and came too late. Did you, for this, unhappy me convey through foes and fires, to see my house a prey? Shall I my father, wife, and son behold, weltering in blood, each other's arms enfold? Haste! Gird my sword, though spent and overcome, 'tis the last summons to receive our doom. I hear thee, fate, and I obey thy call. Not unrevenged the foe shall see my fall. Restore me to the yet unfinished fight, my death is wanting to conclude the night. Armed once again, my glittering sword I wield, while th other hand sustains my weighty shield, and forth I rush to seek th abandoned field. I went, but sad Creusa stopped my way, and crossed the threshold in my passage lay, embracked my knees, and, when I would have gone, shewed me my feeble sire and tender son. If death be your design, at least, said she, take us along to share your destiny. If any farther hopes in arms remain, this place, these pledges of your love, maintain. To whom do you expose your father's life, your son's, and mine, your now forgotten wife? While thus she fills the house with clamorous cries, our hearing is diverted by our eyes, for, while I held my son, in the short space betwixt our kisses and our last embrace, strange to relate, from young Iolaus' head a lambent flame arose, which gently spread around his brows, and on his temples fed. Amazed, with running water we prepare to quench the sacred fire, and slake his hair, but old Anchises, versed in omens, reared his hands to heaven, and this request preferred, if any vows, Almighty Jove, can bend thy will, if piety can pray ours commend, confirm the glad presage which thou art pleased to send. Scarce had he said, when, on our left, we hear a peal of rattling thunder roll in air, there shot a streaming lamp along the sky, which on the winged lightning seemed to fly, from o'er the roof the blaze began to move, and, trailing, vanished in Thidian grove. It swept a path in heaven, and shone a guide, then in a steaming stench of sulphur died. The good old man with suppliant hands implored the gods' protection, and their star aided. Now, said he, my son, no more delay. I yield, I follow where heaven shews the way. Keep, O my country gods, our dwelling place, and guard this relic of the Trojan race, this tender child. These omens are your own, and you can yet restore the ruined town. At least accomplish what your signs foreshow. I stand resigned, and am prepared to go. He said. The crackling flames appear on high, and driving sparkles dance along the sky. With Vulcan's rage the rising winds conspire, and near our palace roll the flood of fire. Haste, my dear father, 'tis no time to wait, and load my shoulders with a willing freight. Whate'er befalls, your life shall be my care, one death, or one deliverance, we will share. My hand shall lead our little son, and you, my faithful consort, shall our steps pursue. Next, you, my servants, heed my strict commands. Without the walls a ruined temple stands, to Ceres hallowed once, a cypress nigh shoots up her venerable head on high, by long religion kept, there bend your feet, and in divided parties let us meet. Our country gods, the relics, and the bands, hold you, my father, in your guiltless hands. In me 'tis impious holy things to bear, red as I am with slaughter, new from war, till in some living stream I cleanse the guilt of dire debate, and blood in battle spilt. Thus, ordering all that prudence could provide, I clothe my shoulders with a lion's hide and yellow spoils, then, on my bending back, the welcome load of my dear father take, while on my better hand Ascanius hung, and with unequal paces tripped along. Creusa kept behind, by choice we stray through every dark and every devious way. I, who so bold and dauntless just before, the Grecian darts and shock of lances bore, at every shadow now am seized with fear, not for myself, but for the charge I bear, till, near the ruined gate arrived at last, secure, and deeming all the danger past, a frightful noise of trampling feet we hear. My father, looking through the shades, with fear, cried out, Haste, haste, my son, the foes are nigh, their swords and shining armor I descry. Some hostile god, for some unknown offense, had sure bereft my mind of better sense, for, while through winding ways I took my flight, and sought the shelter of the gloomy night. Alas! I lost Creusa, hard to tell if by her fatal destiny she fell, or weary sate, or wandered with affright, but she was lost for ever to my sight. I knew not, or reflected, till I meet my friends, at Ceres' now deserted seat. We met, not one was wanting, only she deceived her friends, her son, and wretched me. What mad expressions did my tongue refuse? Whom did I not, of gods or men, accuse? This was the fatal blow, that pained me more than all I felt from ruined Troy before. Stung with my loss, and raving with despair, abandoning my now forgotten care, of counsel, comfort, and of hope bereft, my sire, my son, my country gods I left. In shining armor once again I sheathe my limbs, not feeling wounds, nor fearing death. Then headlong to the burning walls I run, and seek the danger I was forked to shun. I tread my former tracks, through night explore each passage, every street I crossed before. All things were full of horror and affright, and dreadful eve and the silence of the night. Then to my father's house I make repair, with some small glimpse of hope to find her there. Instead of her, the cruel Greeks I met, the house was filled with foes, with flames beset. Drive and on the wings of winds, whole sheets of fire, through air transported, to the roofs aspire. From thence to Priam's palace I resort, and search the citadel and desert court. Then, unobserved, I pass by Juno's church. A guard of Grecians had possessed the porch, there Phoenix and Ulysses watch the prey, and thither all the wealth of Troy convey, the spoils which they from ransacked houses brought, and golden bowls from burning altars caught, the tables of the gods, the purple vests, the people's treasure, and the pomp of priests. A rank of wretched youths, with pinioned hands, and captive matrons, in long order stands. Then, with ungoverned madness, I proclaim, through all the silent street, Creusa's name. Creusa still I call, at length she hears, and sudden through the shades of night appears. Appears, no more Creusa, nor my wife, but a pale spectre, larger than the life. Aghast, astonished, and struck dumb with fear, I stood, like bristles rose my stiffened hair. Then thus the ghost began to soothe my grief, nor tears, nor cries, can give the dead relief. Desist, my much-loved lord, indulge your pain, you bear no more than what the gods ordain. My fates permit me not from hence to fly, nor he, the great controller of the sky. Long wandering ways for you the powers decree, on land hard labors, and a length of sea. Then, after many painful years are past, on Latium's happy shore you shall be cast, where gentle Tiber from his bed beholds the flowery meadows, and the feeding folds. There end your toils, and there your fates provide a quiet kingdom, and a royal bride, their fortune shall the Trojan line restore, and you for lost Creusa weep no more. Fear not that I shall watch, with servile shame, imperious looks of some proud Grecian dame, or, stooping to the victor's lust, disgrace my goddess mother, or my royal race. And now, farewell. The parent of the gods restrains my fleeting soul in her abodes, I trust our common issue to your care. She said, and gliding past unseen in air. I strove to speak, but horror tied my tongue, and thrice about her neck my arms I flung, and, thrice deceived, on vain embraces hung. Light as an empty dream at break of day, or as a blast of wind, she rushed away. Thus having passed the night in fruitless pain, I to my longing friends return again, a augmented number to behold, of men and matrons mixed, of young and old, a wretched exiled crew together brought, with arms appointed, and with treasure fraught, resolved, and willing, under my command, to run all hazards both of sea and land. The morn began, from Ida, to display her rosy cheeks, and phosphor led the day. Before the gates the Grecians took their post, and all pretence of late relief was lost. I yield to fate, unwillingly retire, and, loaded, up the hill convey my sire. Book 3 The Argument. Aeneas proceeds in his relation. He gives an account of the fleet with which he sailed, and the success of his first voyage to Thrace. From thence he directs his course to Delos and asks the oracle what place the gods had appointed for his habitation. By a mistake of the oracle's answer, he settles in Crete. His household gods give him the true sense of the oracle in a dream. He follows their advice, and makes the best of his way for Italy. He is cast on several shores, and meets with very surprising adventures, till at length he lands on Sicily, where his father Anchises dies. This is the place which he was sailing from, when the tempest rose, and threw him upon the Carthaginian coast. When heaven had overturned the Trojan state and Priam's throne, by too severe a fate, when ruined Troy became the Grecians' prey, and Ilium's lofty towers in ashes lay, warned by celestial omens, we retreat, to seek in foreign lands a happier seat. Near old Antandros, and at Ida's foot, the timber of the sacred groves we cut, and build our fleet, uncertain yet to find what place the gods for our repose assigned. Friends daily flock, and scarce the kindly spring began to clothe the ground, and birds to sing, when old Anchises summoned all to sea, the crew my father and the fates obey. With sighs and tears I leave my native shore, and empty fields, where Ilium stood before. My sire, my son, our less and greater gods, all sail at once, and cleave the briny floods. Against our coast appears a spacious land, which once the fierce Lycurgus did command, Thracia the name, the people bold in war, vast are their fields, and tillage is their care, a hospitable realm while fate was kind, with Troy in friendship and religion joined. I land, with luckless omens, then adore their gods, and draw a line along the shore. I lay the deep foundations of a wall, and Aeneas, nommed from me, the city call. To Dione and Venus vows are paid, and all the powers that rising labors aid, a bull on Jove's imperial altar laid. Not far, a rising hillock stood in view, sharp myrtles on the sides, and cornels grew. There, while I went to crop the sylvan scenes, and shade our altar with their leafy greens, I pulled a plant, with horror I relate a prodigy so strange and full of fate. The rooted fibers rose, and from the wound black bloody drops distilled upon the ground. Mute and amazed, my hair with terror stood, fear shrunk my sinews, and congealed my blood. Manned once again, another plant I try, that other gushed with the same sanguine dye. Then, fearing guilt for some offense unknown, with prayers and vows the Dryads I atone, with all the sisters of the woods, and most the god of arms, who rules the Thracian coast, that they, or he, these omens would avert, release our fears, and better signs impart. Cleared, as I thought, and fully fixed at length to learn the cause, I tugged with all my strength, I bent my knees against the ground, once more the violated myrtle ran with gore. Scarce dare I tell the sequel, from the womb of wounded earth, and caverns of the tomb, a groan, as of a troubled ghost, renewed my fright, and then these dreadful words ensued, why dost thou thus my buried body rend? O spare the corpse of thy unhappy friend. Spare to pollute thy pious hands with blood, the tears distill not from the wounded wood, but every drop this living tree contains is kindred blood, and ran in Trojan veins. O fly from this unhospitable shore, warned by my fate, for I am Polydore. Here loads of lances, in my blood embrued, again shoot upward, by my blood renewed. My faltering tongue and shivering limbs declare my horror, and in bristles rose my hair. When Troy with Grecian arms was closely pent, old Priam, fearful of the war's event, this hapless Polydore to Thracia sent, loaded with gold. He sent his darling, far from noise and tumults, and destructive war, committed to the faithless tyrant's care, who, when he saw the power of Troy decline, forsook the weaker, with the strong to join, broke every bond of nature and of truth, and murdered, for his wealth, the royal youth. O sacred hunger of pernicious gold! What bands of faith can impious lucre hold? Now, when my soul had shaken off her fears, I call my father and the Trojan peers, relate the prodigies of heaven, require what he commands, and their advice desire. All vote to leave that execrable shore, polluted with the blood of Polydore, but, ere we sail, his funeral rites prepare, then, to his ghost, a tomb and altars rear. In mournful pomp the matrons walk the round, with baleful cypress and blue fillets crowned, with eyes dejected, and with hair unbound. Then bowls of tepid milk and blood we pour, and thrice invoke the soul of Polydore. Now, when the raging storms no longer reign, but southern gales invite us to the main, we launch our vessels, with a prosperous wind, and leave the cities and the shores behind. An island in the Aegean main appears, Neptune and what Doris claim it theirs. It floated once, till Phoebus fixed the sides to rooted earth, and now it braves the tides. Here, borne by friendly winds, we come ashore, with needful ease our weary limbs restore, and the sun's temple and his town adore. Aeneas, the priest and king, with laurel crowned, his hoary locks with purple fillets bound, who saw my sire the Delian shore ascend, came forth with eager haste to meet his friend, invites him to his palace, and, in sign of ancient love, their plighted hands they join. Then to the temple of the god I went, and thus, before the shrine, my vows present, give, O Thymbrius, give a resting place to the sad relics of the Trojan race, a seat secure, a region of their own, a lasting empire, and a happier town. Where shall we fix? Where shall our labors end? Whom shall we follow, and what fate attend? Let not my prayers a doubtful answer find, but in clear auguries unveil thy mind. Scarce had I said, he shook the holy ground, the laurels and the lofty hills around, and from the Tripos rushed a bellowing sound. Prostrate we fell, confessed the present God, who gave this answer from his dark abode, undaunted youths, go, seek that mother earth from which your ancestors derive their birth. The soil that sent you forth, her ancient race in her old bosom shall again embrace. Through the wide world an iron house shall reign, and children's children shall the crown sustain. Thus Phoebus did our future fates disclose, a mighty tumult, mixed with joy, arose. All are concerned to know what place the god assigned, and where determined our abode. My father, long revolving in his mind the race and lineage of the Trojan kind, thus answered their demands, Ye princes, hear your pleasing fortune, and dispel your fear. The fruitful isle of Crete, well known to fame, sacred of old to Jove's imperial name, in the mid-ocean lies, with large command, and on its plains 100 cities stand. Another Ida rises there, and we from thence derive our Trojan ancestry. From thence, as 'tis divulged by certain fame, to the Rhoetian shores old Teucros came, there fixed, and there the seat of empire chose, ere Ilium and the Trojan towers arose. In humble vales they built their soft abodes, till Cybele, the mother of the gods, with tinkling cymbals charmed the Idaean woods, she secret rites and ceremonies taught, and to the yoke the savage lions brought. Let us the land which heaven appoints, explore, appease the winds, and seek the Gnossian shore. If Jove assists the passage of our fleet, the third propitious dawn discovers Crete. Thus having said, the sacrifices, laid on smoking altars, to the gods he paid, a bull, to Neptune an oblation due, another bull to bright Apollo slew, a milk-white ewe, the western winds to please, and one coal-black, to calm the stormy seas. Ere this, a flying rumor had been spread that fierce Idomeneus from Crete was fled, expelled and exiled, that the coast was free from foreign or domestic enemy. We leave the Delian ports, and put to sea. By Naxos, famed for vintage, make our way, then green Donysa pass, and sail in sight of Paros Isle, with marble quarries white. We pass the scattered isles of Cyclades, that, scarce distinguished, seem to stud the seas. The shouts of sailors double near the shores, they stretch their canvas, and they ply their oars. All hands aloft, for Crete, they cry, and swiftly through the foamy billows fly. Full on the promised land at length we bore, with joy descending on the Cretan shore. With eager haste a rising town I frame, which from the Trojan Pergamus I name, the name itself was grateful, I exhort to found their houses, and erect a fort. Our ships are hauled upon the yellow strand, the youth begin to till the labored land, and I myself new marriages promote, give laws, and dwellings I divide by lot, when rising vapours choke the wholesome air, and blasts of noisome winds corrupt the ear, the trees devouring caterpillars burn, parched was the grass, and blighted was the corn, nor scape the beasts, for Sirius, from on high, with pestilential heat infects the sky, my men, some fall, the rest in fevers fry. Again my father bids me seek the shore of sacred Delos, and the god implore, to learn what end of woes we might expect, and to what clime our weary course direct. 'Twas night, when every creature, void of cares, the common gift of balmy slumber shares, the statues of my gods, for such they seemed, those gods whom I from flaming Troy redeemed, before me stood, majestically bright, full in the beams of Phoebe's entering light. Then thus they spoke, and asked my troubled mind, what from the Delian god thou goest to find, he tells thee here, and sends us to relate. Those powers are we, companions of thy fate, who from the burning town by thee were brought, thy fortune followed, and thy safety wrought. Through seas and lands as we thy steps attend, so shall our care thy glorious race befriend. An ample realm for thee thy fates ordain, a town that o'er the conquered world shall reign. Thou, mighty walls for mighty nations build, nor let thy weary mind to labors yield, but change thy seat, for not the Delian god, nor we, have given thee Crete for our abode. A land there is, Hesperia called of old, the soil is fruitful, and the natives bold. Aenetrians held it once, by later fame now called Italia, from the leader's name. Jesus there and Dardanus were born, from thence we came, and thither must return. Rise, and thy sire with these glad tidings greet. Search Italy, for Jove denies thee Crete. Astonished at their voices and their sight, nor were they dreams, but visions of the night, I knew their faces, and descried, in perfect view, their hair with fillets tied. I started from my couch, a clammy sweat on all my limbs and shivering body sate. To heaven I lift my hands with pious haste, and sacred incense in the flames I cast. Thus to the gods their perfect honors done, more cheerful, to my good old sire I run, and tell the pleasing news. In little space he found his error of the double race, not, as before he deemed, derived from Crete, no more deluded by the doubtful seat, then said, O son, turmoiled in Trojan fate. Such things as these Cassandra did relate. This day revives within my mind what she foretold of Troy renewed in Italy, and Latian lands, but who could then have thought that Phrygian gods to Latium should be brought, or who believed what mad Cassandra taught? Now let us go where Phoebus leads the way. He said, and we with glad consent obey, forsake the seat, and, leaving few behind, we spread our sails before the willing wind. Now from the side of land our galleys move, with only seas around and skies above, when o'er our heads descends a burst of rain, and night with sable clouds involves the main, the ruffling winds the foamy billows raise, the scattered fleet is forked to several ways, the face of heaven is ravished from our eyes, and in redoubled peals the roaring thunder flies. Cast from our course, we wander in the dark. No stars to guide, no point of land to mark. Eve and Palinurus no distinction found betwixt the night and day, such darkness reigned around. 3 starless nights the doubtful navy strays, without distinction, and 3 sunless days, the 4th renews the light, and, from our shrouds, we view a rising land, like distant clouds, the mountain tops confirm the pleasing sight, and curling smoke ascending from their height. The canvas falls, their oars the sailors ply, from the rude strokes the whirling waters fly. At length I land upon the strop Hades, safe from the danger of the stormy seas. Those isles are compassed by Ionian main, the dire abode where the foul harpies reign, forked by the winged warriors to repair to their old homes, and leave their costly fare. Monsters more fierce offended heaven ne'er sent from hell's abyss, for human punishment, with virgin faces, but with wombs obscene, foul ponches, and with ordure still unclean, with claws for hands, and looks for ever lean. We landed at the port, and soon beheld fat herds of oxen graze the flowery field, and wanton goats without a keeper strayed. With weapons we the welcome prey invade, then call the gods for partners of our feast, and Jove himself, the chief invited guest. We spread the tables on the greensward ground, we feed with hunger, and the bowls go round, when from the mountain tops, with hideous cry, and clattering wings, the hungry harpies fly, they snatch the meat, defiling all they find, and, parting, leave a loathsome stench behind. Close by a hollow rock, again we sit, new dress the dinner, and the beds refit, secure from sight, beneath a pleasing shade, where tufted trees a native arbor made. Again the holy fires on altars burn, and once again the ravenous birds return, or from the dark recesses where they lie, or from another quarter of the sky, with filthy claws their odious meal repeat, and mix their loathsome ordures with their meat. I bid my friends for vengeance then prepare, and with the hellish nation wage the war. They, as commanded, for the fight provide, and in the grass their glittering weapons hide, then, when along the crooked shore we hear their clattering wings, and saw the foes appear, Misenus sounds a charge, we take alarm, and our strong hands with swords and bucklers arm. In this new kind of combat all employ their utmost force, the monsters to destroy. In vain, the faded skin is proof to wounds, and from their plumes the shining sword rebounds. At length rebuffed, they leave their mangled prey, and their stretched pinions to the skies display. Yet one remained, the messenger of fate, high on a craggy cliff Seleno sate, and thus her dismal errand did relate, what, not contented with our oxen slain, dare you with heaven an impious war maintain, and drive the harpies from their native reign? Heed therefore what I say, and keep in mind what Jove decrees, what Phoebus has designed, and I, the Furies' queen, from both relate, you seek Italian shores, foredoomed by fate, Italian shores are granted you to find, and a safe passage to the port assigned. But know, that ere your promised walls you build, my curses shall severely be fulfilled. Fierce famine is your lot for this misdeed, reduced to grind the plates on which you feed. She said, and to the neighboring forest flew. Our courage fails us, and our fears renew. Hopeless to win by war, to prayers we fall, and on offended harpies humbly call, and whether gods or birds obscene they were, our vows for pardon and for peace prefer. But old Anchises, offering sacrifice, and lifting up to heaven his hands and eyes, Aeneid the greater gods, averred, said he, these omens, render vain this prophecy, and from th impending curse a pious people free. Thus having said, he bids us put to sea, we loose from shore our hawsers, and obey, and soon with swelling sails pursue the watery way. Amidst our course, Zacynthean woods appear, and next by rocky Neritos we steer, we fly from Ithaca's detested shore, and curse the land which dire Ulysses bore. At length Leucade's cloudy top appears, and the sun's temple, which the sailor fears. Resolved to breathe a while from labor past, our crooked anchors from the prow we cast, and joyful to the little city haste. Here, safe beyond our hopes, our vows we pay to Jove, the guide and patron of our way. The customs of our country we pursue, and Trojan games on Actian shores renew. Our youth their naked limbs besmear with oil, and exercise the wrestler's noble toil, pleased to have sailed so long before the wind, and left so many Grecian towns behind. The sun had now fulfilled his annual course, and Boreas on the seas displayed his force. I fixed upon the temple's lofty door the brazen shield which vanquished a boss bore, the verse beneath my name and action speaks, these arms Aeneas took from conquering Greeks. Then I command to weigh, the seamen ply their sweeping oars, the smoking billows fly. The sight of high Phaeacia soon we lost, and skimmed along Epirus' rocky coast. Then to Chaonia's port our course we bend, and, landed, to Buthrotus heights ascend. Here wondrous things were loudly blazed fame, how Helenus revived the Trojan name, and reigned in Greece, that Priam's captive son succeeded Pyrrhus in his bed and throne, and fair Andromache, restored by fate, once more was happy in a Trojan mate. I leave my galleys riding in the port, and long to see the new Dardanian court. By chance, the mournful queen, before the gate, then solemnized her former husband's fate. Green altars, riced of turf, with gifts she crowned, and sacred priests in order stand around, and thrice the name of hapless Hector sound. The grove itself resembles Ida's wood, and Simois seemed the well-dissembled flood. But when at nearer distance she beheld my shining armor and my Trojan shield, astonished at the sight, the vital heat forsakes her limbs, her veins no longer beat, she faints, she falls, and scarce recovering strength, thus, with a faltering tongue, she speaks at length, "Are you alive, O goddess born?" she said, "or if a ghost, then where is Hector's shade?" At this, she cast a loud and frightful cry. With broken words I made this brief reply, all of me that remains appears in sight, I live, if living be to loathe the light. No phantom, but I drag a wretched life, my fate resembling that of Hector's wife. What have you suffered since you lost your lord? By what strange blessing are you now restored? Still are you Hector's? Or is Hector fled, and his remembrance lost in Pyrrhus' bed? With eyes dejected, in a lowly tone, after a modest pause she thus begun, "O only happy mate of Priam's race, whom death delivered from the foe's embrace. Commanded on Achilles' tomb to die, not forked, like us, to hard captivity, or in a haughty master's arms to lie. In Grecian ships unhappy we were born, endured the victor's lust, sustained the scorn, thus I submitted to the lawless pride of Pyrrhus, more a handmaid than a bride. Cloyed with possession, he forsook my bed, and Helen's lovely daughter sought to wed, then me to Trojan Helenus resigned, and his two slaves in equal marriage joined, till young Orestes, pirked with deep despair, and longing to redeem the promised fair, before Apollo's altar slew the ravisher. By Pyrrhus' death the kingdom we regained, at least one half with Helenus remained. Our part, from Chaon, he Chaonia calls, and names from Pergamus his rising walls. But you, what fates have landed on our coast? What gods have sent you, or what storms have tossed? Does young Ascanius life and health enjoy, saved from the ruins of unhappy Troy? Oh, tell me how his mother's loss he bears, what hopes are promised from his blooming years, how much of Hector in his face appears. She spoke, and mixed her speech with mournful cries, and fruitless tears came trickling from her eyes. At length her lord descends upon the plain, in pomp, attended with a numberous train, receives his friends, and to the city leads, and tears of joy amidst his welcome sheds. Proceeding on, another Troy I see, or, in less compass, Troy's epitome. A rivulet by the name of Xanthus ran, and I embrace the Scaean gate again. My friends in porticos were entertained, and feasts and pleasures through the city reigned. The tables filled the spacious hall around, and golden bowls with sparkling wine were crowned. 2 days we passed in mirth, till friendly gales, blown from the south supplied our swelling sails. Then to the royal seer I thus began, O thou, who knowest, beyond the reach of man, the laws of heaven, and what the stars decree, whom Phoebus taught unerring prophecy, from his own tripod, and his holy tree, skilled in the winged inhabitants of air, what auspices their notes and flights declare, O say, for all religious rites portend a happy voyage, and a prosperous end, and every power and omen of the sky direct my course for destined Italy, but only dire sea know, from the gods, a dismal famine fatally forebodes. O say what dangers I am first to shun, what toils vanquish, and what course to run. The prophet first with sacrifice adores the greater gods, their pardon then implores, unbinds the fillet from his holy head, to Phoebus. Next, my trembling steps he led, full of religious doubts and awful dread. Then, with his God possessed, before the shrine, these words proceeded from his mouth divine, O goddess born, for heaven's appointed will, with greater auspices of good than ill, foreshows thy voyage, and thy course directs, thy fates conspire, and Jove himself protects. Of many things some few I shall explain, teach thee to shun the dangers of the main, and how at length the promised shore to gain. The rest the fates from Helenus conceal, and Juno's angry power forbids to tell. First, then, that happy shore, that seems so nigh, will far from your deluded wishes fly. Long tracts of seas divide your hopes from Italy, for you must cruise along Sicilian shores, and stem the currents with your struggling oars, then round Italian coast your navy steer, and, after this, to Circe's island veer, and, last, before your new foundations rise, must pass the Stygian lake, and view the nether skies. Now mark the signs of future ease and rest, and bear them safely treasured in thy breast. When, in the shady shelter of a wood, and near the margin of a gentle flood, thou shalt behold a sow upon the ground, with 30 sucking young encompassed round, the dam and offspring white as falling snow, these on thy city shall their name bestow, and there shall end thy labors and thy woe. Nor let the threatened famine fright thy mind, for Phoebus will assist, and fate the way will find. Let not thy course to that ill coast be bent, which fronts from far Epirian continent, those parts are all by Grecian foes possessed, the salvage Locrians here the shores infest, their fierce Idomeneus his city builds, and guards with arms the Salentinian fields, and on the mountain's brow Pedilius stands, which Philoctetes with his troops commands. And when thy fleet is landed on the shore, and priests with holy vows the gods adore, then with a purple veil involve your eyes, lest hostile faces blast the sacrifice. These rites and customs to the rest commend, that to your pious race they may descend. When, parted hence, the wind, that ready waits for Sicily, shall bear you to the straits where proud Pelorus opes a wider way, tack to the larboard, and stand off to sea, veer starboard sea and land. Italian shore and fair Sicilia's coast were one, before an earthquake cast the flaw, the roaring tides the passage broke that land from land divides, and where the lands retired, the rushing ocean rides. Distinguished by the straits, on either hand, now arising cities in long order stand, and fruitful fields, so much can time invade the mouldering work that beauteous nature made. Far on the right, her dogs foul Scylla hides, Charybdis roaring on the left presides, and in her greedy whirlpool sucks the tides, then spouts them from below, with fury drive in, the waves mount up and wash the face of heaven. But Scylla from her den, with open jaws, the sinking vessel in her eddy draws, then dashes on the rocks. A human face, and virgin bosom, hides her tail's disgrace, her parts obscene below the waves descend, with dogs enclosed, and in a dolphin end. 'Tis safer, then, to bear aloof to sea, and coast Pacinus, though with more delay, than once to view misshapen Scylla near, and the loud yell of what re-wolves to hear. Besides, if faith to Helenus be due, and if prophetic Phoebus tell me true, do not this precept of your friend forget, which therefore more than once I must repeat, above the rest, great Juno's name adore, pay vows to Juno, Juno's aid implore. Let gifts be to the mighty queen designed, and mollify with prayers her haughty mind. Thus, at the length, your passage shall be free, and you shall safe descend on Italy. Arrived at Cumae, when you view the flood of black Avernus, and the sounding wood, the mad prophetic Sibyl you shall find, dark in a cave, and on a rock reclined. She sings the fates, and, in her frantic fits, the notes and names, inscribed, to leaves commits. What she commits to leaves, in order laid, before the cavern's entrance are displayed, unmoved they lie, but, if a blast of wind without, or vapors issue from behind, the leaves are borne aloft in liquid air, and she resumes no more her museful care, nor gathers from the rocks her scattered verse, nor sets in order what the winds disperse. Thus, many not succeeding, most upbraid the madness of the visionary maid, and with loud curses leave the mystic shade. Think it not loss of time a while to stay, though thy companions chide thy long delay, though summoned to the seas, though pleasing gales invite thy course, and stretch thy swelling sails, but beg the sacred priestess to relate with willing words, and not to write thy fate. The fierce Italian people she will show, and all thy wars, and all thy future woe, and what thou mayest avoid, and what must undergo. She shall direct thy course, instruct thy mind, and teach thee how the happy shores to find. This is what heaven allows me to relate. Now part in peace, pursue thy better fate, and raise, by strength of arms, the Trojan state. This when the priest with friendly voice declared, he gave me license, and rich gifts prepared, bounteous of treasure, he supplied my want with heavy gold, and polished elephant, then Dodonine cauldrons put on board, and every ship with sums of silver stored. A trusty coat of mail to me he sent, thrice chained with gold, for use and ornament, the helm of Pyrrhus added to the rest, that flourished with a plume and waving crest. Nor was my sire forgotten, nor my friends, and large recruits he to my navy sends, men, horses, captains, arms, and warlike stores, supplies new pilots, and new sweeping oars. Meantime, my sire commands to hoist our sails, lest we should lose the first auspicious gales. The prophet blessed the parting crew, and last, with words like these, his ancient friend embraced, old happy man, the care of gods above, whom heaven ly Venus honored with her love, and twice preserved thy life, when Troy was lost, behold from far the wished Ausonian coast, their land, but take a larger compass round, for that before is all forbidden ground. The shore that Phoebus has designed for you, at farther distance lies, concealed from view. Go happy hence, and seek your new abodes, blessed in a son, and favored by the gods, for I with useless words prolong your stay, when southern gales have summoned you away. Nor less the queen our parting thence deplored, nor was less bounteous than her Trojan lord. A noble present to my son she brought, a robe with flowers on golden tissue wrought, a Phrygian vest, and loads with gifts beside of precious texture, and of Asian pride. Accept, she said, these monuments of love, which in my youth with happier hands I wove, regard these trifles for the giver's sake, 'tis the last present Hector's wife can make. Thou callest my lost Astyanax to mind, in thee his features and his form I find, his eyes so sparkled with a lively flame, such were his motions, such was all his frame, and had heaven so pleased, his years had been the same. With tears I took my last adieu, and said, your fortune, happy pair, already made, leaves you no farther wish. My different state, avoiding one, incurs another fate. To you a quiet seat the gods allow, you have no shores to search, no seas to plough, nor fields of flying Italy to chase, deluding visions, and a vain embrace. You see another Simois, and enjoy the labor of your hands, another Troy, with better auspice than her ancient towers, and less obnoxious to the Grecian powers. If ye are the gods, whom I with vows adore, conduct my steps to Tiber's happy shore, if ever I ascend the Latian throne, and build a city I may call my own, as both of us our birth from Troy derive, so let our kindred lines in concord live, and both in acts of equal friendship strive. Our fortunes, good or bad, shall be the same, the double Troy shall differ but in name, that what we now begin may never end, but long to late posterity descend. Near the Cyronian rocks our course we bore, the shortest passage to Italian shore. Now had the sun withdrawn his radiant light, and hills were hid in dusky shades of night, we land, and, on the bosom of the ground, a safe retreat and a bare lodging found. Close by the shore we lay, the sailors keep their watches, and the rest securely sleep. The night, proceeding on with silent pace, stood in her noon, and viewed with equal face her steepy rise and her declining race. Then wakeful pale Eurus rose, to spy the face of heaven, and the nocturnal sky, and listened every breath of air to try, observes the stars, and notes their sliding course, the Pleiads, Hyads, and their watery force, and both the bears is careful to behold, and bright Orion, armed with burnished gold. Then, when he saw no threatening tempest nigh, but a sure promise of a settled sky, he gave the sign to weigh, we break our sleep, forsake the pleasing shore, and plough the deep. And now the rising morn with rosy light adorns the skies, and puts the stars to flight, when we from far, like bluish mists, descry the hills, and then the plains, of Italy. Achates first pronounced the joyful sound, then, Italy, the cheerful crew rebound. My sire Anchises crowned a cup with wine, and, offering, thus implored the powers divine, ye gods, presiding over lands and seas, and you who raging winds and waves appease, breathe on our swelling sails a prosperous wind, and smooth our passage to the port assigned. The gentle gales their flagging force renew, and now the happy harbor is in view. Minerva's temple then salutes our sight, plocked, as a landmark, on the mountain's height. We furl our sails, and turn the prows to shore, the curling waters round the galleys roar. The land lies open to the raging east, then, bending like a bow, with rocks compressed, shuts out the storms, the winds and waves complain, and vent their malice on the cliffs in vain. The port lies hid within, on either side two towering rocks the narrow mouth divide. The temple, which aloft we viewed before, to distance flies, and seems to shun the shore. Scarce landed, the first omens I beheld were 4 white steeds that cropped the flowery field. War, war is threatened from this foreign ground, my father cried, where warlike steeds are found. Yet, since reclaimed to chariots they submit, and bend to stubborn yokes, and champ the bit, peace may succeed to war. Our way we bend to Pallas, and the sacred hill ascend, there prostrate to the fierce virago pray, whose temple was the landmark of our way. Each with a Phrygian mantle veiled his head, and all commands of Helenus obeyed, and pious rites to Grecian Juno paid. These dues performed, we stretch our sails, and stand to sea, forsaking that suspected land. From hence Tarentum's bay appears in view, for Hercules renowned, if fame be true. Just opposite, Lacinian Juno stands, Colonian Toars, and Cilician strands, for shipwrecks feared. Mount Etna thence we spy, known by the smoky flames which cloud the sky. Far off we hear the waves with surly sound invade the rocks their groans rebound. The billows break upon the sounding strand, and roll the rising tide, impure with sand. Then thus Anchises, in experience old, 'tis that Charybdis which the seer foretold, and those the promised rocks, bear off to sea. With haste the frightened mariners obey. First Palinurus to the larboard veered, then all the fleet by his example steered. To heaven aloft on ridgy waves we ride, then down to hell descend, when they divide, and thrice our galleys knocked the stony ground, and thrice the hollow rocks returned the sound, and thrice we saw the stars, that stood with dews around. The flagging winds forsook us, with the sun, and, wearied, on Cyclopean shores we run. The port capacious, and secure from wind, is to the foot of thundering Etna joined. By turns a pitchy cloud she rolls on high, by turns hot embers from her entrails fly, and flakes of mounting flames, that lick the sky. Oft from her bowels massy rocks are thrown, and, shivered by the force, come piecemeal down. Oft liquid lakes of burning sulphur flow, fed from the fiery springs that boil below. Enceladus, they say, transfixed by Jove, with blasted limbs came tumbling from above, and, where he fell, avenging father drew this flaming hill, and on his body threw. As often as he turns his weary sides, he shakes the solid isle, and smoke the heavens hides. In shady woods we pass the tedious night, where bellowing sounds and groans our souls affright, of which no cause is offered to the sight, for not one star was kindled in the sky, nor could the moon her borrowed light supply, for misty clouds involved the firmament, the stars were muffled, and the moon was pent. Scarce had the rising sun the day revealed, scarce had his heat the pearly dews dispelled, when from the woods there bolts, before our sight, somewhat betwixt a mortal and a sprite, so thin, so ghastly meagre, and so wan, so bare of flesh, he scarce resembled man. This thing, all tattered, seemed from far to implore our pious aid, and pointed to the shore. We look behind, then view his shaggy beard, his clothes were tagged with thorns, and filth his limbs besmeared, the rest, in mien, in habit, and in face, appeared a Greek, and such indeed he was. He cast on us, from far, a frightful view, whom soon for Trojans and for foes he knew, stood still, and paused, then all at once began to stretch his limbs, and trembled as he ran. Soon as approached, upon his knees he falls, and thus with tears and sighs for pity calls, now, by the powers above, and what we share from nature's common gift, this vital air, O Trojans, take me hence. I beg no more, but bear me far from this unhappy shore. 'Tis true, I am a Greek, and farther on, among your foes besieged imperial town. For such demerits if my death be due, no more for this abandoned life I sue, This only favour let my tears obtain, to throw me headlong in the rapid main, since nothing more than death my crime demands, I die content, to die by human hands. He said, and on his knees my knees embracked, I bade him boldly tell his fortune past, his present state, his lineage, and his name, th occasion of his fears, and whence he came. The good Anchises riced him with his hand, who, thus encouraged, answered our demand, from Ithaca, my native soil, I came to Troy, and Achaemenides my name. Me my poor father with Ulysses sent, oh had I stayed, with poverty content. But, fearful for themselves, my countrymen left me forsaken in the Cyclops' den. The cave, though large, was dark, the dismal floor was paubed with mangled limbs and putrid gore. Our monstrous host, of more than human size, erects his head, and stares within the skies, bellowing his voice, and horrid is his hue. Ye gods, remove this plague from mortal view. The joints of slaughtered wretches are his food, and for his wine he quaffs the streaming blood. These eyes beheld, when with his spacious hand he seized 2 captives of our Grecian band, stretched on his back, he dashed against the stones their broken bodies, and their crackling bones, with spouting blood the purple pavement swims, while the dire glutton grinds the trembling limbs. Not unrevenged Ulysses bore their fate, nor thoughtless of his own unhappy state, for, gorged with flesh, and drunk with human wine while fast asleep the giant lay supine, snoring aloud, and belching from his maw his indigest foam, and morsels raw, we pray, we cast the lots, and then surround the monstrous body, stretched along the ground, each, as he could approach him, lends a hand to bore his eyeball with a flaming brand. Beneath his frowning forehead lay his eye, for only one did the vast frame supply, but that a globe so large, his front it filled, like the sun's disk or like a Grecian shield. The stroke succeeds, and down the pupil bends, this vengeance followed for our slaughtered friends. But haste, unhappy wretches, haste to fly. Your cables cut, and on your oars rely. Such, and so vast as Polypheme appears, 100 more this hated island bears, like him, in caves they shut their woolly sheep, like him, their herds on tops of mountains keep, like him, with mighty strides, they stalk from steep to steep and now 3 moons their sharpened horns renew, since thus, in woods and wilds, obscure from view, I drag my loathsome days with mortal fright, and in deserted caverns lodge by night, oft from the rocks a dreadful prospect see of the huge Cyclops, like a walking tree, from far I hear his thundering voice resound, and trampling feet that shake the solid ground. Cornels and salvage berries of the wood, and roots, and herbs, have been my meager food. While all around my longing eyes I cast, I saw your happy ships appear at last. On those I fixed my hopes, to these I run, 'tis all I ask, this cruel race to shun, what other death you please, yourselves bestow. Scarce had he said, when on the mountain's brow we saw the giant shepherd stalk before his following flock, and leading to the shore, a monstrous bulk, deformed, deprived of sight, his staff a trunk of pine, to guide his steps aright. His pond rouse whistle from his neck descends, his woolly care their pensive lord attends, this only solace his hard fortune sends. Soon as he reached the shore and touched the waves, from his board eye the guttering blood he laves, he gnashed his teeth, and groaned, through seas he strides, and scarce the topmost billows touched his sides. Seized with a sudden fear, we run to sea, the cables cut, and silent haste away, the well-deserving stranger entertain, then, buckling to the work, our oars divide the main. The giant hearkened to the dashing sound, but, when our vessels out of reach he found, he strided onward, and in vain essayed th Ionian deep, and durst no farther wade. With that he roared aloud, the dreadful cry shakes earth, and air, and seas, the billows fly before the bellowing noise to distant Italy. The neighboring Aetna trembling all around, the winding caverns echo to the sound. His brother Cyclops hear the yelling roar, and, rushing down the mountains, crowd the shore. We saw their stern distorted looks, from far, and one-eyed glance, that vainly threatened war, a dreadful council, with their heads on high, the misty clouds about their foreheads fly. Not yielding to the towering tree of Jove, or tallest cypress of Diana's grove. New pangs of mortal fear our minds assail, we tug at every oar, and hoist up every sail, and take advantage of the friendly gale. Forewarned by Helenus, we strive to shun Charybdis gulf, nor dare to Scylla run. An equal fate on either side appears, we, tacking to the left, are free from fears, for, from Pelorus point, the north arose, and drove us back where swift Pantages flows. His rocky mouth we pass, and make our way by Thapsus and Megare's winding bay. This passage Achaemenides had shown, tracing the course which he before had run. Right o'er against Plemmyrium's watery strand, there lies an isle once called Ortygian land. Alpheus, as old fame reports, has found from Greece a secret passage underground, by love to beauteous Arethusa led, and, mingling here, they roll in the same sacred bed. As Helenus enjoined, we next adore Diana's name, protect res of the shore. With Prospero scales we pass the quiet sounds of still Ilyrus, and his fruitful bounds. Then, doubling Cape Pachynus, we survey the rocky shore extended to the sea. The town of Comarine from far we see, and Feni lake, undrained by fate's decree. In sight of the Gelone fields we pass, and the large walls, where mighty Gela was, then Agrigas, with lofty summits crowned, long for the race of warlike steeds renowned. We pass Selinus, and the palmy land, and widely shun the Lilybaean strand, unsafe, for secret rocks and moving sand. At length on shore the weary fleet arrived, which Drepanum's unhappy port received. Here, after endless labors, often tossed by raging storms, and driven on every coast, my dear, dear father, spent with age, I lost, ease of my cares, and solace of my pain, saved through 1,000 toils, but saved in vain the prophet, who my future woes revealed, yet this, the greatest and the worst, concealed, and dire Sileno, whose foreboding skill denounced all else, was silent of the ill. This my last labor was. Some friendly god from thence conveyed us to your blessed abode. Thus, to the listening queen, the royal guest his wandering course and all his toils expressed, and here concluding, he retired to rest. Book 4 The Argument. Dido discovers to her sister her passion for Aeneas, and her thoughts of marrying him. She prepares a hunting match for his entertainment. Juno, by Venus' consent, raises a storm, which separates the hunters, and drives Aeneas and Dido into the same cave, where their marriage is supposed to be completed. Jupiter dispatches Mercury to Aeneas, to warn him from Carthage. Aeneas secretly prepares for his voyage. Dido finds out his design, and, to put a stop to it, makes use of her own and her sister's entreaties, and discovers all the variety of passions that are incident to a neglected lover. When nothing could prevail upon him, she contrives her own death, with which this book concludes. But anxious cares already seized the queen, she fed within her veins a flame unseen, the hero's valor, acts, and birth inspire her soul with love, and fan the secret fire. His words, his looks, imprinted in her heart, improve the passion, and increase the smart. Now, when the purple morn had chased away the dewy shadows, and restored the day, her sister first with early care she sought, and thus in mournful accents east her thought, My dearest Anna, what new dreams affright my labyrinthine soul, what visions of the night disturb my quiet, and distract my breast with strange ideas of our Trojan guest. His worth, his actions, and majestic air, a man descended from the gods declare. Fear ever argues a degenerate kind, his birth is well asserted by his mind. Then, what he suffered, when by fate betrayed. What brave attempts for falling Troy he made. Such were his looks, so gracefully he spoke, that, were I not resolved against the yoke of hapless marriage, never to be cursed with second love, so fatal was my first, to this one error I might yield again, for, since Sychaeus was untimely slain, this only man is able to subvert the fixed foundations of my stubborn heart. And, to confess my frailty, to my shame, some would I find within, if not the same, too like the sparkles of my former flame. But first let yawning earth a passage rend, and let me through the dark abyss descend, first let avenging Jove, with flames from high, drive down this body to the nether sky, condemned with ghosts in endless night to lie, before I break the plighted faith I gave. No. He who had my vows shall ever have, for, whom I loved on earth, I worship in the grave. She said, the tears ran gushing from her eyes, and stopped her speech. Her sister thus replies, O dearer than the vital air I breathe, will you to grief your blooming years bequeath, condemned to waste in woes your lonely life, without the joys of mother or of wife? Think you these tears, this pompous train of woe, are known or valued by the ghosts below? I grant that, while your sorrows yet were green, it well became a woman, and a queen, the vows of Tyrian princes to neglect, to scorn high Arbus, and his love reject, with all the Libyan lords of mighty name, but will you fight against a pleasing flame? This little spot of land, which heaven bestows, on every side is hemmed with warlike foes, Gaetulian cities here are spread around, and fierce Numidians there your frontiers bound. Here lies a barren waste of thirsty land, and there the Sirtes raise the moving sand, Barcaean troops besiege the narrow shore, and from the sea Pygmalion threatens more. Propitious heaven, and gracious Juno, lead this wandering navy to your needful aid. How will your empire spread, your city rise, from such a union, and with such allies? Implore the favor of the powers above, and leave the conduct of the rest to love. Continue still your hospitable way, and still invent occasions of their stay, till storms and winter winds shall cease to threat, and planks and oars repair their shattered fleet. These words, which from a friend and sister came, with ease resolved the scruples of her fame, and added fury to the kindled flame. Inspurred with hope, the project they pursue, on every altar sacrifice renew, a chosen ewe of 2 years old they pay to Ceres, Bacchus, and the god of day, preferring Juno's power, for Juno ties the nuptial knot and makes the marriage joys. The beauteous queen before her altar stands, and holds the golden goblet in her hands. A milk-white heifer she with flowers adorns, and pours the ruddy wine betwixt her horns, and, while the priests with prayer the gods invoke, she feeds their altars with Sabaean smoke, with hourly care the sacrifice renews, and anxiously the panting entrails views. What priestly rites, alas! What pious art, what vows avail to cure a bleeding heart? A gentle fire she feeds within her veins, where the soft God secure in silence reigns. Sick with desire, and seeking him she loves, from street to street the raving Dido roves? So when the watchful shepherd, from the blind, wounds with a random shaft the careless hind, distracted with her pain she flies the woods, bounds o'er the lawn, and seeks the silent floods, with fruitless care, for still the fatal dart sticks in her side, and rankles in her heart. And now she leads the Trojan chief along the lofty walls, amidst the busy throng, displays her Tyrian wealth, and rising town, which love, without his labor, makes his own. This pomp she shows, to tempt her wandering guest, her faltering tongue forbids to speak the rest. When day declines, and feasts renew the night, still on his face she feeds her famished sight, she longs again to hear the prince relate his own adventures and the Trojan fate. He tells it o'er and o'er, but still in vain, for still she begs to hear it once again. The hearer on the speaker's mouth depends, and thus the tragic story never ends. Then, when they part, when Phoebe's paler light withdraws, and falling stars to sleep invite, she last remains, when every guest is gone, sits on the bed he pressed, and sighs alone, absent, her absent hero sees and hears, or in her bosom young Ascanius bears, and seeks the father's image in the child, if love by likeness might be so beguiled. Meantime the rising towers are at a stand, no labors exercise the youthful band, nor use of arts, nor toils of arms they know, the mole is left unfinished to the foe, the mounds, the works, the walls, neglected lie, short of their promised height, that seem to threat the sky, but when imperial Juno, from above, saw Dido fettered in the chains of love, hot with the venom which her veins inflamed, and by no sense of shame to be reclaimed, with soothing words to Venus she begun, high praises. Endless honors, you have won, and mighty trophies, with your worthy son. Two gods a silly woman have undone. Nor am I ignorant, you both suspect this rising city, which my hands erect, but shall celestial discord never cease? 'Tis better ended in a lasting peace. You stand possessed of all your soul desired, poor Dido with consuming love is furred. Your Trojan with my Tyrian let us join, so Dido shall be yours, Aeneas mine, one common kingdom, one united line. Eliza shall a Dardan lord obey, and lofty Carthage for a dower convey. Then Venus, who her hidden fraud descried, which would the scepter of the world misguide to Libyan shores, thus artfully replied, who, but a fool, would wars with Juno choose, and such alliance and such gifts refuse, if fortune with our joint desires comply. The doubt is all from Jove and destiny, lest he forbid, with absolute command, to mix the people in one common land. Or will the Trojan and the Tyrian line in lasting leagues and sure succession join? But you, the partner of his bed and throne, may move his mind, my wishes are your own. Mine, said imperial Juno, be the care, time urges, now, to perfect this affair, attend my counsel, and the secret share. When next the sun his rising light displays, and gilds the world below with purple rays, the queen, Aeneas, and the Tyrian court shall to the shady woods, for sylvan game, resort. There, while the huntsmen pitch their toils around, and cheerful horns from side to side resound, a pitchy cloud shall cover all the plain with hail, and thunder, and tempestuous rain, the fearful train shall take their speedy flight, dispersed, and all involved in gloomy night, one cave a grateful shelter shall afford to the fair princess and the Trojan lord. I will myself the bridal bed prepare, if you, to bless the nuptials, will be there, so shall their loves be crowned with due delights, and Hymen shall be present at the rites. The queen of love consents, and closely smiles at her vain project, and discovered wiles. The rosy morn was risen from the main, and horns and hounds awake the princely train, they issue early through the city gate, where the more wakeful huntsmen ready wait, with nets, and toils, and darts, beside the force of Spartan dogs, and swift Massilian horse. The Tyrian peers and officers of state for the slow queen in antechambers wait, her lofty courser, in the court below, who his majestic rider seems to know, proud of his purple trappings, paws the ground, and champs the golden bit, and spreads the foam around. The queen at length appears, on either hand the brawny guards in martial order stand. A floward samar with golden fringe she wore, and at her back a golden quiver bore, her flowing hair a golden caul restrains, a golden clasp the Tyrian robe sustains. Then young Ascanius, with a sprightly grace, leads on the Trojan youth to view the chase. But far above the rest in beauty shines the great Aeneas, the troop he joins, like fair Apollo, when he leaves the frost of wintry Xanthus, and the Lycian coast, when to his native Delos he resorts, ordains the dances, and renews the sports, where painted Scythians, mixed with Cretan bands, before the joyful altars join their hands, himself, on Cynthus walking, sees below the merry madness of the sacred show. Green wreaths of bays his length of hair enclose, a golden fillet binds his awful brows, his quiver sounds, not less the prince is seen in manly presence, or in lofty mien. Now had they reached the hills, and stormed the seat of salvage beasts, in dens, their last retreat. The cry pursues the mountain goats, they bound from rock to rock, and keep the craggy ground, quite otherwise the stags, a trembling train, in herds unsingled, scour the dusty plain, and a long chase in open view maintain. The glad Ascanius, as his courser guides, spurs through the vale, and these and those outrides. His horse's flanks and sides are forked to feel the clanking lash, and goring of the steel. Impatiently he views the feeble prey, wishing some nobler beast to cross his way, and rather would the tusky boar attend, or see the tawny lion downward bend. Meantime, the gathering clouds obscure the skies, from pole to pole the forky lightning flies, the rattling thunders roll, and Juno pours a wintry deluge down, and sounding showers. The company, dispersed, to converts ride, and seek the homely cots, or mountain's hollow side. The rapid rains, descending from the hills, to rolling torrents raise the creeping rills. The queen and prince, as love or fortune guides, one common cavern in her bosom hides. Then first the trembling earth the signal gave, and flashing fires enlighten all the cave, hell from below, and Juno from above, and howling nymphs, were conscious of their love. From this ill-omened hour in time arose debate and death, and all succeeding woes. The queen, whom sense of honor could not move, no longer made a secret of her love, but called it marriage, by that specious name to veil the crime and sanctify the shame. The loud report through Libyan cities goes. Fame, the great ill, from small beginnings grows, swift from the first, and every moment brings new vigor to her flights, new pinions to her wings. Soon grows the pygmy to gigantic size, her feet on earth, her forehead in the skies. Inragged against the gods, revengeful earth product her last of the Titanian birth. Swift is her walk, more swift her winged haste, a monstrous phantom, horrible and vast. As many plumes as raise her lofty flight, so many piercing eyes enlarge her sight, millions of opening mouths to fame belong, and every mouth is furnished with a tongue, and round with listening ears the flying plague is hung. She fills the peaceful universe with cries, no slumbers ever close her wakeful eyes, by day, from lofty towers her head she shews, and spreads through trembling crowds disastrous news, with court informers haunts, and royal spies, things done relates, not done she feigns, and mingles truth with lies. Talk is her business, and her chief delight to tell of prodigies and cause affright. She fills the people's ears with Dido's name, who, lost to honor and the sense of shame, admits into her throne and nuptial bed a wandering guest, who from his country fled, whole days with him she passes in delights, and wastes in luxury long winter nights, forgetful of her fame and royal trust, dissolved in ease, abandoned to her lust. The goddess widely spreads the loud report, and flies at length to King Hyarba's court. When first possessed with this unwelcome news, whom did he not of men and gods accuse? This prince, From ravished Garamantis born, 100 temples did with spoils adorn, in Ammon's honor, his celestial sire, 100 altars fed with wakeful fire, and, through his vast dominions, priests ordained, whose watchful care these holy rites maintained. The gates and columns were with garlands crowned, and blood of victim beasts enriched the ground. He, when he heard a fugitive could move the Tyrian princess, who disdained his love, his breast with fury burned, his eyes with fire, mad with despair, impatient with desire, then on the sacred altars pouring wine, he thus with prayers implored his sire divine, great Jove, propitious to the Moorish race, who feast on painted beds, with offerings grace thy temples, and adore thy power divine with blood of victims, and with sparkling wine, seest thou not this, or do we fear in vain thy boasted thunder, and thy thoughtless rain? Do thy broad hands the forky lightnings lance? Thine are the bolts, or the blind work of chance. A wandering woman builds, within our state, a little town, bought at an easy rate, she pays me homage, and my grants allow a narrow space of Libyan lands to plough, yet, scorning me, by passion blindly led, admits a banished Trojan to her bed. And now this other Paris, with his train of conquered cowards, must in Afric reign. Whom, what they are, their looks and garb confess, their locks with oil perfumed, their Lydian dress. He takes the spoil, enjoys the princely dame, and I, rejected I, adore an empty name. His vows, in haughty terms, he thus preferred, and held his altar's horns. The mighty thunderer heard, then cast his eyes on Carthage, where he found a lustful pair in lawless pleasure drowned, lost in their loves, insensible of shame, and both forgetful of their better fame. He calls Silenius, and the god attends, by whom his menacing command he sends, go, mount the western winds, and cleave the sky, then, with a swift descent, to Carthage fly, there find the Trojan chief, who wastes his days in slothful riot and inglorious ease, nor minds the future city, given by fate. To him this message from my mouth relate, not so fair Venus hopped, when twice she won thy life with prayers, nor promised such a son. Hers was a hero, destined to command a martial race, and rule the Latian land, who should his ancient line from Teucer draw, and on the conquered world impose the law. If glory cannot move a mind so mean, nor future praise from fading pleasure wean, yet why should he defraud his son of fame, and grudge the Romans their immortal name? What are his vain designs? What hopes he more from his long lingering on a hostile shore, regardless to redeem his honor lost, and for his race to gain the Ausonian coast? Bid him with speed the Tyrian court forsake, with this command the slumbering warrior wake. Hermes obeys, with golden pinions binds his flying feet, and mounts the western winds, and, whether o'er the seas or earth he flies, with rapid force they bear him down the skies. But first he grasps within his awful hand the mark of a sovereign power, his magic wand, with this he draws the ghosts from hollow graves, with this he drives them down the Stygian waves, with this he seals in sleep the wakeful sight, and eyes, though clost in death, restores to light. Thus armed, the god begins his airy race, and drives the racking clouds along the liquid space, now sees the tops of Atlas, as he flies, whose brawny back supports the starry skies, Atlas, whose head, with piny forests crowned, is beaten by the winds, with foggy vapors bound. Snows hide his shoulders, from beneath his chin the founts of rolling streams their race begin, a beard of ice on his large breast depends. Here, poised upon his wings, the god descends, then, rested thus, he from the towering height plunged downward, with precipitated flight, lights on the seas, and schemes along the flood. As waterfowl, who seek their fishy food, less, and yet less, to distant prospect show, by turns they dance aloft, and dive below, like these, the steerage of his wings he plies, and near the surface of the water flies, till, having passed the seas, and crossed the sands, he closed his wings, and stooped on Libyan lands, where shepherds once were housed in homely sheds, now towers within the clouds advance their heads. Arriving there, he found the Trojan prince new ramparts raising for the town's defense. A purple scarf, with gold embroidered o'er, Queen Dido's gift, about his waist he wore, a sword, with glittering gems diversified, for ornament, not use, hung idly by his side. Then thus, with winged words, the god began, resuming his own shape, degenerate man, thou woman's property, what mak'st thou here, these foreign walls and Tyrian towers to rear, forgetful of thy own? All-powerful Jove, who sways the world below and heaven above, has sent me down with this severe command, what means thy lingering in the Libyan land? If glory cannot move a mind so mean, nor future praise from flitting pleasure wean, regard the fortunes of thy rising heir, the promised crown let young Ascanius wear, to whom th Ausonian scepter, and the state of Rome's imperial name is out by fate. So spoke the god, and, speaking, took his flight, involved in clouds, and vanished out of sight. The pious prince was seized with sudden fear, mute was his tongue, and upright stood his hair. Revolving in his mind the stern command, he longs to fly, and loathes the charming land. What should he say? Or how should he begin? What course, alas, remains to steer between th offended lover and the powerful queen? This way and that he turns his anxious mind, and all expedients tries, and none can find. Fixed on the deed, but doubtful of the means, after long thought, to this advice he leans, 3 chiefs he calls, commands them to repair the fleet, and ship their men with silent care, some plausible pretence he bids them find, to color what in secret he designed. Himself, meantime, the softest hours would choose, before the love-sick lady heard the news, and move her tender mind, by slow degrees, to suffer what the sovereign power decrees. Jove will inspire him, when, and what to say. They hear with pleasure, and with haste obey. But soon the queen perceives the thin disguise, what arts can blind a jealous woman's eyes. She was the first to find the secret fraud, before the fatal news was blazed abroad. Love the first motions of the lover hears, quick to presage, and even in safety fears. Nor impious fame was wanting to report the ships repaired, the Trojans' thick resort, and purpose to forsake the Tyrian court. Frantic with fear, impatient of the wound, and impotent of mind, she roves the city round. Less wild the Bacchanalian dames appear, when, from afar, their nightly god they hear, and howl about the hills, and shake the wreathy spear. At length she finds the dear perfidious man, prevents his formed excuse, and thus began, base and ungrateful, could you hope to fly, and undiscovered scape a lover's eye? Nor could my kindness your compassion move, nor plighted vows, nor dearer bands of love? Or is the death of a despairing queen not worth preventing, though too well foreseen? Even when the wintry winds command your stay, you dare the tempests, and defy the sea. False as you are, suppose you were not bound to lands unknown, and foreign coasts to sound, were Troy restored, and Priam's happy reign, now durst you tempt, for Troy, the raging main? See whom you fly? Am I the foe you shun? Now, by those holy vows, so late begun, by this right hand, since I have nothing more to challenge, but the faith you gave before, I beg you by these tears too truly shed, by the new pleasures of our nuptial bed, if ever Dido, when you most were kind, were pleasing in your eyes, or touched your mind, by these my prayers, if prayers may yet have place, pity the fortunes of a falling race. For you I have provoked a tyrant's hate, incensed the Libyan and the Tyrian state, for you alone I suffer in my fame, bereft of honor, and exposed to shame. Whom have I now to trust, ungrateful guest? That only name remains of all the rest. What have I left? Or whither can I fly? Must I attend Pygmalion's cruelty, or till high Arba shall in triumph lead a queen that proudly scorned his proffered bed? Had you deferred, at least, your hasty flight, and left behind some pledge of our delight, some babe to bless the mother's mournful sight, some young Aeneas, to supply your place, whose features might express his father's face, I should not then complain to live bereft of all my husband, or be wholly left. Here paused the queen. Unmoved he holds his eyes, by Jove's command, nor suffered love to rise, though heaving in his heart, and thus at length replies, Fair queen, you never can enough repeat your boundless favors, or I own my debt, nor can my mind forget Eliza's name, while vital breath inspires this mortal frame. This only let me speak in my defense, I never hopped a secret flight from hence, much less pretended to the lawful claim of sacred nuptials, or a husband's name. For, if indulgent heaven would leave me free, and not submit my life to fate's decree, my choice would lead me to the Trojan shore, those relics to review, their dust adore, and Priam's ruined palace to restore. But now the Delphian oracle commands, and fate invites me to the Latian lands. That is the promised place to which I steer, and all my vows are terminated there. If you, a Tyrian, and a stranger born, with walls and towers a Libyan town adorn, why may not we, like you, a foreign race, like you, seek shelter in a foreign place? As often as the night obscures the skies with humid shades, or twinkling stars arise, Anchises' angry ghost in dreams appears, chides my delay, and fills my soul with fears, and young Ascanius justly may complain of his defrauded and destined reign. Even now the herald of the gods appeared, waking I saw him, and his message heard. From Jove he came commissioned, heavenly bright with radiant beams, and manifest to sight, the sender and the sent I both attest, these walls he entered, and those words expressed. Fair queen, oppose not what the gods command, forked by my fate, I leave your happy land. Thus while he spoke, already she began, with sparkling eyes, to view the guilty man, from head to foot surveyed his person o'er, nor longer these outrageous threats forbore, false as thou art, and, more than false, forsworn. Not sprung from noble blood, nor goddess born, but hewn from hardened entrails of a rock. And rough Hyrcanian tigers gave thee suck? Why should I fawn? What have I worse to fear? Did he once look, or lent a listening ear, sighed when I sobbed, or shed one kindly tear? All symptoms of a base ungrateful mind, so foul, that, which is worse, 'tis hard to find. Of man's injustice why should I complain? The gods, and Jove himself, behold in vain triumphant treason, yet no thunder flies, nor Juno views my wrongs with equal eyes, faithless is earth, and faithless are the skies. Justice is fled, and truth is now no more. I saved the shipwrecked exile on my shore, with needful food his hungry Trojans fed, I took the traitor to my throne and bed, fool that I was 'tis little to repeat the rest, I stored and rigged his ruined fleet. I rave, I rave. A god's command he pleads, and makes heaven atches sorry to his deeds. Now Lycian lots, and now the Delian god, now Hermes is employed from Jove's abode, to warn him hence, as if the peaceful state of heavenly powers were touched with human fate. But go. Thy flight no longer I detain, go seek thy promised kingdom through the main. Yet, if the heavens will hear my pious vow, the faithless waves, not half so false as thou, or secret sands, shall sepulchres afford to thy proud vessels, and their perjured lord. Then shalt thou call on injured Dido's name, Dido shall come in a black sulphry flame, when death has once dissolved her mortal frame, shall smile to see the traitor vainly weep, her angry ghost, arising from the deep, shall haunt thee waking, and disturb thy sleep. At least my shade thy punishment shall know, and fame shall spread the pleasing news below. Abruptly here she stops, then turns away her loathing eyes, and shuns the sight of day. Amazed he stood, revolving in his mind what speech to frame, and what excuse to find. Her fearful maids their fainting mistress led, and softly laid her on her ivory bed. But good Aeneas, though he much desired to give that pity which her grief required, though much he mourned, and laboured with his love, resolved at length, obeys the will of Jove, reviews his forces, they with early care unmoor their vessels, and for sea prepare. The fleet is soon afloat, in all its pride, and well-cocked galleys in the harbour ride. Then oaks for oars they felled, or, as they stood, of its green arms despoiled the growing wood, studious of flight. The beach is covered o'er with Trojan bands, that blacken all the shore, on every side are seen, descending down, thick swarms of soldiers, loaden from the town. Thus, in battalia, march embodied ants, fearful of winter, and of future wants, to invade the corn, and to their cells convey the plundered forage of their yellow prey. The sable troops, along the narrow tracks, scarce bear the weighty burthen on their backs, some set their shoulders to the pond rouse grain, some guard the spoil, some lash the lagging train, all ply their several tasks, and equal toil sustain. What pangs the tender breast of Dido tore, when, from the tower, she saw the covered shore, and heard the shouts of sailors from afar, mixed with the murmurs of the watery war. All-powerful love! What changes canst thou cause in human hearts, subjected to thy laws? Once more her haughty soul the tyrant bends, to prayers and mean submissions she descends. No female arts or aids she left untried, nor counsels unexplored, before she died. Look, Anna, look, the Trojans crowd to see, they spread their canvas, and their anchors weigh. The shouting crew their ships with garlands bind, invoke the sea gods, and invite the wind. Could I have thought this threatening blow so near, my tender soul had been forewarned to bear. But do not you my last request deny, with yon perfidious man your interest try, and bring me news, if I must live or die. You are his favourite, you alone can find the dark recesses of his inmost mind, in all his trusted secrets you have part, and know the soft approaches to his heart. Haste then, and humbly seek my haughty foe, tell him, I did not with the Grecians go, nor did my fleet against his friends employ, nor swore the ruin of unhappy Troy, nor moved with hands profane his father's dust, why should he then reject a suit so just? Whom does he shun, and whither would he fly? Can he this last, this only prayer deny? Let him at least his dang rouse flight delay, wait better winds, and hope a calmer sea. The nuptials he disclaims I urge no more, let him pursue the promised Latian shore. A short delay is all I ask him now, a pause of grief, an interval from woe, till my soft soul be tempered to sustain accustomed sorrows, and inured to pain. If you in pity grant this one request, my death shall glut the hatred of his breast. This mournful message pious Anna bears, and seconds with her own her sister's tears, but all her arts are still employed in vain, again she comes, and is refused again. His hardened heart nor prayers nor threatenings move, fate, and the god, had stopped his ears to love. As, when the winds their airy quarrel try, justling from every quarter of the sky this way and that the mountain oak they bend, his boughs they shatter, and his branches rend, with leaves and falling mass they spread the ground, the hollow valleys echo to the sound, unmoved, the royal plant their fury mocks, or, shaken, clings more closely to the rocks, far as he shoots his towering head on high, so deep in earth his fixed foundations lie. No less a storm the Trojan hero bears, thick messages and loud complaints he hears, and bandied words, still beating on his ears. Sighs, groans, and tears proclaim his inward pains, but the firm purpose of his heart remains. The wretched queen, pursued by cruel fate, begins at length the light of heaven to hate, and loathes to live. Then dire portents she sees, to hasten on the death her soul decrees, strange to relate. For when, before the shrine, she pours in sacrifice the purple wine is turned to putrid blood, and the white offered milk converts to mud. This dire presage, to her alone revealed, from all, and Eve and her sister, she concealed. A marble temple stood within the grove, sacred to death, and to her murdered love, that honored chapel she had hung around with snowy fleeces, and with garlands crowned. Oft, when she visited this lonely dome, strange voices issued from her husband's tomb, she thought she heard him summon her away, invite her to his grave, and chide her stay. Hourly 'tis heard, when with a boding note the solitary screech owl strains her throat, and, on a chimney's top, or turret's height, with songs obscene disturbs the silence of the night. Besides, old prophecies augment her fears, and stern Aeneas in her dreams appears, disdainful as by day, she seems, alone, to wander in her sleep, through ways unknown, guideless and dark, or, in a desert plain, to seek her subjects, and to seek in vain, like Pentheus, when, distracted with his fear, he saw two suns, and double Thebes, appear, or mad Orestes, when his mother's ghost full in his face infernal torches tossed, and shook her snaky locks, he shuns the sight, flies o'er the stage. Surpriest with mortal fright, the Furies guard the door and intercept his flight. Now, sinking underneath a load of grief, from death alone she seeks her last relief, the time and means resolved within her breast, she to her mournful sister thus addressed, dissembling hope, her cloudy front she clears, and a false vigor in her eyes appears. Rejoice, she said. Instructed from above, my lover I shall gain, or lose my love. Nigh rising Atlas, next the falling sun, long tracks of Ethiopian climates run, there a Massilian priestess I have found, honored for age, for magic arts renowned, Hesperian temple was her trusted care, 'twas she supplied the wakeful dragon's fare. She poppy seeds in honey taught to steep, reclaimed his rage, and soothed him into sleep. She watched the golden fruit, her charms unbind the chains of love, or fix them on the mind, she stops the torrents, leaves the channel dry, repels the stars, and backward bears the sky. The yawning earth rebels to her call, pale ghosts ascend, and mountain ashes fall. Witness, ye gods, and thou my better part, how loath I am to try this impious art. Within the secret court, with silent care, erect a lofty pile, exposed in air, hang on the topmost part the Trojan vest, spoils, arms, and presents, of my faithless guest. Next, under these, the bridal bed be plocked, where I my ruin in his arms embracked, all relics of the wretch are doomed to fire, for so the priestess and her charms require. Thus far she said, and farther speech forbears, a mortal paleness in her face appears, yet the mistrustless Anna could not find the secret funral in these rites designed, nor thought so dire a rage possessed her mind. Unknowing of a train concealed so well, she feared no worse than when Sychaeus fell, therefore obeys. The fatal pile they rear, within the secret court, exposed in air. The cloven holms and pines are heaped on high, and garlands on the hollow spaces lie. Sad cypress, vervain, yew, compose the wreath, and every baleful green denoting death. The queen, determined to the fatal deed, the spoils and sword he left, in order spread, and the man's image on the nuptial bed. And now, the sacred altars plocked around, the priestess enters, with her hair unbound, and thrice invokes the powers below the ground. Night, Erebus, and chaos she proclaims, and threefold Hecate, with her 100 names, and 3 Dianas. Next, she sprinkles round with feigned Avernian drops the hallowed ground, culls hoary simples, found by Phoebe's light, with brazen sickles reaped at noon of night, then mixes baleful juices in the bowl, and cuts the forehead of a newborn foal, robbing the mother's love. The destined queen observes, assisting at the rites obscene, a leavened cake in her devoted hands she holds, and next the highest altar stands, one tender foot was shod, her other bare, girt was her gathered gown, and loose her hair. Thus dressed, she summoned, with her dying breath, the heavens and planets conscious of her death, and every power, if any rules above, who minds, or who revenges, injured love. 'Twas dead of night, when weary bodies close their eyes in balmy sleep and soft repose, the winds no longer whisper through the woods, nor murmuring tides disturb the gentle floods. The stars in silent order moved around, and peace, with downy wings, was brooding on the ground of flocks and herds, and party-colored fowl, which haunt the woods, or swim the weedy pool, stretched on the quiet earth, securely lay, forgetting the past labors of the day. All else of nature's common gift partake, unhappy Dido was alone awake. Nor sleep nor ease the furious queen can find, sleep fled her eyes, as quiet fled her mind. Despair and rage and love divide her heart, despair and rage had some, but love the greater part. Then thus she said within her secret mind, what shall I do, what succour can I find? Become a suppliant to Hyarba's pride, and take my turn, to court and be denied? Shall I with this ungrateful Trojan go, forsake an empire, and attend a foe? Himself I refuged, and his train relieved, 'tis true, but am I sure to be received? Can gratitude in Trojan souls have place? Laomedon still lives in all his race. Then, shall I seek alone the churlish crew, or with my fleet their flying sails pursue? What force have I but those whom scarce before I drew reluctant from their native shore? Will they again embark at my desire, once more sustain the seas, and quit their second Tyre? Rather with steel thy guilty breast invade, and take the fortune thou thyself hast made. Your pity, sister, first seduced my mind, or seconded too well what I designed. These dear-bought pleasures had I never known, had I continued free, and still my own, avoiding love, I had not found despair, but charred with salvage beasts the common air. Like them, a lonely life I might have led, not mourn the living, nor disturb the dead. These thoughts she brooded in her anxious breast. On board, the Trojan found more easy rest. Resolved to sail, in sleep he passed the night, and ordered all things for his early flight. To whom once more the winged god appears, his former youthful mien and shape he wears, and with this new alarm invades his ears, sleepest thou, O goddess born, and canst thou drown thy needful cares, so near a hostile town, beset with foes, nor hearest the western gales invite thy passage, and inspire thy sails? She harbors in her heart a furious hate, and thou shalt find the dire effects too late, fixed on revenge, and obstinate to die. Haste swiftly hence, while thou hast power to fly. The sea with ships will soon be covered o'er, and blazing firebrands kindle all the shore. Prevent her rage, while night obscures the skies, and sail before the purple morn arise. Who knows what hazards thy delay may bring? Woman's a various and a changeful thing. Thus Hermes in the dream, then took his flight aloft in air unseen, and mixed with night. Twice warned by the celestial messenger, the pious prince arose with hasty fear, then roused his drowsy train without delay. Haste to your banks, your crooked anchors weigh, and spread your flying sails, and stand to sea. A god commands, he stood before my sight, and you urged us once again to speedy flight. O sacred power, what power soe'er thou art, to thy blessed orders I resign my heart. Lead thou the way, protect thy Trojan bands, and prosper the design thy will commands. He said, and, drawing forth his flaming sword, his thundering arm divides the many twisted cord. An emulating zeal inspires his train, they run, they snatch, they rush into the main. With headlong haste they leave the desert shores, and brush the liquid seas with labouring oars. Aurora now had left her saffron bed, and beams of early light the heavens o'er spread, when, from a tower, the queen, with wakeful eyes, saw day point upward from the rosy skies. She looked to seaward, but the sea was void, and scarce in ken the sailing ships descried. Stung with despite, and furious with despair, she struck her trembling breast, and tore her hair. And shall th ungrateful traitor go, she said, my land forsaken, and my love betrayed? Shall we not arm? Not rush from every street, to follow, sink, and burn his perjured fleet? Haste, haul my galleys out. Pursue the foe. Bring flaming brands. Set sail, and swiftly row. What have I said? Where am I? Fury turns my brain, and my distempered bosom burns. Then, when I gave my person and my throne, this hate, this rage, had been more timely shown. See now the promised faith, the vaunted name, the pious man, who, rushing through the flame, preserved his gods, and to the Phrygian shore the burthen of his feeble father bore. I should have torn him piecemeal, strowed in floods his scattered limbs, or left exposed in woods, destroyed his friends and son, and, from the fire, have set the reeking boy before the sire. Events are doubtful, which on battles wait, yet where's the doubt, to souls secure of fate? My Tyrians, at their injured queen's command, had tossed their fires amid the Trojan band, at once extinguished all the faithless name, and I myself, in vengeance of my shame, had fallen upon the pile, to mend the funeral flame. Thou sun, who viewest at once the world below, thou Juno, guardian of the nuptial vow, thou Hecate hearken from thy dark abodes. Ye Furies, fiends, and violated gods, all powers invoked with Dido's dying breath, attend her curses and avenge her death. If so the fates ordain, Jove commands, th ungrateful wretch should find the Latian lands, yet let a race untamed, and haughty foes, his peaceful entrance with dire arms oppose, oppressed with numbers in th unequal field, his men discouraged, and himself expelled, let him for succour sue from place to place, torn from his subjects, and his sons embrace. First, let him see his friends in battle slain, and their untimely fate lament in vain, and when, at length, the cruel war shall cease, on hard conditions may he buy his peace, nor let him then enjoy supreme command, but fall, untimely, by some hostile hand, and lie unburied on the barren sand. These are my prayers, and this my dying will, and you, my Tyrians, every curse fulfill. Perpetual hate and mortal wars proclaim, against the prince, the people, and the name. These grateful offerings on my grave bestow, nor league, nor love, the hostile nations know. Now, and from hence, in every future age, when rage excites your arms, and strength supplies the rage, rise some avenger of our Libyan blood, with fire and sword pursue the perjured brood, our arms, our seas, our shores, opposed to theirs, and the same hate descend on all our heirs. This said, within her anxious mind she weighs the means of cutting short her odious days. Then to Sychaeus nurse she briefly said, for, when she left her country, hers was dead, go, Bars, call my sister. Let her care the solemn rites of sacrifice prepare, the sheep, and all atoning offerings bring, sprinkling her body from the crystal spring with living drops, then let her come, and thou with sacred fillets bind thy hoary brow. Thus will I pay my vows to Stygian Jove, and end the cares of my disastrous love, then cast the Trojan image on the fire, and, as that burns, my passions shall expire. The nurse moves onward, with officious care, and all the speed her aged limbs can bear. But furious Dido, with dark thoughts involved, shook at the mighty mischief she resolved. With livid spots distinguished was her face, red were her rolling eyes, and discomposed her pace, ghastly she gazed, with pain she drew her breath, and nature shivered at approaching death. Then swiftly to the fatal place she passed, and mounts the funeral pile with furious haste, unsheathes the sword the Trojan left behind, not for so dire an enterprise designed. But when she viewed the garments loosely spread, which once he wore, and saw the conscious bed, she paused, and with a sigh the robes embracked, then on the couch her trembling body cast, repressed the ready tears, and spoke her last, dear pledges of my love, while heaven so pleased, receive a soul, of mortal anguish est, my fatal course is finished, and I go, a glorious name, among the ghosts below. A lofty city by my hands is rised, Pygmalion punished, and my lord appeased. What could my fortune have afforded more, had the false Trojan never touched my shore? Then kissed the couch, and, must I die, she said, and unrevenged? 'Tis doubly to be dead. Yet even this death with pleasure I receive, on any terms, 'tis better than to live. These flames, from far, may the false Trojan view, these boding omens his base flight pursue. She said, and struck, deep entered in her side the piercing steel, with reeking purple dyed, clogged in the wound the cruel weapon stands, the spouting blood came streaming on her hands. Her sad attendants saw the deadly stroke, and with loud cries the sounding palace shook. Distracted, from the fatal sight they fled, and through the town the dismal rumor spread. First from the fright court the yell began, redoubled, thence from house to house it ran, the groans of men, with shrieks, laments, and cries of mixing women, mount the vaulted skies. Not less the clamour, than if ancient Tyre, or the new Carthage, set by foes on fire, the rolling ruin, with their loved abodes, involved the blazing temples of their gods. Her sister hears, and, furious with despair, she beats her breast, and rends her yellow hair, and, calling on Eliza's name aloud, runs breathless to the place, and breaks the crowd. Was all that pomp of woe for this prepard, these fires, this funeral pile, these altars reared? Was all this train of plots contrived, said she, all only to deceive unhappy me? Which is the worst? Didst thou in death pretend to scorn thy sister, or delude thy friend? Thy summoned sister, and thy friend, had come, one sword had served us both, one common tomb, was I to raise the pile, the powers invoke, not to be present at the fatal stroke? At once thou hast destroyed thyself and me, thy town, thy senate, and thy colony. Bring water, bathe the wound, while I in death lay close my lips to hers, and catch the flying breath. This said, she mounts the pile with eager haste, and in her arms the gasping queen embract, her temples chafed, and her own garments tore, to stanch the streaming blood, and cleanse the gore. Thrice Dido tried to raise her drooping head, and, fainting thrice, fell groveling on the bed, thrice opt her heavy eyes, and sought the light, but, having found it, sickened at the sight, and closed her lids at last in endless night. Then Juno, grieving that she should sustain a death so lingering, and so full of pain, sent Iris down, to free her from the strife of laboring nature, and dissolve her life. For since she died, not doomed by heaven's decree, or her own crime, but human casualty, and rage of love, that plunged her in despair, the sisters had not cut the topmost hair which Proserpine and they can only know, nor made her sacred to the shades below. Downward the various goddess took her flight, and drew 1,000 colors from the light, then stood above the dying lover's head, and said, I thus devote thee to the dead. This offering to th infernal gods I bear. Thus while she spoke, she cut the fatal hair, the struggling soul was loosed, and life dissolved in air. Book V. The argument. Aeneas, setting sail from Afric, is driven by a storm on the coast of Sicily, where he is hospitably received by his friend Acestes, king of part of the island, and born of Trojan parentage. He applies himself to celebrate the memory of his father with divine honors, and accordingly institutes funeral games, and appoints prizes for those who should conquer in them. While the ceremonies are performing, Juno sends Iris to persuade the Trojan woman to burn the ships, who, upon her instigation, set fire to them, which burned 4, and would have consumed the rest, had not Jupiter, by a miraculous shower extinguished it. Upon this, Aeneas, by the advice of one of his generals, and a vision of his father, builds a city for the women, old men, and others, who were either unfit for war, or weary of the voyage, and sails for Italy. Venus procures of Neptune a safe voyage for him and all his men, excepting only his pilot Palinurus, who was unfortunately lost. Meantime the Trojan cuts his watery way, fixed on his voyage, through the curling sea, then, casting back his eyes, with dire amaze, sees on the Punic shore the mounting blaze. The cause unknown, yet his presaging mind the fate of Dido from the fire divined, he knew the stormy souls of womankind, what secret springs their eager passions move, how capable of death for injured love. Dire auguries from hence the Trojans draw, till neither fires nor shining shores they saw. Now seas and skies their prospect only bound, an empty space above, a floating field around. But soon the heavens with shadows were o'erspread, a swelling cloud hung hovering o'er their head, livid it looked, the threatening of a storm, then night and horror ocean's face to form. The pilot, Palinurus, cried aloud, what gusts of weather from that gathering cloud my thoughts presage. Ere yet the tempest roars, stand to your tackle, mates, and stretch your oars, contract your swelling sails, and luff to wind. The fright crew perform the task assigned. Then, to his fearless chief, not heaven, said he, though Jove himself should promise Italy, can stem the torrent of this raging sea. Mark how the shifting winds from west arise, and what collected night involves the skies. Nor can our shaken vessels live at sea, much less against the tempest force their way. 'Tis fate diverts our course, and fate we must obey. Not far from hence, if I observed aright the southing of the stars, and polar light, Sicilia lies, whose hospitable shores in safety we may reach with struggling oars. Aeneas then replied, too sure I find we strive in vain against the seas and wind, now shift your sails, what place can please me more than what you promise, the Sicilian shore, whose hallowed earth Anchises' bones contains, and where a prince of Trojan lineage reigns. The course resolved, before the western wind they scud amain, and make the port assigned. Meantime Assists, from a lofty stand, beheld the fleet descending on the land, and, not unmindful of his ancient race, down from the cliff he ran with eager pace, and held the hero in a strict embrace. Of a rough Libyan bear the spoils he wore, and either hand a pointed javelin bore. His mother was a dame of Dardan blood, his sire Crinasus, a Sicilian flood. He welcomes his returning friends ashore with plenteous country cates and homely store. Now, when the following morn had chased away the flying stars, and light restored the day, Aeneas called the Trojan troops around, and thus bespoke them from a rising ground, offspring of heaven, divine Dardanian race. The sun, revolving through ethereal space, the shining circle of the year has filled, since first this isle my father's ashes held, and now the rising day renews the year, a day forever sad, forever dear. This would I celebrate with annual games, with gifts on altars pilled, and holy flames, though banished to Aegialia's barren sands, caught on the Grecian seas, or hostile lands, but since this happy storm our fleet has driven, not, as I deem, without the will of heaven, upon these friendly shores and flowery plains, which hide Anchises and his blessed remains, let us with joy perform his honors due, and pray for prosperous winds, our voyage to renew, pray, that in towns and temples of our own, the name of great Anchises may be known, and yearly games may spread the gods' renown. Our sports assists, of the Trojan race, with royal gifts ordained, is pleased to grace, 2 steers on every ship the king bestows, his gods and ours shall share your equal vows. Besides, if, 9 days hence, the rosy morn shall with unclouded light the skies adorn, that day with solemn sports I mean to grace, light galleys on the seas shall run a watery race, some shall in swiftness for the goal contend, and others try the twanging bow to bend, the strong, with iron gauntlets armed, shall stand opposed in combat on the yellow sand. Let all be present at the games prepared, and joyful victors wait the just reward. But now assist the rites, with garlands crowned. He said, and first his brows with myrtle bound. Then Helymus, by his example led, and old assists, each adorned his head, thus young Ascanius, with a sprightly grace, his temples tied, and all the Trojan race. Aeneas then advanced amidst the train, by thousands followed through the flowery plain, to great Anchises' tomb, which when he found, he poured to Bacchus, on the hallowed ground, 2 bowls of sparkling wine, of milk 2 more, and 2 from offered bowls of purple gore, with roses then the sepulchre he strode and thus his father's ghost bespoke aloud, Hail, O ye holy manes, hail again, paternal ashes, now reviewed in vain. The gods permitted not, that you, with me, should reach the promised shores of Italy, or Tiber's flood, what flood soe'er it be. Scarce had he finished, when, with speckled pride, a serpent from the tomb began to glide, his hugy bulk on 7 high volumes rolled, blue was his breadth of back, but streaked with scaly gold, thus riding on his curls, he seemed to pass a rolling fire along, and singe the grass. More various colors through his body run, than Iris when her bow imbibes the sun. Betwixt the rising altars, and around, the sacred monster shot along the ground, with harmless play amidst the bowls he passed, and with his lolling tongue essayed the taste, thus fed with holy food, the wondrous guest within the hollow tomb retired to rest. The pious prince, surpriest at what he viewed, the funeral honors with more zeal renewed, doubtful if this place's genius were, or guardian of his father's sepulchre. 5 sheep, according to the rites, he slew, as many swine, and steers of sable hue, new generous wine he from the goblets poured. And called his father's ghost, from hell restored. The glad attendants in long order come, offering their gifts at great Anchises' tomb. Some add more oxen, some divide the spoil, some place the chargers on the grassy soil, some blow the fires, and offered entrails broil. Now came the day desert. The skies were bright with rosy luster of the rising light, the board-ring people, roused by sounding fame of Trojan feasts and great Assist's name, the crowded shore with acclamations fill, part to behold, and part to prove their skill. And first the gifts in public view they place, green laurel wreaths, and palm, the victor's grace, within the circle, arms and tripods lie, ingots of gold and silver, heaped on high, and vests embroidered, of the Tyrian dye. The trumpets clang o'er then the feast proclaims, and all prepare for their appointed games. 4 galleys first, which equal rowers bear, advancing, in the watery lists appear. The speedy dolphin, that outstrips the wind, bore Mnestheus, author of the Memmian kind, gives the vast Chimera's bulk commands, which rising, like a towering city stands, 3 Trojans tug at every laboring oar, 3 banks in 3 degrees the sailors bore, beneath their sturdy strokes the billows roar. Surges thus, who began the Sargian race, in the great Centaur took the leading place, Cloanthus on the sea-green Scylla stood, from whom Cluentius draws his Trojan blood. Far in the sea, against the foaming shore, there stands a rock, the raging billows roar above his head in storms, but, when 'tis clear, uncurl their ridgy backs, and at his foot appear. In peace below the gentle waters run, the cormorants above lie basking in the sun. On this the hero fixed an oak in sight, the mark to guide the mariners aright. To bear with this, the seamen stretch their oars, then round the rock they steer, and seek the former shores. The lots decide their place. Above the rest, each leader shining in his Tyrian vest, the common crew with wreaths of poplar boughs their temples crown, and shade their sweaty brows, besmeared with oil, their naked shoulders shine. All take their seats, and wait the sounding sign, they gripe their oars, and every panting breast is riced by turns with hope, by turns with fear depressed. The clangor of the trumpet gives the sign, at once they start, advancing in a line, with shouts the sailors rend the starry skies, lashed with their oars, the smoky billows rise, sparkles the briny main, and the vexed ocean fries. Exact in time, with equal strokes they row, at once the brushing oars and brazen prow dash up the sandy waves, and ope the depths below. Not fiery coursers, in a chariot race, invade the field with half so swift a pace, not the fierce driver with more fury lends the sounding lash, and, ere the stroke descends, low to the wheels his pliant body bends. The partial crowd their hopes and fears divide, and aid with eager shouts the favored side. Cries, murmurs, clamours, with a mixing sound, from woods to woods, from hills to hills rebound. Amidst the loud applauses of the shore, Gyas outstripped the rest, and sprung before, Cloanthus, better manned, pursued him fast, but his o'er-mast galley checked his haste. The Centaur and the Dolphin brush the brine with equal oars, advancing in a line, and now the mighty Centaur seems to lead, and now the speedy Dolphin gets ahead, now board to board the rival vessels row, the billows lave the skies, and ocean groans below. They reached the mark, proud Gyas and his train in triumph rode, the victors of the main, but, steering round, he charged his pilot stand more close to shore, and skim along the sand. Let others bear to see. Mennoets heard, but secret shelves too cautiously he feared, and, fearing, sought the deep, and still aloof he steered. With louder cries the captain called again, bear to the rocky shore, and shun the main. He spoke, and, speaking, at his stern he saw the bold Cloanthus near the shelvings draw. Betwixt the mark and him the Scylla stood, and in a closer compass ploughed the flood. He passed the mark, and, wheeling, got before, Gis blasphemed the gods, devoutly swore, cried out for anger, and his hair he tore. Mindless of others' lives, so high was grown his rising rage, and careless of his own, the trembling dotard to the deck he drew, then hoisted up, and overboard he threw. This done, he seized the helm, his fellows cheered, turned short upon the shelves, and madly steered. Hardly his head the plunging pilot rears, clogged with his clothes, and cumbered with his years, now dropping wet, he climbs the cliff with pain. The crowd, that saw him fall and float again, shout from the distant shore, and loudly laughed, to see his heaving breast disgorge the briny draught. The following centaur, and the dolphin's crew, their vanished hopes of victory renew, while Gis lags, they kindle in the race, to reach the mark. Sergius thus takes the place, Mnestheus pursues, and while around they wind, comes up, not half his galley's length behind, then, on the deck, amidst his mates appeared, and thus their drooping courages he cheered: My friends, and Hector's followers heretofore, exert your vigor, tug the labouring oar, stretch to your strokes, my still unconquered crew, whom from the flaming walls of Troy I drew. In this, our common interest, let me find that strength of hand, that courage of the mind, as when you stemmed the strong Malian flood, and o'er the Sirt's broken billows rode. I seek not now the foremost palm to gain, though yet but, that haughty wish is vain. Let those enjoy it whom the gods ordain. But to be last, the lags of all the race. Redeem yourselves and me from that disgrace. Now, one and all, they tug amain, they row at the full stretch, and shake the brazen prow. The sea beneath them sinks, their labouring sides are swelled, and sweat runs guttering down in tides. Chance aids their daring with unhopped success, Sergius thus, eager with his beak to press betwixt the rival galley and the rock, shuts up th unwieldy centaur in the lock. The vessel struck, and, with the dreadful shock, her oars she shivered, and her head she broke. The trembling rowers from their banks arise, and, anxious for themselves, renounce the prize. With iron poles they heave her off the shores, and gather from the sea their floating oars. The crew of Mnestheus, with elated minds, urge their success, and call the willing winds, then ply their oars, and cut their liquid way in larger compass on the roomy sea. As, when the dove her rocky hold forsakes, roused in affright, her sounding wings she shakes, the cavern rings with clattering, out she flies, and leaves her callow care, and cleaves the skies. At first she flutters, but at length she springs to smoother flight, and shoots upon her wings, so Mnestheus in the dolphin cuts the sea, and, flying with a force, that force assists his way. Sergius thus in the centaur soon he passed, wedged in the rocky shoals, and sticking fast. In vain the victor he with cries implores, and practices to row with shattered oars. Then Mnestheus bears with Gis, and out flies, the ship, without a pilot, yields the prize. Unvanquished Scylla now alone remains, her he pursues, and all his vigor strains. Shouts from the favouring multitude arise, applauding echo to the shouts replies, shouts, wishes, and applause run rattling through the skies. These clamours with disdain the Scylla heard, much grudged the praise, but more the robbed reward, resolved to hold their own, they mend their pace, all obstinate to die, or gain the race. Riced with success, the dolphins swiftly ran, for they can conquer, who believe they can. Both urge their oars, and fortune both supplies, and both perhaps had shard an equal prize, when to the seas Clonthus holds his hands, and succour from the what repowers demands, gods of the liquid realms, on which I row. If, give and by you, the laurel bind my brow, assist to make me guilty of my vow. A snow-white bull shall on your shore be slain, his offered entrails cast into the main, and ruddy wine, from golden goblets thrown, your grateful gift and my return shall own. The choir of nymphs, and Phorcus, from below, with virgin Penelope, heard his vow, and old Porcinus, with his breadth of hand, pushed on, and sped the galley to the land. Swift as a shaft, or winged wind, she flies, and, darting to the port, obtains the prize. The herald summons all, and then proclaims Cloanthus conqueror of the naval games. The prince with laurel crowns the victor's head, and 3 fat steers are to his vessel led, the ship's reward, with generous wine beside, and sums of silver, which the crew divide. The leaders are distinguished from the rest, the victor honored with a nobler vest, where gold and purple strive in equal rows, and needlework its happy cost bestows. There Ganymede is wrought with living art, chasing through Ida's groves the trembling hart, breathless he seems, yet eager to pursue, when from aloft descends, in open view, the bird of Jove, and, sousing on his prey, with crooked talons bears the boy away. In vain, with lifted hands and gazing eyes, his guards behold him soaring through the skies, and dogs pursue his flight with imitated cries. Mnestheus the second victor was declared, and, summoned there, the second prize he shard. A coat of mail, brave Demoleus bore, more brave Aeneas from his shoulders tore, in single combat on the Trojan shore, this was ordained for Mnestheus to possess, in war for his defense, for ornament in peace. Rich was the gift, and glorious to behold, but yet so ponderous with its plates of gold, that scarce 2 servants could the weight sustain, yet, loaded thus, Demoleus o'er the plain pursued and lightly seized the Trojan train. The third, succeeding to the last reward, 2 goodly bowls of massy silver shard, with figures prominent, and richly wrought, and 2 brass cauldrons from Dodona brought. Thus all, rewarded by the heroes' hands, their conquering temples bound with purple bands, and now surges thus, clearing from the rock, brought back his galley shattered with the shock. Forlorn she looked, without an aiding oar, and, howled by the vulgar, made to shore. As when a snake, surpriest upon the road, is crushed athwart her body by the load of heavy wheels, or with a mortal wound her belly bruised, and trodden to the ground, in vain, with loosened curls, she crawls along, yet, fierce above, she brandishes her tongue, glares with her eyes, and bristles with her scales, but, groveling in the dust, her parts unsound she trails, so slowly to the port the centaur tends, but, what she wants in oars, with sails amends. Yet, for his galley saved, the grateful prince is pleased th unhappy chief to recompense. Pholo, the Cretan slave, rewards his care, beauteous herself, with lovely twins as fair. From thence his way the Trojan hero bent into the neighboring plain, with mountains pent, whose sides were shaded with surrounding wood. Full in the midst of this fair valley stood a native theatre, which, rising slow by just degrees, o'erlooked the ground below. High on a sylvan throne the leader sate, a numberous train attend in solemn state. Here those that in the rapid course delight, desire of honor and the prize invite. The rival runners without order stand, the Trojans mixed with the Sicilian band. First Nisus, with Euryalus, appears, Euryalus a boy of blooming years, with sprightly grace and equal beauty crowned, Nisus, for friendship to the youth renowned. Diores next, of Priam's royal race, then Salius joined with Patron, took their place, but Patron in Arcadia had his birth, and Salius his from Arcanian earth, then 2 Sicilian youths, the names of these, swift Helymus, and lovely Penopes, both jolly huntsmen, both in forest bred, and owning old assists for their head, with several others of ignobler name, whom time has not delivered o'er to fame. To these the hero thus his thoughts explained, in words which general approbation gained: one common largess is for all designed, the vanquished and the victor shall be joined, two darts of polished steel and Nosian wood, a silver-studded axe alike bestowed. The foremost three have olive wreaths decreed, the first of these obtains a stately steed, adorned with trappings, and the next in fame, the quiver of an Amazonian dame, with feathered Thracian arrows well supplied, a golden belt shall gird his manly side, which with a sparkling diamond shall be tied. The third this Grecian helmet shall content. He said. To their appointed base they went, with beating hearts expected sign receive, and, starting all at once, the barrier leave. Spread out, as on the winged winds, they flew, and seized the distant goal with greedy view. Shot from the crowd, swift Nisus all o'erpast, nor storms, nor thunder, equal half his haste. The next, but though the next, yet far disjoined, came Salius and Euryalus behind, then Helymus, whom young Diores plied, step after step, and almost side by side, his shoulders pressing, and, in longer space, had won, or left at least a dubious race. Now, spent, the goal they almost reach at last, when eager Nisus, hapless in his haste, slipped first, and, slipping, fell upon the plain, soaked with the blood of oxen newly slain. The careless victor had not marked his way, but, treading where the treacherous puddle lay, his heels flew up, and on the grassy floor he fell, besmeared with filth and holy gore. Not mindless then, Euryalus, of the, nor of the sacred bonds of amity, he strove immediate rivals hope to cross, and caught the foot of Salius as he rose. So Salius lay extended on the plain, Euryalus springs out, the prize to gain, and leaves the crowd, applauding peals attend the victor to the goal, who vanquished by his friend. Next Helymus, and then Diores came, by two misfortunes made the third in fame. But Salius enters, and, exclaiming loud for justice, deafens and disturbs the crowd, urges his cause may in the court be heard, and pleads the prize is wrongfully conferred. But favor for Euryalus appears, his blooming beauty, with his tender tears, had bribed the judges for the promised prize. Besides, Diores fills the court with cries, who vainly reaches at the last reward, if the first palm on Salius be conferred. Then thus the prince, let no disputes arise, where fortune plucked it, I award the prize. But fortune's errors give me leave to mend, at least to pity my deserving friend. He said, and, from among the spoils, he draws, pond rouse with shaggy mane and golden paws, a lion's hide, to Salius this he gives. Nisus with envy sees the gift, and grieves. If such rewards to vanquished men are due, he said, and falling is to rise by you, what prize may Nisus from your bounty claim, who merited the first rewards and fame? In falling, both an equal fortune tried, would fortune for my fall so well provide. With this he pointed to his face, and showed his hand and all his habit smeared with blood. Indulgent father of the people smilled, and caused to be product an ample shield, of wondrous art, by Didymon wrought, long since from Neptune's bars in triumph brought. This given to Nisus, he divides the rest, and equal justice in his gifts expressed. The race thus ended, and rewards bestowed, once more the prince bespeaks attentive crowd, if there be here, whose dauntless courage dare in gauntlet fight, with limbs and body bare, his opposite sustain in open view, stand forth the champion, and the games renew. 2 prizes I propose, and thus divide, a bull with gilded horns, and fillets tied, shall be the portion of the conquering chief, a sword and helm shall cheer the loser's grief. Then haughty dares in the lists appears, stalking he strides, his head erected bears, his nervous arms the weighty gauntlet wield, and loud applauses echo through the field. Dares alone in combat us to stand the match of mighty Paris, hand to hand, the same, at Hector's fun ralls, undertook gigantic buttes, of Thamitian stock, and, by the stroke of his resistless hand, stretched the vast bulk upon the yellow sand. Such Dares was, and such he strode along, and drew the wonder of the gazing throng. His brawny back and ample breast he shows, his lifted arms around his head he throws, and deals in whistling air his empty blows. His match is sought, but, through the trembling band, not one dares answer to the proud demand. Presuming of his force, with sparkling eyes already he devours the promised prize. He claims the bull with awless insolence, and having seized his horns, accosts the prince, if none my matchless valor dares oppose, how long shall Dares wait his dastard foes? Permit me, chief, permit without delay, to lead this uncontended gift away. The crowd assents, and with redoubled cries for the proud challenger demands the prize. Assists, furred with just disdain, to see the palm usurped without a victory, reproached Entellus thus, who sate beside, and heard and saw, unmoved, the Trojans' pride, once, but in vain, a champion of renown, so tamely can you bear the ravished crown, a prize in triumph borne before your sight, and shun, for fear, the danger of the fight. Where is our Eryx now, the boasted name, the god who taught your thundering arm the game? Where now your baffled honor? Where the spoil that filled your house, and fame that filled our isle? Entellus, thus, my soul is still the same, unmoved with fear, and moved with martial fame, but my chill blood is curdled in my veins, and scarce the shadow of a man remains. Oh, could I turn to that fair prime again, that prime of which this boaster is so vain, the brave, who this decrepit age defies, should feel my force, without the promised prize. He said, and, rising at the word, he threw 2 ponderous gauntlets down in open view, gauntlets which Eryx wont in fight to wield, and sheathe his hands within the listed field. With fear and wonder seized, the crowd beholds the gloves of death, with 7 distinguished folds of tough bull hides, the space within is spread with iron, or with loads of heavy lead. Dares himself was daunted at the sight, renounced his challenge, and refused to fight. Astonished at their weight, the hero stands, and poised the ponderous engines in his hands. What had your wonder, said Entellus, been, had you the gauntlets of Alcides seen, or viewed the stern debate on this unhappy green? These which I bear your brother Eryx bore, still marked with battered brains and mingled gore. With these he long sustained Herculean arm, and these I wielded while my blood was warm, this languished frame while better spirits fed, ere age unstrung my nerves, or time o'er snowed my head. But if the challenger these arms refuse, and cannot wield their weight, or dare not use, if great Aeneas and Assists join in his request, these gauntlets I resign, let us with equal arms perform the fight, and let him leave to fear, since I resign my right. This said, Entellus for the strife prepares, stripped of his quilted coat, his body bears, compassed of mighty bones and brawn he stands, a goodly towering object on the sands. Then just Aeneas equal arms supplied, which round their shoulders to their wrists they tied. Both on the tiptoe stand, at full extent, their arms aloft, their bodies inly bent, their heads from aiming blows they bear afar, with clashing gauntlets then provoke the war. One on his youth and pliant limbs relies, one on his sinews and his giant size. The last is stiff with age, his motion slow, he heaves for breath, he staggers to and fro, and clouds of issuing smoke his nostrils loudly blow. Yet equal in success, they ward, they strike, their ways are different, but their art alike. Before, behind, the blows are dealt, around their hollow sides the rattling thumps resound. A storm of strokes, well meant, with fury flies, and airs about their temples, ears, and eyes. Nor always airs, for oft the gauntlet draws a sweeping stroke along the crackling jaws. Heavy with age, Entellus stands his ground, but with his warping body wards the wound. His hand and watchful eye keep even pace, while Dares traverses and shifts his place, and, like a captain who beleaguers round some strong-built castle on a rising ground, views all approaches with observing eyes, this and that other part in vain he tries, and more on industry than force relies. With hands on high, Entellus threats the foe, but Dares watched the motion from below, and slipped aside, and shunned the long descending blow. Entellus wastes his forces on the wind, and, thus deluded of the stroke designed, headlong and heavy fell, his ample breast and weighty limbs his ancient mother pressed. So falls a hollow pine, that long had stood on Ida's height, or Erymanthus wood, torn from the roots. The differing nations rise, and shouts and mingled murmurs rend the skies. Acestus runs with eager haste, to raise the fallen companion of his youthful days. Dauntless he rose, and to the fight returned, with shame his glowing cheeks, his eyes with fury burned. Disdain and conscious virtue furred his breast, and with redoubled force his foe he pressed. He lays on load with either hand, amain, and headlong drives the Trojan o'er the plain, nor stops, nor stays, nor rest nor breath allows, but storms of strokes descend about his brows, a rattling tempest, and a hail of blows. But now the prince, who saw the wild increase of wounds, commands the combatants to cease, and bounds Entellus' wrath, and bids the peace. First to the Trojan, spent with toil, he came, and soothed his sorrow for the suffered shame. What fury seized my friend? The gods, said he, to him propitious, and averse to thee, have given his arm superior force to thine. 'Tis madness to contend with strength divine. The gauntlet fight thus ended, from the shore his faithful friends unhappy Dares bore, his mouth and nostrils poured a purple flood, and pounded teeth came rushing with his blood. Faintly he staggered through the hissing throng, and hung his head, and trailed his legs along. The sword and casque are carried by his train, but with his foe the palm and ox remain. The champion, then, before Aeneas came, proud of his prize, but prouder of his fame, O goddess born, and you, Dardanian host, mark with attention, and forgive my boast, learn what I was, by what remains, and know from what impending fate you saved my foe. Sternly he spoke, and then confronts the bull, and, on his ample forehead aiming full, the deadly stroke, descending, pierced the skull. Down drops the beast, nor needs a second wound, but sprawls in pangs of death, and spurns the ground. Then, thus, in Dares' stead I offer this. Eryx, accept a nobler sacrifice, take the last gift my withered arms can yield, thy gauntlets I resign, and here renounce the field. This done, Aeneas orders, for the close, the strife of archers with contending bows. The mast Sergestus' shattered galley bore with his own hands he raises on the shore. A fluttering dove upon the top they tie, the living mark at which their arrows fly. The rival archers in a line advance, their turn of shooting to receive from chance. A helmet holds their names, the lots are drawn, on the first scroll was read Hippocoon. The people shout. Upon the next was found young Mnestheus, late with naval honors crowned. The third contained Eurytuscian's noble name, thy brother, Pandarus, and next in fame, whom Pallas urged the treaty to confound, and send among the Greeks a feathered wound. Assists in the bottom last remained, whom not his age from youthful sports restrained. Soon all with vigor bend their trusty bows, and from the quiver each his arrow chose. Hippocoon's was the first, with forceful sway it flew, and, whizzing, cut the liquid way. Fixed in the mast the feathered weapon stands, the fearful pigeon flutters in her bands, and the tree trembled, and the shouting cries of the pleased people rend the vaulted skies. Then Mnestheus to the head his arrow drove, with lifted eyes, and took his aim above, but made a glancing shot, and missed the dove, yet missed so narrow, that he cut the cord which fastened by the foot the flitting bird. The captive thus released, away she flies, and beats with clapping wings the yielding skies. His bow already bent, Eurytution stood, and, having first invoked his brother god, his winged shaft with eager haste he sped. The fatal message reached her as she fled, she leaves her life aloft, she strikes the ground, and renders back the weapon in the wound. Assists, grudging at his lot, remains, without a prize to gratify his pains. Yet, shooting upward, sends his shaft, to show an archer's art, and boast his twanging bow. The feathered arrow gave a dire portent, and latter augurs judge from this event. Chaffed by the speed, it furred, and, as it flew, a trail of following flames ascending drew, kindling they mount, and mark the shiny way, across the skies as falling meteors play, and vanish into wind, or in a blaze decay. The Trojans and Sicilians wildly stare, and, trembling, turn their wonder into prayer. The Dardan prince put on a smiling face, and strained assists with a close embrace, then, honouring him with gifts above the rest, turned the bad omen, nor his fears confessed. The gods, said he, this miracle have wrought, and ordered you the prize without the lot except this goblet, rough with figured gold, which Thracian Cisseus gave my sire of old, this pledge of ancient amity receive, which to my second sire I justly give. He said, and, with the trumpet's cheerful sound, proclaimed him victor, and with laurel crowned. Nor good Eurytution envied him the prize, though he transfixed the pigeon in the skies. Who cut the line, with second gifts was gracked, the third was his whose arrow pierced the mast. The chief, before the games were wholly done, called Periphance, tutor to his son, and whispered thus, with speed Ascanius find, and, if his childish troop be ready joined, on horseback let him grace his grandsire's day, and lead his equals armed in just array. He said, and, calling out, the cirque he clears. The crowd withdrawn, an open plain appears. And now the noble youths, of form divine, advance before their fathers, in a line, the riders grace the steeds with glory shine. Thus marching on in military pride, shouts of applause resound from side to side. Their casques adorned with laurel wreaths they wear, each brandishing aloft a cornel spear. Some at their backs their gilded quivers bore, their chains of burnished gold hung down before. 3 graceful troops they formed upon the green, 3 graceful leaders at their head were seen, 12 followed every chief, and left a space between. The first young Priam led, a lovely boy, whose grandsire was th unhappy king of Troy, his race in after times was known to fame, new honours adding to the Latian name, and well the royal boy his Thracian steed became. White were the fetlocks of his feet before, and on his front a snowy star he bore. Then beauteous Aedes, with Iolaus bred, of equal age, the second squadron led. The last in order, but the first in place, first in the lovely features of his face, rode fair Ascanius on a fiery steed, Queen Dido's gift, and of the Tyrian breed. Sure coursers for the rest the king ordains, with golden bits adorned, and purple reins. The pleased spectators peals of shouts renew, and all the parents in the children view, their make, their motions, and their sprightly grace, and hopes and fears alternate in their face. Unfledged commanders and their martial train first make the circuit of the sandy plain around their sires, and, at appointed sign, drawn up in beauteous order, form a line. The second signal sounds, the troop divides in 3 distinguished parts, with 3 distinguished guides again they close, and once again disjoin, in troop to troop opposed, and line to line. They meet, they wheel, they throw their darts afar with harmless rage and well-dissembled war. Then in around the mingled bodies run, flying they follow, and pursuing shun, broken, they break, and, rallying, they renew in other forms the military shew. At last, in order, undiscerned they join, and march together in a friendly line. And, as the Cretan labyrinth of old, with wandering ways and many a winding fold, involved the weary feet, without redress, in a round error, which denied recess, so fought the Trojan boys in warlike play, turned and returned, and still a different way. Thus dolphins in the deep each other chase in circles, when they swim around the watery race. This game, these carousels, Ascanius taught, and, building Alba, to the Latins brought, shewed what he learned. The Latin sires impart to their succeeding sons the graceful art, from these imperial Rome received the game, which Troy, the youths the Trojan troop, they name. Thus far the sacred sports they celebrate, but fortune soon resumed her ancient hate, for, while they pay the dead his annual dues, those envied rites Saturnian Juno views, and sends the goddess of the various bow, to try new methods of revenge below, supplies the winds to wing her airy way, where in the port secure the navy lay. Swiftly fair Iris down her arch descends, and, undiscerned, her fatal voyage ends. She saw the gathering crowd, and, gliding thence, the desert shore, and fleet without defense. The Trojan matrons, on the sands alone, with sighs and tears Anchises' death bemoan, then, turning to the sea their weeping eyes, their pity to themselves renews their cries. Alas, said one, what oceans yet remain for us to sail, what labors to sustain? All take the word, and, with a general groan, implore the gods for peace, and places of their own. The goddess, great in mischief, views their pains, and in a woman's form her heavenly limbs restrains. In face and shape old Beroe she became, Doricles' wife, a venerable dame, once blessed with riches, and a mother's name. Thus changed, amidst the crying crowd she ran, mixed with the matrons, and these words began, O wretched we, whom not the Grecian power, nor flames, destroyed, in Troy's unhappy hour. O wretched we, reserved by cruel fate, beyond the ruins of the sinking state. Now 7 revolving years are wholly run, since this improsperous voyage we begun, since, tossed from shores to shores, from lands to lands, inhospitable rocks and barren sands, wandering in exile through the stormy sea, we search in vain for flying Italy. Now cast by fortune on this kindred land, what should our rest and rising walls withstand, or hinder here to fix our banished band? O country lost, and gods redeemed in vain, if still in endless exile we remain. Shall we no more the Trojan walls renew, or streams of some dissembled Simois view? Haste, join with me, unhappy fleet consume. Cassandra bids, and I declare her doom. In sleep I saw her, she supplied my hands, for this I more than dreamt, with flaming brands, with these, said she, these wandering ships destroy, these are your fatal seats, and this your Troy. Time calls you now, the precious hour employ, slack not the good presage, while heaven inspires our minds to dare, and gives the ready fires. See. Neptune's altars minister their brands, the god is pleased, the god supplies our hands. Then from the pile of flaming fire she drew, and, tossed in air, amidst the galleys threw. Wrapped in amaze, the matrons wildly stare, then Virgil, reverent for her hoary hair, Virgil, the nurse of Priam's number-rouse race, no bearo this, though she belies her face. What terrors from her frowning front arise! Behold a goddess in her ardent eyes. What rays around her heavenly face are seen! Mark her majestic voice, and more than mortal mien. Bearo but now I left, whom, pinned with pain, her age and anguish from these rites detain, she said. The matrons, seized with new amaze, roll their malignant eyes, and on the navy gaze. They fear and hope and neither part obey, they hope the fated land, but fear the fatal way. The goddess, having done her task below, mounts up on equal wings, and bends her painted bow. Struck with the sight, and seized with rage divine, the matrons prosecute their mad design, they shriek aloud, they snatch, with impious hands, the food of altars, fires and flaming brands. Green boughs and saplings, mingled in their haste, and smoking torches, on the ships they cast. The flame, unstopped at first, more fury gains, and Vulcan rides at large with loosened reins, triumphant to the painted sterns he soars, and seizes, in this way, the banks and crackling oars. Eumelus was the first the news to bear, while yet they crowd the rural theatre. Then, what they hear, is witnessed by their eyes, a storm of sparkles and of flames arise. Ascanius took alarm, while yet he led his early warriors on his prancing steed, and, spurring on, his equals soon o'erpassed, nor could his fright friends reclaim his haste. Soon as the royal youth appeared in view, he sent his voice before him as he flew, "What madness moves you, matrons, to destroy the last remainders of unhappy Troy? Not hostile fleets, but your own hopes, you burn, and on your friends your fatal fury turn. Behold your own Ascanius." While he said, he drew his glittering helmet from his head, in which the youths to sportful arms he led. By this, Aeneas and his train appear, and now the women, seized with shame and fear, dispersed, to woods and caverns take their flight, abhor their actions, and avoid the light, their friends acknowledge, and their error find, and shake the goddess from their altered mind. Not so the raging fires their fury cease, but, lurking in the seams, with seeming peace, work on their way amid the smouldering tow, sure in destruction, but in motion slow. The silent plague through the green timber eats, and vomits out a tardy flame by fits. Down to the keels, and upward to the sails, the fire descends, or mounts, but still prevails, nor buckets poured, nor strength of human hand, can the victorious element withstand. The pious hero rends his robe, and throws to heaven his hands, and with his hands his vows. "O Jove," he cried, "if prayers can yet have place, if thou abhorrest not all the Dardan race, if any spark of pity still remain, if gods are gods, and not invoked in vain, yet spare the relics of the Trojan train. Yet from the flames our burning vessels free, or let thy fury fall alone on me. At this devoted head thy thunder throw, and send the willing sacrifice below." Scarce had he said, when southern storms arise, from pole to pole the forky lightning flies, loud rattling shakes the mountains and the plain, heaven bellies downward, and descends in rain. Whole sheets of water from the clouds are sent, which, hissing through the planks, the flames prevent, and stop the fiery pest. 4 ships alone burn to the waist, and for the fleet atone. But doubtful thoughts the hero's heart divide, if he should still in Sicily reside, forgetful of his fates, or tempt the main, in hope the promised Italy to gain. Then Nauts, old and wise, to whom alone the will of heaven by Pallas was foreshown, vered in portents, experient and inspurred to tell events, and what the fates required, thus while he stood, to neither part inclined, with cheerful words relieved his laboring mind, O goddess born, resigned in every state, with patience bear, with prudence push your fate. By suffering well, our fortune we subdue, fly when she frowns, and, when she calls, pursue. Your friend Assists is of Trojan kind, to him disclose the secrets of your mind, trust in his hands your old and useless train, to number rouse for the ships which yet remain, the feeble, old, indulgent of their ease, the dames who dread the dangers of the seas, with all the dastard crew, who dare not stand the shock of battle with your foes by land. Here you may build a common town for all, and, from Assist's name, Assist to call. The reasons, with his friend's experience joined, encouraged much, but more disturbed his mind. 'Twas dead of night, when to his slumbering eyes his father's shade descended from the skies, and thus he spoke, O more than vital breath, loved while I lived, and dear even after death, O son, in various toils and troubles tossed, the King of Heaven employs my careful ghost on his commands, the God, who saved from fire your flaming fleet, and heard your just desire. The wholesome counsel of your friend receive, and here the coward train and woman leave, the chosen youth, and those who nobly dare, transport, to tempt the dangers of the war. The stern Italians will their courage try, rough are their manners, and their minds are high. But first to Pluto's palace you shall go, and seek my shade among the blessed below, for not with impious ghosts my soul remains, nor suffers with the damned perpetual pains, but breathes the living air of soft Elysian plains. The chaste Sibylla shall your steps convey, and blood of offered victims free the way. There shall you know what realms the gods assign, and learn the fates and fortunes of your line. But now, farewell. I vanish with the night, and feel the blast of heaven's approaching light. He said, and mixed with shades, and took his airy flight. Whither so fast? The filial duty cried, and why, ah why, the wished embrace denied? He said, and rose, as holy zeal inspires, he rakes hot embers, and renews the fires, his country gods and Vesta then adores with cakes and incense, and their aid implores. Next, for his friends and royal host he sent, revealed his vision, and the gods' intent, with his own purpose. All, without delay, the will of Jove, and his desires obey. They list with women each degenerate name, who dares not hazard life for future fame. These they cashier, the brave remaining few, oars, banks, and cables, half consumed, renew. The prince designs a city with the plough, the lots their several tenements allow. This part is nommed from Ilium, that from Troy, and the new king ascends the throne with joy, a chosen senate from the people draws, appoints the judges, and ordains the laws. Then, on the top of Eryx, they begin a rising temple to the Paphian queen. Anchises, last, is honored as a god, a priest is added, annual gifts bestowed, and groves are planted round his blessed abode. 9 days they pass in feasts, their temples crowned, and fumes of incense in the fanes abound. Then from the south arose a gentle breeze that curled the smoothness of the glassy seas, the rising winds a ruffling gale afford, and call the merry mariners aboard. Now loud laments along the shores resound, of parting friends in close embraces bound. The trembling women, the degenerate train, who shun the frightful dangers of the main, and those desire to sail, and take their share of the rough passage and the promised war, whom good Aeneas cheers, and recommends to their new master's care his fearful friends. On Eryx's altars 3 fat calves he lays, a lamb new fallen to the stormy seas, then slips his hawsers, and his anchors weighs. High on the deck the godlike hero stands, with olive crowned, a charger in his hands, then cast the reeking entrails in the brine, and poured the sacrifice of purple wine. Fresh gales arise, with equal strokes they vie, and brush the buxom seas, and o'er the billows fly. Meantime the mother goddess, full of fears, to Neptune thus addressed, with tender tears, the pride of Jove's imperious queen, the rage, the malice which no sufferings can assuage, compel me to these prayers, since neither fate, nor time, nor pity, can remove her hate. And Jove is thwarted by his haughty wife, still vanquished, yet she still renews the strife. As if 'twere little to consume the town which awed the world, and wore th imperial crown, she prosecutes the ghost of Troy with pains, and gnaws, and to the bones, the last remains. Let her the causes of her hatred tell, but you can witness its effects too well. You saw the storm she rised on Libyan floods, that mixed the mounting billows with the clouds, when, bribing Aeolus, she shook the main, and moved rebellion in your watery reign. With fury she possessed the Dardan dames, to burn their fleet with execrable flames, and forked Aeneas, when his ships were lost, to leave his foul wares on a foreign coast. For what remains, your godhead I implore, and trust my son to your protecting power. If neither Jove's nor fate's decree withstand, secure his passage to the Latian land. Then thus the mighty ruler of the main, what may not Venus hope from Neptune's reign? My kingdom claims your birth, my late defense of your endangered fleet may claim your confidence. Nor less by land than sea my deeds declare how much your loved Aeneas is my care. The Xanthus, and the Simois, I attest. Your Trojan troops when proud Achilles pressed, and drove before him headlong on the plain, and dashed against the walls the trembling train, when floods were filled with bodies of the slain, when crimson Xanthus, doubtful of his way, stood up on ridges to behold the sea, new heaps came tumbling in, and chalked his way, when your Aeneas fought, but fought with odds of force unequal, and unequal gods, I spread a cloud before the victor's sight, sustained the vanquished, and succored his flight. And then succored him, when I sought with joy the vowed destruction of ungrateful Troy. My will's the same, fair goddess, fear no more, your fleet shall safely gain the Latian shore, their lives are given, one destined head alone shall perish, and for multitudes atone. Thus having armed with hopes her anxious mind, his finny team Saturnian Neptune joined, then adds the foamy bridle to their jaws, and to the loosened reins permits the laws. High on the waves his azure car he guides, its axles thunder, and the sea subsides, and the smooth ocean rolls her silent tides. The tempests fly before their father's face, trains of inferior gods his triumph grace, and monster whales before their master play, and choirs of Tritons crowd the watery way. The marshalled powers in equal troops divide to right and left, the gods his better side enclose, and on the worse the nymphs and nereids ride. Now smiling hope, with sweet vicissitude, within the hero's mind his joys renewed. He calls to raise the masts, the sheets display, the cheerful crew with diligence obey, they scud before the wind, and sail in open sea. Ahead of all the master pilot steers, and, as he leads, the following navy veers. The steeds of night had travelled half the sky, the drowsy rowers on their benches lie, when the soft god of sleep, with easy flight, descends, and draws behind a trail of light. Thou, pale Eurus, art his destined prey, to thee alone he takes his fatal way. Dire dreams to thee, and iron sleep, he bears, and, lighting on thy prow, the form of Phorbas wears. Then thus the traitor god began his tale, the winds, my friend, inspire a pleasing gale, the ships, without thy care, securely sail. Now steal an hour of sweet repose, and I will take the rudder and thy room supply. To whom the yawning pilot, half asleep, me dost thou bid to trust the treacherous deep, the harlot smiles of her dissembling face, and to her faith commit the Trojan race? Shall I believe the siren south again, and, oft betrayed, not know the monster main? He said, his fastened hands the rudder keep, and, fixed on heaven, his eyes repel invading sleep. The god was wroth, and at his temples threw a branch in Lethe dipped, and drunk with Stygian dew, the pilot, vanquished by the power divine, soon closed his swimming eyes, and lay supine. Scarce were his limbs extended at their length, the god, insulting with superior strength, fell heavy on him, plunged him in the sea, and, with the stern, the rudder tore away. Headlong he fell, and, struggling in the main, cried out for helping hands, but cried in vain. The victor daemon mounts obscure in air, while the ship sails without the pilot's care. On Neptune's faith the floating fleet relies, but what the man forsook, the god supplies, and o'er the dang rouse deep secure the navy flies, glides by the Sirens' cliffs, a shelfy coast, long infamous for ships and sailors lost, and white with bones. Impetuous ocean roars, and rocks rebellow from the sounding shores. The watchful hero felt the knocks, and found the tossing vessel sailed on shoaly ground. Sure of his pilot's loss, he takes himself the helm, and steers aloof, and shuns the shelf. Inly he grieved, and, groaning from the breast, deplored his death, and thus his pain expressed, for faith reposed on seas, and on the flat ring sky, thy naked corpse is doomed on shores unknown to lie. Book 6 The Argument. The Sibyl foretells Aeneas the adventures he should meet with in Italy. She attends him to hell, describing to him the various scenes of that place, and conducting him to his father Anchises, who instructs him in those sublime mysteries, of the soul of the world, and the transmigration, and shows him that glorious race of heroes, which was to descend from him and his posterity. He said, and wept, then spread his sails before the winds, and reached at length the Cumaean shore, their anchors dropped, his crew the vessel's moor. They turn their heads to sea, their sterns to land, and greet with greedy joy Italian strand. Some strike from clashing flints their fiery seed, some gather sticks, the kindled flames to feed, or search for hollow trees, and fell the woods, or trace through valleys the discovered floods. Thus, while their several charges they fulfill, the pious prince ascends the sacred hill where Phoebus is adored, and seeks the shade which hides from sight his venerable maid. Deep in a cave the Sibyl makes abode, thence full of fate returns, and of the god. Through Trivia's grove they walk, and now behold, and enter now, the temple roofed with gold. When Daedalus, to fly the Cretan shore, his heavy limbs on jointed pinions bore, the first who sailed in air, 'tis sung by fame, to the Cumaean coast at length he came, and here alighting, built this costly frame. Inscribed to Phoebus, here he hung on high the steerage of his wings, that cut the sky, then o'er the lofty gate his art embossed Androgeos' death, and offerings to his ghost, 7 youths from Athens yearly sent, to meet the fate appointed by revengeful Crete. And next to those the dreadful urn was plocked, in which the destined names by lots were cast, the mournful parents stand around in tears, and rising Crete against their shore appears. There too, in living sculpture, might be seen the mad affection of the Cretan queen, then how she cheats her bellowing lover's eye, the rushing leap, the doubtful progeny, the lower part a beast, a man above, the monument of their polluted love. Not far from thence he grabbed the wondrous maze, 8,000 doors, 1,000 winding ways, here dwells the monster, hid from human view, not to be found, but by the faithful clue, till the kind artist, moved with pious grief, lent to the loving maid this last relief, and all those erring paths described so well that Theseus conquered and the monster fell. Here hapless Icarus had found his part, had not the father's grief restrained his art. He twice essayed to cast his son in gold, twice from his hands he dropped the forming mold. All this with wandering eyes Aeneas viewed, each varying object his delight renewed, eager to read the rest. Achates came, and by his side the mad divining dame, the priestess of the god, Dephobe her name. Time suffers not, she said, to feed your eyes with empty pleasures, haste the sacrifice. 7 bullocks, yet unyoked, for Phoebus choose, and for Diana 7 unspotted ewes. This said, the servants urge the sacred rites, while to the temple she the prince invites. A spacious cave, within its farmost part, was hewed and fashioned by laborious art through the hill's hollow sides. Before the place, 100 doors 100 entries grace, as many voices issue, and the sound of Sibyl's words as many times rebound. Now to the mouth they come. Aloud she cries, this is the time, inquire your destinies. He comes, behold the god. Thus while she said, and shivering at the sacred entry stayed, her color changed, her face was not the same, and hollow groans from her deep spirit came. Her hair stood up, convulsive rage possessed her trembling limbs, and heaved her laboring breast. Greater than humankind she seemed to look, and with an accent more than mortal spoke. Her staring eyes with sparkling fury roll, when all the god came rushing on her soul. Swiftly she turned, and, foaming as she spoke, why this delay, she cried, the powers invoke. Thy prayers alone can open this abode, else vain are my demands, and dumb the god. She said no more. The trembling Trojans hear, O air spread with a damp sweat and holy fear. The prince himself, with awful dread possessed, his vows to great Apollo thus addressed, indulgent god, propitious power to Troy, swift to relieve, unwilling to destroy, directed by whose hand the Dardan dart pierced the proud Grecians' only mortal part, thus far, by fate's decrees and thy commands, through ambient seas and through devouring sands, our exiled crew has sought Ausonian ground, and now, at length, the flying coast is found. Thus far the fate of Troy, from place to place, with fury has pursued her wandering race. Here cease, ye powers, and let your vengeance end, Troy is no more, and can no more offend. And thou, O sacred maid, inspurred to see th event of things in dark futurity, give me what heaven has promised to my fate, to conquer and command the Latian state, to fix my wandering gods, and find a place for the long exiles of the Trojan race. Then shall my grateful hands a temple rear to the twin gods, with vows and solemn prayer, and annual rites and festivals and games, shall be performed to their auspicious names. Nor shalt thou want thy honors in my land, for there thy faithful oracles shall stand, preserved in shrines, and every sacred lay, which, by thy mouth, Apollo shall convey, all shall be treasured by a chosen train of holy priests, and ever shall remain. But oh! Commit not thy prophetic mind to flitting leaves, the sport of every wind, lest they disperse in air our empty fate. Write not, but, what the powers ordain, relate. Struggling in vain, impatient of her load, and laboring underneath the pond rouse God, the more she strove to shake him from her breast, with more and far superior force he pressed, commands his entrance, and, without control, usurps her organs and inspires her soul. Now, with a furious blast, the 100 doors ope of themselves, a rushing whirlwind roars within the cave, and Sibyl's voice restores, escape the dangers of the watery rain, yet more and greater ills by land remain. The coast, so long desired, nor doubt th event, thy troops shall reach, but, having reached, repent. Wars, horrid wars, I view, a field of blood, and Tiber rolling with a purple flood. Simois nor Xanthus shall be wanting there, a new Achilles shall in arms appear, and he, too, God is born. Fierce Juno's hate, added to hostile force, shall urge thy fate. To what strange nations shalt not thou resort, drive and to solicit aid at every court? The cause the same which Ilium once oppressed, a foreign mistress, and a foreign guest. But thou, secure of soul, unbent with woes, the more thy fortune frowns, the more oppose. The dawnings of thy safety shall be shown from whence thou least shalt hope, a Grecian town. Thus, from the dark recess, the Sibyl spoke, and the resisting air the thunder broke, the cave rebellowed, and the temple shook. Th ambiguous God, who are you? Eld her laboring breast, in these mysterious words his mind expressed, some truths revealed, in terms involved the rest. At length her fury fell, her foaming sea eased, and, ebbing in her soul, the God decreased. Then thus the chief, no terror to my view, no frightful face of danger can be new. Inured to suffer, and resolved to dare, the fates, without my power, shall be without my care. This let me crave, since near your grove the road to hell lies open, and the dark abode which Acheron surrounds, th innavigable flood, conduct me through the regions void of light, and lead me longing to my Father's sight. For him, 1,000 dangers I have sought, and, rushing where the thickest Grecians fought, safe on my back the sacred burthen brought. He, for my sake, the raging ocean tried, and wrath of heaven, my still auspicious guide, and bore beyond the strength decrepit age supplied. Oft, since he breathed his last, in dead of night his reverend image stood before my sight, enjoined to seek, below, his holy shade, conducted there by your unerring aid. But you, if pious minds by prayers are won, oblige the Father, and protect the Son. Yours is the power, nor Proserpine in vain has made you priestess of her nightly reign. If Orpheus, armed with his enchanting lyre, the ruthless king with pity could inspire, and from the shades below redeem his wife, if Pollux, offering his alternate life, could free his brother, and can daily go by turns aloft, by turns descend below, why name I Theseus, or his greater friend, who trod the downward path, and upward could ascend? Not less than theirs from Jove my lineage came, my mother greater, my descent the same. So prayed the Trojan prince, and, while he prayed, his hand upon the holy altar laid. Then thus replied the prophetess divine, O goddess born of great Anchises' line, the gates of hell are open night and day, smooth the descent, and easy is the way, but to return, and view the cheerful skies, in this the task and mighty labor lies. To few great Jupiter imparts this grace, and those of shining worth and heavenly race. Betwixt those regions and our upper light, deep forests and impenetrable night possess the middle space, th infernal bounds Cocytus, with his sable waves, surrounds. But if so dire a love your soul invades, as twice below to view the trembling shades, if you so hard a toil will undertake, as twice to pass th innavigable lake, receive my counsel. In the neighboring grove there stands a tree, the queen of Stygian Jove claims it her own, thick woods and gloomy night conceal the happy plant from human sight. One bough it bears, but wondrous to behold. The ductile rind and leaves of radiant gold, this from the vulgar branches must be torn, and to fair Proserpine the present born, ere leave be given to tempt the nether skies. The first thus rent a second will arise, and the same metal the same room supplies. Look round the wood, with lifted eyes, to see the lurking gold upon the fatal tree, then rend it off, as holy rites command, the willing metal will obey thy hand, following with ease, if favored by thy fate, thou art foredoomed to view the Stygian state, if not, no labor can the tree constrain, and strength of stubborn arms and steel are vain. Besides, you know not, while you here attend, th unworthy fate of your unhappy friend, breathless he lies, and his unburied ghost, deprived of funeral rites, pollutes your host. Pay first his pious dues, and, for the dead, 2 sable sheep around his hearse be led, then, living turfs upon his body lay, this done, securely take the destined way, to find the regions destitute of day. She said, and held her peace. Aeneas went sad from the cave, and full of discontent, unknowing whom the sacred Sibyl meant. Achates, the companion of his breast, goes grieving by his side, with equal cares oppressed. Walking, they talked, and fruitlessly divined what friend the priestess by those words designed. But soon they found an object to deplore. Misenus lay extended on the shore, son of the god of winds, none so renowned the warrior trumpet in the field to sound, with breathing brass to kindle fierce alarms, and rouse to dare their fate in honorable arms. He served great Hector, and was ever near, not with his trumpet only, but his spear. But by Pelides' arms when Hector fell, he chose Aeneas, and he chose as well. Swoln with applause, and aiming still at more, he now provokes the sea gods from the shore. With envy Triton heard the martial sound, and the bold champion, for his challenge, drowned, then cast his mangled carcass on the strand. The gazing crowd around the body stand. All weep, but most Aeneas mourns his fate, and hastens to perform the funeral state. In altar wise, a stately pile they rear, the basis broad below, and top advanced in air. An ancient wood, fit for the work designed, the shady covert of the salvage kind, the Trojans found, the sounding axe is plied, firs, pines, and pitch trees, and the towering pride of forest ashes, feel the fatal stroke, and piercing wedges cleave the stubborn oak. Huge trunks of trees, felled from the steepy crown of the bare mountains, roll with ruin down. Armed like the rest the Trojan prince appears, and by his pious labor urges theirs. Thus while he wrought, revolving in his mind the ways to compass what his wish designed, he cast his eyes upon the gloomy grove, and then with vows implored the Queen of Love, O may thy power, propitious still to me, conduct my steps to find the fatal tree, in this deep forest, since the Sibyl's breath foretold, alas, too true, Misenus' death. Scarce had he said, when, full before his sight, 2 doves, descending from their airy flight, secure upon the grassy plain alight. He knew his mother's birds, and thus he prayed, Be you my guides, with your auspicious aid, and lead my footsteps, till the branch be found, whose glittering shadow gilds the sacred ground. And thou, great parent, with celestial care, in this distress be present to my prayer. Thus having said, he stopped with watchful sight, observing still the motions of their flight, what course they took, what happy signs they shew. They fed, and, fluttering, by degrees withdrew still farther from the place, but still in view, hopping and flying, thus they led him on to the slow lake, whose baleful stench to shun they winged their flight aloft, then, stooping low, perched on the double tree that bears the golden bough. Through the green leaves the glittering shadows glow, as, on the sacred oak, the wintry mistletoe, where the proud mother views her precious brood, and happier branches, which she never sowed. Such was the glittering, such the ruddy rind, and dancing leaves, that wantoned in the wind. He seized the shining bough with griping hold, and rent away, with ease, the lingering gold, then to the Sibyl's palace bore the prize. Meantime the Trojan troops, with weeping eyes, to dead Misenus pay his obsequies. First, from the ground a lofty pile they rear, of pitch trees, oaks, and pines, and unctuous fir, the fabric's front with cypress twigs they strew, and stick the sides with boughs of baleful yew. The topmost part his glittering arms adorn, warm waters, then, in brazen cauldrons borne, are poured to wash his body, joint by joint, and fragrant oils the stiffened limbs anoint. With groans and cries Misenus they deplore, then on a bier, with purple covered o'er, the breathless body, thus bewailed, they lay, and fire the pile, their faces turned away, such reverend rites their fathers used to pay. Pure oil and incense on the fire they throw, and fat of victims, which his friends bestow. These gifts the greedy flames to dust devour, then on the living coals red wine they pour, and, last, the relics by themselves dispose, which in a brazen urn the priests enclose. Old Coryneus compassed thrice the crew, and dipped an olive branch in holy dew, which thrice he sprinkled round, and thrice aloud invoked the dead, and then dismissed the crowd. But good Aeneas ordered on the shore a stately tomb, whose top a trumpet bore, a soldier's falchion, and a seaman's oar. Thus was his friend interred, and deathless fame still to the lofty cape consigns his name. These rites performed, the prince, without delay, hastes to the nether world his destined way. Deep was the cave, and, downward as it went from the wide mouth, a rocky rough descent, and here access a gloomy grove defends, and there unavigable lake extends, o'er whose unhappy waters, void of light, no bird presumes to steer his airy flight, such deadly stenches from the depths arise, and steaming sulphur, that infects the skies. From hence the Grecian bards their legends make, and give the name of Aeneid to the lake. 4 sable bullocks, in the yoke untaught, for sacrifice the pious hero brought. The priestess pours the wine betwixt their horns, then cuts the curling hair, that first oblation burns, invoking Hecate hither to repair, a powerful name in hell and upper air. The sacred priests with ready knives bereave the beasts of life, and in full bowls receive the streaming blood, a lamb to hell and night, the sable wool without a streak of white, Aeneas offers, and, by fate's decree, a barren heifer, Proserpine, to thee, with holocausts he Pluto's altar fills, 7 brawny bulls with his own hand he kills, then on the broiling entrails oil he pours, which, ointed thus, the raging flame devours. Late the nocturnal sacrifice begun, nor ended till the next returning sun. Then earth began to bellow, trees to dance, and howling dogs in glimmering light advance, ere Hecate came. Far hence be souls profane. The Sibyl cried, and from the grove abstain. Now, Trojan, take the way thy fates afford, assume thy courage, and unsheath thy sword. She said, and passed along the gloomy space, the prince pursued her steps with equal pace. Ye realms, yet unrevealed to human sight, ye gods who rule the regions of the night, ye gliding ghosts, permit me to relate the mystic wonders of your silent state. Obscure they went through dreary shades, that led along the waste dominions of the dead. Thus wander travelers in woods by night, by the moon's doubtful and malignant light, when Jove in dusky clouds involves the skies, and the faint crescent shoots by fits before their eyes. Just in the gate and in the jaws of hell, revengeful cares and sullen sorrows dwell, and pale diseases, and repining age, want, fear, and famine's unresisted rage, here toils, and death's half-brother, sleep, forms terrible to view, their sentry keep, with anxious pleasures of a guilty mind, deep frauds before, and open force behind, the Furies' iron beds, and strife, that shakes her hissing tresses and unfolds her snakes. Full in the midst of this infernal road, an elm displays her dusky arms abroad, the god of sleep there hides his heavy head, and empty dreams on every leaf are spread. Of various forms unnumbered spectres more, centaurs, and double shapes, besiege the door. Before the passage, horrid Hydra stands, and Briareus with all his 100 hands, Gorgons, Geryon with his triple frame, and vain Chimera vomits empty flame. The chief unsheathed his shining steel, prepared, though seized with sudden fear, to force the guard, offering his brandished weapon at their face, had not the Sibyl stopped his eager pace, and told him what those empty phantoms were, forms without bodies, and impassive air. Hence to deep Acheron they take their way, whose troubled eddies, thick with ooze and clay, are whirled aloft, and in Cocytus lost. There Charon stands, who rules the dreary coast, a sordid god, down from his hoary chin a length of beard descends, uncombed, unclean, his eyes, like hollow furnaces on fire, a girdle, foul with grease, binds his obscene attire. He spreads his canvas, with his pole he steers, the freights of flitting ghosts in his thin bottom bears. He looked in years, yet in his years were seen a youthful vigor and autumnal green. An airy crowd came rushing where he stood, which filled the margin of the fatal flood, husbands and wives, boys and unmarried maids, and mighty heroes more majestic shades, and youths, entombed before their fathers' eyes, with hollow groans, and shrieks, and feeble cries. Thick as the leaves in autumn strow the woods, or fowls, by winter forked, forsake the floods, and wing their hasty flight to happier lands, such, and so thick, the shivering army stands, and press for passage with extended hands. Now these, now those, the surly boatman bore, the rest he drove to distance from the shore. The hero, who beheld with wandering eyes the tumult mixed with shrieks, laments, and cries, asked of his guide, what the rude concourse meant, why to the shore the thronging people bent, what forms of law among the ghosts were used, why some were ferret o'er, and some reefest. Son of Anchises, offspring of the gods, the Sibyl said, you see the Stygian floods, the sacred stream which Heaven's imperial state attests in oaths, and fears to violate. The ghosts rejected are unhappy crew deprived of sepulchres and fun do, the boatman, Charon, those, the buried host, he ferries over to the farther coast, nor dares his transport vessel cross the waves with such whose bones are not compassed in graves. 100 years they wander on the shore, at length, their penance done, are wafted o'er. The Trojan chief his forward pace repressed, revolving anxious thoughts within his breast, he saw his friends, who, whelmed beneath the waves, their fun'ral honors claimed, and asked their quiet graves. The lost Lycaspes in the crowd he knew, and the brave leader of the Lycian crew, whom, on the Tyrrhene seas, the tempests met, the sailors mastered, and the ship o'erset. Amidst the spirits, pale and Eurus pressed, yet fresh from life, a new admitted guest, who, while he steering viewed the stars, and bore his course from Afric to the Latian shore, fell headlong down. The Trojan fixed his view, and scarcely through the gloom the sullen shadow knew. Then thus the prince, what envious power, O friend, brought your loved life to this disastrous end? For Phoebus, ever true in all he said, has in your fate alone my faith betrayed. The god foretold you should not die, before you reached, secure from seas, Italian shore. Is this unerring power? The ghost replied, nor Phoebus flattered, nor his answers lied, nor envious gods have sent me to the deep, but, while the stars and course of heaven I keep, my wearied eyes were seized with fatal sleep. I fell, and, with my weight, the helm constrained was drawn along, which yet my gripe retained. Now by the winds and raging waves I swear, your safety, more than mine, was then my care, lest, of the guide bereft, the rudder lost, your ship should run against the rocky coast. 3 blustering nights, borne by the southern blast, I floated, and discovered land at last. High on a mounting wave my head I bore, forcing my strength, and gathering to the shore. Panting, but past the danger, now I seized the craggy cliffs, and my tiered members eased. While, cumbered with my dropping clothes, I lay, the cruel nation, covetous of prey, stained with my blood th unhospitable coast, and now, by winds and waves, my lifeless limbs are tossed, which avert, by yon ethereal light, which I have lost for this eternal night. Or, if by dearer ties you may be won, by your dead sire, and by your living son, redeem from this reproach my wandering ghost, or with your navy seek the Velan coast, and in a peaceful grave my corpse compose, or, if a nearer way your mother shows, without whose aid you durst not undertake this frightful passage o'er the Stygian lake, lend to this wretch your hand, and waft him o'er to the sweet banks of yon forbidden shore. Scarce had he said, the prophetess began, what hopes delude thee, miserable man? Think'st thou, thus unentombed, to cross the floods, to view the furies and infernal gods, and visit, without leave, the dark abodes? Attend the term of long revolving years, fate, and the dooming gods, are deaf to tears. This comfort of thy dire misfortune take, the wrath of heaven, inflicted for thy sake, with vengeance shall pursue th inhuman coast, till they propitiate thy offended ghost, and raise a tomb, with vows and solemn prayer, and Palinurus' name the place shall bear. This calmed his cares, soothed with his future fame, and pleased to hear his propagated name. Now nearer to the Stygian lake they draw, whom, from the shore, the surly boatman saw, observed their passage through the shady wood, and marked their near approaches to the flood. Then thus he called aloud, inflamed with wrath, mortal, water, who this forbidden path in arms presumest to tread, I charge thee, stand, and tell thy name, and business in the land. Know this, the realm of night, the Stygian shore, my boat conveys no living bodies o'er, nor was I pleased great Theseus once to bear, who forked a passage with his pointed spear, nor strong Alcides, men of mighty fame, and from th immortal gods their lineage came. In fetters one the barking porter tied, and took him trembling from his sovereign's side, two sought by force to seize his beauteous bride. To whom the Sibyl thus, compose thy mind, nor frauds are here contrived, nor force designed. Still may the dog the wandering troops constrain of airy ghosts, and vex the guilty train, and with her grisly lord his lovely queen remain. The Trojan chief, whose lineage is from Jove, much famed for arms, and more for filial love, is sent to seek his sire in your Elysian grove. If neither piety, nor heaven's command, can gain his passage to the Stygian strand, this fatal present shall prevail at least. Then shewed the shining bow, concealed within her vest. No more was needful, for the gloomy god stood mute with awe, to see the golden rod, admired the destined offering to his queen, a venerable gift, so rarely seen. His fury thus appeased, he puts to land, the ghosts forsake their seats at his command, he clears the deck, receives the mighty freight, the leaky vessel groans beneath the weight. Slowly she sails, and scarcely stems the tides, the pressing water pours within her sides. His passengers at length are wafted o'er, exposed, in muddy weeds, upon the miry shore. No sooner landed, in his den they found the triple porter of the Stygian sound, grim Cerberus, who soon began to rear his crested snakes, and armed his bristling hair. The prudent Sibyl had before prepared a sop, in honey steeped, to charm the guard, which, mixed with powerful drugs, she cast before his greedy grinning jaws, just opt to roar. With 3 enormous mouths he gapes, and straight, with hunger pressed, devours the pleasing bait. Long draughts of sleep his monstrous limbs enslave, he reels, and, falling, fills the spacious cave. The keeper charmed, the chief without delay passed on, and took th irremeable way. Before the gates, the cries of babes new-born, whom fate had from their tender mothers torn, assault his ears, then those, whom form of laws condemned to die, when traitors judged their cause. Nor want they lots, nor judges to review the wrongful sentence, and award anew. Minos, the strict inquisitor, appears, and lives and crimes, with his assessors, hears. Round in his urn the blended balls he rolls, absolves the just, and dooms the guilty souls. The next, in place and punishment, are they who prodigally throw their souls away, fools, who, repining at their wretched state, and loathing anxious life, suborn their fate. With late repentance now they would retrieve the bodies they forsook, and wish to live, their pains and poverty desire to bear, to view the light of heaven, and breathe the vital air, but fate forbids, the Stygian floods oppose, and with circling streams the captive souls enclose. Not far from thence, the mournful fields appear so called from lovers that inhabit there. The souls whom that unhappy flame invades, in secret solitude and myrtle shades make endless moans, and, pining with desire, lament too late their unextinguished fire. Here Procris, Eriphyle here he found, bearing her breast, yet bleeding with the wound made by her son. He saw Pasiphae there, with Phaedra's ghost, a foul incestuous pair. There Laodamia, with Evadne, moves, unhappy both, but loyal in their loves, Sinuus, a woman once, and once a man, but ending in the sex she first began. Not far from these Phoenician Dido stood, fresh from her wound, her bosom bathed in blood, whom when the Trojan hero hardly knew, obscure in shades, and with a doubtful view, doubtful as he who sees, through dusky night, or thinks he sees, the moon's uncertain light, with tears he first approached the sullen shade, and, as his love inspurred him, thus he said, "Unhappy queen, then is the common breath of rumor true, in your reported death, and I, alas, the cause. By heaven, I vow, and all the powers that rule the realms below, unwilling I forsook your friendly state, commanded by the gods, and forked by fate. Those gods, that fate, whose unresisted might have sent me to these regions void of light, through the vast empire of eternal night. Nor dared I to presume, that, pressed with grief, my flight should urge you to this dire relief. Stay, stay your steps, and listen to my vows, 'tis the last interview that fate allows." In vain he thus attempts her mind to move with tears and prayers and late repenting love. Disdainfully she looked, then turning round, but fixed her eyes unmoved upon the ground, and what he says and swears, regards no more than the deaf rocks, when the loud billows roar, but whirled away, to shun his hateful sight, hid in the forest and the shades of night, then sought Sychaeus through the shady grove, who answered all her cares, and equalled all her love. Some pious tears the pitying hero paid, and followed with his eyes the flitting shade, then took the forward way, by fate ordained, and, with his guide, the farther fields attained, where, severed from the rest, the warrior souls remained. Tydeus he met, with Meleager's race, the pride of armies, and the soldier's grace, and pale Adrastus with his ghastly face. Of Trojan chiefs he viewed a number rouse train, all much lamented, all in battle slain, Glaucus and Medon, high above the rest, Antenor's sons, and Ceres' sacred priest. And proud Aethius, Priam's charioteer, who shakes his empty reins, and aims his airy spear. The gladsome ghosts, encircling troops, attend and with unwearied eyes behold their friend, delight to hover near, and long to know what business brought him to the realms below. But Argive chiefs, and Agamemnon's train, when his refulgent arms flashed through the shady plain, fled from his well-known face, with wonted fear, as when his thundering sword and pointed spear drove headlong to their ships, and gleaned the rooted rear. They raised a feeble cry, with trembling notes, but the weak voice deceived their gasping throats. Here Priam's son, Deiphobus, he found, whose face and limbs were one continued wound, dishonest, with lopped arms, the youth appears, spoiled of his nose, and shortened of his ears. He scarcely knew him, striving to disown his blotted form, and blushing to be known, and therefore first began, O Teucer's race, who durst thy faultless figure thus deface? What heart could wish, what hand inflict, this dire disgrace? 'Twas famed, that in our last and fatal night your single prowess long sustained the fight, till tiered, not forked, a glorious fate you chose, and fell upon a heap of slaughtered foes. But, in remembrance of so brave a deed, a tomb and funeral honors I decreed, thrice called your manes on the Trojan plains, the place your armor and your name retains. Your body too I sought, and, had I found, designed for burial in your native ground. The ghost replied, your piety has paid all needful rites, to rest my wandering shade, but cruel fate, and my more cruel wife, to Grecian swords betrayed my sleeping life. These are the monuments of Helen's love, the shame I bear below, the marks I bore above. You know in what deluding joys we passed the night that was by heaven decreed our last, for, when the fatal horse, descending down, pregnant with arms, o'erwhelmed th unhappy town, she feigned nocturnal orgies, left my bed, and, mixed with Trojan dames, the dances led then, waving high her torch, the signal made, which roused the Grecians from their ambuscade. With watching overworn, with cares oppressed, unhappy I had laid me down to rest, and heavy sleep my weary limbs possessed. Meantime my worthy wife our arms mislaid, and from beneath my head my sword conveyed, the door unlatched, and, with repeated calls, invites her former lord within my walls. Thus in her crime her confidence she plucked, and with new treasons would redeem the past. What need I more? Into the room they ran, and meanly murdered a defenseless man. Ulysses, basely born, first led the way. Avenging powers. With justice if I pray, that fortune be their own another day. But answer you, and in your turn relate, what brought you, living, to the Stygian state, driven by the winds and errors of the sea, or did you have an superior doom obey? Or tell what other chance conducts your way, to view with mortal eyes our dark retreats, tumults and torments of th infernal seats. While thus in talk the flying hours they pass, the sun had finished more than half his race, and they, perhaps, in words and tears had spent the little time of stay which heaven had lent, but thus the Sibyl chides their long delay, night rushes down, and headlong drives the day, 'tis here, in different paths, the way divides, the right to Pluto's golden palace guides, the left to that unhappy region tends, which to the depth of Tartarus descends, the seat of night profound, and punished fiends. Then thus Deiphobus, O sacred maid, forbear to chide, and be your will obeyed. Lo! To the secret shadows I retire, to pay my penance till my years expire. Proceed, auspicious prince, with glory crowned, and born to better fates than I have found. He said, and, while he said, his steps he turned to secret shadows, and in silence mourned. The hero, looking on the left, espied a lofty tower, and strong on every side with treble walls, which Phlegethon surrounds, whose fiery flood the burning empire bounds, and, pressed betwixt the rocks, the bellowing noise resounds wide is the fronting gate, and, rised on high with adamantine columns, threats the sky. Vain is the force of man, and heaven's as vain, to crush the pillars which the pile sustain. Sublime on these a tower of steel is reared, and dire Tisiphone there keeps the ward, girt in her sanguine gown, by night and day, observant of the souls that pass the downward way. From hence are heard the groans of ghosts, the pains of sounding lashes and of dragging chains. The Trojan stood astonished at their cries, and asked his guide from whence those yells arise, and what the crimes, and what the tortures were, and loud laments that rent the liquid air. She thus replied, the chaste and holy race are all forbidden this polluted place. But Hecate, when she gave to rule the woods, then led me trembling through these dire abodes, and taught the tortures of avenging gods. These are the realms of unrelenting fate, and awful Rhadamanthus rules the state. He hears and judges each committed crime, inquires into the manner, place, and time. The conscious wretch must all his acts reveal, loath to confess, unable to conceal, from the first moment of his vital breath, to his last hour of unrepenting death. Straight, o'er the guilty ghost, the Fury shakes the sounding whip and brandishes her snakes, and the pale sinner, with her sisters, takes. Then, of itself, unfolds eternal door, with dreadful sounds the brazen hinges roar. You see, before the gate, what stalking ghost commands the guard, what sentries keep the post. More formidable Hydra stands within, whose jaws with iron teeth severely grin. The gaping gulf low to the center lies, and twice as deep as earth is distant from the skies. The rivals of the gods, the Titan race, here, singed with lightning, roll within unfathomed space. Here lie alien twins, I saw them both, enormous bodies, of gigantic growth, who dared in fight the Thunderer to defy, affect his heaven, and force him from the sky. Salmoneus, suffering cruel pains, I found, for emulating Jove, the rattling sound of mimic thunder, and the glittering blaze of pointed lightnings, and their forky rays. Through Elis and the Grecian towns he flew, audacious wretch four fiery coursers drew, he waved a torch aloft, and, madly vain, sought godlike worship from a servile train. Ambitious fool! With horny hoofs to pass o'er hollow arches of resounding brass, to rival thunder in its rapid course, and imitate inimitable force. But he, the King of Heaven, obscure on high, barred his red arm, and, launching from the sky his writhen bolt, not shaking empty smoke, down to the deep abyss the flaming felon strook. There Titius was to see, who took his birth from heaven, his nursing from the foodful earth. Here his gigantic limbs, with large embrace, enfold 9 acres of infernal space. A ravenous vulture, in his open side, her crooked beak and cruel talons tried, still for the growing liver digged his breast, the growing liver still supplied the feast, still are his entrails fruitful to their pains, immortal hunger lasts, immortal food remains. Ixion and Perithous I could name, and more Thessalian chiefs of mighty fame. High o'er their heads a mouldering rock is plucked, that promises a fall, and shakes at every blast. They lie below, on golden beds displayed, and genial feasts with regal pomp are made. The Queen of Furies by their sides is set, and snatches from their mouths untasted meat, which if they touch, her hissing snakes she rears, tossing her torch, and thundering in their ears. Then they, who brothers better claim disown, expel their parents, and usurp the throne, defraud their clients, and, to lucre sold, sit brooding on unprofitable gold, who dare not give, and even refuse to lend to their poor kindred, or a wanting friend. Vast is the throng of these, nor less the train of lustful youths, for foul adultery slain, hosts of deserters, who their honor sold, and basely broke their faith for bribes of gold. All these within the dungeon's depth remain, despairing pardon, and expecting pain. Ask not what pains, nor farther seek to know their process, or the forms of law below. Some roll a weighty stone, some, laid along, and bound with burning wires, on spokes of wheels are hung unhappy Theseus, doomed forever there, is fixed by fate on his eternal chair, and wretched Phlegyas warns the world with cries, could warning make the world more just or wise, learn righteousness, and dread avenging deities. To tyrants others have their country sold, imposing foreign lords, for foreign gold, some have old laws repealed, new statutes made, not as the people pleased, but as they paid, with incest some their daughters' bed profaned, all dard the worst of ills, and, what they dard, attained. Had I 100 mouths, 100 tongues, and throats of brass, inspurred with iron lungs, I could not half those horrid crimes repeat, nor half the punishments those crimes have met. But let us haste our voyage to pursue, the walls of Pluto's palace are in view, the gate, and iron arch above it, stands on anvils labored by the Cyclops' hands. Before our farther way the fates allow, here must we fix on high the golden bow. She said, and through the gloomy shades they passed, and chose the middle path. Arrived at last, the prince with living water sprinkled o'er his limbs and body, then approached the door, possessed the porch, and on the front above he fixed the fatal bough required by Pluto's love. These holy rites performed, they took their way where long extended plains of pleasure lay, the verdant fields with those of heaven mavy, with ether vested, and a purple sky, the blissful seats of happy souls below. Stars of their own, and their own sons, they know, their airy limbs in sports they exercise, and on the green contend the wrestler's prize. Some in heroic verse divinely sing, others in artful measures led the ring. The Thracian bard, surrounded by the rest, there stands conspicuous in his flowing vest, his flying fingers, and harmonious quill, strikes 7 distinguished notes, and 7 at once they fill. Here found they Teucer's old heroic race, born better times and happier years to grace. Assaracus and Ilus here enjoy perpetual fame, with him who founded Troy. The chief beheld their chariots from afar, their shining arms, and coursers trained to war, their lances fixed in earth, their steeds around, free from their harness, graze the flowery ground. The love of horses which they had, alive, and care of chariots, after death survive. Some cheerful souls were feasting on the plain, some did the song, and some the choir maintain, beneath a laurel shade, where mighty Po mounts up to woods above, and hides his head below. Here patriots live, who, for their country's good, in fighting fields, were prodigal of blood, priests of unblemished lives here make abode, and poets worthy their inspiring God, and searching wits, of more mechanic parts, who gracked their age with new invented arts, those who to worth their bounty did extend, and those who knew that bounty to commend. The heads of these with holy fillets bound, and all their temples were with garlands crowned. To these the Sibyl thus her speech addressed, and first to him surrounded by the rest towering his height, and ample was his breast, say, happy souls, divine Musaeus, say, where lives Anchises, and where lies our way to find the hero, for whose only sake we sought the dark abodes, and crossed the bitter lake. To this the sacred poet thus replied, in no fixed place the happy souls reside. In groves we live, and lie on mossy beds, by crystal streams, that murmur through the meads, but pass yon easy hill, and thence descend, the path conducts you to your journey's end. This said, he led them up the mountain's brow, and shews them all the shining fields below. They wind the hill, and through the blissful meadows go. But old Anchises, in a flowery vale, reviewed his mustered race, and took the tale, those happy spirits, which, ordained by fate, for future beings and new bodies wait. With studious thought observed th illustrious throng, in nature's order as they passed along, their names, their fates, their conduct, and their care, in peaceful senates and successful war. He, when Aeneas on the plain appears, meets him with open arms, and falling tears. "Welcome," he said, "the gods' undoubted race. O long expected to my dear embrace. Once more 'tis given me to behold your face. The love and pious duty which you pay have passed the perils of so hard a way. 'Tis true, computing times, I now believed the happy day approached, nor are my hopes deceived. What length of lands, what oceans have you passed, what storms sustained, and on what shores been cast? How have I feared your fate! But feared it most, when love assailed you, on the Libyan coast. To this, the filial duty thus replies, your sacred ghost before my sleeping eyes appeared, and often you argued this painful enterprise. After long tossing on the Tyrrhene sea, my navy rides at anchor in the bay. But reach your hand, O parent shade, nor shun the dear embraces of your longing son. He said, and falling tears his face bedew, then thrice around his neck his arms he threw, and thrice the flitting shadow slipped away, like winds, or empty dreams that fly the day. Now, in a secret vale, the Trojan sees a separate grove, through which a gentle breeze plays with a passing breath, and whispers through the trees, and, just before the confines of the wood, the gliding Lethe leads her silent flood. About the boughs an airy nation flew, thick as the humming bees, that hunt the golden dew, in summer's heat on tops of lilies feed, and creep within their bells, to suck the balmy seed. The winged army roams the fields around, the rivers and the rocks remurmur to the sound. Aeneas wandering stood, then asked the cause which to the stream the crowding people draws. Then thus the sire, the souls that throng the flood are those to whom, by fate, are other bodies out, in Lethe's lake they long oblivion taste, of future life secure, forgetful of the past. Long has my soul desired this time and place, to set before your sight your glorious race, that this presaging joy may fire your mind to seek the shores by destiny designed. O Father, can it be, that souls sublime return to visit our terrestrial clime, and that the generous mind, released by death, can covet lazy limbs and mortal breath? Anchises then, in order, thus begun to clear those wonders to his godlike son, know, first, that heaven, and earth's compacted frame, and flowing waters, and the starry flame, and both the radiant lights, one common soul inspires and feeds, and animates the whole. This active mind, infused through all the space, unites and mingles with the mighty mass. Hence men and beasts the breath of life obtain, and birds of air, and monsters of the main. Th ethereal vigor is in all the same, and every soul is filled with equal flame, as much as earthy limbs, and gross allay of mortal members, subject to decay, blunt not the beams of heaven and edge of day. From this coarse mixture of terrestrial parts, desire and fear by turns possess their hearts, and grief, and joy, nor can the groveling mind, in the dark dungeon of the limbs confined, assert the native skies, or own its heavenly kind, nor death itself can wholly wash their stains, but long contracted filth even in the soul remains. The relics of inveterate vice they wear, and spots of sin obscene in every face appear. For this are various penances enjoined, and some are hung to bleach upon the wind, some plunged in waters, others purged in fires, till all the dregs are drained, and all the rust expires. All have their manes, and those manes bear, the few, so cleansed, to these abodes repair, and breathe, in ample fields, the soft Elysian air. Then are they happy, when by length of time the scurf is worn away of each committed crime, no speck is left of their habitual stains, but the pure ether of the soul remains. But, when 1,000 rolling years are past, so long their punishments and penance last, whole droves of minds are, by the driving God, compelled to drink the deep Lethean flood, in large forgetful draughts to steep the cares of their past labors, and their irksome years, that, unremembering of its former pain, the soul may suffer mortal flesh again. Thus having said, the Father Spirit leads the priestess and his Son through swarms of shades, and takes a rising ground, from thence to see the long procession of his progeny. Survey, pursued the sire, this airy throng, as, offered to thy view, they pass along. These are Italian names, which fate will join with ours, and groff upon the Trojan line. Observe the youth who first appears in sight, and holds the nearest station to the light, already seems to snuff the vital air, and leans just forward, on a shining spear. Silvius is he, thy last begotten race, but first in order sent, to fill thy place, an Alban name, but mixed with Dardan blood, born in the covert of a shady wood. Him fair Lavinia, thy surviving wife, shall breed in groves, to lead a solitary life. In Alba he shall fix his royal seat, and, born a king, a race of kings beget. Then Procas, honor of the Trojan name, Capys, and Numitor, of endless fame. A second Silvius after these appears, Silvius Aeneas, for thy name he bears, for arms and justice equally renowned, who, late restored, in Alba shall be crowned. How great they look! How vigorously they wield their weighty lances, and sustain the shield. But they, who crowned with oaken wreaths appear, shall Gabian walls and strong Phidna rear, Nomentum, Bola, with Pomcia, found, and raise Collatian towers on rocky ground. All these shall then be towns of mighty fame, though now they lie obscure, and lands without a name. See Romulus the Great, born to restore the crown that once his injured grandsire wore. This prince a priestess of your blood shall bear, and like his sire in arms he shall appear. Two rising crests, his royal head adorn, born from a god, himself to godhead born, his sire already signs him for the skies, and marks the seat amidst the deities. Auspicious chief! Thy race, in times to come, shall spread the conquests of imperial Rome. Rome, whose ascending towers shall heaven invade, involving earth and ocean in her shade, high as the mother of the gods in place, and proud, like her, of an immortal race. Then, when in pomp she makes the Phrygian round, with golden turrets on her temples crowned, 100 gods her sweeping train supply, her offspring all, and all command the sky. Now fix your sight, and stand intent, to see your Roman race, and Julian progeny. The mighty Caesar waits his vital hour, impatient for the world, and grasps his promised power. But next behold the youth of form divine, Caesar himself, exalted in his line, Augustus, promised oft, and long foretold, sent to the realm that Saturn ruled of old, born to restore a better age of gold. Afric and India shall his power obey, he shall extend his propagated sway beyond the solar year, without the starry way, where Atlas turns the rolling heavens around, and his broad shoulders with their lights are crowned. At his foreseen approach, already quake the Caspian kingdoms and Mysian lake, their seers behold the tempest from afar, and threatening oracles denounce the war. Nile hears him knocking at his sevenfold gates, and seeks his hidden spring, and fears his nephew's fates. Nor Hercules more lands or labors knew, not though the brazen-footed hind he slew, freed Erymanthus from the foaming boar, and dipped his arrows in Lernaean gore, nor Bacchus, turning from his Indian war, by tigers drawn triumphant in his car, from Nisus' top descending on the plains, with curling vines around his purple reins. And doubt we yet through dangers to pursue the paths of honor, and a crown in view? But what's the man, who from afar appears? His head with olive crowned, his hand a censer bears, his hoary beard and holy vestments bring his lost idea back. I know the Roman king. He shall to peaceful Rome new laws ordain, called from his mean abode a scepter to sustain. Him Tullus next in dignity succeeds, an active prince, and prone to martial deeds. He shall his troops for fighting fields prepare, desist to toils, and triumphs of the war. By dint of sword his crown he shall increase, and scour his armor from the rust of peace. Whom Ancus follows, with a fawning air, but vain within, and proudly popular. Next view the Tarquin kings, th avenging sword of Brutus, justly drawn, and Rome restored. He first renews the rods and axe severe, and gives the consuls royal robes to wear. His sons, who seek the tyrant to sustain, and long for arbitrary lords again, with ignominy scourged, in open sight, he dooms to death deserved, asserting public right. Unhappy man, to break the pious laws of nature, pleading in his children's cause. Howe'er the doubtful fact is understood, 'tis love of honor, and his country's good, the consul, not the father, sheds the blood. Behold Torquatus the same track pursue, and, next, the two devoted Decii view, the Drusian line, Camillus loaded home with standards well redeemed, and foreign foes o'ercome. The pair you see in equal armor shine, now, friends below, in close embraces join, but, when they leave the shady realms of night, and, clothed in bodies, breathe your upper light, with mortal hate each other shall pursue. What wars, what wounds, what slaughter shall ensue? From Alpine heights the father first descends, his daughter's husband in the plain attends, his daughter's husband arms his eastern friends. Embrace again, my sons, be foes no more, nor stain your country with her children's gore. And thou, the first, lay down thy lawless claim, thou, of my blood, who bearest the Julian name. Another comes, who shall in triumph ride, and to the capital his chariot guide, from conquered Corinth, rich with Grecian spoils. And yet another, famed for warlike toils, on Argos shall impose the Roman laws, and on the Greeks revenge the Trojan cause, shall drag in chains their Achillean race, shall vindicate his ancestors' disgrace, and Pallas, for her violated place. Great Cato there, for gravity renowned, and conquering Cossus goes with laurels crowned. Who can omit the Gracchi? Who declare the Scipios' worth, those thunderbolts of war, the double bane of Carthage? Who can see without esteem for virtuous poverty, severe Fabricius, or can cease to admire the ploughman consul in his coarse attire? Tiered as I am, my praise the Fabii I claim, and thou, great hero, greatest of thy name, ordained in war to save the sinking state, and, by delays, to put a stop to fate. Let others better mold the running mass of metals, and inform the breathing brass, and soften into flesh a marble face, plead better at the bar, describe the skies, and when the stars descend, and when they rise. But, Rome, 'tis thine alone, with awful sway, to rule mankind, and make the world obey, disposing peace and war by thy own majestic way, to tame the proud, the fettered slave to free, these are imperial arts, and worthy thee. He paused, and, while with wandering eyes they viewed the passing spirits, thus his speech renewed, see great Marcellus, how, untiered in toils, he moves with manly grace, how rich with regal spoils. He, when his country, threatened with alarms, requires his courage and his conquering arms, shall more than once the Punic bands affright, shall kill the Gaulish king in single fight, then to the capital in triumph move, and the third spoils shall grace Feretrian Jove. Aeneas here beheld, of form divine, a godlike youth in glittering armor shine, with great Marcellus keeping equal pace, but gloomy were his eyes, dejected was his face. He saw, and, wandering, asked his airy guide, what and of whence was he, who pressed the hero's side, his son, or one of his illustrious name. How like the former, and almost the same. Observe the crowds that compass him around, all gaze, and all admire, and raise a shouting sound, but hovering mists around his brows are spread, and night, with sable shades, involves his head. Seek not to know, the ghost replied with tears, the sorrows of thy sons in future years. This youth, the blissful vision of a day, shall just be shown on earth, and snatched away. The gods too high had riced the Roman state, were but their gifts as permanent as great. What groans of men shall fill the Martian field? How fierce a blaze his flaming pile shall yield? What funeral pomp shall floating Tiber see, when, rising from his bed, he views the sad solemnity? No youth shall equal hopes of glory give, no youth afford so great a cause to grieve, the Trojan honor, and the Roman boast, admired when living, and adored when lost. Mirror of ancient faith in early youth. Undaunted worth, inviolable truth. No foe, unpunished, in the fighting field shall dare thee, foot to foot, with sword and shield, much less in arms oppose thy matchless force, when thy sharp spurs shall urge thy foaming horse. Ah! Couldst thou break through fate's severe decree, a new Marcellus shall arise in thee. Full canisters of fragrant lilies bring, mixed with the purple roses of the spring, let me with funeral flowers his body strow, this gift which parents to their children owe, this unavailing gift, at least, I may bestow. Thus having said, he led the hero round the confines of the blessed Elysian ground, which when Anchises to his son had shown, and furred his mind to mount the promised throne, he tells the future wars, ordained by fate, the strength and customs of the Latian state, the prince and people, and forearms his care with rules, to push his fortune, or to bear. Two gates the silent house of sleep adorn, of polished ivory this, that of transparent horn, true visions through transparent horn arise, through polished ivory past deluding lies. Of various things discoursing as he passed, Anchises hither bends his steps at last. Then, through the gate of Phoree, he dismissed his valiant offspring and divining guest. Straight to the ships Aeneas took his way, embarked his men, and skimmed along the sea, still coasting, till he gained Cogitus Bay. At length on oozy ground his galleys moor, their heads are turned to sea, their sterns to shore. Book 7 The Argument. King Latinus entertains Aeneas, and promises him his only daughter, Lavinia, the heiress of his crown. Turnus, being in love with her, favored by her mother, and by Juno and Alecto, breaks the treaty which was made, and engages in his quarrel Mezentius, Camilla, Messapus, and many other of the neighboring princes, whose forces, and the names of their commanders are particularly related. And thou, O matron of immortal fame, here dying, to the shore hast left thy name, Cogita still the place is called from thee, the nurse of great Aeneas' infancy. Here rest thy bones in rich Hesperia's plains, thy name, 'tis all a ghost can have, remains. Now, when the prince her funeral rites had paid, he ploughed the Tyrrhene seas with sails displayed. From land a gentle breeze arose by night, serenely shone the stars, the moon was bright, and the sea trembled with her silver light. Now near the shelves of Circe's shores they run, Circe the rich, the daughter of the sun, a Dangrous coast, the goddess wastes her days in joyous songs, the rocks resound her lays, in spinning, o'er the loom, she spends the night, and cedar brands supply her father's light. From hence were heard, rebel lowing to the main, the roars of lions that refuse the chain, the grunts of bristled boars, and groans of bears, and herds of howling wolves that stun the sailors' ears. These from their caverns, at the close of night, fill the sad isle with horror and affright. Darkling they mourn their fate, whom Circe's power, that watched the moon and planetary hour, with words and wicked herbs from humankind had altered, and in brutal shapes confined. Which monsters lest the Trojans' pious host should bear, or touch upon th enchanted coast, propitious Neptune steered their course by night with rising gales that sped their happy flight. Supplied with these, they skim the sounding shore, and hear the swelling surges vainly roar. Now, when the rosy morn began to rise, and waved her saffron streamer through the skies, when Thetis blushed in purple not her own, and from her face the breathing winds were blown, a sudden silence sate upon the sea, and sweeping oars, with struggling, urged their way. The Trojan, from the main, beheld a wood, which thick with shades and a brown horror stood, betwixt the trees the Tiber took his course, with whirlpools dimpled, and with downward force, that drove the sand along, he took his way, and rolled his yellow billows to the sea. About him, and above, and round the wood, the birds that haunt the borders of his flood, that bathed within, or basked upon his side, to tuneful songs their narrow throats applied. The captain gives command, the joyful train glide through the gloomy shade, and leave the main. Now, Erato, thy poet's mind inspire, and fill his soul with thy celestial fire. Relate what Latium was, her ancient kings, declare the past and present state of things, when first the Trojan fleet Ausonius sought, and how the rivals loved, and how they fought. These are my theme, and how the war began, and how concluded by the godlike man, for I shall sing of battles, blood, and rage, which princes and their people did engage, and haughty souls, that, moved with mutual hate, in fighting fields pursued and found their fate, that roused the Tyrrhen realm with loud alarms, and peaceful Italy involved in arms. A larger scene of action is displayed, and, rising hence, a greater work is weight. Latinus, old and mild, had long possessed the Latin scepter, and his people blessed, his father Faunus, a Laurentian dame his mother, fair Marica was her name. But Faunus came from Picus, Picus drew his birth from Saturn, if records be true. Thus King Latinus, in the third degree, had Saturn author of his family. But this old peaceful prince, as heaven decreed, was blessed with no male issue to succeed, his sons in blooming youth were snatched by fate, one only daughter heired the royal state. Furred with her love, and with ambition led, the neighboring princes court her nuptial bed. Among the crowd, but far above the rest, young Turnus to the beauteous maid addressed. Turnus, for high descent and graceful mien, was first, and favored by the Latian queen, with him she strove to join Lavinia's hand, but dire portents the purposed match withstand. Deep in the palace, of long growth, there stood a laurel's trunk, a venerable wood, where rites divine were paid, whose holy hair was kept and cut with superstitious care. This plant Latinus, when his town he walled, then found, and from the tree Laurentum called, and last, in honor of his new abode, he vowed the laurel to the laurel's god. It happened once, a boding prodigy. A swarm of bees, that cut the liquid sky, unknown from whence they took their airy flight, upon the topmost branch in clouds alight, there with their clasping feet together clung, and a long cluster from the laurel hung. An ancient augur prophesied from hence, behold on Latian shores a foreign prince. From the same parts of heaven his navy stands, to the same parts on earth, his army lands, the town he conquers, and the Toar commands. Yet more, when fair Lavinia fed the fire before the gods, and stood beside her sire, strange to relate, the flames, involved in smoke of incense, from the sacred altar broke, caught her dishevelled hair and rich attire, her crown and jewels crackled in the fire, from thence the fuming trail began to spread and lambent glories danked about her head. This new portent the seer with wonder views, then pausing, thus his prophecy renews, the nymph, who scatters flaming fires around, shall shine with honor, shall herself be crowned, but, cowsed by her irrevocable fate, war shall the country waste, and change the state. Latinus, frighted with this dire ostent, for counsel to his father Faunus went, and sought the shades renowned for prophecy which near Albunia's sulphurous fountain lie. To these the Latian and the Sabina land fly, when distressed, and thence relief demand. The priest on skins of offerings takes his ease, and nightly visions in his slumber sees, a swarm of thin aerial shapes appears, and, fluttering round his temples, deafs his ears, these he consults, the future fates to know, from powers above, and from the fiends below. Here, for the gods' advice, Latinus flies, offering 100 sheep for sacrifice, their woolly fleeces, as the rites required, he laid beneath him, and to rest retired. No sooner were his eyes in slumber bound, when, from above, a more than mortal sound invades his ears, and thus the vision spoke, "Seek not, my seed, in Latian bands to yoke our fair Lavinia, nor the gods provoke. A foreign son upon thy shore descends, whose martial fame from pole to pole extends. His race, in arms and arts of peace renowned, not Latium shall contain, nor Europe bound, 'tis theirs whate'er the sun surveys around." These answers, in the silent night received, the king himself divulged, the land believed, the fame through all the neighboring nations flew, when now the Trojan navy was in view. Beneath a shady tree, the hero spread his table on the turf, with cakes of bread, and, with his chiefs, on forest fruits he fed. They sate, and, not without the gods' command, their homely fare dispatched, the hungry band invade their trenchers next, and soon devour, to mend the scanty meal, their cakes of flour. Ascanius this observed, and smiling said, "See, we devour the plates on which we fed." The speech had omen, that the Trojan race should find repose, and this the time and place. Aeneas took the word, and thus replies, confessing fate with wonder in his eyes, "All hail, O earth, all hail, my household gods! Behold the destined place of your abodes. For thus Anchises prophesied of old, and this our fatal place of rest foretold, when, on a foreign shore, instead of meat, by famine forked, your trenchers you shall eat, then ease your weary Trojans will attend, and the long labors of your voyage end. Remember on that happy coast to build, and with a trench enclose the fruitful field. This was that famine, this the fatal place which ends the wandering of our exiled race. Then, on tomorrow's dawn, your care employ, to search the land, and where the cities lie, and what the men, but give this day to joy. Now pour to Jove, and, after Jove is blessed, call great Anchises to the genial feast, crown high the goblets with a cheerful draught, enjoy the present hour, adjourn the future thought." Thus having said, the hero bound his brows with leafy branches, then performed his vows, adoring first the genius of the place, then earth, the mother of the heavenly race, the nymphs and native godheads yet unknown, and night, and all the stars that gild her sable throne, and ancient Cybele, and Idaean Jove, and last his sire below, and mother queen above. Then heaven's high monarch thundered thrice aloud, and thrice he shook aloft a golden cloud. Soon through the joyful camp a rumor flew, the time was come their city to renew. Then every brow with cheerful green is crowned, the feasts are doubled, and the bowls go round. When next the rosy morn disclosed the day, the scouts to several parts divide their way, to learn the natives' names, their towns explore, the coasts and trendings of the crooked shore. Here Tiber flows, and here Numica stands, here warlike Latins hold the happy lands. The pious chief, who sought by peaceful ways to found his empire, and his town to raise, 100 youths from all his train selects, and to the Latian court their course directs, the spacious palace where their prince resides, and all their heads with wreaths of olive hides. They go commissioned to require a peace, and carry presents to procure access. Thus while they speed their pace, the prince designs his new elected seat, and draws the lines. The Trojans round the place a rampire cast, and palisades about the trenches plocked. Meantime the train, proceeding on their way, from far the town and lofty towers survey, at length approach the walls. Without the gate, they see the boys and Latian youth debate the martial prizes on the dusty plain, some drive the cars, and some the coursers rein, some bend the stubborn bow for victory, and some with darts their active sinews try. A posting messenger, dispatched from hence, of this fair troop advised their aged prince, that foreign men of mighty stature came, uncouth their habit, and unknown their name. The king ordains their entrance, and ascends his regal seat, surrounded by his friends. The palace built by Picus, vast and proud, supported by 100 pillars stood, and round encompassed with the rising wood. The pile o'erlooked the town, and drew the sight, surpriest at once with reverence and delight. Their kings received the marks of sovereign power, in state the monarchs marched, the lictors bore their awful axes and the rods before. Here the tribunal stood, the house of prayer, and here the sacred senators repair, all at large tables, in long order set, a ram their offering, and a ram their meat. Above the portal, carved in cedar wood, plocked in their ranks, their godlike grandsires stood, old Saturn, with his crooked scythe, on high, and Italus, that led the colony, and ancient Janus, with his double face, and bunch of keys, the porter of the place. Their good Sabinus, planter of the vines, on a short pruning hook his head reclines, and studiously surveys his generous wines. Then warlike kings, who for their country fought, and honorable wounds from battle brought. Around the posts hung helmets, darts, and spears, and captive chariots, axes, shields, and bars, and broken beaks of ships, the trophies of their wars. Above the rest, as chief of all the band, was Picus plocked, a buckler in his hand, his other waved a long divining wand. Girt in his Gaban gown the hero sate, yet could not with his art avoid his fate, for Circe long had loved the youth in vain, till love, refused, converted to disdain, then, mixing powerful herbs, with magic art, she changed his form, who could not change his heart, constrained him in a bird, and made him fly, with party-colored plumes, a chattering pie. In this high temple, on a chair of state, the seat of audience, old Latinus sate, then gave admission to the Trojan train, and thus with pleasing accents he began, Tell me, ye Trojans, for that name you own, nor is your course upon our coasts unknown, say what you seek, and whither were you bound, were you by stress of weather cast aground? Such dangers as on seas are often seen, and oft befall to miserable men, or come, your shipping in our ports to lay, spent and disabled in so long a way. Say what you want, the Latians you shall find not forked to goodness, but by will inclined, for, since the time of Saturn's holy reign, his hospitable customs we retain. I call to mind, but time the tale has worn, Urunci told, that Dardanus, though born on Latian plains, yet sought the Phrygian shore, and Samothracia, Samos called before. From Tuscan Corydom he claimed his birth, but after, when exempt from mortal earth, from thence ascended to his kindred skies, a god, and, as a god, augments their sacrifice. He said. Ilioneus made this reply, O king, of Faunus' royal family. Nor wintry winds to Latium forked our way, nor did the stars our wandering course betray. Willing we sought your shores, and, hither bound, the port, so long desired, at length we found, from our sweet homes and ancient realms expelled, great as the greatest that the sun beheld. The god began our line, who rules above, and, as our race, our king descends from Jove, and hither are we come, by his command, to crave admission in your happy land. How dire a tempest, from Mycenae poured, our plains, our temples, and our town devoured, what was the waste of war, what fierce alarms shook Asia's crown with European arms, Ev and such have heard, if any such there be, whose earth is bounded by the frozen sea, and such as, born beneath the burning sky and sultry sun, betwixt the tropics lie. From that dire deluge, through the watery waste, such length of years, such various perils past, at last escaped, to Latium we repair, to beg what you without your want may spare, the common water, and the common air, sheds which ourselves will build, and mean abodes, fit to receive and serve our banished gods. Nor our admission shall your realm disgrace, nor length of time our gratitude efface. Besides, what endless honor you shall gain, to save and shelter Troy's unhappy train. Now, by my sovereign, and his fate, I swear, renowned for faith in peace, for force in war, oft our alliance other lands desired, and, what we seek of you, of us required. Despite not then, that in our hands we bear these holy vows, and sue with words of prayer. Fate and the gods, by their supreme command, have doomed our ships to seek the Latian land. To these abodes our fleet Apollo sends, here Dardanus was born, and hither tends, where Tuscan Tiber rolls with rapid force, and where Numicus opes his holy source. Besides, our prince presents, with his request, some small remains of what his sire possessed. This golden charger, snatched from burning Troy, Anchises did in sacrifice employ, this royal robe and this tiara wore old Priam, and this golden scepter bore in full assemblies, and in solemn games, these purple vests were weaved by Dardan dames. Thus while he spoke, Latinus rolled around his eyes, and fixed a while upon the ground. Intent he seemed, and anxious in his breast, not by the scepter moved, or kingly vest, but pondering future things of wondrous weight, succession, empire, and his daughter's fate. On these he mused within his thoughtful mind, and then revolved what Faunus had divined. This was the foreign prince, by fate decreed to share his scepter, and Lavinia's bed. This was the race that sure portents foreshew to sway the world, and land, and sea subdue. At length he raised his cheerful head, and spoke, the powers, said he, the powers we both invoke, to you, and yours, and mine, propitious be, and firm our purpose with their augury. Have what you ask, your presence I receive, land, where and when you please, with ample leave, partake and use my kingdom as your own, all shall be yours, while I command the crown, and, if my wished alliance please your king, tell him he should not send the peace, but bring. Then let him not a friend's embraces fear, the peace is made when I behold him here. Besides this answer, tell my royal guest, I add to his commands my own request, one only daughter heirs my crown and state, whom not our oracles, nor heaven, nor fate, nor frequent prodigies, permit to join with any native of Ausonian line. A foreign son-in-law shall come from far, such is our doom, a chief renowned in war, whose race shall bear aloft the Latian name, and through the conquered world diffuse our fame. Himself to be the man the fates require, I firmly judge, and, what I judge, desire. He said, and then on each bestowed a steed. 300 horses, in high stables fed, stood ready, shining all, and smoothly dressed. Of these he chose the fairest and the best, to mount the Trojan troop. At his command the steeds caparisoned with purple stand, with golden trappings, glorious to behold, and champ betwixt their teeth the foaming gold. Then to his absent guest the king decreed a pair of coursers born of heavenly breed, who from their nostrils breathed ethereal fire, whom Circe stole from her celestial sire, by substituting Mare's product on earth, whose wombs conceived a more than mortal birth. These draw the chariot which Latinus sends, and the rich present to the prince commends. Sublime on stately steeds the Trojans borne, to their expecting lord with peace return. But jealous Juno, from Pachynus' height, as she from Argos took her airy flight, beheld with envious eyes this hateful sight. She saw the Trojan and his joyful train descend upon the shore, desert the main, design a town, and, with unhopped success, ambassadors return with promised peace. Then, pierced with pain, she shook her haughty head, sighed from her inward soul, and thus she said, O hated offspring of my Phrygian foes! O fates of Troy, which Juno's fates oppose! Could they not fall unpitied on the plain, but slain revive, and, taken, 'scape again? When execrable Troy in ashes lay, through fires and swords and seas they forked their way. Then vanquished Juno must in vain contend, her rage disarmed, her empire at an end. Breathless and tiered, is all my fury spent? Or does my glutted spleen at length relent? As if 'twere little from their town to chase, I through the seas pursued their exiled race, ingegged the heavens, opposed the stormy main, but billows roared, and tempests ragged in vain. What have my Scyllas and my Sirtes done, when these they overpass, and those they shun? On Tiber's shores they land, secure of fate, triumphant o'er the storms and Juno's hate. Mars could in mutual blood the Centaurs bathe, and Jove himself gave way to Cynthia's wrath, who sent the tusky boar to Calydon. What great offence had either people done? But I, the consort of the Thunderer, have wagged a long and unsuccessful war, with various arts and arms in vain have toiled, and by immortal man at length am foiled. If native power prevail not, shall I doubt to seek for needful succour from without? If Jove and heaven my just desires deny, hell shall the power of heaven and Jove supply. Grant that the fates have firmed, by their decree, the Trojan race to reign in Italy, at least I can defer the nuptial day, and with protracted wars the peace delay, with blood the dear alliance shall be bought, and both the people near destruction brought, so shall the son-in-law and father join, with ruin, war, and waste of either line. O fatal maid, thy marriage is endowed with Phrygian, Latian, and Rutulian blood. Bellona leads thee to thy lover's hand, another queen brings forth another brand, to burn with foreign fires another land. A second Paris, differing but in name, shall fire his country with a second flame. Thus having said, she sinks beneath the ground, with furious haste, and shoots the Stygian sound, to rouse Alecto from infernal seat of her dire sisters, and their dark retreat. This fury, fit for her intent, she chose, one who delights in wars and human woes. And Pluto hates his own misshapen race, her sister Furies fly her hideous face, so frightful are the forms the monster takes, so fierce the hissings of her speckled snakes. Her Juno finds, and thus inflames her spite, O virgin daughter of eternal night, give me this once thy labor, to sustain my right, and execute my just disdain. Let not the Trojans, with a feigned pretence of proffered peace, delude the Latian prince. Expel from Italy that odious name, and let not Juno suffer in her fame. 'Tis thine to ruin realms, o'erturn a state, betwixt the dearest friends to raise debate, and kindle kindred blood to mutual hate. Thy hand o'er towns the fun-ral torch displays, and forms 1,000 ills 10,000 ways. Now shake, out thy fruitful breast, the seeds of envy, discord, and of cruel deeds, confound the peace established, and prepare their souls to hatred, and their hands to war. Smeared as she was with black Gorgonian blood, the Fury sprang above the Stygian flood, and on her wicker wings, sublime through night, she to the Latian palace took her flight, there sought the queen's apartment, stood before the peaceful threshold, and besieged the door. Restless Amata lay, her swelling breast furred with disdain for Turnus dispossessed, and the new nuptials of the Trojan guest. From her black bloody locks the Fury shakes her darling plague, the favourite of her snakes, with her full force she threw the poisonous dart, and fixed it deep within Amata's heart, that, thus envenomed, she might kindle rage, and sacrifice to strife her house and husband's age. Unseen, unfelt, the fiery serpent schemes betwixt her linen and her naked limbs, his baleful breath inspiring, as he glides, now like a chain around her neck he rides, now like a fillet to her head repairs, and with his circling volumes folds her hairs. At first the silent venom slid with ease, and seized her cooler senses by degrees, then, ere th infected mass was furred too far, in plaintive accents she began the war, and thus bespoke her husband, "Shall," she said, "a wandering prince enjoy Lavinia's bed? If nature plead not in a parent's heart, pity my tears, and pity her desert. I know, my dearest lord, the time will come, you'd in vain, reverse your cruel doom, the faithless pirate soon will set to sea, and bear the royal virgin far away. A guest like him, a Trojan guest before, in shew of friendship sought the Spartan shore, and ravished Helen from her husband bore. Think on a king's inviolable word, and think on Turnus, her once plighted lord, to this false foreigner you give your throne, and wrong a friend, a kinsman, and a son. Resume your ancient care, and, if the god your sire, and you, resolve on foreign blood, know all are foreign, in a larger sense, not born your subjects, or derived from hence. Then, if the line of Turnus you retrace, he springs from Menashes of Argive race. But when she saw her reasons idly spent, and could not move him from his fixed intent, she flew to rage, for now the snake possessed her vital parts, and poisoned all her breast. She raves, she runs with a distracted pace, and fills with horrid howls the public place. And, as young striplings whip the top for sport, on the smooth pavement of an empty court, the wooden engine flies and whirls about, admired, with clamours, of the beardless rout, they lash aloud, each other they provoke, and lend their little souls at every stroke. Thus fares the queen, and thus her fury blows amidst the crowd, and kindles as she goes. Nor yet content, she strains her malice more, and adds new ills to those contrived before. She flies the town, and, mixing with the throng of madding matrons, bears the bride along, wandering through woods and wilds, and devious ways, and with these arts the Trojan match delays. She feigned the rites of Bacchus, cried aloud, and to the buxom god the virgin vowed. If, O Bacchus, thus began the song, and if, answered all the female throng. O Virgin, worthy thee alone, she cried, O worthy thee alone, the crew replied. For thee she feeds her hair, she leads thy dance, and with thy winding ivy wreaths her lance. Like fury seized the rest, the progress known, all seek the mountains, and forsake the town, all, clad in skins of beasts, the javelin bear, give to the wanton winds their flowing hair, and shrieks and shoutings rend the suffering air. The queen herself, inspurred with rage divine, shook high above her head a flaming pine, then rolled her haggard eyes around the throng, and sung, in Turnus' name, the nuptial song. Io, ye Latian dames, if any here hold your unhappy queen, Amata, dear, if there be here, she said, who dare maintain my right, nor think the name of mother vain, unbind your fillets, loose your flowing hair, and orgies and nocturnal rites prepare. Amata's breast the fury thus invades, and fires with rage, amid the sylvan shades. Then, when she found her venom spread so far, the royal house embroiled in civil war, rised on her dusky wings, she cleaves the skies, and seeks the palace where young Turnus lies. His town, as fame reports, was built of old by Danae, pregnant with almighty gold, who fled her father's rage, and, with a train of following Argives, through the stormy main, driven by the southern blasts, was fated here to reign. 'Twas Ardua once, now Ardia's name it bears, once a fair city, now consumed with years. Here, in his lofty palace, Turnus lay, betwixt the confines of the night and day, secure in sleep. The Fury laid aside her looks and limbs, and with new methods tried the foulness of th infernal form to hide. Propped on a staff, she takes a trembling mien, her face is furrowed, and her front obscene, deep dinted wrinkles on her cheek she draws, sunk are her eyes, and toothless are her jaws, her hoary hair with holy fillets bound, her temples with an olive wreath are crowned. Old Chalybd, who kept the sacred fane of Juno, now she seemed, and thus began, appearing in a dream, to rouse the careless man. Shall Turnus then such endless toil sustain in fighting fields, and conquer towns in vain? When, for a Trojan head to wear the prize, usurp thy crown, enjoy thy victories? The bride and scepter which thy blood has bought, the king transfers, and foreign heirs are sought. Go now, deluded man, and seek again new toils, new dangers, on the dusty plain. Repel the Tuscan foes, their city seize, protect the Latians in luxurious ease. This dream all-powerful Juno sends, I bear her mighty mandates, and her words you hear. Haste, arm your Ardeans, issue to the plain, with fate to friend, assault the Trojan train, their thoughtless chiefs, their painted ships, that lie in Tiber's mouth, with fire and sword destroy. The Latian king, unless he shall submit, own his old promise, and his new forget, let him, in arms, the power of Turnus prove, and learn to fear whom he disdains to love. For such is heaven's command. The youthful prince with scorn replied, and made this bold defense, you tell me, mother, what I knew before, the Phrygian fleet is landed on the shore. I neither fear nor will provoke the war, my fate is Juno's most peculiar care. But time has made you dote, and vainly tell of arms imagined in your lonely cell. Go, be the temple and the gods your care, permit to men the thought of peace and war. These haughty words Alecto's rage provoke, and fright Turnus trembled as she spoke. Her eyes grow stiffened, and with sulphur burn, her hideous looks and hellish form return, her curling snakes with hissings fill the place, and open all the furies of her face. Then, darting fire from her malignant eyes, she cast him backward as he strove to rise, and, lingering, sought to frame some new replies. High on her head she rears two twisted snakes, her chains she rattles, and her whip she shakes, and, churning bloody foam, thus loudly speaks, behold whom time has made to dote, and tell of arms imagined in her lonely cell. Behold the fates' infernal minister. War, death, destruction, in my hand I bear. Thus having said, her smooth ring torch, impressed with her full force, she plunged into his breast. Aghast he whacked, and, starting from his bed, cold sweat, in clammy drops, his limbs o'er spread. Arms, arms, he cries, my sword and shield prepare. He breathes defiance, blood, and mortal war. So, when with crackling flames a cauldron fries, the bubbling waters from the bottom rise, above the brims they force their fiery way, black vapors climb aloft, and cloud the day. The peace polluted thus, a chosen band he first commissions to the Latian land, in threatening embassy, then rice the rest, to meet in arms intruding Trojan guest, to force the foes from the Lavinian shore, and Italy's endangered peace restore. Himself alone an equal match he boasts, to fight the Phrygian and Ausonian hosts. The gods invoked, the Rutuli prepare their arms, and warn each other to the war. His beauty these, and those his blooming age, the rest his house and his own fame engage. While Turnus urges thus his enterprise, the Stygian fury to the Trojans flies, new frauds invents, and takes a steepy stand, which overlooks the vale with wide command, where fair Ascanius and his youthful train, with horns and hounds, a hunting match ordain, and pitch their toils around the shady plain. The fury fires the pack, they snuff, they vent, and feed their hungry nostrils with the scent. 'Twas of a well-grown stag, whose antlers rise high o'er his front, his beams invade the skies. From this light cause infernal maid prepares the country churls to mischief, hate, and wars. The stately beast the two Tiridae bred, snatched from his dams, and the tame youngling fed. Their father Tyrrheus did his fodder bring, Tyrrheus, chief ranger to the Latian king, their sister Silvia cherished with her care the little wanton, and did wreaths prepare to hang his budding horns, with ribbons tied his tender neck, and combed his silken hide, and bathed his body. Patient of command in time he grew, and, growing used to hand, he waited at his master's board for food, then sought his salvage kindred in the wood, where grazing all the day, at night he came to his known lodgings, and his country dame. This household beast, that us the woodland grounds, was viewed at first by the young hero's hounds, as down the stream he swam, to seek retreat in the cool waters, and to quench his heat. Ascanius young, and eager of his game, soon bent his bow, uncertain in his aim, but the dire fiend the fatal arrow guides, which pierced his bowels through his panting sides. The bleeding creature issues from the floods, possessed with fear, and seeks his known abodes, his old familiar hearth and household gods. He falls, he fills the house with heavy groans, implores their pity, and his pain bemoans. Young Silvia beats her breast, and cries aloud for succor from the clownish neighborhood. The churls assemble, for the fiend, who lay in the close woody covert, urged their way. One with a brand yet burning from the flame, armed with a knotty club another came, whate'er they catch or find, without their care, their fury makes an instrument of war. Tyrrheus, the foster father of the beast, then clenched a hatchet in his horny fist, but held his hand from the descending stroke, and left his wedge within the cloven oak, to whet their courage and their rage provoke. And now the goddess, exorcist in ill, who watched an hour to work her impious will, ascends the roof, and to her crooked horn, such as was then by Latian shepherds borne, adds all her breath. The rocks and woods around, and mountains, tremble at infernal sound. The sacred lake of Trivia from afar, the Veline fountains, and sulphurous Nar, shake at the baleful blast, the signal of the war. Young mothers wildly stare, with fear possessed, and strain their helpless infants to their breast. The clowns, a boisterous, rude, ungoverned crew, with furious haste to the loud summons flew. The powers of Troy, then issuing on the plain, with fresh recruits their youthful chief sustain, not theirs a raw and unexperienced train, but a firm body of embattled men. At first, while fortune favored neither side, the fight with clubs and burning brands was tried, but now, both parties reinforked, the fields are bright with flaming swords and brazen shields. A shining harvest either host displays, and shoots against the sun with equal rays. Thus, when a black-browed gust begins to rise, white foam at first on the curled ocean fries, then roars the main, the billows mount the skies, till, by the fury of the storm full-blown, the muddy bottom o'er the clouds is thrown. First Almone falls, old Tyrrhe's eldest care, pierced with an arrow from the distant war, fixed in his throat the flying weapon stood, and stopped his breath, and drank his vital blood. Huge heaps of slain around the body rise, among the rest, the rich Galsus lies, a good old man, while peace he preached in vain, amidst the madness of th unruly train, 5 herds, 5 bleating flocks, his pastures filled, his lands 100 yoke of oxen tilled. Thus, while in equal scales their fortune stood, the fury bathed them in each other's blood, then, having fixed the fight, exulting flies, and bears fulfilled her promise to the skies. To Juno thus she speaks, behold, it is done, the blood already drawn, the war begun, the discord is complete, nor can they cease the dire debate, nor you command the peace. Now, since the Latian and the Trojan brood have tasted vengeance and the sweets of blood, speak, and my power shall add this office more, the neighboring nations of th Ausonian shore shall hear the dreadful rumor, from afar, of armed invasion, and embrace the war. Then Juno thus, the grateful work is done, the seeds of discord sowed, the war begun, frauds, fears, and fury have possessed the state, and fixed the causes of a lasting hate. A bloody hymen shall th alliance join betwixt the Trojan and Ausonian line, but thou with speed to night and hell repair, for not the gods, nor angry Jove, will bear thy lawless wandering walks in upper air. Leave what remains to me. Saturnia said, the sullen fiend her sounding wings displayed, unwilling left the light, and sought the nether shade. In midst of Italy, well known to fame, there lies a lake, Amsanctus is the name, below the lofty mounts, on either side thick forests the forbidden entrance hide. Full in the center of the sacred wood an arm arises of the Stygian flood, which, breaking from beneath with bellowing sound, whirls the black waves and rattling stones around. Here Pluto pants for breath from out his cell, and opens wide the grinning jaws of hell. To this infernal lake the Fury flies, here hides her hated head, and frees the labyrinth skies. Saturnian Juno now, with double care, attends the fatal process of the war. The clowns, returned, from battle bear the slain, implore the gods, and to their king complain. The corps of Almone and the rest are shown, shrieks, clamours, murmurs, fill the fright town. Ambitious Turnus in the press appears, and, aggravating crimes, augments their fears, proclaims his private injuries aloud, a solemn promise made, and disavowed, a foreign son is sought, and a mixed mongrel brood. Then they, whose mothers, frantic with their fear, in woods and wilds the flags of Bacchus bear, and lead his dances with dishevelled hair, increase the clamour, and the war demand, such was Amida's interest in the land, against the public sanctions of the peace, against all omens of their ill success. With fates averse, the rout in arms resort, to force their monarch, and insult the court. But, like a rock unmoved, a rock that braves the raging tempest and the rising waves, propped on himself he stands, his solid sides wash off the seaweeds, and the sounding tides, so stood the pious prince, unmoved, and long sustained the madness of the noisy throng. But, when he found that Juno's power prevailed, and all the methods of cool counsel failed, he calls the gods to witness their offense, disclaims the war, asserts his innocence. Hurried by fate, he cries, and borne before a furious wind, we have the faithful shore. O more than madmen! You yourselves shall bear the guilt of blood and sacrilegious war, thou, Turnus, shalt atone it by thy fate, and pray to heaven for peace, but pray too late. For me, my stormy voyage at an end, I to the port of death securely tend. The funeral pomp which to your kings you pay, is all I want, and all you take away. He said no more, but, in his walls confined, shut out the woes which he too well divined, nor with the rising storm would vainly strive, but left the helm, and let the vessel drive. A solemn custom was observed of old, which Latium held, and now the Romans hold, their standard when in fighting fields they rear against the fierce Hyrcanians, or declare the Scythian, Indian, or Arabian war, or from the boasting Parthians would regain their eagles, lost in Cari's bloody plain. 2 gates of steel, the name of Mars they bear, and still are worshipped with religious fear, before his temple stand, the dire abode, and the feared issues of the furious god, are flanked with brazen bolts. Without the gates, the wary guardian Janus doubly waits. Then, when the sacred Senate votes the wars, the Roman consul their decree declares, and in his robes the sounding gates unbars. The youth in military shouts arise, and the loud trumpets break the yielding skies. These rites, of old by sovereign princes used, were the king's office, but the king refused, deaf to their cries, nor would the gates unbar of sacred peace, or loose imprisoned war, but hid his head, and, save from loud alarms, abhorred the wicked ministry of arms. Then heaven's imperious queen shot down from high, at her approach the brazen hinges fly, the gates are forked, and every falling bar, and, like a tempest, issues out the war. The peaceful cities of Ausonian shore, lulled in their ease, and undisturbed before, are all on fire, and some, with studious care, their restive steeds in sandy plains prepare, some their soft limbs in painful marches try, and war is all their wish, and arms the general cry. Part scour the rusty shields with seam, and part new grind the blunted axe, and point the dart, with joy they view the waving ensigns fly, and hear the trumpets clang or pierce the sky. 5 cities forge their arms, Aeneid and Powers, Antemne, Tibur with her lofty towers, Ardea the proud, the Crustumerian town, all these of old were places of renown. Some hammer helmets for the fighting field, some twine young sallows to support the shield, the crosslet some, and some the cuishes mold, with silver plated, and with ductile gold. The rustic honors of the scythe and share give place to swords and plumes, the pride of war. Old falchions are new tempered in the fires, the sounding trumpet every soul inspires. The word is given, with eager speed they lace the shining headpiece, and the shield embrace. The neighing steeds are to the chariot tied, the trusty weapon sits on every side. And now the mighty labor is begun, ye muses, open all your helicon. Sing you the chiefs that swayed Ausonian land, their arms and armies under their command, what warriors in our ancient clime were bred, what soldiers followed, and what heroes led. For well you know, and can record alone, what fame to future times conveys but darkly down. Mezentius first appeared upon the plain, scorn sate upon his brows, and sour disdain, defying earth and heaven. Etruria lost, he brings to Turnus aid his baffled host. The charming Lausus, full of youthful fire, rode in the rank, and next his sullen sire, to Turnus only second in the grace of manly mien, and features of the face. A skilful horseman, and a huntsman bred, with fates averse 1,000 men he led, his sire unworthy of so brave a son, himself well worthy of a happier throne. Next Aventinus drives his chariot round the Latian plains, with palms and laurels crowned. Proud of his steeds, he smokes along the field, his father's hydra fills his ample shield, 100 serpents hiss about the brims, the son of Hercules he justly seems by his broad shoulders and gigantic limbs, of heavenly part, and part of earthly blood, a mortal woman mixing with a god. For strong Alcides, after he had slain the triple Geryon, drove from conquered Spain his captive herds, and, thence in triumph led, on Tuscan Tiber's flowery banks they fed. Then on Mount Aventine the son of Jove the priestess Rhea found, and forked to love. For arms, his men long piles and javelins bore, and poles with pointed steel their foes in battle gore. Like Hercules himself his son appears, in salvage pomp, a lion's hide he wears, about his shoulders hangs the shaggy skin, the teeth and gaping jaws severely grin. Thus, like the god his father, homely dressed, he strides into the hall, a horrid guest. Then 2 twin brothers from fair Tibur came, which from their brother Tiburs took the name, fierce Chorus and Catius, void of fear, armed Argive horse they led, and in the front appear. Like cloud-born centaurs, from the mountain's height with rapid course descending to the fight, they rush along, the rattling woods give way, the branches bend before their sweepy sway. Nor was Praenest's founder wanting there, whom fame reports the son of Mulciber, found in the fire, and fostered in the plains, a shepherd and a king at once he reigns, and leads to Turnus aid his country swains. His own Praenest sends a chosen band, with those who plough Saturnia's Gabine land, besides the succour which cold Onion yields, the rocks of Hernicus, and dewy fields, Anania fat, and Father Amasene a number rouse rout, but all of naked men, nor arms they wear, nor swords and bucklers wield, nor drive the chariot through the dusty field, but whirl from Leithern slings huge balls of lead, and spoils of yellow wolves adorn their head, the left foot naked, when they march to fight, but in a bull's raw hide they sheathe the right. Messapus next, great Neptune was his sire, secure of steel, and fated from the fire, in pomp appears, and with his ardour warms a heartless train, unexercised in arms, the just Faliscans he to battle brings, and those who live where Lake Simonius springs, and where Feronia's grove and temple stands, who till Fessenian or Flavinian lands. All these in order march, and marching sing the warlike actions of their sea-born king, like a long team of snowy swans on high, which clap their wings, and cleave the liquid sky, when, homeward from their watery pastures borne, they sing, and Asia's lakes their notes return. Not one who heard their music from afar, would think these troops an army trained to war, but flocks of fowl, that, when the tempests roar, with their hoarse gabbling seek the silent shore. Then Clausus came, who led a number-rouse band of troops embodied from the Sabina land, and, in himself alone, an army brought. 'Twas he, the noble Claudian race begot, the Claudian race, ordained, in times to come, to share the greatness of imperial Rome. He led the cures forth, of old renown, Mutiscans from their olive-bearing town, and all Arician powers, besides a band that followed from Velanum's dewy land, and Aeternian troops, of mighty fame, and mountaineers, that from Severus came, and from the craggy cliffs of Tetrica, and those where yellow Tiber takes his way, and where high Mela's wanton waters play. Casparia sends her arms, with those that lie by Fabaris, and fruitful Foruli, the warlike aids of Horton next appear, and the cold Nazians come to close the rear, mixed with the natives born of Latin blood, whom Alia washes with her fatal flood. Not thicker billows beat the Libyan main, when pale Orion sets in wintry rain, nor thicker harvests on rich Hermus rise, or Lycian fields, when Phoebus burns the skies, then stand these troops, their bucklers ring around, their trampling turns the turf, and shakes the solid ground. High in his chariot then Haelsus came, a foe by birth to Troy's unhappy name, From Agamemnon born to Turnus 8,000 men the youthful hero led, who till the Massic soil, for wine renowned, and fierce Oruncans from their hilly ground, and those who live by Citizenian shores, and where with shoaly fords Vulturnus roars, Cales and Osca's old inhabitants, and rough Saticulans, inured to wants, light demi-lances from afar they throw, fastened with leathern thongs, to gall the foe. Short crooked swords in closer fight they wear, and on their warding arm light bucklers bear. Nor Ebalus, shalt thou be left unsung, from nymph Semethis and old Telon sprung, who then in Telebone Capri reigned, but that short isle ambitious youth disdained, and o'er Campania stretched his ample sway, where swelling Sarna seeks the Tyrrhene sea, o'er Bacillum, and where Abella sees, from her high towers, the harvest of her trees. And these, as was the Teuton use of old, wield brazen swords, and brazen bucklers hold, sling weighty stones, when from afar they fight, their casques are cork, a covering thick and light. Next these in rank, the warlike Ufens went, and led the mountain troops that Nertia sent. The rude Equicoli his rule obeyed, hunting their sport, and plundering was their trade. In arms they ploughed, to battle still prepared, their soil was barren, and their hearts were hard. Umbro the priest the proud Marubians led, by King Archippus sent to Turnus' aid, and peaceful olives crowned his hoary head. His wand and holy words, the viper's rage, and venomed wounds of serpents could assuage. He, when he pleased with powerful juice to steep their temples, shut their eyes in pleasing sleep. But vain were Marcian herbs, and magic art, to cure the wound given by the Dardan dart, yet his untimely fate Angetian woods in sighs remurmured to the Fucine floods. The son of famed Hippolytus was there, famed as his sire, and, as his mother, fair, whom in Egerian groves Aricia bore, and nursed his youth along the marshy shore, where great Diana's peaceful altars flame, in fruitful fields, and Virbius was his name. Hippolytus, as old records have said, was by his stepdom sought to share her bed, but, when no female arts his mind could move, she turned to furious hate her impious love. Torn by wild horses on the sandy shore, another's crimes unhappy hunter bore, glutting his father's eyes with guiltless gore. But chaste Diana, who his death deplored, with Aesculapian herbs his life restored. Then Jove, who saw from high, with just disdain, the dead inspurred with vital breath again, struck to the center, with his flaming dart, unhappy founder of the godlike art. But Trivia kept in secret shades alone her care, Hippolytus, to fate unknown, and called him Virbius in Egerian grove, where then he lived obscure, but safe from Jove. For this, from Trivia's temple and her wood our coursers drive in, who shed their master's blood, affrighted by the monsters of the flood. His son, the second Virbius, yet retained his father's art, and warrior steeds he reigned. Amid the troops, and like the leading god, high o'er the rest in arms the graceful Turnus rode, a triple of plumes his crest adorned, on which with belching flames Chimera burned, the more the kindled combat rises higher, the more with fury burns the blazing fire. Fair Io gracked his shield, but Io now with horns exalted stands, and seems to low a noble charge. Her keeper by her side, to watch her walks, his 100 eyes applied, and on the brims her sire, the watery god, rolled from a silver urn his crystal flood. A cloud of foot succeeds, and fills the fields with swords, and pointed spears, and clattering shields, of Argives, and of old Sicanian bands, and those who plough the rich Rutulian lands, Auruncan youth, and those Sacrina yields, and the proud Labicans, with painted shields, and those who near Numician streams reside, and those whom Tiber's holy forests hide, or Circe's hills from the mainland divide, where Ufens glides along the lowly lands, or the black water of Pomptina stands. Last, from the Volscians fair Camilla came, and led her warlike troops, a warrior dame, unbred to spinning, in the loom unskilled, she chose the nobler Pallas of the field. Mixed with the first, the fierce virago fought, sustained the toils of arms, the danger sought, outstripped the winds in speed upon the plain, flew o'er the fields, nor hurt the bearded grain, she swept the seas, and, as she skimmed along, her flying feet unbothed on billows hung. Men, boys, and women, stupid with surprise, where'er she passes, fix their wandering eyes, longing they look, and, gaping at the sight, devour her o'er and o'er with vast delight. Her purple habit sits with such a grace on her smooth shoulders, and so suits her face, her head with ringlets of her hair is crowned, and in a golden caul the curls are bound. She shakes her myrtle javelin, and, behind, her Lycian quiver dances in the wind. Book 8 The Argument. The war being now begun, both the generals make all possible preparations. Turnus sends to Diomedes. Aeneas goes in person to beg succor from Evander and the Tuscans. Evander receives him kindly, furnishes him with men, and sends his son Pallas with him. Vulcan, at the request of Venus, makes arms for her son Aeneas, and draws on his shield the most memorable actions of his posterity. When Turnus had assembled all his powers, his standard planted on Laurentum's towers, when now the sprightly trumpet, from afar, had given the signal of approaching war, had roused the neighing steeds to scour the fields, while the fierce riders clattered on their shields, trembling with rage, the Latian youth prepare to join th allies, and headlong rush to war. Fierce Euphons, and Messapus, led the crowd, with bold Mezentius, who blasphemed aloud. These through the country took their wasteful course, the fields to forage, and to gather force. Then Venulus to Diomed they send, to beg his aid Ausonia to defend, declare the common danger, and inform the Grecian leader of the growing storm. Aeneas, landed on the Latian coast, with banished gods, and with a baffled host, yet now aspired to conquest of the state, and claimed a title from the gods and fate. What number roused nations in his quarrel came, and how they spread his formidable name. What he designed, what mischief might arise, if fortune favored his first enterprise, was left for him to weigh, whose equal fears, and common interest, was involved in theirs. While Turnus and th allies thus urge the war, the Trojan, floating in a flood of care, beholds the tempest which his foes prepare. This way and that he turns his anxious mind, thinks, and rejects the counsels he designed, explores himself in vain, in every part, and gives no rest to his distracted heart. So, when the sun by day, or moon by night, strike on the polished brass their trembling light, the glittering species here and there divide, and cast their dubious beams from side to side, now on the walls, now on the pavement play, and to the ceiling flash the glaring day. 'Twas night, and weary nature lulled asleep the birds of air, and fishes of the deep, and beasts, and mortal men. The Trojan chief was laid on Tiber's banks, oppressed with grief, and found in silent slumber late relief. Then, through the shadows of the poplar wood, arose the father of the Roman flood. An azure robe was o'er his body spread, a wreath of shady reeds adorned his head. Thus, manifest to sight, the god appeared, and with these pleasing words his sorrow cheered. Undoubted offspring of ethereal race, O long expected in this promised place, who through the foes hast borne thy banished gods, restored them to their hearths, and old abodes, this is thy happy home, the clime where fate ordains thee to restore the Trojan state. Fear not. The war shall end in lasting peace, and all the rage of haughty Juno cease. And that this nightly vision may not seem th effect of fancy, or an idle dream, a sow beneath an oak shall lie along, all white herself, and white her 30 young. When 30 rolling years have run their race, thy son Ascanius, on this empty space, shall build a royal town, of lasting fame, which from this omen shall receive the name. Time shall approve the truth. For what remains, and how with sure success to crown thy pains, with patience next attend. A banished band, drive and with Evander from Arcadian land, have planted here, and plocked on high their walls, their town the founder Palantum calls, derived from Pallas, his great-grandsire's name, but the fierce Latians old possession claim, with war infesting the new colony. These make thy friends, and on their aid rely. To thy free passage I submit my streams. Wake, son of Venus, from thy pleasing dreams, and, when the setting stars are lost in day, to Juno's power thy just devotion pay, with sacrifice the wrathful queen appease, her pride at length shall fall, her fury cease. When thou returnest victorious from the war, perform thy vows to me with grateful care. The god am I, whose yellow water flows around these fields, and fattens as it goes, Tiber my name, among the rolling floods renowned on earth, esteemed among the gods. This is my certain seed. In times to come, my waves shall wash the walls of mighty Rome. He said, and plunged below. While yet he spoke, his dream Aeneas and his sleep forsook. He rose, and looking up, beheld the skies with purple blushing, and the day arise. Then water in his hollow palm he took from Tiber's flood, and thus the powers bespoke, Laurentian nymphs, by whom the streams are fed, and Father Tiber, in thy sacred bed receive Aeneas, and from danger keep. Whatever fount, whatever holy deep, conceals thy what restores, where'er they rise, and, bubbling from below, salute the skies, thou, king of horned floods, whose plenteous urn suffices fatness to the fruitful corn, for this thy kind compassion of our woes, shalt share my morning song and evening vows. But, O be present to thy people's aid, and firm the gracious promise thou hast made. Thus having said, 2 galleys from his stores, with care he chooses, mans, and fits with oars. Now on the shore the fatal swine is found. Wand roused to tell, she lay along the ground, her well-fed offspring at her udders hung, she white herself, and white her 30 young. Aeneas takes the mother and her brood, and all on Juno's altar are bestowed. The following night, and the succeeding day, propitious Tiber smoothed his watery way, he rolled his river back, and poised he stood, a gentle swelling, and a peaceful flood. The Trojans mount their ships, they put from shore, borne on the waves, and scarcely dip an oar. Shouts from the land give omen to their course, and the pitched vessels glide with easy force. The woods and waters wonder at the gleam of shields, and painted ships that stem the stream. One summer's night and one whole day they pass betwixt the greenwood shades, and cut the liquid glass. The fiery sun had finished half his race, looked back, and doubted in the middle space, when they from far beheld the rising towers, the tops of sheds, and shepherds' lowly bowers, thin as they stood, which, then of homely clay, now arise in marble, from the Roman sway. These cots, Evander's kingdom, mean and poor, the Trojans saw, and turned his ships to shore. 'Twas on a solemn day, Arcadian states, the king and prince, without the city gates, then paid their offerings in a sacred grove to Hercules, the warrior son of Jove. Thick clouds of rolling smoke involve the skies, and fat of entrails on his altar fries. But, when they saw the ships that stemmed the flood, and glittered through the covert of the wood, they rose with fear, and left unfinished feast, till dauntless Pallas reassured the rest to pay the rites. Himself without delay a javelin seized, and singly took his way, then gained a rising ground, and called from far, resolve me, strangers, whence, and what you are, your business here, and bring you peace or war. High on the stern Aeneas took his stand, and held a branch of olive in his hand, while thus he spoke, the Phrygians' arms you see, expelled from Troy, provoked in Italy by Latian foes, with war unjustly made, at first defiant, and at last betrayed. This message bear, the Trojans and their chief bring holy peace, and beg the king's relief. Struck with so great a name, and all on fire, the youth replies, whatever you require, your fame exacts. Upon our shores descend. A welcome guest, and, what you wish, a friend. He said, and, downward hasting to the strand, embraced the stranger prince, and joined his hand. Conducted to the grove, Aeneas broke the silence first, and thus the king bespoke, best of the Greeks, to whom, by fate's command, I bear these peaceful branches in my hand, undaunted I approach you, though I know your birth is Grecian, and your land my foe, from Atros though your ancient lineage came, and both the brother kings your kindred claim, yet, my self-conscious worth, your high renown, your virtue, through the neighboring nations blown, our fathers' mingled blood, Apollo's voice, have led me hither, less by need than choice. Our founder Dardanus, as fame has sung, and Greeks acknowledge, from Electra sprung, Electra from the loins of Atlas came, Atlas, whose head sustains the starry frame. Your sire is Mercury, whom long before on cold Selene's top fair Maia bore. Maia the fair, on fame if we rely, was Atlas' daughter, who sustains the sky. Thus from one common source our streams divide, ours is the Trojan, yours th Arcadian side. Rised by these hopes, I sent no news before, nor asked your leave, nor did your faith implore, but come, without a pledge, my own ambassador. The same Rutulians, who with arms pursue the Trojan race, are equal foes to you. Our host expelled, what farther force can stay the victor troops from universal sway? Then will they stretch their power athwart the land, and either sea from side to side command. Receive our offered faith, and give us thine, ours is a generous and experient line, we want not hearts nor bodies for the war, in council cautious, and in fields we dare. He said, and while spoke, with piercing eyes Evander viewed the man with vast surprise, pleased with his action, ravished with his face, then answered briefly, with a royal grace, O valiant leader of the Trojan line, in whom the features of thy father shine, how I recall Anchises, how I see his motions, mien, and all my friend, in thee. Long though it be, 'tis fresh within my mind, when Priam to his sister's court designed a welcome visit, with a friendly stay, and through th Arcadian kingdom took his way. Then, past a boy, the callow down began to shade my chin, and call me first a man. I saw the shining train with vast delight, and Priam's goodly person pleased my sight, but great Anchises, far above the rest, with awful wonder furred my youthful breast. I longed to join in friendship's holy bands our mutual hearts, and plight our mutual hands. I first accosted him, I sued, I sought, and, with a loving force, to Phaenos brought. He gave me, when at length constrained to go, a Lycian quiver and a Gnossian bow, a vest embroidered, glorious to behold, and 2 rich bridles, with their bits of gold, which my son's coursers in obedience hold. The league you ask, I offer, as your right, and, when tomorrow's sun reveals the light, with swift supplies you shall be sent away. Now celebrate with us this solemn day, whose holy rites admit no long delay. Honor our annual feast, and take your seat, with friendly welcome, at a homely treat. Thus having said, the bowls removed, For fear, the youths replocked, and soon restored the cheer. On sods of turf he set the soldiers round, a maple throne, rised higher from the ground, received the Trojan chief, and, o'er the bed, a lion's shaggy hide for ornament they spread. The loaves were served in canisters, the wine in bowls, the priest renewed the rites divine, broiled entrails are their food, and beef's continued chine. But when the rage of hunger was repressed, thus spoke Evander to his royal guest: "These rites, these altars, and this feast, O king, from no vain fears or superstition spring, or blind devotion, or from blinder chance, or heady zeal, or brutal ignorance, but, saved from danger, with a grateful sense, the labors of a god we recompense. See, from afar, yon rock that mates the sky, about whose feet such heaps of rubbish lie, such indigest ruin, bleak and bare, how desert now it stands, exposed in air. 'Twas once a robber's den, enclosed around with living stone, and deep beneath the ground. The monster Cacus, more than half a beast, this hold, impervious to the sun, possessed. The pavement ever foul with human gore, heads, and their mangled members, hung the door. Vulcan this plague begot, and, like his sire, black clouds he belched, and flakes of livid fire. Time, long expected, eased us of our load, and brought the needful presence of a god. Avenging force of Hercules, from Spain, arrived in triumph, from Geryon slain, thrice lived the giant, and thrice lived in vain. His prize, the lowing herds, Alcides drove near Tiber's bank, to graze the shady grove. Allured with hope of plunder, and intent by force to rob, by fraud to circumvent, the brutal Cacus, as by chance they strayed, 4 oxen thence, and 4 fair kine conveyed, and, lest the printed footsteps might be seen, he dragged them backwards to his rocky den. The tracks averse a lying notice gave, and led the searcher backward from the cave. Meantime the herdsman hero shifts his place, to find fresh pasture and untrodden grass. The beasts, who missed their mates, filled all around with bellowings, and the rocks restored the sound. One heifer, who had heard her love complain, roared from the cave, and made the project vain. Alcides found the fraud, with rage he shook, and tossed about his head his knotted oak. Swift as the winds, or Scythian arrows' flight, he clomb, with eager haste, aerial height. Then first we saw the monster mend his pace, fear in his eyes, and paleness in his face, confessed the god's approach. Trembling he springs, as terror had increased his feet with wings, nor stayed for stairs, but down the depth he threw his body, on his back the door he drew, the door, a rib of living rock, with pains his father hewed it out, and bound with iron chains he broke the heavy links, the mountain clost, and bars and levers to his foe opposed. The wretch had hardly made his dungeon fast, the fierce avenger came with bounding haste, surveyed the mouth of the forbidden hold, and here and there his raging eyes he rolled. He gnashed his teeth, and thrice he compassed round with winged speed the circuit of the ground. Thrice at the cavern's mouth he pulled in vain, and, panting, thrice desisted from his pain. A pointed flinty rock, all bare and black, grew gibbous from behind the mountain's back. Owls, ravens, all ill omens of the night, here built their nests, and hither winged their flight. The leaning head hung threatening o'er the flood, and nodded to the left. The hero stood adverse, with planted feet, and, from the right, tugged at the solid stone with all his might. Thus halved, the fixed foundations of the rock gave way, heaven echoed at the rattling shock. Tumbling, it chocked the flood, on either side the banks leap backward, and the streams divide, the sky shrunk upward with unusual dread, and trembling Tiber dived beneath his bed. The court of Caucasus stands revealed to sight, the cavern glares with new admitted light. So the pent vapours, with a rumbling sound, heave from below, and rend the hollow ground, a sounding flaw succeeds, and, from on high, the gods with hate beheld the nether sky, the ghosts repine at violated night, and curse invading sun, and sicken at the sight. The graceless monster, caught in open day, enclosed, and in despair to fly away, howls horrible from underneath, and fills his hollow palace with unmanly yells. The hero stands above, and from afar plies him with darts and stones and distant war. He, from his nostrils' huge mouth, expires black clouds of smoke, amidst his father's fires, gathering, with each repeated blast, the night, to make uncertain aim, and erring sight. The wrathful god then plunges from above, and, where in thickest waves the sparkles drove, there lights, and wades through fumes, and gropes his way, half singed, half stifled, till he grasps his prey. The monster, spewing fruitless flames, he found, he squeezed his throat, he writhed his neck around, and in a knot his crippled members bound, then from their sockets tore his burning eyes, rolled on a heap, the breathless robber lies. The doors, unbarred, receive the rushing day, and thorough lights disclose the ravished prey. The bulls, redeemed, breathe open air again. Next, by the feet, they drag him from his den. The wandering neighborhood, with glad surprise, behold his shagged breast, his giant size, his mouth that flames no more, and his extinguished eyes. From that auspicious day, with rites divine, we worship at the hero's holy shrine. Potitius first ordained these annual vows, as priests, were added the Pinarian house, who raised this altar in the sacred shade, where honors, ever due, for ever shall be paid. For these deserts, and this high virtue shown, ye warlike youths, your heads with garlands crown, fill high the goblets with a sparkling flood, and with deep draughts invoke our common God. This said, a double wreath of ander twinned, and poplars black and white his temples bind. Then brims his ample bowl. With like design the rest invoke the gods, with sprinkled wine. Meantime the sun descended from the skies, and the bright evening star began to rise. And now the priests, Potitius at their head, in skins of beasts involved, the long procession led, held high the flaming tapers in their hands, as custom had prescribed their holy bands, then with a second course the tables load, and with full chargers offer to the god. The Salii sing, and cense his altars round with Saban smoke, their heads with poplar bound, one choir of old, another of the young, to dance, and bear the burthen of the song. The lay records the labors, and the praise, and all immortal acts of Hercules. First, how the mighty babe, when swathed in bands, the serpents strangled with his infant hands, then, as in years and matchless force he grew, Herculean walls, and Trojan, overthrew. Besides, 1,000 hazards they relate, procured by Juno's and Eurystheus' hate, thy hands, unconquered hero, could subdue the cloud-born centaurs, and the monster crew, nor thy resistless arm the bull withstood, nor he, the roaring terror of the wood. The triple porter of the Stygian seat, with lolling tongue, lay fawning at thy feet, and, seized with fear, forgot his mangled meat. Infernal waters trembled at thy sight, the god, no face of danger could affright, not huge Typhoeus, nor unnumbered snake, increased with hissing heads, in Lerna's lake. Hail, Jove's undoubted son! An added grace to heaven and the great author of thy race. Receive the grateful offerings which we pay, and smile propitious on thy solemn day. In numbers thus they sung, above the rest, the den and death of Caucasus crown the feast. The woods to hollow vales convey the sound, the vales to hills, and hills the notes rebound. The rites performed, the cheerful train retire. Betwixt young Pallas and his aged sire, the Trojan passed, the city to survey, and pleasing talk beguiled the tedious way. The stranger cast around his curious eyes, new objects viewing still, with new surprise, with greedy joy inquires of various things and acts and monuments of ancient kings. Then thus the founder of the Roman Toars, these woods were first the seat of sylvan powers, of nymphs and fauns, and salvage men, who took their birth from trunks of trees and stubborn oak. Nor laws they knew, nor manners, nor the care of laboring oxen, or the shining share, nor arts of gain, nor what they gained to spare. Their exercise the chase, the running flood supplied their thirst, the trees supplied their food. Then Saturn came, who fled the power of Jove, robbed of his realms, and banished from above. The men, dispersed on hills, to towns he brought, and laws ordained, and civil customs taught, and Latium called the land where safe he lay from his unduteous son, and his usurping sway. With his mild empire, peace and plenty came, and hence the golden times derived their name. A more degenerate and discolored age succeeded this, with avarice and rage. Ausonians then, and bold Sicanians came, and Saturn's empire often changed the name. Then kings, gigantic Tibri and the rest, with arbitrary sway the land oppressed, for Tiber's flood was Albula before, till, from the tyrant's fate, his name it bore. I last arrived, drive and from my native home by fortune's power, and fate's resistless doom. Long tossed on seas, I sought this happy land, warned by my mother nymph, and called by heaven's command. Thus, walking on, he spoke, and shewed the gate, since called Carmental by the Roman state, where stood an altar, sacred to the name of old Carmenta, the prophetic dame, who to her son foretold Aenean race, sublime in fame, and Rome's imperial place. Then choose the forest, which, in after times, fierce Romulus for perpetrated crimes a sacred refuge made, with this, the shrine where pen below the rock had rites divine, then tells of Argus' death, his murdered guest, whose grave and tomb his innocence attest. Thence, to the steep Tarpeian rock he leads, now roofed with gold, then thatched with homely reeds. A reverent fear, such superstition reigns among the rude, and then possessed the swains. Some god, they knew what god, they could not tell did there amidst the sacred horror dwell. Arcadians thought him Jove, and said they saw the mighty Thunderer with majestic awe, who took his shield, and dealt his bolts around, and scattered tempests on the teeming ground. Then saw two heaps of ruins, once they stood two stately towns, on either side the flood, Saturnia's and Janiculum's remains, and either place the founder's name retains. Discoursing thus together, they resort where poor Evander kept his country court. They viewed the ground of Rome's litigious hall, once oxen load, where now the lawyers bawl. Then, stooping, through the narrow gate they pressed, when thus the king bespoke his Trojan guest, mean as it is, this palace, and this door, received Alcides, then a conqueror. Dare to be poor, accept our homely food, which feasted him, and emulate a god. Then underneath a lowly roof he led the weary prince, and laid him on a bed, the stuffing leaves, with hides of bears o'er spread. Now night had shed her silver dews around, and with her sable wings embracked the ground, when love's fair goddess, anxious for her son, new tumults rising, and new wars begun, couched with her husband in his golden bed, with these alluring words invokes his aid, and, that her pleasing speech his mind may move, inspires each accent with the charms of love, while cruel fate conspurred with Grecian powers, to level with the ground the Trojan towers. I ask not aid unhappy to restore, nor did the succour of thy skill implore, nor urged the labors of my lord in vain, a sinking empire longer to sustain, though much I out to Priam's house, and more the dangers of Aeneas did deplore. But now, by Jove's command, and fate's decree, his race is doomed to reign in Italy. With humble suit I beg thy needful art, O still propitious power, that rules my heart. A mother kneels a suppliant for her son. By Thetis and Aurora thou wert one to forge impenetrable shields, and grace with fated arms a less illustrious race. Behold, what haughty nations are commined against the relics of the Phrygian kind, with fire and sword my people to destroy, and conquer Venus twice, in conquering Troy. She said, and straight her arms, of snowy hue, about her unresolving husband threw. Her soft embraces soon infuse desire, his bones and marrow sudden warmth inspire, and all the Godhead feels the wonted fire. Not half so swift the rattling thunder flies, or forky lightnings flash along the skies. The goddess, proud of her successful wiles, and conscious of her form, in secret smiles. Then thus the power, obnoxious to her charms, panting and half dissolving in her arms, why seek you reasons for a cause so just, or your own beauties or my love distrust? Long since, had you required my helpful hand, artificer and art you might command, to labor arms for Troy, nor Jove, nor fate, confine their empire to so short a date. And, if you now desire new wars to wage, my skill I promise, and my pains engage. Whatever melting metals can conspire, or breathing bellows, or the forming fire, is freely yours, your anxious fears remove, and think no task is difficult to love. Trembling he spoke, and, eager of her charms, he snatched the willing goddess to his arms, till in her lap infast, he lay possessed of full desire, and sunk to pleasing rest. Now when the night her middle race had rode, and his first slumber had refreshed the god, the time when early housewives leave the bed, when living embers on the hearth they spread, supply the lamp, and call the maids to rise, with yawning mouths, and with half-opened eyes, they ply the distaff by the winking light, and to their daily labor add the night, thus frugally they earn their children's bread, and uncorrupted keep the nuptial bed. Not less concerned, nor at a later hour, rose from his downy couch the forging power. Sacred to Vulcan's name, an isle there lay, betwixt Sicilia's coasts and Liparae, rised high on smoking rocks, and, deep below, in hollow caves the fires of Aetna glow. The Cyclops here their heavy hammers deal, loud strokes, and hissings of tormented steel, are heard around, the boiling waters roar, and smoky flames through fuming tunnels soar. Hither the father of the fire, by night, through the brown air precipitates his flight. On their eternal anvils here he found the brethren beating, and the blows go round. A load of pointless thunder now there lies before their hands, to ripen for the skies, these darts, for angry Jove, they daily cast, consumed on mortals with prodigious waste. 3 rays of writhen rain, of fire 3 more, of winged southern winds and cloudy store as many parts, the dreadful mixture frame, and fears are added, and avenging flame. Inferior ministers, for Mars, repair his broken axle trees and blunted war, and send him forth again with furbished arms, to wake the lazy war with trumpets' loud alarms. The rest refresh the scaly snakes that fold the shield of Pallas, and renew their gold. Full on the crest the Gorgon's head they place, with eyes that roll in death, and with distorted face. My sons, said Vulcan, set your tasks aside, your strength and master skill must now be tried. Arms for a hero forge, arms that require your force, your speed, and all your forming fire. He said. They set their former work aside, and their new toils with eager haste divide. A flood of molten silver, brass, and gold, and deadly steel, in the large furnace rolled, of this, their artful hands a shield prepare, alone sufficient to sustain the war. 7 orbs within a spacious round they close, one stirs the fire, and one the bellows blows. The hissing steel is in the smithy drowned, the grot with beaten anvils groans around. By turns their arms advance, in equal time, by turns their hands descend, and hammers chime. They turn the glowing mass with crooked tongs, the fiery work proceeds, with rustic songs. While, at the Lemnian god's command, they urge their labors thus, and ply Theola and forge, the cheerful morn salutes Evander's eyes, and songs of chirping birds invite to rise. He leaves his lowly bed, his buskins meet above his ankles, sandals sheathe his feet, he sets his trusty sword upon his side, and o'er his shoulder throws a panther's hide. 2 menial dogs before their master pressed. Thus clad, and guarded thus, he seeks his kingly guest. Mindful of promised aid, he mends his pace, but meets Aeneas in the middle space. Young Pallas did his father's steps attend, and true Achates waited on his friend. They join their hands, a secret seat they choose, Arcadian first their former talk renews, undaunted prince, I never can believe the Trojan Empire lost, while you survive. Command assistance of a faithful friend, but feeble are the succor I can send. Our narrow kingdom here the Tiber bounds, that other side the Latian state surrounds, insults our walls, and wastes our fruitful grounds. But mighty nations I prepare, to join their arms with yours, and aid your just design. You come, as by your better genius sent, and fortune seems to favor your intent. Not far from hence there stands a hilly town, of ancient building, and of high renown, torn from the Tuscans by the Lydian race, who gave the name of Seri to the place, once Agilina called. It flourished long, in pride of wealth and warlike people strong, till cursed Mezentius, in a fatal hour, assumed the crown, with arbitrary power. What words can paint those execrable times, the subjects' sufferings, and the tyrant's crimes? That blood, those murders, O ye gods, replace on his own head, and on his impious race. The living and the dead at his command were coupled, face to face, and hand to hand, till, chocked with stench, in loathed embraces tied, the lingering wretches pinned away and died. Thus plunged in ills, and meditating more the people's patience, teared, no longer bore the raging monster, but with arms beset his house, and vengeance and destruction threat. They fire his palace, while the flame ascends, they force his guards, and execute his friends. He cleaves the crowd, and, favored by the night, to Turnus' friendly court directs his flight. By just revenge the Tuscans set on fire, with arms, their king to punishment require, their number rouse troops, now mustered on the strand, my counsel shall submit to your command. Their navy swarms upon the coasts, they cry to hoist their anchors, but the gods deny. An ancient augur, skilled in future fate, with these foreboding words restrains their hate, ye brave in arms, ye Lydian blood, the flower of Tuscan youth, and choice of all their power, whom just revenge against Mezentius arms, to seek your tyrant's death by lawful arms, know this, no native of our land may lead this powerful people, seek a foreign head. Awed with these words, in camps they still abide, and wait with longing looks their promised guide. Tarchon, the Tuscan chief, to me has sent their crown, and every regal ornament, the people join their own with his desire, and all my conduct, as their king, require. But the chill blood that creeps within my veins, and age, and listless limbs unfit for pains, and a soul conscious of its own decay, have forced me to refuse imperial sway. My Pallas were more fit to mount the throne, and should, but he's a Sabina mother's son, and half a native, but, in you, combine a manly vigor, and a foreign line. Where fate and smiling fortune shew the way, pursue the ready path to a sovereign sway. The staff of my declining days, my son, shall make your good or ill success his own, in fighting fields from you shall learn to dare, and serve the hard apprenticeship of war, your matchless courage and your conduct view, and early shall begin to admire and copy you. Besides, 200 horse he shall command, though few, a warlike and well-chosen band. These in my name are listed, and my son as many more has added in his own. Scarce had he said, Achates and his guest, with downcast eyes, their silent grief expressed, who, short of succour, and in deep despair, shook at the dismal prospect of the war. But his bright mother, from a breaking cloud, to cheer her issue, thundered thrice aloud, thrice forky lightning flashed along the sky, and Tyrian trumpets thrice were heard on high. Then, gazing up, repeated peals they hear, and, in a heaven serene, refulgent arms appear, reddening the skies, and glittering all around, the tempered metals clash, and yield a silver sound. The rest stood trembling, struck with awe divine, Aeneas only, conscious to the sign, presaged event, and joyful viewed, above, accomplished promise of the Queen of Love. Then, to Arcadian King, this prodigy, dismiss your fear, belongs alone to me. Heaven calls me to the war, expected sign is given of promised aid, and arms divine. My goddess mother, whose indulgent care foresaw the dangers of the growing war, this omen gave, when bright Vulcanian arms, faded from force of steel by Stygian charms, suspended, shone on high, she then foreshowed approaching fights, and fields to float in blood. Turnus shall dearly pay for faith forsworn, and corps, and swords, and shields, on Tiber borne, shall choke his flood. Now sound the loud alarms, and, Latian troops, prepare your perjured arms. He said, and, rising from his homely throne, the solemn rites of Hercules begun, and on his altars whacked the sleeping fires, then cheerful to his household gods retires, there offers chosen sheep. Arcadian king and Trojan youth the same oblations bring. Next, of his men and ships he makes review, draws out the best and ablest of the crew. Down with the falling stream the refuse run, to raise with joyful news his drooping son. Steeds are prepared to mount the Trojan band, who wait their leader to the Tyrian land. A sprightly courser, fairer than the rest, the king himself presents his royal guest, a lion's hide his back and limbs enfold, precious with studded work, and paws of gold. Fame through the little city spreads a loud intended march, amid the fearful crowd, the matrons beat their breasts, dissolve in tears, and double their devotion in their fears. The war at hand appears with more affright, and rises every moment to the sight. Then old Evander, with a close embrace, strained his departing friend, and tears o'erflow his face. Would heaven, said he, my strength and youth recall, such as I was beneath Praenest's wall, then when I made the foremost foes retire, and set whole heaps of conquered shields on fire, when Heracles in single fight I slew, whom with 3 lives Feronia did endue, and thrice I sent him to the Stygian shore, till the last ebbing soul returned no more. Such if I stood renewed, not these alarms, nor death, should rend me from my palace arms, nor proud Mezentius, thus unpunished, boast his rapes and murders on the Tuscan coast. Ye gods, and mighty Jove, in pity bring relief, and hear a father and a king. If fate and you reserve these eyes, to see my son return with peace and victory, if the loved boy shall bless his father's sight, if we shall meet again with more delight, then draw my life in length, let me sustain, in hopes of his embrace, the worst of pain. But if your hard decrees which, oh, I dread have doomed to death his undeserving head, this, oh this very moment, let me die. While hopes and fears in equal balance lie, while, yet possessed of all his youthful charms, I strain him close within these aged arms, before that fatal news my soul shall wound. He said, and, swooning, sunk upon the ground. His servants bore him off, and softly laid his languished limbs upon his homely bed. The horsemen march, the gates are opened wide, Aeneas at their head, Achates by his side. Next these, the Trojan leaders rode along, last follows in the rear th Arcadian throng. Young Pallas shone conspicuous o'er the rest, gilded his arms, embroidered was his vest. So, from the seas, exerts his radiant head the star by whom the lights of heaven are led, shakes from his rosy locks the pearly dews, dispels the darkness, and the day renews. The trembling wives the walls and turrets crowd, and follow, with their eyes, the dusty cloud, which winds disperse by fits, and shew from far the blaze of arms, and shields, and shining war. The troops, drawn up in beautiful array, o'er heathy plains pursue the ready way. Repeated peals of shouts are heard around, the neighing coursers answer to the sound, and shake with horny hoofs the solid ground. A greenwood shade, for long religion known, stands by the streams that wash the Tuscan town, encompassed round with gloomy hills above, which add a holy horror to the grove. The first inhabitants of Grecian blood, that sacred forest to Silvanus vowed, the guardian of their flocks and fields, and pay their due devotions on his annual day. Not far from hence, along the river's side, in tents secure, the Tuscan troops abide, by Tarchon led. Now, from a rising ground, Aeneas cast his wandering eyes around, and all the Tyrrhen army had in sight, stretched on the spacious plain from left to right. Thither his warlike train the Trojan led, refreshed his men, and wearied horses fed. Meantime the mother goddess, crowned with charms, breaks through the clouds, and brings the fated arms. Within a winding vale she finds her son, on the cool river's banks, retired alone. She shews her heavenly form without disguise, and gives herself to his desiring eyes. Behold, she said, performed in every part, my promise made, and Vulcan's labored art. Now seek, secure, the Latian enemy, and haughty Turnus to the field defy. She said, and, having first her son embract, the radiant arms beneath an oak she plucked, proud of the gift, he rolled his greedy sight around the work, and gazed with vast delight. He lifts, he turns, he poises, and admires the crested helm, that vomits radiant fires, his hands the fatal sword and corslet hold, one keen with tempered steel, one stiff with gold, both ample, flaming both, and beamy bright, so shines a cloud, when edged with adverse light. He shakes the pointed spear, and longs to try the plated cuishes on his manly thigh, but most admires the shield's mysterious mold, and Roman triumphs rising on the gold, for these, embossed, the heavenly smith had wrought, not in the rolls of future fate untaught, the wars in order, and the race divine of warriors issuing from the Julian line. The cave of Mars was dressed with mossy greens, there, by the wolf, were laid the martial twins. Intrepid on her swelling dugs they hung, the foster dam lolled out her fawning tongue, they sucked secure, while, bending back her head, she licked their tender limbs, and formed them as they fed. Not far from thence new Rome appears, with games projected for the rape of Sabina dames. The pit resounds with shrieks, a war succeeds, for breach of public faith, and unexampled deeds. Here for revenge the Sabina troops contend, the Romans there with arms the prey defend. Wearied with tedious war, at length they cease, and both the kings and kingdoms plight the peace. The friendly chiefs before Jove's altar stand, both armed, with each a charger in his hand, a fat sow for sacrifice is led, with imprecations on the perjured head. Near this, the traitor Mateus, stretched between four fiery steeds, is dragged along the green, by Tullus' doom, the brambles drink his blood, and his torn limbs are left the vulture's food. There, Porsenna to Rome proud Tarquin brings, and would by force restore the banished kings. One tyrant for his fellow tyrant fights, the Roman youth assert their native rights. Before the town the Tuscan army lies, to win by famine, or by fraud surprise. Their king, half threatening, half disdaining stood, while cockles broke the bridge, and stemmed the flood. The captive maids there tempt the raging tide, scapt from their chains, with Cloelia for their guide. High on a rock heroic Manlius stood, to guard the temple, and the temple's god. Then Rome was poor, and there you might behold the palace thatched with straw, now roofed with gold. The silver goose before the shining gate there flew, and, by her cackle, saved the state. She told the Gauls approach, approaching Gauls, obscure in night, ascend, and seize the walls. The gold dissembled well their yellow hair, and golden chains on their white necks they wear. Gold are their vests, long alpine spears they wield, and their left arm sustains a length of shield. Hard by, the leaping Salian priests advance, and naked through the streets the mad lookers see dance, in caps of wool, the targets dropped from heaven. Here modest matrons, in soft litters drive in, to pay their vows in solemn pomp appear, and odorous gums in their chaste hands they bear. Far hence removed, the Stygian seats are seen, pains of the damned, and punished Catiline hung on a rock the traitor, and, around, the Furies hissing from the nether ground. Apart from these, the happy souls he draws, and Cato's Holy Ghost dispensing laws. Betwixt the quarters flows a golden sea, but foaming surges there in silver play. The dancing dolphins with their tails divide the glittering waves, and cut the precious tide. Amid the main, two mighty fleets engage their brazen beaks, opposed with equal rage. Actium surveys the well-disputed prize, locates what replain with foamy billows fries. Young Caesar, on the stern, in armor bright, here leads the Romans and their gods to fight, his beamy temples shoot their flames afar, and o'er his head is hung the Julian star. Agrippa seconds him, with Prospero scales, and, with propitious gods, his foes assails, a naval crown, that binds his manly brows, the happy fortune of the fight foreshows. Ranged on the line opposed, Antonius brings barbarian aids, and troops of eastern kings, Arabians near, and Bactrians from afar, of tongues discordant, and a mingled war, and, rich in gaudy robes, amidst the strife, his ill fate follows him Egyptian wife. Moving they fight, with oars and forky prows the froth is gathered, and the water glows. It seems, as if the Cyclades again were rooted up, and justled in the main, or floating mountains meet, such is the fierce encounter of the fleet. Fireballs are thrown, and pointed javelins fly, the fields of Neptune take a purple dye. The queen herself, amidst the loud alarms, with cymbals tossed her fainting soldiers warms fool as she was. Who had not yet divined her cruel fate, nor saw the snakes behind. Her country gods, the monsters of the sky, great Neptune, Pallas, and love's queen defy, the dog Anubis barks, but barks in vain, nor longer dares oppose ethereal train. Mars in the middle of the shining shield is grabbed, and strides along the liquid field. The Diri souse from heaven with swift descent, and discord, dyed in blood, with garments rent, divides the priest, her steps Bellona treads, and shakes her iron rod above their heads. This seen, Apollo, from his Actaeon height, powers down his arrows, at whose winged flight the trembling Indians and Egyptians yield, and soft Sabaeans quit the watery field. The fatal mistress hoists her silken sails, and, shrinking from the fight, invokes the gales. Aghast she looks, and heaves her breast for breath, panting, and pale with fear of future death. The god had figured her as driven along by winds and waves, and scudding through the throng. Just opposite, sad Nilus opens wide his arms and ample bosom to the tide, and spreads his mantle o'er the winding coast, in which he wraps his queen, and hides the flying host. The victor to the gods his thanks expressed, and Rome, triumphant, with his presence blessed. 300 temples in the town he plocked, with spoils and altars every temple gracked. 3 shining nights, and 3 succeeding days, the fields resound with shouts, the streets with praise, the domes with songs, the theaters with plays. All altars flame, before each altar lies, drenched in his gore, the destined sacrifice. Great Caesar sits sublime upon his throne, before Apollo's porch of Parian stone, accepts the presents vowed for victory, and hangs the monumental crowns on high. Vast crowds of vanquished nations march along, various in arms, in habit, and in tongue. Here, Mulciber assigns the proper place for Carians, and ungirt Numidian race, then ranks the Thracians in the second row, with Scythians, expert in the dart and bow. And here the tamed Euphrates humbly glides, and there the Rhine submits her swelling tides, and proud Araxes, whom no bridge could bind, the Danes' unconquered offspring march behind, and Moroni, the last of humankind. These figures, on the shield divinely wrought, by Vulcan labored, and by Venus brought, with joy and wonder fill the hero's thought. Unknown the names, he yet admires the grace, and bears aloft the fame and fortune of his race. Book 9 The Argument. Turnus takes advantage of Aeneas's absence, fires some of his ships, which are transformed into sea nymphs, and assaults his camp. The Trojans, reduced to the last extremities, send Ninus and Euryalus to recall Aeneas, which furnishes the poet with that admirable episode of their friendship, generosity, and the conclusion of their adventure. While these affairs in distant places passed, the various Iris Juno sends with haste, to find bold Turnus, who, with anxious thought, the secret shade of his great-grandsire sought. Retired alone she found the daring man, and opt her rosy lips, and thus began, what none of all the gods could grant thy vows, that, Turnus, this auspicious day bestows. Aeneas, gone to seek th Arcadian prince, has left the Trojan camp without defense, and, short of succour there, employs his pains in parts remote to raise the Tuscan swains. Now snatch an hour that favors thy designs, unite thy forces, and attack their lines. This said, on equal wings she poised her weight, and formed a radiant rainbow in her flight. The Daunian hero lifts his hands and eyes, and thus invokes the goddess as she flies, Iris, the grace of heaven, what power divine has sent thee down, through dusky clouds to shine? See, they divide, immortal day appears, and glittering planets dancing in their spheres. With joy, these happy omens I obey, and follow to the war the god that leads the way. Thus having said, as by the brook he stood, he scooped the water from the crystal flood, then with his hands the drops to heaven he throws, and loads the powers above with offered vows. Now march the bold confederates through the plain, well oared, well clad, a rich and shining train. Messapus leads the van, and, in the rear, the sons of Tyrrhus in bright arms appear. In the main battle, with his flaming crest, the mighty Turnus towers above the rest. Silent they move, majestically slow, like ebbing Nile, or Ganges in his flow. The Trojans view the dusty cloud from far, and the dark menace of the distant war. Caicus from the rampire saw it rise, blackening the fields, and thickening through the skies. Then to his fellows thus aloud he calls, "What rolling clouds, my friends, approach the walls? Arm! Arm! And man the works. Prepare your spears and pointed darts. The Latian host appears." Thus warned, they shut their gates, with shouts ascend the bulwarks, and, secure, their foes attend, for their wise general, with foreseeing care, had charged them not to tempt the doubtful war, nor, though provoked, in open fields advance, but close within their lines attend their chance. Unwilling, yet they keep the strict command, and sourly wait in arms the hostile band. The fiery Turnus flew before the rest, a piebald steed of Thracian strain he pressed, his helm of massy gold, and crimson was his crest. With 20 horse to second his designs, an unexpected foe, he faced the lines. "Is there," he said, "in arms, who bravely dare his leader's honor and his danger share?" Then spurring on, his brandished dart he threw, in sign of war, applauding shouts ensue. Amazed to find a dastard race, that run behind the rampires and the battle shun, he rides around the camp, with rolling eyes, and stops at every post, and every passage tries. So roams the nightly wolf about the fold, wet with descending showers, and stiff with cold, he howls for hunger, and he grins for pain, his gnashing teeth are exorcised in vain, and, impotent of anger, finds no way in his distended paws to grasp the prey. The mothers listen, but the bleeding lambs securely swig the dug, beneath the dams. Thus ranges eager Turnus o'er the plain. Sharp with desire, and furious with disdain, surveys each passage with a piercing sight, to force his foes in equal field to fight. Thus while he gazes round, at length he spies, where, flanked with strong redoubts, their navy lies, close underneath the walls, the washing tide secures from all approach this weaker side. He takes the wished occasion, fills his hand with ready fires, and shakes a flaming brand. Urged by his presence, every soul is warmed, and every hand with kindled fires is armed. From the furred pines the scattering sparkles fly, fat vapors, mixed with flames, involve the sky. What power, O Muses, could avert the flame which threatened, in the fleet, the Trojan name? Tell, for the fact, through length of time obscure, is hard to faith, yet shall the fame endure. 'Tis said that, when the chief prepared his flight, and felled his timber from Mount Ida's height, the grandam goddess then approached her son, and with a mother's majesty begun, "Grant me," she said, "the sole request I bring, since conquered heaven has owned you for its king." On Ida's brows, for ages past, there stood, with firs and maples filled, a shady wood, and on the summit rose a sacred grove, where I was worshipped with religious love. Those woods, that holy grove, my long delight, I gave the Trojan prince, to speed his flight. Now, filled with fear, on their behalf I come, let neither winds coerce it, nor waves entomb the floating forests of the sacred pine, but let it be their safety to be mine. Then thus replied her awful son, who rolls the radiant stars and heaven and earth controls, "How dare you, mother, endless date demand for vessels molded by immortal hand? What then is fate? Shall bold Aeneas ride, of safety certain, on th uncertain tide? Yet, what I can, I grant, when, wafted o'er, the chief is landed on the Latian shore, whatever ships escape the raging storms, at my command shall change their fading forms to nymphs divine, and plough the watery way like Dotes and the daughters of the sea. To seal his sacred vow, by Styx he swore, the lake of liquid pitch, the dreary shore, and Phlegethon's innavigable flood, and the black regions of his brother god. He said, and shook the skies with his imperial nod. And now at length the numbered hours were come, prefixed by fate's irrevocable doom, when the great mother of the gods was free to save her ships, and finish Jove's decree. First, from the quarter of the morn, there sprung a light that signed the heavens, and shot along, then from a cloud, fringed round with golden fires, were timbrels heard, and Barycinthian choirs, and, last, a voice, with more than mortal sounds, both hosts, in arms opposed, with equal horror wounds, O Trojan race, your needless aid forbear, and know, my ships are my peculiar care. With greater ease the bold Rutulian may, with hissing brands, attempt to burn the sea, than singe my sacred pines. But you, my charge, loosed from your crooked anchors, launch at large, exalted each a nymph, forsake the sand, and swim the seas, at Cybele's command. No sooner had the goddess Aeneid to speak, when, lo! Obedient ships their hawsers break, and, strange to tell, like dolphins, in the main they plunge their prows, and dive, and spring again, as many beauteous maids the billows sweep, as rode before tall vessels on the deep. The foes, surpriest with wonder, stood aghast, Messapus curbed his fiery coursers' haste, old Tiber roared, and, raising up his head, called back his waters to their oozy bed. Turnus alone, undaunted, bore the shock, and with these words his trembling troops bespoke, these monsters for the Trojans' fate are meant, and are by Jove for black presages sent. He takes the cowards' last relief away, for fly they cannot, and, constrained to stay, must yield unfought, a base inglorious prey. The liquid half of all the globe is lost, heaven shuts the seas, and we secure the coast. Theirs is no more than that small spot of ground which myriads of our martial men surround. Their fates I fear not, or vain oracles. 'Twas given to Venus they should cross the seas, and land secure upon the Latian plains, their promised hour is past, and mine remains. 'Tis in the fate of Turnus to destroy, with sword and fire, the faithless race of Troy. Shall such affronts as these alone inflame the Grecian brothers, and the Grecian name? My cause and theirs is one, a fatal strife, and final ruin, for a ravished wife. Was 't not enough, that, punished for the crime, they fell, but will they fall a second time? One would have thought they paid enough before, to curse the costly sex, and durst offend no more. Can they securely trust their feeble wall, a slight partition, a thin interval, betwixt their fate and them, when Troy, though built by hands divine, yet perished by their guilt? Lend me, for once, my friends, your valiant hands, to force from out their lines these dastard bands. Less than 1,000 ships will end this war, nor Vulcan needs his fated arms prepare. Let all the Tuscans, all Arcadians, join. Nor these, nor those, shall frustrate my design. Let them not fear the treasons of the night, the robbed Palladium, the pretended flight, our onset shall be made in open light. No wooden engine shall their town betray, fires they shall have around, but fires by day. No Grecian babes before their camp appear, whom Hector's arms detain to the 10th tardy year. Now, since the sun is rolling to the west, give we the silent night to needful rest, refresh your bodies, and your arms prepare, the morn shall end the small remains of war. The post of honor to Messapus falls, to keep the nightly guard, to watch the walls, to pitch the fires at distances around, and close the Trojans in their scanty ground. Twice 7 Rutulian captains ready stand, and twice 700 horse these chiefs command, all clad in shining arms the works invest, each with a radiant helm and waving crest. Stretched at their length, they press the grassy ground, they laugh, they sing, the jolly bowls go round, with lights and cheerful fires renew the day, and pass the wakeful night in feasts and play. The Trojans, from above, their foes beheld, and with armed legions all the rampires filled. Seized with affright, their gates they first explore, join works to works with bridges, tower to tower, thus all things needful for defense abound. Mnestheus and brave Ceres thus walk the round, commissioned by their absent prince to share the common danger, and divide the care. The soldiers draw their lots, and, as they fall, by turns relieve each other on the wall. Nigh where the foes their utmost guards advance, to watch the gate was warlike Nisus chance. His father Hyrtacus of noble blood, his mother was a huntress of the wood, and sent him to the wars. Well could he bear his lance in fight, and dart the flying spear, but better skilled unerring shafts to send. Beside him stood Euryalus, his friend, Euryalus, than whom the Trojan host no fairer face, or sweeter air, could boast. Scarce had the down to shade his cheeks begun. One was their care, and their delight was one common hazard in the war they shard, and now were both by choice upon the guard. Then Nisus thus, or do the gods inspire this warmth, or make we gods of our desire? A generous ardour boils within my breast, eager of action, enemy to rest, this urges me to fight, and fires my mind to leave a memorable name behind. Thou seest the foe secure, how faintly shine their scattered fires. The most, in sleep supine along the ground, an easy conquest lie, the wakeful few the fuming flagon ply, all hushed around. Now hear what I revolve, a thought unripe and scarcely yet resolve. Our absent prince both camp and council mourn, by message both would hasten his return, if they confer what I demand on thee, for fame is recompense enough for me, methinks, beneath yon hill, I have espied a way that safely will my passage guide. Euryalus stood listening while he spoke, with love of praise and noble envy struck, then to his ardent friend exposed his mind, all this, alone, and leaving me behind. Am I unworthy, Nisus, to be joined? Thinkest thou I can my share of glory yield, or send thee unassisted to the field? Not so my father taught my childhood arms, born in a siege, and bred among alarms. Nor is my youth unworthy of my friend, nor of the heaven-born hero I attend. The thing called life, with ease I can disclaim, and think it oversold to purchase fame. Then Nisus thus, alas, thy tender years would minister new matter to my fears. So may the gods, who view this friendly strife, restore me to thy loved embrace with life, condemned to pay my vows, as sure I trust, this thy request is cruel and unjust. But if some chance, as many chances are, and doubtful hazards, in the deeds of war, if one should reach my head, there let it fall, and spare thy life, I would not perish all. Thy bloomy youth deserves a longer date, live thou to mourn thy love's unhappy fate, to bear my mangled body from the foe, or buy it back, and funeral rites bestow. Or, if hard fortune shall those dues deny, thou canst at least an empty tomb supply. O let not me the widow's tears renew, nor let a mother's curse my name pursue, thy pious parent, who, for love of thee, forsook the coasts of friendly Sicily, her age committing to the seas and wind, when every weary matron stayed behind. To this, Euryalus, you plead in vain, and but protract the cause you cannot gain. No more delays, but haste. With that, he wakes the nodding watch, each to his office takes. The guard relieved, the generous couple went to find the council at the royal tent. All creatures else forgot their daily care, and sleep, the common gift of nature, share, except the Trojan peers, who wakeful sate in nightly council for th indangered state. They vote a message to their absent chief, shew their distress, and beg a swift relief. Amid the camp a silent seat they chose, remote from clamour, and secure from foes. On their left arms their ample shields they bear, the right reclined upon the bending spear. Now Nisus and his friend approach the guard, and beg admission, eager to be heard, th affair important, not to be deferred. Ascanius bids be conducted in, ordering the more experienced to begin. Then Nisus thus, Ye fathers, lend your ears, nor judge our bold attempt beyond our years. The foe, securely drenched in sleep and wine, neglect their watch, the fires but thinly shine, and where the smoke in cloudy vapours flies, see overring the plain, and curling to the skies, betwixt two paths, which at the gate divide, close by the sea, a passage we have spied, which will our way to great Aeneas guide. Expect each hour to see him safe again, loaded with spoils of foes in battle slain. Snatch we the lucky minute while we may, nor can we be mistaken in the way, for, hunting in the vale, we both have seen the rising turrets, and the stream between, and know the winding course, with every ford. He seized, and old Alethes took the word, our country gods, in whom our trust we place, will yet from ruin save the Trojan race, while we behold such dauntless worth appear in dawning youth, and souls so void of fear. Then into tears of joy the father broke, each in his longing arms by turns he took, panted and paused, and thus again he spoke, Ye brave young men, what equal gifts can we, in recompense of such desert, decree? The greatest, sure, and best you can receive, the gods and your own conscious worth will give. The rest our grateful general will bestow, and young Ascanius till his manhood owe. And I, whose welfare in my father lies, Ascanius adds, by the great deities, by my dear country, by my household gods, by hoary Vesta's rites and dark abodes, adjure you both, on you my fortune stands, that and my faith I plight into your hands, make me but happy in his safe return, whose wanted presence I can only mourn. Your common gift shall 2 large goblets be of silver, wrought with curious imagery, and high embossed, which, when old Priam reigned, my conquering sire at sacked Arisba gained, and more, 2 tripods cast in antique mold, with 2 great talents of the finest gold, beside a costly bowl, ingraved with art, which Dido gave, when first she gave her heart. But, if in conquered Italy we reign, when spoils by lot the victor shall obtain, thou sawest the courser by proud Turnus pressed, that, Nisus, and his arms, and nodding crest, and shield, from chance exempt, shall be thy share, 12 labouring slaves, 12 handmaids young and fair all clad in rich attire, and trained with care, and, last, a Latian field with fruitful plains, and a large portion of the king's domains. But thou, whose years are more to mine allied, no fate my vowed affection shall divide from thee, heroic youth. Be wholly mine, take full possession, all my soul is thine. One faith, one fame, one fate, shall both attend, my life's companion, and my bosom friend, my peace shall be committed to thy care, and to thy conduct my concerns in war. Then thus the young Euryalus replied, whatever fortune, good or bad, betide, the same shall be my age, as now my youth, no time shall find me wanting to my truth. This only from your goodness let me gain, and, this ungranted, all rewards are vain. Of Priam's royal race my mother came, and sure the best that ever bore the name, whom neither Troy nor Sicily could hold from me departing, but, ere spent and old, my fate she followed. Ignorant of this, whatever, danger, neither parting kiss, nor pious blessing taken, her I leave, and in this only act of all my life deceive. By this right hand and conscious night I swear, my soul so sad a farewell could not bear. Be you her comfort, fill my vacant place, permit me to presume so great a grace, support her age, forsaken and distressed. That hope alone will fortify my breast against the worst of fortunes, and of fears. He said. The moved assistants melt in tears. Then thus Ascanius, wonder-struck to see that image of his filial piety, so great beginnings, in so green an age, exact the faith which I again engage. Thy mother all the dues shall justly claim, Crusa had, and only want the name. Whate'er event thy bold attempt shall have, 'tis merit to have borne a son so brave. Now by my head, a sacred oath, I swear, my father usted, what, returning here crowned with success, I for thyself prepare, that, if thou fail, shall thy loved mother share. He said, and weeping, while he spoke the word, from his broad belt he drew a shining sword, magnificent with gold. Lycon made, and in an ivory scabbard sheathed the blade. This was his gift. Great Mnestheus gave his friend a lion's hide, his body to defend, and good Alethes furnished him, beside, with his own trusty helm, of temper tried. Thus armed they went. The noble Trojans wait their issuing forth, and follow to the gate with prayers and vows. Above the rest appears Ascanius, manly far beyond his years, and messages committed to their care, which all in winds were lost, and flitting air. The trenches first they passed, then took their way where their proud foes in pitched pavilions lay, to many fatal, ere themselves were slain. They found the careless host dispersed upon the plain, who, gorged, and drunk with wine, supinely snore. Unharnessed chariots stand along the shore, amidst the wheels and reins, the goblet by, a medley of debauch and war, they lie. Observing Nisus shoot his friend the sight, behold a conquest gained without a fight. Occasion offers, and I stand prepared, there lies our way, be thou upon the guard, and look around, while I securely go, and hew a passage through the sleeping foe. Softly he spoke, then striding took his way, with his drawn sword, where haughty Rhamnes lay, his head rised high on tapestry beneath, and heaving from his breast, he drew his breath, a king and prophet, by King Turnus loved, but fate by prescience cannot be removed. Him and his sleeping slaves he slew, then spies where Remus, with his rich retinue, lies. His armor-bearer first, and next he kills his charioteer, entrenched betwixt the wheels and his loved horses, last invades their lord, full on his neck he drives the fatal sword, the gasping head flies off, a purple flood flows from the trunk, that welters in the blood, which, by the spurning heels dispersed around, the bed besprinkles and bedews the ground. Lummus the bold, and Lamorus the strong, he slew, and then Serenus fair and young. From dice and wine the youth retired to rest, and puffed the fumy god from out his breast, and then he dreamt of drink and lucky play more lucky, had it lasted till the day. The famished lion thus, with hunger bold, o'erleaps the fences of the nightly fold, and tears the peaceful flocks, with silent awe trembling they lie, and pant beneath his paw. Nor with less rage Euryalus employs the wrathful sword, or fewer foes destroys, but on th ignoble crowd his fury flew, he Phagus, Hepsus, and Rhoetus slew. Oppressed with heavy sleep the former fell, but Rhoetus wakeful, and observing all, behind a spacious jar he slinked for fear, the fatal iron found and reached him there, for, as he rose, it pierced his naked side, and, reeking, thence returned in crimson dyed. The wound pours out a stream of wine and blood, the purple soul comes floating in the flood. Now, where Messapus quartered, they arrive. The fires were fainting there, and just alive, the warrior horses, tied in order, fed. Nisus observed the discipline, and said, "Our eager thirst of blood may both betray, and see the scattered streaks of dawning day, foe to nocturnal thefts. No more, my friend, here let our glutted execution end. A lane through slaughtered bodies we have made." The bold Euryalus, though loath, obeyed. Of arms, and arras, and of plate, they find a precious load, but these they leave behind. Yet, fond of gaudy spoils, the boy would stay to make the rich caparison his prey, which on the steed of conquered rams lay. Nor did his eyes less longingly behold the girdle belt, with nails of burnished gold. This present Caedicus the rich bestowed on Romulus, when friendship first they vowed, and, absent, joined in hospitable ties, he, dying, to his heir bequeathed the prize, till, by the conquering Ardean troops oppressed, he fell, and they the glorious gift possessed. These glittering spoils, now made the victor's gain, he to his body suits, but suits in vain. Messapus' helm he finds among the rest, and laces on, and wears the waving crest. Proud of their conquest, prouder of their prey, they leave the camp, and take the ready way. But far they had not passed, before they spied 300 horse, with Volscens for their guide. The queen a legion to King Turnus sent, but the swift horse the slower foot prevent, and now, advancing, sought the leader's tent. They saw the pair, for, through the doubtful shade, his shining helm Euryalus betrayed, on which the moon with full reflection played. "'Tis not for naught," cried Volscens from the crowd, "these men go there." Then rised his voice aloud, "Stand, stand, why thus in arms? And whither bent? From whence, to whom, and on what errand sent?" Silent they scud away, and haste their flight to neighboring woods, and trust themselves to night. The speedy horse all passages belay, and spur their smoking steeds to cross their way, and watch each entrance of the winding wood. Black was the forest, thick with beech it stood, horrid with fern, and intricate with thorn. Few paths of human feet, or tracks of beasts, were worn. The darkness of the shades, his heavy prey, and fear, misled the younger from his way. But Nisus hit the turns with happier haste, and, thoughtless of his friend, the forest passed, and Alban plains, from Alba's name so called, where King Latinus then his oxen stalled, till, turning at the length, he stood his ground, and missed his friend, and cast his eyes around. "A wretch," he cried, "where have I left behind th unhappy youth, where shall I hope to find? Or what way take?" Again he ventures back, and treads the mazes of his former track. He winds the wood, and, listening, hears the noise of tramping coursers, and the rider's voice. The sound approached, and suddenly he viewed the foes enclosing, and his friend pursued, forelaid and taken, while he strove in vain the shelter of the friendly shades to gain. What should he next attempt? What arms employ, what fruitless force, to free the captive boy? Or desperate should he rush and lose his life, with odds oppressed, in such unequal strife? Resolved at length, his pointed spear he shook, and, casting on the moon a mournful look, "Guardian of groves, and goddess of the night, fair queen," he said, "direct my dart aright. If ye are my pious father, for my sake, did grateful offerings on thy altars make, or I increased them with my sylvan toils, and hung thy holy roofs with savage spoils, give me to scatter these." Then from his ear he poised, and aimed, and launched the trembling spear. The deadly weapon, hissing from the grove, impetuous on the back of Sulmo drove, pierced his thin armor, drank his vital blood, and in his body left the broken wood. He staggers round, his eyeballs roll in death, and with short sobs he gasps away his breath. All stand amazed, a second javelin flies with equal strength, and quivers through the skies. This through thy temples, Tagus, forked the way, and in the brainpan warmly buried lay. Fierce Volscens foams with rage, and, gazing round, descried not him who gave the fatal wound, nor knew to fix revenge, but thou, he cries, shalt pay for both, and at the Prina flies with his drawn sword. Then, struck with deep despair, that cruel sight the lover could not bear, but from his covert rushed in open view, and sent his voice before him as he flew. Me, he cried, turn all your swords alone on me, the fact confessed, the fault my own. He neither could nor durst, the guiltless youth, ye moon and stars, bear witness to the truth. His only crime, if friendship can offend, is too much love to his unhappy friend. Too late he speaks, the sword, which fury guides, drive and with full force, had pierced his tender sides. Down fell the beauteous youth, the yawning wound gushed out a purple stream, and stained the ground. His snowy neck reclines upon his breast, like a fair flower by the keen shear oppressed, like a white poppy sinking on the plain, whose heavy head is overcharged with rain. Despair, and rage, and vengeance justly vowed, drove Nisus headlong on the hostile crowd. Volscens he seeks, on him alone he bends, borne back and bored by his surrounding friends, onward he pressed, and kept him still in sight, then whirled aloft his sword with all his might, unerring steel descended while he spoke, pierced his wide mouth, and through his weazen broke. Dying, he slew, and, staggering on the plain, with swimming eyes he sought his lover slain, then quiet on his bleeding bosom fell, content, in death, to be revenged so well. O happy friends! For, if my verse can give immortal life, your fame shall ever live, fixed as the Capitol's foundation lies, and spread, where'er the Roman eagle flies. The conquering party first divide the prey, then their slain leader to the camp convey. With wonder, as they went, the troops were filled, to see such numbers whom so few had killed. Serenus, Rams, and the rest, they found, vast crowds the dying and the dead surround, and the yet reeking blood o'erflows the ground. All knew the helmet which Messapus lost, but mourned a purchase that so dear had cost. Now arose the ruddy morn from Tithon's bed, and with the dawn of day the skies o'er spread, nor long the sun his daily course withheld, but added colors to the world revealed, when early Turnus, wakening with the light, all clad in armor, calls his troops to fight. His martial men with fierce harangue he furred, and his own ardor in their souls inspurred. This done to give new terror to his foes, the heads of Nisus and his friend he shows, rised high on pointed spears, a ghastly sight, loud peals of shouts ensue, and barbarous delight. Meantime the Trojans run, where danger calls, they line their trenches, and they man their walls. In front extended to the left they stood, safe was the right, surrounded by the flood. But, casting from their towers a frightful view, they saw the faces, which too well they knew, though then disguised in death, and smeared all o'er with filth obscene, and dropping putrid gore. Soon hasty fame through the sad city bears the mournful message to the mother's ears. An icy cold benumbs her limbs, she shakes, her cheeks the blood, her hand the web forsakes. She runs the rampires round amidst the war, nor fears the flying darts, she rends her hair, and fills with loud laments the liquid air. Thus, then, my loved Euryalus appears. Thus looks the prop of my declining years. Was 't on this face my famished eyes I fed? Ah! How unlike the living is the dead! And couldst thou leave me, cruel, thus alone? Not one kind kiss from a departing son. no look, no last adieu before he went, in an ill-boding hour to slaughter sent. Cold on the ground, and pressing foreign clay, to Latian dogs and fowls he lies a prey. Nor was I near to close his dying eyes, to wash his wounds, to weep his obsequies, to call about his corpse his crying friends, or spread the mantle, made for other ends, on his dear body, which I wove with care, nor did my daily pains or nightly labor spare. Where shall I find his corpse? What earth sustains his trunk dismembered, and his cold remains? For this, alas! I left my needful ease, exposed my life to winds and winter seas. If any pity touch Rutulian hearts, here empty all your quivers, all your darts, or, if they fail, thou, Jove, conclude my woe, and send me thunderstruck to shades below. Her shrieks and clamours pierce the Trojans' ears, unman their courage, and augment their fears, nor young Ascanius could the sight sustain, nor old Ilioneus his tears restrain, but Actor and Aeneas jointly sent, to bear the madding mother to her tent. And now the trumpets terribly, from far, with rattling clang rouse the sleepy war. The soldiers' shouts succeed the brazen sounds, and heaven, from pole to pole, the noise rebounds. The Volscians bear their shields upon their head, and, rushing forward, form a moving shed. These fill the ditch, those pull the bulwarks down, some raise the ladders, others scale the town. But, where void spaces on the walls appear, or thin defense, they pour their forces there. With poles and missive weapons, from afar, the Trojans keep aloof the rising war. Taught, by their 10 years' siege, defensive fight, they roll down ribs of rocks, an unresisted weight, to break the penthouse with the ponderous blow, which yet the patient Volscians undergo, but could not bear unequal combat long, for, where the Trojans find the thickest throng, the ruin falls, their shattered shields give way, and their crushed heads become an easy prey. They shrink for fear, abetted of their rage, nor longer dare in a blind fight engage, contented now to gall them from below with darts and slings, and with the distant bow. Elsewhere Mezentius, terrible to view, a blazing pine within the trenches threw. But brave Messapus, Neptune's warlike son, broke down the palisades, the trenches won, and loud for ladders calls, to scale the town. Calliope, begin. Ye sacred 9, inspire your poet in his high design, to sing what slaughter manly Turnus made, what souls he sent below the Stygian shade, what fame the soldiers with their captain share, and the vast circuit of the fatal war, for you in singing martial facts excel, you best remember, and alone can tell. There stood a tower, amazing to the sight, built up of beams, and of stupendous height, art, and the nature of the place, conspurred to furnish all the strength that war required. To level this, the bold Italians join, the wary Trojans obviate their design, with weighty stones o'erwhelm their troops below, shoot through the loopholes, and sharp javelins throw. Turnus, the chief, tossed from his thundering hand against the wooden walls, a flaming brand, it stuck, the fiery plague, the winds were high, the planks were seasoned, and the timber dry. Contagion caught the posts, it spread along, scorched, and to distance drove the scattered throng. The Trojans fled, the fire pursued amain, still gathering fast upon the trembling train, till, crowding to the corners of the wall, down the defense and the defenders fall. The mighty flaw makes heaven itself resound, the dead and dying Trojans strew the ground. The tower, that followed on the fallen crew, whelmed o'er their heads, and buried whom it slew, some stuck upon the darts themselves had sent, all the same equal ruin underwent. Young Lycus and Helena only scape, saved how, they know not from the steepy leap. Helena, elder of the two, by birth, on one side royal, one a son of earth, whom to the Lydian king Lysimnia bare, and sent her boasted bastard to the war, a privilege which none but freemen share. Slight were his arms, a sword, and silver shield, no marks of honor charged its empty field. Light as he fell, so light the youth arose, and rising, found himself amidst his foes, nor flight was left, nor hopes to force his way. Emboldened by despair, he stood at bay, and, like a stag, whom all the troop surrounds of eager huntsmen and invading hounds resolved on death, he dissipates his fears, and bounds aloft against the pointed spears, so dares the youth, secure of death, and throws his dying body on his thickest foes. But Lycus, swifter of his feet by far, runs, doubles, wins and turns, amidst the war, springs to the walls, and leaves his foes behind, and snatches at the beam he first can find, looks up, and leaps aloft at all the stretch, in hopes the helping hand of some kind friend to reach. But Turnus followed hard his hunted prey, his spear had almost reached him in the way, short of his reins, and scarce a span behind. Fool, said the chief, though fleeter than the wind, couldst thou presume to scape, when I pursue? He said, and downward by the feet he drew the trembling dastard, at the tug he falls, vast ruins come along, rent from the smoking walls. Thus on some silver swan, or Timrau's hare, Jove's bird comes sousing down from upper air, her crooked talons truss the fearful prey, then out of sight she soars, and wings her way. So seizes the grim wolf the tender lamb, in vain lamented by the bleeding dam. Then rushing onward with a barbarous cry, the troops of Turnus to the combat fly. The ditch with faggots filled, the daring foe tossed firebrands to the steepy turrets throw. Ilioneus, as bold Lustius came to force the gate, and feed the kindling flame, rolled down the fragment of a rock so right, it crushed him double underneath the weight. Two more young Liger and Asyla slew, to bend the bow young Liger better knew, Asyla's best the pointed javelin threw. Brave Caenus laid Ortygius on the plain, the victor Caenus was by Turnus slain. By the same hand, Clonius and Ides fall, Sagar, and Ida, standing on the wall. From Capys' arms his fate Privernus found, hurt by the mill of first but slight the wound his shield thrown by, to mitigate the smart, he clapped his hand upon the wounded part, the second shaft came swift and unspied, and pierced his hand, and nailed it to his side, transfixed his breathing lungs and beating heart, the soul came issuing out, and hissed against the dart. The son of Arsens shone amid the rest, in glittering armor and a purple vest, fair was his face, his eyes inspiring love, bred by his father in the Martian grove, where the fat altars of Pallicus flame, and send in arms to purchase early fame. Him when he spied from far, the Tuscan king laid by the lance, and took him to the sling, thrice whirled the thong around his head, and through, the heated lead half melted as it flew, it pierced his hollow temples and his brain, the youth came tumbling down, and spurned the plain. Then young Ascanius, who, before this day, was wont in woods to shoot the savage prey, first bent in martial strife the twanging bow, and exercised against a human foe with this bereft numinous of his life, who Turnus' younger sister took to wife. Proud of his realm, and of his royal bride, vaunting before his troops, and lengthened with a stride, in these insulting terms the Trojans he defied, twice conquered cowards, now your shame is shown cooped up a second time within your town. Who dare not issue forth in open field, but hold your walls before you for a shield. Thus treat you war? Thus our alliance force? What gods, what madness, hither steered your course? You shall not find the sons of Atreus here, nor need the frauds of sly Ulysses fear. Strong from the cradle, of a sturdy brood, we bear our newborn infants to the flood, there bathed amid the stream, our boys we hold, with winter hardened, and inured to cold. They wake before the day to range the wood, kill ere they eat, nor taste unconquered food. No sports, but what belong to war, they know, to break the stubborn cold, to bend the bow. Our youth, of labor patient, earn their bread, hardly they work, with frugal diet fed. From plows and harrows sent to seek renown, they fight in fields, and storm the shaken town. No part of life from toils of war is free, no change in age, or difference in degree. We plow and till in arms, our oxen feel, instead of goads, the spur and pointed steel, inverted lance makes furrows in the plain. Ebb and time, that changes all, yet changes us in vain, the body, not the mind, nor can control immortal vigor, or abate the soul. Our helms defend the young, disguise the grey, we live by plunder, and delight in prey. Your vests embroidered with rich purple shine, in sloth you glory, and in dances join. Your vests have sweeping sleeves, with female pride your turbans underneath your chins are tied. Go, Phrygians, to your Dindymus again. Go, less than women, in the shapes of men. Go, mixed with eunuchs, in the mother's rites, where with unequal sound the flute invites, sing, dance, and howl, by turns, in Ida's shade, resign the war to men, who know the martial trade. This foul reproach Ascanius could not hear with patience, or avowed revenge forbear. At the full stretch of both his hands he drew, and almost joined the horns of the tough ewe. But, first, before the throne of Jove he stood, and thus with lifted hands invoked the god, my first attempt, great Jupiter, succeed. An annual offering in thy grove shall bleed, a snow-white steer, before thy altar led, who, like his mother, bears aloft his head, butts with his threatening brows, and bellowing stands, and dares the fight, and spurns the yellow sands. Jove bowed the heavens, and lent a gracious ear, and thundered on the left, amidst the clear. Sounded at once the bow, and swiftly flies the feathered death, and hisses through the skies. The steel through both his temples forked the way, extended on the ground, numinous lay. Go now, vain boaster, and true valor scorn. The Phrygians, twice subdued, yet make this third return. Ascanius said no more. The Trojans shake the heavens with shouting, and new vigor take. Apollo then best rode a golden cloud, to view the feats of arms, and fighting crowd, and thus the beardless victor he bespoke aloud, advance, illustrious youth, increase in fame, and wide from east to west extend thy name, offspring of gods thyself, and Rome shall owe to thee a race of demigods below. This is the way to heaven, the powers divine from this beginning date the Julian line. To thee, to them, and their victorious heirs, the conquered war is due, and the vast world is theirs. Troy is too narrow for thy name. He said, and plunging downward shot his radiant head, dispelled the breathing air, that broke his flight, shorn of his beams, a man to mortal sight. Old Bute's form he took, Anchises' squire, now left, to rule Ascanius, by his sire, his wrinkled visage, and his hoary hairs, his mien, his habit, and his arms, he wears, and thus salutes the boy, too forward for his years. Suffice it thee, thy father's worthy son, the warlike prize thou hast already won. The god of archers gives thy youth a part of his own praise, nor envies equal art. Now tempt the war no more. He said, and flew obscure in air, and vanished from their view. The Trojans, by his arms, their patron know, and hear the twanging of his heavenly bow. Then Dutius' force they use, and Phoebus' name, to keep from fight the youth too fond of fame. Undaunted, they themselves no danger shun, from wall to wall the shouts and clamours run. They bend their bows, they whirl their slings around, heaps of spent arrows fall, and strew the ground, and helms, and shields, and rattling arms resound. The combat thickens, like the storm that flies from westward, when the showy kids arise, or pattering hail comes pouring on the main, when Jupiter descends in hardened rain, or bellowing clouds burst with a stormy sound, and with an armed winter strew the ground. Pandrus and Bishes, thunderbolts of war, whom hired to bold Alcanar bear on Ida's top, two youths of height and size like firs that on their mother mountain rise, presuming on their force, the gates unbar, and of their own accord invite the war. With fates averse, against their king's command, armed, on the right and on the left they stand, and flank the passage, shining steel they wear, and waving crests above their heads appear. Thus two tall oaks, that Padus banks adorn, lift up to heaven their leafy heads unshorn, and, overpressed with nature's heavy load, dance to the whistling winds, and at each other nod. In flows a tide of Latians, when they see the gate set open, and the passage free, bold Caer sends, with rash Tmarus, rushing on, Equicolus, that in bright armor shone, and Haemon first, but soon repulsed they fly, or in the well-defended pass they die. These with success are furred, and those with rage, and each on equal terms at length engage. Drawn from their lines, and issuing on the plain, the Trojans hand to hand the fight maintain. Fierce Turnus in another quarter fought, when suddenly unhopped for news was brought, the foes had left the fastness of their place, prevailed in fight, and had his men in chase. He quits attack, and, to prevent their fate, runs where the giant brothers guard the gate. The first he met, Antiphates the brave, but base begotten on a Theban slave, Sarpedon's son, he slew, the deadly dart found passage through his breast, and pierced his heart. Fixed in the wound Italian cornel stood, warmed in his lungs, and in his vital blood. Aphidnus next, and Erymanthus dies, and Meropes, and the gigantic size of Bishes, threatening with his ardent eyes. Not by the feeble dart he fell oppressed, a dart were lost within that roomy breast, but from a knotted lance, large, heavy, strong, which roared like thunder as it whirled along, not two bull hides impetuous force withhold, nor coat of double mail, with scales of gold. Down sunk the monster bulk and pressed the ground, his arms and clattering shield on the vast body sound, not with less ruin than the Bajan mole, riced on the seas, the surges to control at once comes tumbling down the rocky wall, prone to the deep, the stones disjointed fall of the vast pile, the scattered ocean flies, black sands, discolored froth, and mingled mud arise, the fright billows roll, and seek the shores, then trembles Procida, then Ischia roars, Typhoeus, thrown beneath, by Jove's command, astonished at the flaw that shakes the land, soon shifts his weary side, and, scarce awake, with wonder feels the weight press lighter on his back. The warrior god the Latian troops inspurred, new strung their sinews, and their courage furred, but chills the Trojan hearts with cold affright, then black despair precipitates their flight. When Pandarus beheld his brother killed, the town with fear and wild confusion filled, he turns the hinges of the heavy gate with both his hands, and adds his shoulders to the weight. Some happier friends within the walls enclosed, the rest shut out, to certain death exposed, fool as he was, and frantic in his care, admit young Turnus, and include the war. He thrust amid the crowd, securely bold, like a fierce tiger pent amid the fold. Too late his blazing buckler they descry, and sparkling fires that shot from either eye, his mighty members, and his ample breast, his rattling armor, and his crimson crest. Far from that hated face the Trojans fly, all but the fool who sought his destiny. Mad Pandarus steps forth, with vengeance vowed for Bitia's death, and threatens thus aloud, "These are not Ardea's walls, nor this the town Amida proffers with Lavinia's crown, 'tis hostile earth you tread. Of hope bereft, no means of safe return by flight are left. To whom, with countenance calm, and soul sedate, thus Turnus, then begin, and try thy fate, my message to the ghost of Priam bear, tell him a new Achilles sent thee there. A lance of tough ground ash the Trojan threw, rough in the rind, and knotted as it grew, with his full force he whirled it first around, but the soft yielding air received the wound, imperial Juno turned the course before, and fixed the wand-ring weapon in the door. But hope not thou, said Turnus, when I strike, to shun thy fate, our force is not alike, nor thy steel tempered by the Lemnian god. Then rising, on his utmost stretch he stood, and aimed from high, the full descending blow cleaves the broad front and beardless cheeks in two. Down sinks the giant with a thundering sound, his pond-rouse limbs oppress the trembling ground, blood, brains, and foam gush from the gaping wound, scalp, face, and shoulders the keen steel divides, and the shard visage hangs on equal sides. The Trojans fly from their approaching fate, and, had the victor then secured the gate, and to his troops without unclosed the bars, one lucky day had ended all his wars. But boiling youth, and blind desire of blood, pushed on his fury, to pursue the crowd. Hamstringed behind, unhappy Gyges died, then Phalaris is added to his side. The pointed javelins from the dead he drew, and their friends' arms against their fellows threw. Strong Holly stands in vain, weak Phleges flies, Saturnia, still at hand, new force and fire supplies. Then Halius, Pertines, Alcander fall engigged against the foes who sculled the wall, but, whom they feared without, they found within. At last, though late, by Lincers he was seen. He calls new succour, and assaults the prince, but weak his force, and vain is their defense. Turned to the right, his sword the hero drew, and at one blow the bold aggressor slew. He joints the neck, and, with a stroke so strong, the helm flies off, and bears the head along. Next him, the huntsman Amycus he killed, in darts envenomed and in poison skilled. Then Clytius fell beneath his fatal spear, and Cretius, whom the Muses held so dear, he fought with courage, and he sung the fight, arms were his business, verses his delight. The Trojan chiefs behold, with rage and grief, their slaughtered friends, and hasten their relief. Bold Mnestheus rallies first the broken train, whom brave Ceres thus and his troop sustain. To save the living, and revenge the dead, against one warrior's arms all Troy they led. Oh, void of sense and courage! Mnestheus cried, where can you hope your coward heads to hide? Ah! Where beyond these rampires can you run? One man, and in your camp enclosed, you shun. Shall then a single sword such slaughter boast, and pass unpunished from a numberous host? Forsaking honor, and renouncing fame, your gods, your country, and your king you shame. This just reproach their virtue does excite, they stand, they join, they thicken to the fight. Now Turnus doubts, and yet disdains to yield, but with slow paces measures back the field, and inches to the walls, where Tiber's tide, washing the camp, defends the weaker side. The more he loses, they advance the more, and tread in every step he trod before. They shout, they bear him back, and, whom by might they cannot conquer, they oppress with weight. As, compassed with a wood of spears around, the lordly lion still maintains his ground, grins horrible, retires, and turns again, threats his distended paws, and shakes his mane, he loses while in vain he presses on, nor will his courage let him dare to run. So Turnus fares, and, unresolved of flight, moves tardy back, and just recedes from fight. Yet twice, enraged, the combat he renews, twice breaks, and twice his broken foes pursues. But now they swarm, and, with fresh troops supplied, come rolling on, and rush from every side, nor Juno, who sustained his arms before, dares with new strength suffice exhausted store, for Jove, with sour commands, sent Iris down, to force invader from the fright town. With labor spent, no longer can he wield the heavy falchion, or sustain the shield, o'erwhelmed with darts, which from afar they fling, the weapons round his hollow temples ring, his golden helm gives way, with stony blows battered, and flat, and beaten to his brows. His crest is rashed away, his ample shield is falsified, and round with javelins filled. The foe, now faint, the Trojans overwhelm, and Mnestheus lays hard load upon his helm. Sick sweat succeeds, he drops at every pore, with driving dust his cheeks are pasted o'er, shorter and shorter every gasp he takes, and vain efforts and hurtless blows he makes. Plunged in the flood, and made the waters fly. The yellow god the welcome burthen bore, and whipped the sweat, and washed away the gore, then gently wafts him to the farther coast, and sends him safe to cheer his anxious host. Book X The argument. Jupiter, calling a council of the gods, forbids them to engage in either party. At Aeneas' return there is a bloody battle, Turnus killing Pallas, Aeneas, Lausus, and Mezentius. Mezentius is described as an atheist, Lausus as a pious and virtuous youth. The different actions and death of these two are the subject of a noble episode. The gates of heaven unfold, Jove summons all the gods to council in the common hall. Sublimely seated, he surveys from far the fields, the camp, the fortune of the war, and all inferior world. From first to last, the sovereign senate in degrees are plucked. Then thus Almighty Sire began, ye gods, natives, or denizens of blessed abodes, from whence these murmurs, and this change of mind, this backward fate from what was first designed? Why this protracted war, when my commands pronounced a peace, and gave the Latian lands? What fear or hope on either part divides our heavens, and arms our powers on different sides? A lawful time of war at length will come, nor need your haste anticipate the doom, when Carthage shall contend the world with Rome, shall force the rigid rocks and alpine chains, and, like a flood, come pouring on the plains. Then is your time for faction and debate, for partial favor, and permitted hate. Let now your immature dissensions cease, sit quiet, and compose your souls to peace. Thus Jupiter in few unfolds the charge, but lovely Venus thus replies at large, O power immense, eternal energy, for to what else protection can we fly? Seest thou the proud Rutulians, how they dare in fields, unpunished, and insult my care? How lofty Turnus vaunts amidst his train, in shining arms, triumphant on the plain. Even in their lines and trenches they contend, and scarce their walls the Trojan troops defend, the town is filled with slaughter, and o'erfloats, with a red deluge, their increasing moats. Aeneas, ignorant, and far from thence, has left a camp exposed, without defense. This endless outrage shall they still sustain? Shall Troy renewed be forked and furred again? A second siege my banished issue fears, and a new Diomed in arms appears. One more audacious mortal will be found, and I, thy daughter, wait another wound. Yet, if with fates averse, without thy leave, the Latian lands my progeny receive, bear they the pains of violated law, and thy protection from their aid withdraw. But, if the gods their sure success foretell, if those of heaven consent with those of hell, to promise Italy, who dare debate the power of Jove, or fix another fate? What should I tell of tempests on the main, of Aeolus usurping Neptune's reign? Of Iris sent, with bacchanalian heat to inspire the matrons, and destroy the fleet. Now Juno to the Stygian sky descends, solicits hell for aid, and arms the fiends. That new example wanted yet above, an act that well became the wife of Jove. Alecto, riced by her, with rage inflames the peaceful bosoms of the Latian dames. Imperial sway no more exalts my mind, such hopes I had indeed, while heaven was kind. Now let my happier foes possess my place, whom Jove prefers before the Trojan race, and conquer they, whom you with conquest grace. Since you can spare, from all your wide command, no spot of earth, no hospitable land, which may my wandering fugitives receive, since haughty Juno will not give you leave. Then, Father, if I still may use that name, by ruined Troy, yet smoking from the flame, I beg you, let Ascanius, by my care, be freed from danger, and dismiss the war, inglorious let him live, without a crown. The father may be cast on coasts unknown, struggling with fate, but let me save the son. Mine is Cythera, mine the Cyprian towers, in those recesses, and those sacred bowers, obscurely let him rest, his right resigned to promised empire, and his Julian line. Then Carthage may Ausonian towns destroy, nor fear the race of a rejected boy. What profits it my son to scape the fire, armed with his gods, and loaded with his sire, to pass the perils of the seas and wind, evade the Greeks, and leave the war behind, to reach Italian shores, if, after all, our second Pergamus is doomed to fall? Much better had he curbed his high desires, and hovered o'er his ill-extinguished fires. To Simois banks the fugitives restore, and give them back to war, and all the woes before. Deep indignation swelled Saturnia's heart, and must I own, she said, my secret smart what with more decence were in silence kept, and, but for this unjust reproach, had slept? Did God or man your favourite son advise, with war unhop the Latians to surprise? By fate, you boast, and by the gods' decree, he left his native land for Italy. Confess the truth, by mad Cassandra, more than heaven inspurred, he sought a foreign shore. Did I persuade to trust his second Troy to the raw conduct of a beardless boy, with walls unfinished, which himself forsakes, and through the waves a wandering voyage takes? When have I urged him meanly to demand the Tuscan aid, and arm a quiet land? Did I or Iris give this mad advice, or made the fool himself the fatal choice? You think it hard, the Latians should destroy with swords your Trojans, and with fires your Troy. Hard and unjust indeed, for men to draw their native air, nor take a foreign law. That Turnus is permitted still to live, to whom his birth a god and goddess give. But yet is just and lawful for your line to drive their fields, and force with fraud to join, realms, not your own, among your clans divide, and from the bridegroom tear the promised bride, petition, while you public arms prepare, pretend a peace, and yet provoke a war. 'Twas given to you, your darling son to shroud, to draw the dastard from the fighting crowd, and, for a man, obtend an empty cloud. From flaming fleets you turned the fire away, and changed the ships to daughters of the sea. But is my crime the Queen of Heaven offends, if she presume to save her suffering friends? Your son, not knowing what his foes decree, you say, is absent, absent let him be. Yours is Cythera, yours the Cyprian towers, the soft recesses, and the sacred bowers. Why do you then these needless arms prepare, and thus provoke a people prone to war? Did I with fire the Trojan town deface, or hinder from return your exiled race? Was I the cause of mischief, or the man whose lawless lust the fatal war began? Think on whose faith adult rouse youth relied, who promised, who procured, the Spartan bride? When all United States of Greece commined, to purge the world of the perfidious kind, then was your time to fear the Trojan fate, your quarrels and complaints are now too late. Thus Juno. Murmurs rise, with mixed applause, just as they favor or dislike the cause. So winds, when yet unfledged in woods they lie, in whispers first their tender voices try, then issue on the main with bellowing rage, and storms to trembling mariners presage. Then thus to both replied imperial God, who shakes heaven's axles with his awful nod. When he begins, the silent senate stand with reverence, listening to the dread command, the clouds dispel, the winds their breath restrain, and the hushed waves lie flat on the main. Celestials, your attentive ears incline. Since, said the god, the Trojans must not join in wished alliance with the Latian line, since endless jarrings and immortal hate tend but to discompose our happy state, the war henceforward be resigned to fate, each to his proper fortune stand or fall, equal and unconcerned I look on all. Rutulians, Trojans, are the same to me, and both shall draw the lots their fates decree. Let these assault, if fortune be their friend, and, if she favors those, let those defend, the fates will find their way. The Thunderer said, and shook the sacred honors of his head, attesting Styx, inviolable flood, and the black regions of his brother God. Trembled the poles of heaven, and earth confessed the nod. This end the sessions had, the Senate rise, and to his palace wait their sovereign through the skies. Meantime, intent upon their siege, the foes within their walls the Trojan host enclose, they wound, they kill, they watch at every gate, renew the fires, and urge their happy fate. Athenians wish in vain their wanted chief, hopeless of flight, more hopeless of relief. Thin on the towers they stand, and those few a feeble, fainting, and dejected crew. Yet in the face of danger some there stood, the two bold brothers of Sarpedon's blood, Asius and Acmon, both Acerassi, young Haemon, and though young, resolved to die. With these were Clarus and Thymoetes joined, Tibris and Castor, both of Lycian kind. From Acmon's hands a rolling stone there came, so large, it half deserved a mountain's name, strong-sinewed was the youth, and big of bone, his brother Mnestheus could not more have done, or the great father of intrepid son. Some firebrands throw, some flights of arrows send, and some with darts, and some with stones defend. Amid the press appears the beauteous boy, the care of Venus, and the hope of Troy. His lovely face unarmed, his head was bare, in ringlets o'er his shoulders hung his hair. His forehead circled with a diadem, distinguished from the crowd, he shines a gem, enchased in gold, or polished for reset, amidst the meaner foil of sable jet. Nor is Maris was wanting to the war, directing pointed arrows from afar, and death with poison armed in Lydia born, where plenteous harvests the fat fields adorn, where proud Pactolus floats the fruitful lands, and leaves a rich manure of golden sands. There Capys, author of the Capuan name, and there was Mnestheus too, increased in fame, since Turnus from the camp he cast with shame. Thus mortal war was wagged on either side. Meantime the hero cuts the nightly tide, for, anxious, from Evander when he went, he sought the Tyrian camp, and Tarshan's tent, exposed the cause of coming to the chief, his name and country told, and asked relief, proposed the terms, his own small strength declared, what vengeance proud Mezentius had prepared, what Turnus, bold and violent, designed, then shewed the slippery state of humankind, and fickle fortune, warned him to beware, and to his wholesome counsel added prayer. Tarshan, without delay, the treaty signs, and to the Trojan troops the Tuscan joins. They soon set sail, nor now the fates withstand, their forces trusted with a foreign hand. Aeneas leads, upon his stern appear two lions carved, which rising Ida bear Ida, to wandering Trojans ever dear. Under their grateful shade Aeneas sate, revolving war's events, and various fate. His left young Pallas kept, fixed to his side, and oft of winds inquired, and of the tide, oft of the stars, and of their watery way, and what he suffered both by land and sea. Now, sacred sisters, open all your spring. The Tuscan leaders, and their armies sing, which followed great Aeneas to the war, their arms, their numbers, and their names declare. 1,000 youths brave Massicus obey, born in the Tiger through the foaming sea, from Asium brought, and Cosa, by his care, 4 arms, light quivers, bows and shafts, they bear. Fierce Abas next, his men bright armor wore, his stern Apollo's golden statue bore. 600 Populoni sent along, all skilled in martial exercise, and strong. 300 more for battle Ilva joins, an isle renowned for steel, and unexhausted mines. Asylas on his prow the third appears, who heaven interprets, and the wandering stars, from offered entrails prodigies expounds, and peals of thunder, with presaging sounds. 1,000 spears in warlike order stand, sent by the Pisans under his command. Fair Astur follows in the watery field, proud of his managed horse and painted shield. Gravisxa, noisome from the neighboring fen, and his own Sari, sent 300 men, with those which Menio's fields and Pyrgi gave, all bred in arms, unanimous, and brave. Thou, Muse, the name of Cinyras renew, and brave Cupavo followed but by few, whose helm confessed the lineage of the man, and bore, with wings displayed, a silver swan. Love was the fault of his famed ancestry, whose forms and fortunes in his ensigns fly. For Cycnus loved unhappy Phaeton, and sung his loss in poplar groves, alone, beneath the sister shades, to soothe his grief. Heaven heard his song, and hastened his relief, and changed to snowy plumes his hoary hair, and winged his flight, to chant aloft in air. His son Cupavo brushed the briny flood, upon his stern a brawny centaur stood, who heved the rock, and, threatening still to throw, with lifted hands alarmed the seas below, they seemed to fear the formidable sight, and rolled their billows on, to speed his flight. Ecnus was next, who led his native train of hardy warriors through the watery plain, the son of Manto by the Tuscan stream, from whence the Mantuan town derives the name, an ancient city, but of mixed descent. 3 several tribes compose the government, 4 towns are under each, but all obey the Mantuan laws, and own the Tuscan sway. Hate to Mezentius armed 500 more, whom Mincius from his sire Benacus bore, Mincius, with wreaths of reeds his forehead covered o'er. These grave Auletes leads, 100 sweep with stretching oars at once the glassy deep. Him and his martial train the Triton bears, high on his poop the sea-green god appears, frowning he seems his crooked shell to sound, and at the blast the billows dance around. A hairy man above the waist he shows, a porpoise tail beneath his belly grows, and ends a fish, his breast the waves divides, and froth and foam augment the murmuring tides. Full 30 ships transport the chosen train for Troy's relief, and scour the briny main. Now was the world forsaken by the sun, and Phoebe half her nightly race had run. The careful chief, who never closed his eyes, himself the rudder holds, the sails supplies. A choir of Nereids meet him on the flood, once his own galleys, hewn from Ida's wood, but now, as many nymphs, the sea they sweep, as rode before, tall vessels on the deep. They know him from afar, and in a ring enclose the ship that bore the Trojan king. Cymodos, whose voice excelled the rest, above the waves advanced her snowy breast, her right hand stops the stern, her left divides the curling ocean, and corrects the tides. She spoke for all the choir, and thus began with pleasing words to warn unknowing man, sleeps our loved Lord. O goddess born, awake! Spread every sail, pursue your watery track, and haste your course. Your navy once were we, from Ida's height descending to the sea, till Turnus, as at anchor fixed we stood, presumed to violate our holy wood. Then, loosed from shore, we fled his fires profane, unwillingly we broke our master's chain, and since have sought you through the Tuscan main. The mighty mother changed our forms to these, and gave us life immortal in the seas. But young Ascanius, in his camp distressed, by your insulting foes is hardly pressed. Arcadian horsemen, and Etrurian host, advance in order on the Latian coast, to cut their way the Daunian chief designs, before their troops can reach the Trojan lines. Thou, when the rosy morn restores the light, first arm thy soldiers for ensuing fight, thyself the fated sword of Vulcan wield, and bear aloft impenetrable shield. Tomorrow's sun, unless my skill be vain, shall see huge heaps of foes in battle slain. Parting, she spoke, and with immortal force pushed on the vessel in her watery course, for well she knew the way. Impelled behind, the ship flew forward, and outstripped the wind. The rest make up. Unknowing of the cause, the chief admires their speed, and happy omens draws. Then thus he prayed, and fixed on heaven his eyes, hear thou, great mother of the deities. With turrets crowned, on Ida's holy hill fierce tigers, reigned, and curbed, obey thy will. Firm thy own omens, lead us on to fight, and let thy Phrygians conquer in thy right. He said no more. And now a renewing day had chased the shadows of the night away. He charged the soldiers, with preventing care, their flags to follow, and their arms prepare, warned of ensuing fight, and bade hope the war. Now, his lofty poop, he viewed below his camp encompassed, and enclosing foe. His blazing shield, imbract, he held on high, the camp receive the sign, and with loud shouts reply. Hope arms their courage, from their towers they throw their darts with double force, and drive the foe. Thus, at the signal given, the cranes arise before the stormy south, and blacken all the skies. King Turnus wondered at the fight renewed, till, looking back, the Trojan fleet he viewed, the seas with swelling canvas covered o'er, and the swift ships descending on the shore. The Latians saw from far, with dazzled eyes, the radiant crest that seemed in flames to rise, and dart diffusive fires around the field, and the keen glittering of the golden shield. Thus threatening comets, when by night they rise, shoot sanguine streams, and sadden all the skies, so serious, flashing forth sinister lights, pale humankind with plagues and with dry famine fright, yet Turnus with undaunted mind is bent to man the shores, and hinder their descent, and thus awakes the courage of his friends. What you so long have wished, kind fortune sends, in ardent arms to meet invading foe, you find, and find him at advantage now. Yours is the day, you need but only dare, your swords will make you masters of the war. Your sires, your sons, your houses, and your lands, and dearest wives, are all within your hands. Be mindful of the race from whence you came, and emulate in arms your fathers' fame. Now take the time, while staggering yet they stand with feet unfirm, and prepossess the strand, fortune befriends the bold. Nor more he said, but balanced whom to leave, and whom to lead, then these elects, the landing to prevent, and those he leaves, to keep the city pent. Meantime the Trojan sends his troops ashore, some are by boats exposed, by bridges more. With labouring oars they bear along the strand, where the tide languishes, and leap a land. Tarshan observes the coast with careful eyes, and, where no ford he finds, no water fries, nor billows with unequal murmurs roar, but smoothly slide along, and swell the shore, that course he steered, and thus he gave command, here ply your oars, and at all hazard land, force on the vessel, that her keel may wound this hated soil, and furrow hostile ground. Let me securely land, I ask no more, then sink my ships, or shatter on the shore. This fiery speech inflames his fearful friends, they tug at every oar, and every stretcher bends, they run their ships aground, the vessels knock, thus forked ashore, and tremble with the shock. Tarshan's alone was lost, that stranded stood, stuck on a bank, and beaten by the flood, she breaks her back, the loosened sides give way, and plunge the Tuscan soldiers in the sea. Their broken oars and floating planks withstand their passage, while they labor to the land, and ebbing tides bear back upon uncertain sand. Now Turnus leads his troops without delay, advancing to the margin of the sea. The trumpets sound, Aeneas first assailed the clowns new riced and raw, and soon prevailed. Great Theron fell, an omen of the fight, great Theron, large of limbs, of giant height. He first in open field defied the prince, but armor sculled with gold was no defense against the fated sword, which opened wide his plated shield, and pierced his naked side. Next, Lichas fell, who, not like others born, was from his wretched mother ripped and torn, sacred, O Phoebus, from his birth to thee, for his beginning life from biting steel was free. Not far from him was Gus laid along, of monstrous bulk, with Cisseus fierce and strong, vain bulk and strength. For, when the chief assailed, nor valor nor Herculean arms availed, nor their famed father, wont in war to go with great Alcides, while he toiled below. The noisy Pharos next received his death, Aeneas writhed his dart, and stopped his bawling breath. Then wretched Sidon had received his doom, who courted Clytius in his beardless bloom, and sought with lust obscene polluted joys, the Trojan sword had cured his love of boys, had not his seven bold brethren stopped the course of the fierce champions, with united force. 7 darts were thrown at once, and some rebound from his bright shield, some on his helmet sound, the rest had reached him, but his mother's care prevented those, and turned aside in air. The prince then called Achates, to supply the spears that knew the way to victory, those fatal weapons, which, inured to blood, in Grecian bodies under Ilium stood, not one of those my hand shall toss in vain against our foes, on this contended plain. He said, then seized a mighty spear, and threw, which, winged with fate, through my Aeon's buckler flew, pierced all the brazen plates, and reached his heart, he staggered with intolerable smart. Alcanor saw, and reached, but reached in vain, his helping hand, his brother to sustain. A second spear, which kept the former course, from the same hand, and sent with equal force, his right arm pierced, and holding on, bereft his use of both, and pinioned down his left. Then Numitor from his dead brother drew Ilomen's spear, and at the Trojan threw, preventing fate directs the lance awry, which, glancing, only marked Achates' thigh. In pride of youth the Sabina Clausus came, and, from afar, at Dryops took his aim. The spear flew hissing through the middle space, and pierced his throat, directed at his face, it stopped at once the passage of his wind, and the free soul to flitting air resigned, his forehead was the first that struck the ground, life blood and life rushed mingled through the wound. He slew 3 brothers of the Borean race, and 3, whom Ismarus, their native place, had sent to war, but all the sons of Thrace. Halsus, next, the bold Orunci leads, the son of Neptune to his aid succeeds, conspicuous on his horse. On either hand, these fight to keep, and those to win, the land. With mutual blood Ausonian soil is dyed, while on its borders each their claim decide. As wintry winds, contending in the sky, with equal force of lungs their titles try, they rage, they roar, the doubtful rack of heaven stands without motion, and the tide undriven, each bent to conquer, neither side to yield, they long suspend the fortune of the field. Both armies thus perform what courage can, foot set to foot, and mingled man to man. But, in another part, Arcadian horse with ill success engage the Latin force, for, where impetuous torrent, rushing down, huge craggy stones and rooted trees had thrown, they left their coursers, and, honest to fight on foot, were scattered in a shameful flight. Pallas, who with disdain and grief had viewed his foes pursuing, and his friends pursued, used threatenings mixed with prayers, his last resource, with these to move their minds, with those to fire their force. Which way, companions, whether would you run? By you yourselves, and mighty battles won, by my great sire, by his established name, and early promise of my future fame, by my youth, emulous of equal right to share his honors, shun ignoble flight. Trust not your feet, your hands must hew way through yon black body, and that thick array, 'tis through that forward path that we must come, there lies our way, and that our passage home. Nor powers above, nor destinies below oppress our arms, with equal strength we go, with mortal hands to meet a mortal foe. See on what foot we stand, a scanty shore, the sea behind, our enemies before, no passage left, unless we swim the main, or, forcing these, the Trojan trenches gain. This said, he strode with eager haste along, and bore amidst the thickest of the throng. Lagus, the first he met, with fate to foe, had heved a stone of mighty weight, to throw, stooping, the spear descended on his chine, just where the bone distinguished either loin, it stuck so fast, so deeply buried lay, that scarce the victor forked the steel away. Hispawn came on, but, while he moved too slow to wished revenge, the prince prevents his blow, for, warding his at once he pressed, and plunged the fatal weapon in his breast. Then lewd Anchimalus he laid in dust, who stained his stepdom's bed with impious lust. And, after him, the Dacian twins were slain, Laris and Thymbrus, on the Latian plain, so wondrous like in feature, shape, and size, as caused an error in their parents' eyes grateful mistake. But soon the sword decides the nice distinction, and their fate divides, for Thymbrus' head was lopped, and Laris' hand, dismembered, sought its owner on the strand, the trembling fingers yet the falchion strain, and threaten still intended stroke in vain. Now, to renew the charge, Arcadians came, sight of such acts, and sense of honest shame, and grief, with anger mixed, their minds inflame. Then, with a casual blow was Rhoeteus slain, who shanked, as Pallas threw, to cross the plain, the flying spear was after Ilus sent, but Rhoeteus happened on a death unmeant, from Teuthras and from Tyres while he fled, the lance, athwart his body, laid him dead, rolled from his chariot with a mortal wound, and intercepted fate, he spurned the ground. As when, in summer, welcome winds arise, the watchful shepherd to the forest flies, and fires the midmost plants, contagion spreads, and catching flames infect the neighboring heads, around the forest flies the furious blast, and all the leafy nation sinks at last, and Vulcan rides in triumph o'er the waste, the pastor, pleased with his dire victory, beholds the satiate flames in sheets ascend the sky, so Pallas' troops their scattered strength unite, and, pouring on their foes, their prince delight. Haelsus came, fierce with desire of blood, but first collected in his arms he stood, advancing then, he plied the spear so well, Laudon, Demodocus, and Pheres fell. Around his head he tossed his glittering brand, and from Strymonius hewed his better hand, held up to guard his throat, then hurled a stone at Thoas' ample front, and pierced the bone, it struck beneath the space of either eye, and blood, and mingled brains, together fly. Deep skilled in future fates, Haelsus' sire did with the youth to lonely groves retire, but, when the father's mortal race was run, dire destiny laid hold upon the son, and hauled him to the war, to find, beneath Evandrian's spear, a memorable death. Pallas encounter seeks, but, ere he throws, to Tuscan Tiber thus addressed his vows, O sacred stream, direct my flying dart, and give to pass the proud Haelsus' heart. His arms and spoils thy holy oak shall bear. Pleased with the bribe, the god received his prayer, for, while his shield protects a friend distressed, the dart came driving on, and pierced his breast. But Lausus, no small portion of the war, permits not panic fear to reign too far, cowed by the death of so renowned a knight, but by his own example cheers the fight. Fierce Abas first he slew, Abas, the stay of Trojan hopes, and hindrance of the day. The Phrygian troops escaped the Greeks in vain, they, and their mixed allies, now load the plain. To the rude shock of war both armies came, their leaders equal, and their strength the same. The rear so pressed the front, they could not wield their angry weapons, to dispute the field. Here Pallas urges on, and Lausus there, of equal youth and beauty both appear, but both by fate forbid to breathe their native air. Their congress in the field great Jove withstands, both doomed to fall, but fall by greater hands. Meantime Juturna warns the Daunian chief of Lausus' danger, urging swift relief. With his drive and chariot he divides the crowd, and, making to his friends, thus calls aloud, let none presume his needless aid to join, retire, and clear the field, the fight is mine, to this right hand is Pallas only due, O were his father here, my just revenge to view. From the forbidden space his men retired. Pallas their awe, and his stern words, admired, surveyed him o'er and o'er with wandering sight, struck with his haughty mien, and towering height. Then to the king, your empty vaunts forbear, success I hope, and fate I cannot fear, alive or dead, I shall deserve a name, Jove is impartial, and to both the same. He said, and to the void advanced his pace, pale horror sate on each Arcadian face. Then Turnus, from his chariot leaping light, addressed himself on foot to single fight. And, as a lion when he spies from far a bull that seems to meditate the war, bending his neck, and spurning back the sand runs roaring downward from his hilly stand, imagine eager Turnus not more slow, to rush from high on his unequal foe. Young Pallas, when he saw the chief advance within due distance of his flying lance, prepares to charge him first, resolved to try if fortune would his want of force supply, and thus to heaven and Hercules addressed, Alcides, once on earth Evander's guest, his son adjures you by those holy rites, that hospitable board, those genial knights, assist my great attempt to gain this prize, and let proud Turnus view, with dying eyes, his ravished spoils. 'Twas heard, the vain request, Alcides mourned, and stifled sighs within his breast. Then Jove, to soothe his sorrow, thus began, short bounds of life are set to mortal man. 'Tis virtue's work alone to stretch the narrow span. So many sons of gods, in bloody fight, around the walls of Troy, have lost the light, my own Sarpedon fell beneath his foe, nor I, his mighty sire, could ward the blow. And Turnus shortly shall resign his breath, and stands already on the verge of death. This said, the god permits the fatal fight, but from the Latian fields averts his sight. Now with full force his spear young Pallas threw, and, having thrown, his shining falchion drew the steel just grazed along the shoulder joint, and marked it slightly with the glancing point. Fierce Turnus first to nearer distance drew, and poised his pointed spear, before he threw. Then, as the winged weapon whizzed along, "See now," said he, "whose arm is better strung." The spear kept on the fatal course, unstayed by plates of iron, which o'er the shield were laid. Through folded brass and tough bull hides it passed, his corslet perked, and reached his heart at last. In vain the youth tugs at the broken wood, the soul comes issuing with the vital blood. He falls, his arms upon his body sound, and with his bloody teeth he bites the ground. Turnus best rode the corpse. "Arcadians, here," said he, "my message to your master bear, such as the sire deserved, the son I send, it costs him dear to be the Phrygians' friend. The lifeless body, tell him, I bestow, unasked, to rest his wandering ghost below." He said, and trampled down with all the force of his left foot, and spurned the wretched corse, then snatched the shining belt, with gold inlaid, the belt Eurytucian's artful hands had made, where 50 fatal brides, expressed to sight, all in the compass of one mournful night, deprived their bridegrooms of returning light. In an ill hour insulting Turnus tore those golden spoils, and in a worse he wore. O mortals, blind in fate, who never know to bear high fortune, or endure the low! The time shall come, when Turnus, but in vain, shall wish untouched the trophies of the slain, shall wish the fatal belt were far away, and curse the dire remembrance of the day. The sad Arcadians, from th unhappy field, bear back the breathless body on a shield. O grace and grief of war! At once restored, with praises, to thy sire, at once deplored. One day first sent thee to the fighting field, beheld whole heaps of foes in battle killed, one day beheld thee dead, and borne upon thy shield. This dismal news, not from uncertain fame, but sad spectators, to the hero came. His friends upon the brink of ruin stand, unless relieved by his victorious hand. He whirls his sword around, without delay, and hews through adverse foes an ample way, to find fierce Turnus, of his conquest proud, Evander, Pallas, all that friendship out to large deserts, are present to his eyes, his plighted hand, and hospitable ties. 4 sons of Sulmo, for whom Ufens bred, he took in fight, and living victims led, to please the ghost of Pallas, and expire, in sacrifice, before his funeral fire. At Magus next he threw, he stooped below the flying spear, and shunned the promised blow, then, creeping, clasped the hero's knees, and prayed, "By young Iolaus, by thy father's shade, O spare my life, and send me back to see my longing sire, and tender progeny. A lofty house I have, and wealth untold, in silver ingots, and in bars of gold, all these, and sums besides, which see no day, the ransom of this one poor life shall pay. If I survive, will Troy the less prevail? A single soul's too light to turn the scale." He said. The hero sternly thus replied, "Thy bars and ingots, and the sums beside, leave for thy children's lot." Thy Turnus broke all rules of war by one relentless stroke, when Pallas fell, so deems, nor deems alone my father's shadow, but my living son. Thus having said, of kind remorse bereft, he seized his helm, and dragged him with his left, then with his right hand, while his neck he wreathed, up to the hilts his shining falchion sheathed. Apollo's priest, Aeneid, was near, his holy fillets on his front appear, glittering in arms, he shone amidst the crowd, much of his God, more of his purple, proud. Him the fierce Trojan followed through the field, the holy coward fell, and, forked to yield, the prince stood o'er the priest, and, at one blow, sent him an offering to the shades below. His arm Ceres thus on his shoulders bears, designed a trophy to the god of wars. Vulcanian Siculus renews the fight, and Umbro, born upon the mountain's height. The champion cheers his troops to encounter those, and seeks revenge himself on other foes. At Anxur's shield he drove, and, at the blow, both shield and arm to ground together go. Anxur had boasted much of magic charms, and thought he wore impenetrable arms, so made by muttered spells, and, from the spheres, had life secured, in vain, for length of years. Then Tarchetus the field in triumph trod, a nymph his mother, his sire a god. Exulting in bright arms, he braves the prince, with his prot-ended lance he makes defense, bears back his feeble foe, then, pressing on, arrests his better hand, and drags him down, stands o'er the prostrate wretch, and, as he lay, vain tales inventing, and prepared to pray, mows off his head. The trunk a moment stood, then sunk, and rolled along the sand in blood. The vengeful victor thus upbraids the slain, lie there, proud man, unpitied, on the plain, lie there, inglorious, and without a tomb, far from thy mother and thy native home, exposed to savage beasts, and birds of prey, or thrown for food to monsters of the sea. On Lycus and Antaeus next he ran, two chiefs of Turnus, and who led his van. They fled for fear. With these, he chased along Camers the yellow-locked, and Numas strong, both great in arms, and both were fair and young. Camers was son to Volscens lately slain, in wealth surpassing all the Latian train, and in Amycla fixed his silent easy reign. And, as Aegeon, when with heaven he strove, stood opposite in arms to mighty Jove, moved all his 100 hands, provoked the war, defied the forky lightning from afar, at 50 mouths his flaming breath expires, and flash for flash returns, and fires for fires, in his right hand as many swords he wields, and takes the thunder on as many shields, with strength like his, the Trojan hero stood, and soon the fields with falling core were strowed, when once his falchion found the taste of blood. With fury scarce to be conceived, he flew against Nepheus, whom 4 coursers drew. They, when they see the fiery chief advance, and pushing at their chests his pointed lance, wheeled with so swift a motion, mad with fear, they threw their master headlong from the chair. They stare, they start, nor stop their course, before they bear the bounding chariot to the shore. Now Lycurgus and Liger scour the plains, with 2 white steeds, but Liger holds the reins, and Lycurgus the lofty seat maintains, bold brethren both. The former waved in air his flaming sword, Aeneas couched his spear, honest to threats, and more honest to fear. Then Liger thus, thy confidence is vain to scape from hence, as from the Trojan plain, nor these the steeds which Diomed best rode, nor this the chariot where Achilles rode, nor Venus' veil is here, near Neptune's shield, thy fatal hour is come, and this the field. Thus Liger vainly vaunts, the Trojan peer returned his answer with his flying spear. As Lycurgus, to lash his horses, bends, prone to the wheels, and his left foot prot ends, prepared for fight, the fatal dart arrives, and through the borders of his buckler drives, passed through and pierced his groin, the deadly wound, cast from his chariot, rolled him on the ground. Whom thus the chief upbraids with scornful spite, blame not the slowness of your steeds in flight, vain shadows did not force their swift retreat, but you yourself forsake your empty seat. He said, and seized at once the loosened rein, for Liger lay already on the plain, by the same shock. Then, stretching out his hands, the recreant thus his wretched life demands: now, by thyself, O more than mortal man! By her and him from whom thy breath began, who formed thee thus divine, I beg thee, spare this forfeit life, and hear thy suppliants pray are. Thus much he spoke, and more he would have said, but the stern hero turned aside his head, and cut him short. I hear another man, you talked not thus before the fight began. Now take your turn, and, as a brother should, attend your brother to the Stygian flood. Then through his breast his fatal sword he sent, and the soul issued at the gaping vent. As storms the skies, and torrents tear the ground, thus ragged the prince, and scattered deaths around. At length Ascanius and the Trojan train broke from the camp, so long besieged in vain. Meantime the king of gods and mortal man held conference with his queen, and thus began: my sister goddess, and well-pleasing wife, still think you Venus' aid supports the strife, sustains her Trojans or themselves, alone, with inborn valor force their fortune on? How fierce in fight, with courage undecayed! Judge if such warriors want immortal aid. To whom the goddess with the charming eyes, soft in her tone, submissively replies: why, O my sovereign lord, whose frown I fear, and cannot, unconcerned, your anger bear, why urge you thus my grief, when, if I still, as once I was, were mistress of your will, from your almighty power your pleasing wife might gain the grace of lengthening Turnus' life, securely snatch him from the fatal fight, and give him to his aged father's sight. Now let him perish, since you hold it good, and glut the Trojans with his pious blood. Yet from our lineage he derives his name, and, in the fourth degree, from god Pylaemus came, yet he devoutly pays you rites divine, and offers daily incense at your shrine. Then shortly thus the sovereign god replied: since in my power and goodness you confide, if for a little space, a lengthened span, you beg reprieve for this expiring man, I grant you leave to take your Turnus hence from instant fate, and can so far dispense. But, if some secret meaning lies beneath, to save the short-lived youth from destined death, or if a farther thought you entertain, to change the fates, you feed your hopes in vain. To whom the goddess thus, with weeping eyes: and what if that request, your tongue denies, your heart should grant, and not a short reprieve, but length of certain life, to Turnus give? Now speedy death attends the guiltless youth, if my presaging soul divines with truth, which, oh, I wish, might err through causeless fears, and you, for you have power, prolong his years. Thus having said, involved in clouds, she flies, and drives a storm before her through the skies. Swift she descends, alighting on the plain, where the fierce foes a dubious fight maintain. Of air condensed a spectre soon she made, and, what Aeneas was, such seemed the shade. Adorned with Dardan arms, the phantom bore his head aloft, a plumy crest he wore, this hand appeared a shining sword to wield, and that sustained an imitated shield. With manly mien he stalked along the ground, nor wanted voice belied, nor vaunting sound. Thus haunting ghosts appear to waking sight, or dreadful visions in our dreams by night. The spectre seems the Daunian chief to dare, and flourishes his empty sword in air. At this, advancing, Turnus hurled his spear, the phantom wheeled, and seemed to fly for fear. Deluded Turnus thought the Trojan fled, and with vain hopes his haughty fancy fed. Whether, O coward? Thus he calls aloud, nor found he spoke to wind, and chased a cloud: why thus forsake your bride? Receive from me the fated land you sought so long by sea. He said, and, brandishing at once his blade, with eager pace pursued the flying shade. By chance a ship was fastened to the shore, which from old Closium King Ausonius bore. The plank was ready laid for safe ascent, for shelter there the trembling shadow bent, and skipped he and skulked, and under hatches went. Exulting Turnus, with regardless haste, ascends the plank, and to the galley passed. Scarce had he reached the prow, Saturnia's hand the hawsers cuts, and shoots the ship from land. With wind in poop, the vessel ploughs the sea, and measures back with speed her former way. Meantime Aeneas seeks his absent foe, and sends his slaughtered troops to shades below. The guileful phantom now forsook the shroud, and flew sublime, and vanished in a cloud. Too late young Turnus the delusion found, far on the sea, still making from the ground. Then, thankless for a life redeemed by shame, with sense of honor stung, and forfeit fame, fearful besides of what in fight had passed, his hands and haggard eyes to heaven he cast. O Jove, he cried, for what offense have I deserved to bear this endless infamy? Whence am I forked, and whither am I born? How, and with what reproach, shall I return? Shall ever I behold the Latian plain, or see Laurentum's lofty towers again? What will they say of their deserting chief? The war was mine, I fly from their relief, I led to slaughter, and in slaughter leave, and even from hence their dying groans receive. Here, overmatched in fight, in heaps they lie, there, scattered o'er the fields, ignobly fly. Gape wide, O earth, and draw me down alive. Or, O ye pitying winds, a wretch relieve. On sands or shelves the splitting vessel drive, or set me shipwrecked on some desert shore, where no Rutulian eyes may see me more, unknown to friends, or foes, or conscious fame, lest she should follow, and my flight proclaim. Thus Turnus raved, and various fates revolved, the choice was doubtful, but the death resolved. And now the sword, and now the sea took place, that to revenge, and this to purge disgrace. Sometimes he thought to swim the stormy main, by stretch of arms the distant shore to gain. Thrice he the sword essayed, and thrice the flood, but Juno, moved with pity, both withstood. And thrice repressed his rage, strong gales supplied, and pushed the vessel o'er the swelling tide. At length she lands him on his native shores, and to his father's longing arms restores. Meantime, by Jove's impulse, Mezentius armed, succeeding Turnus, with his ardour warmed his fainting friends, reproached their shameful flight, repelled the victors, and renewed the fight. Against their king the Tuscan troops conspire, such is their hate, and such their fierce desire of wished revenge, on him, and him alone, all hands employed, and all their darts are thrown. He, like a solid rock by seas enclosed, to raging winds and roaring waves opposed, from his proud summit looking down, disdains their empty menace, and unmoved remains. Beneath his feet fell haughty Hebrus dead, then Latagus, and Palmus as he fled. At Latagus a weighty stone he flung, his face was flat, and his helmet rung. But Palmus from behind receives his wound, hamstringed he falls, and grovels on the ground, his crest and armor, from his body torn, thy shoulders, Lausus, and thy head adorn. Evis and Mimas, both of Troy, he slew. Mimas his birth from fair Theano drew, born on that fatal night, when, big with fire, the queen product young Paris to his sire, but Paris in the Phrygian fields was slain, unthinking Mimas on the Latian plain. And, as a savage boar, on mountains bred, with forest mast and fattening marshes fed, when once he sees himself in toils enclosed, by huntsmen and their eager hounds opposed, he whets his tusks, and turns, and dares the war. Invaders dart their javelins from afar, all keep aloof, and safely shout around, but none presumes to give a nearer wound. He frets and froths, erects his bristled hide, and shakes a grove of lances from his side, not otherwise the troops, with hate inspurred, and just revenge against the tyrant furred, their darts with clamour at a distance drive, and only keep the languished war alive. From Coritus came Acron to the fight, who left his spouse betrothed, and unconsummate night. Mezentius sees him through the squadrons ride, proud of the purple favors of his bride. Then, as a hungry lion, who beholds a gamesome goat, who frisks about the folds, or beamy stag, that grazes on the plain he runs, he roars, he shakes his rising mane, he grins, and opens wide his greedy jaws, the prey lies panting underneath his paws, he fills his famished maw, his mouth runs o'er with unchewed morsels, while he churns the gore, so proud Mezentius rushes on his foes, and first unhappy Acron overthrows, stretched at his length, he spurns the swarthy ground, the lance, besmeared with blood, lies broken in the wound. Then with disdain the haughty victor viewed Orodes flying, nor the wretch pursued, nor thought the dastard's back deserved a wound, but, running, gained advantage of the ground, then turning short, he met him face to face, to give his victory the better grace. Orodes falls, in equal fight oppressed, Mezentius fixed his foot upon his breast, and rested lance, and thus aloud he cries, Lo, here the champion of my rebels lies. The fields around with Iopian ring, and peals of shouts applaud the conquering king. At this the vanquished, with his dying breath, thus faintly spoke, and prophesied in death, Nor thou, proud man, unpunished shalt remain, like death attends thee on this fatal plain. Then, sourly smiling, thus the king replied, For what belongs to me, let Jove provide, but die thou first, whatever chance ensue. He said, and from the wound the weapon drew. A hovering mist came swimming o'er his sight, and sealed his eyes in everlasting night. By Caedicus, Alcathaus was slain, Sacrator laid Hydasps on the plain, Orzas the strong to greater strength must yield, he, with Parthenius, were by Repo killed. Then brave Messapus Aracete slew, who from Lycon's blood his lineage drew. But from his headstrong horse his fate he found, who threw his master, as he made a bound, the chief, alighting, stuck him to the ground, then Clonius, hand to hand, on foot assails, the Trojan sinks, and Neptune's son prevails. Agis the Lycian, stepping forth with pride, to single fight the boldest foe defied, whom Tuscan Valerius by force o'ercame, and not belied his mighty father's fame. Salius to death the great Antronius sent, but the same fate the victor underwent, slain by Nielces' hand, well skilled to throw the flying dart, and draw the far-deceiving bow. Thus equal deaths are dealt with equal chance, by turns they quit their ground, by turns advance, victors and vanquished, in the various field, nor wholly overcome, nor wholly yield. The gods from heaven survey the fatal strife, and mourn the miseries of human life. Above the rest, two goddesses appear concerned for each, here Venus, Juno there. Amidst the crowd, infernal Aid shakes her scourge aloft, and crest of hissing snakes. Once more the proud Mezentius, with disdain, brandished his spear, and rushed into the plain, where towering in the midmost rank he stood, like tall Orion stalking o'er the flood. When with his brawny breast he cuts the waves, his shoulders scarce the topmost billow laves, or like a mountain ash, whose roots are spread, deep fixed in earth, in clouds he hides his head. The Trojan prince beheld him from afar, and dauntless undertook the doubtful war. Collected in his strength, and like a rock, poised on his base, Mezentius stood the shock. He stood, and, measuring first with careful eyes the space his spear could reach, aloud he cries, my strong right hand, and sword, assist my stroke. Those only gods Mezentius will invoke. His armor, from the Trojan pirate torn, by my triumphant Lausus shall be worn. He said, and with his utmost force he threw the massy spear, which, hissing as it flew, reached the celestial shield, that stopped the course, but, glancing thence, the yet unbroken force took a new bent obliquely, and betwixt the side and bowels famed Anthors fixed. Anthors had from Argos travelled far, Alcide's friend, and brother of the war, till, tiered with toils, fair Italy he chose, and in Evander's palace sought repose. Now, falling by another's wound, his eyes he cast to heaven, on Argos thinks, and dies. The pious Trojan then his javelin sent, the shield gave way, through treble plates it went of solid brass, of linen trebly rolled, and 3 bull hides which round the buckler fold. All these it passed, resistless in the course, transpierced his thigh, and spent its dying force. The gaping wound gushed out a crimson flood. The Trojan, glad with sight of hostile blood, his falchion drew, to closer fight addressed, and with new force his fainting foe oppressed. His father's peril Lausus viewed with grief, he sighed, he wept, he ran to his relief. And here, heroic youth, 'tis here I must to thy immortal memory be just, and sing an act so noble and so new, posterity will scarce believe 'tis true. Pained with his wound, and useless for the fight, the father sought to save himself by flight, encumbered, slow he dragged the spear along, which pierced his thigh, and in his buckler hung. The pious youth, resolved on death, below the lifted sword springs forth to face the foe, protects his parent, and prevents the blow. Shouts of applause ran ringing through the field, to see the son the vanquished father shield. All, furred with generous indignation, strive, and with a storm of darts to distance drive the Trojan chief, who, held at bay from far, on his Vulcanian orb sustain the war. As, when thick hail comes rattling in the wind, the ploughman, passenger, and lab ring hind for shelter to the neighboring covert fly, or housed, or safe in hollow caverns lie, but, that o'erblown, when heaven above them smiles, return to travel, and renew their toils, Aeneas thus, o'erwhelmed on every side, the storm of darts, undaunted, did abide, and thus to Lausus loud with friendly threatening cried, why wilt thou rush to certain death, and rage in rash attempts, beyond thy tender age? Betrayed by pious love. Nor, thus forborne, the youth desists, but with insulting scorn provokes the lingering prince, whose patience, teared, gave place, and all his breast with fury furred. For now the fates prepare their sharpened shears, and lifted high the flaming sword appears, which, full descending with a frightful sway, through shield and corslet forked impetuous way, and buried deep in his fair bosom lay. The purple streams through the thin armor strove, and drenched embroidered coat his mother wove, and life at length forsook his heaving heart, loath from so sweet a mansion to depart. But when, with blood and paleness all o'er spread, the pious prince beheld young Lausus dead, he grieved, he wept, the sight an image brought of his own filial love, a sadly pleasing thought, then stretched his hand to hold him up, and said, poor hapless youth, what praises can be paid to love so great, to such transcendent store of early worth, and sure presage of more? Accept what Aeneas can afford, untouched thy arms, untaken be thy sword, and all that pleased thee living, still remain inviolate, and sacred to the slain. Thy body on thy parents I bestow, to rest thy soul, at least, if shadows know, or have a sense of human things below. There to thy fellow ghosts with glory tell, 'twas by the great Aeneas' hand I fell. With this, his distant friends he beckons near, provokes their duty, and prevents their fear, himself assists to lift him from the ground, with clotted locks, and blood that welled from out the wound. Meantime, his father, now no father, stood, and washed his wounds by Tiber's yellow flood, oppressed with anguish, panting, and o'er spent, his fainting limbs against an oak he leant. A bough his brazen helmet did sustain, his heavier arms lay scattered on the plain, a chosen train of youth around him stand, his drooping head was rested on his hand, his grisly beard his pensive bosom sought, and all on lawses ran his restless thought. Careful, concerned his danger to prevent, he much inquired, and many a message sent to warn him from the field, alas! In vain. Behold, his mournful followers bear him slain. O'er his broad shield still gushed the yawning wound, and drew a bloody trail along the ground. Far off he heard their cries, far off divined the dire event, with a foreboding mind. With dust he sprinkled first his hoary head, then both his lifted hands to heaven he spread, last, the dear corpse embracing, thus he said, "What joys, alas, could this frail being give, that I have been so covetous to live? To see my son, and such a son, resign his life, a ransom for preserving mine. And am I then preserved, and art thou lost? How much too dear has that redemption cost? 'Tis now my bitter banishment I feel, this is a wound too deep for time to heal. My guilt thy growing virtues did defame, my blackness blotted thy unblemished name. Chased from a throne, abandoned, and exiled for foul misdeeds, were punishments too mild, I owed my people these, and, from their hate, with less resentment could have borne my fate. And yet I live, and yet sustain the sight of hated men, and of more hated light, but will not long." With that he rised from ground his fainting limbs, that staggered with his wound, yet, with a mind resolved, and unappalled with pains or perils, for his courser called well-mouthed, well-managed, whom himself did dress with daily care, and mounted with success, his aid in arms, his ornament in peace. Soothing his courage with a gentle stroke, the steed seemed sensible, while thus he spoke, "O Rebus, we have lived too long for me if life and long were terms that could agree. This day thou either shalt bring back the head and bloody trophies of the Trojan dead, this day thou either shalt revenge my woe, for murdered Lausus, on his cruel foe, or, if inexorable fate deny our conquest, with thy conquered master die, for, after such a lord, I rest secure, thou wilt no foreign reigns, or Trojan load endure." He said, and straight th officious courser kneels, to take his wonted weight. His hands he fills with pointed javelins, on his head he lacked his glittering helm, which terribly was cracked with waving horsehair, nodding from afar, then spurred his thundering steed amidst the war. Love, anguish, wrath, and grief, to madness wrought, despair, and secret shame, and conscious thought of inborn worth, his laboring soul oppressed, rolled in his eyes, and ragged within his breast. Then loud he called Aeneas thrice by name, the loud repeated voice to glad Aeneas came. "Great Jove," he said, "and the far-shooting god, inspire thy mind to make thy challenge good." He spoke no more, but hastened, void of fear, and threatened with his long-prot-ended spear. To whom Mezentius thus, "Thy vaunts are vain. My Lausus lies extended on the plain, he's lost. Thy conquest is already won, the wretched sire is murdered in the sun. Nor fate I fear, but all the gods defy. Forbear thy threats, my busness is to die, but first receive this parting legacy." He said, and straight a whirling dart he sent, another after, and another went. Round in a spacious ring he rides the field, and vainly plies th impenetrable shield. Thrice rode he round, and thrice Aeneas wheeled, turned as he turned, the golden orb withstood the strokes, and bore about an iron wood. Impatient of delay, and weary grown, still to defend, and to defend alone, to wrench the darts which in his buckler light, urged and oer labored in unequal fight, at length resolved, he throws with all his force full at the temples of the warrior horse. Just where the stroke was aimed, unerring spear made way, and stood transfixed through either ear. Seized with unwonted pain, surpriest with fright, the wounded steed curvets, and, rised upright, lights on his feet before, his hoofs behind spring up in air aloft, and lash the wind. Down comes the rider headlong from his height, his horse came after with unwieldy weight, and, floundering forward, pitching on his head, his lord's encumbered shoulder overlaid. From either host, the mingled shouts and cries of Trojans and Rutulians rend the skies. Aeneas, hastening, waved his fatal sword high o'er his head, with this reproachful word, "Now, where are now thy vaunts, the fierce disdain of proud Mezentius, and the lofty strain?" Struggling, and wildly staring on the skies, with scarce recovered sight he thus replies, "Why these insulting words, this waste of breath, to souls undaunted, and secure of death? 'Tis no disianure for the brave to die, nor came I here with hope of victory, nor ask I life, nor fought with that design, as I had used my fortune, use thou thine. My dying son contracted no such band, the gift is hateful from his murderer's hand. For this only favor let me sue, if pity can to conquered foes be due, refuse it not, but let my body have the last retreat of humankind, a grave. Too well I know insulting people's hate, protect me from their vengeance after fate, this refuge for my poor remains provide, and lay my much-loved Lausus by my side." He said, and to the sword his throat applied. The crimson stream disdained his arms around, and the disdainful soul came rushing through the wound. Book 11 The Argument. Aeneas erects a trophy of the spoils of Mezentius, grants a truce for burying the dead, and sends home the body of Pallas with great solemnity. Latinus calls a council, to propose offers of peace to Aeneas, which occasions great animosity betwixt Turnus and Drances. In the meantime there is a sharp engagement of the horse, wherein Camilla signalizes herself, is killed, and the Latin troops are entirely defeated. Scarce had the rosy morning raised her head above the waves, and left her watery bed, the pious chief, whom double cares attend for his unburied soldiers and his friend, yet first to have and performed a victor's vows, he barred an ancient oak of all her boughs, then on a rising ground the trunk he plucked, which with the spoils of his dead foe he gracked. The coat of arms by proud Mezentius worn, now on a naked snag in triumph borne, was hung on high, and glittered from afar, a trophy sacred to the god of war. Above his arms, fixed on the leafless wood, appeared his plumy crest, besmeared with blood, his brazen buckler on the left was seen, truncheons of shivered lances hung between, and on the right was placed his corslet, board, and to the neck was tied his unavailing sword. A crowd of chiefs enclose the godlike man, who thus, conspicuous in the midst, began, "Our toils, my friends, are crowned with sure success, the greater part performed, achieve the less. Now follow cheerful to the trembling town, press but an entrance, and presume it won. Fear is no more, for fierce Mezentius lies, as the first fruits of war, a sacrifice. Turnus shall fall extended on the plain, and, in this omen, is already slain. Prepare in arms, pursue your happy chance, that none unwarned may plead his ignorance, and I, at heaven's appointed hour, may find your warlike ensigns waving in the wind. Meantime the rites and funeral pomps prepare, due to your dead companions of the war, the last respect the living can bestow, to shield their shadows from contempt below. That conquered earth be theirs, for which they fought, and which for us with their own blood they bought. But first the corpse of our unhappy friend to the sad city of Evander send, who, not inglorious, in his age's bloom, was hurried hence by too severe a doom. Thus, weeping while he spoke, he took his way, where, new in death, lamented Pallas lay. Acoetes watched the corpse, whose youth deserved the father's trust, and now the son he served with equal faith, but less auspicious care. Attendants of the slain his sorrow share. A troop of Trojans mixed with these appear, and mourning matrons with dishevelled hair. Soon as the prince appears, they raise a cry, all beat their breasts, and echoes rend the sky. They rear his drooping forehead from the ground, but, when Aeneas viewed the grisly wound which Pallas in his manly bosom bore, and the fair flesh distained with purple gore, first, melting into tears, the pious man deplored so sad a sight, then thus began, unhappy youth, when fortune gave the rest of my full wishes, she refused the best. She came, but brought not thee along, to bless my longing eyes, and share in my success, she grudged thy safe return, the triumphs due to prosperous valor, in the public view. Not thus I promised, when thy father lent thy needless succour with a sad consent, embracked me, parting for Etrurian land, and sent me to possess a large command. He warned, and from his own experience told, our foes were warlike, disciplined, and bold. And now perhaps, in hopes of thy return, rich odors on his loaded altars burn, while we, with vain officious pomp, prepare to send him back his portion of the war, a bloody breathless body, which can owe no farther debt, but to the powers below. The wretched father, ere his race is run, shall view the funeral honors of his son. These are my triumphs of the Latian war, fruits of my plighted faith and boasted care. And yet, unhappy sire, thou shalt not see a son whose death discracked his ancestry, thou shalt not blush, old man, however grieved, thy Pallas no dishonest wound received. He died no death to make thee wish, too late, thou hadst not lived to see his shameful fate, but what a champion has Ausonian coast, and what a friend hast thou, Ascanius, lost. Thus having mourned, he gave the word around, to raise the breathless body from the ground, and chose 1,000 horse, the flower of all his warlike troops, to wait the funeral, to bear him back and share Evander's grief, a well-becoming, but a weak relief. Of oaken twigs they twist an easy bier, then on their shoulders the sad burden rear. The body on this rural hearse is borne, strewed leaves and funeral greens the bier adorn. All pale he lies, and looks a lovely flower, new cropped by virgin hands, to dress the bower, unfaded yet, but yet unfed below, no more to Mother Earth or the green stern shall owe. Then 2 fair vests, of wondrous work and cost, of purple woven, and with gold embossed, for ornament the Trojan hero brought, which with her hands Sidonian Dido wrought. 1 vest arrayed the corpse, and 1 they spread o'er his closed eyes, and wrapped around his head, that, when the yellow hair in flame should fall, the catching fire might burn the golden caul. Besides, the spoils of foes in battle slain, when he descended on the Latian plain, arms, trappings, horses, by the hearse are led in long array achievements of the dead. Then, pinioned with their hands behind, appear unhappy captives, marching in the rear, appointed offerings in the victor's name, to sprinkle with their blood the funeral flame. Inferior trophies by the chiefs are borne, gauntlets and helms their loaded hands adorn, and fair inscriptions fixed, and titles read of Latian leaders conquered by the dead. Acoetes on his pupil's corpse attends, with feeble steps, supported by his friends. Pausing at every pace, in sorrow drowned, betwixt their arms he sinks upon the ground, where grovelling while he lies in deep despair, he beats his breast, and rends his hoary hair. The champion's chariot next is seen to roll, besmeared with hostile blood, and honorably foul. To close the pomp, Ethon, the steed of state, is led, the fun ralls of his lord to wait. Stripped of his trappings, with a sullen pace he walks, and the big tears run rolling down his face. The lance of Pallas, and the crimson crest, are borne behind, the victor seized the rest. The march begins, the trumpets hoarsely sound, the pikes and lances trail along the ground. Thus while the Trojan and Arcadian horse to Pallantean towers direct their course, in long procession ranked, the pious chief stopped in the rear, and gave a vent to grief. The public care, he said, which war attends, diverts our present woes, at least suspends. Peace with the manes of great Pallas dwell. Hail, holy relics! And a last farewell. He said no more, but, inly through he mourned, restrained his tears, and to the camp returned. Now suppliants, from Laurentum sent, demand a truce, with olive branches in their hand, obtest his clemency, and from the plain beg leave to draw the bodies of their slain. They plead, that none those common rights deny to conquered foes that in fair battle die. All cause of hate was ended in their death, nor could he war with bodies void of breath. A king, they hopped, would hear a king's request, whose son he once was called, and once his guest. Their suit, which was too just to be denied, the hero grants, and farther thus replied, O Latian princes, how severe a fate in causeless quarrels has involved your state, and armed against an unoffending man, who sought your friendship ere the war began. You beg a truce, which I would gladly give, not only for the slain, but those who live. I came not hither but by heaven's command, and sent by fate to share the Latian land. Nor wage I wars unjust, your king denied my proffered friendship, and my promised bride, left me for Turnus. Turnus then should try his cause in arms, to conquer or to die. My right and his are in dispute, the slain fell without fault, our quarrel to maintain. In equal arms let us alone contend, and let him vanquish, whom his fates befriend. This is the way, so tell him, to possess the royal virgin, and restore the peace. Bear this message back, with ample leave, that your slain friends may funeral rites receive. Thus having said, ambassadors, amazed, stood mute a while, and on each other gazed. Drances, their chief, who harbored in his breast long hate to Turnus, as his foe professed, broke silence first, and to the godlike man, with graceful action bowing, thus began, Auspicious prince, in arms a mighty name, but yet whose actions far transcend your fame, would I your justice or your force express, thought can but equal, and all words are less. Your answer we shall thankfully relate, and favors granted to the Latian state. If wished success our labor shall attend, think peace concluded, and the king your friend, let Turnus leave the realm to your command, and seek alliance in some other land, build you the city which your fates assign, we shall be proud in the great work to join. Thus Drances, and his words so well persuade the rest empowered, that soon a truce is made. 12 days the term allowed, and, during those, Latians and Trojans, now no longer foes, mixed in the woods, for funeral piles prepare to fell the timber, and forget the war. Loud axes through the groaning groves resound, oak, mountain ash and poplar spread the ground, first fall from high, and some the trunks receive in loaden wains, with wedges some they cleave. And now the fatal news by fame is blown through the short circuit of Arcadian town, of Pallas slain by fame, which just before his triumphs on distended pinions bore. Rushing from out the gate, the people stand, each with a funeral flambeau in his hand. Wildly they stare, distracted with amaze, the fields are lightened with a fiery blaze, that cast a sullen splendour on their friends, the marching troop which their dead prince attends. Both parties meet, they raise a doleful cry, the matrons from the walls with shrieks reply, and their mixed mourning rends the vaulted sky. The town is filled with tumult and with tears, till the loud clamours reach Evander's ears, forgetful of his state, he runs along, with a disordered pace, and cleaves the throng, falls on the corpse, and groaning there he lies, with silent grief, that speaks but at his eyes. Short sighs and sobs succeed, till sorrow breaks a passage, and at once he weeps and speaks, O Pallas, thou hast failed thy plighted word, to fight with caution, not to tempt the sword. I warned thee, but in vain, for well I knew what perils youthful ardour would pursue, that boiling blood would carry thee too far, young as thou wert in dangers, raw to war. O cursed essay of arms, disastrous doom, prelude of bloody fields, and fights to come. Hard elements of unauspicious war, vain vows to heaven, and unavailing care. Thrice happy thou, dear partner of my bed, whose holy soul the stroke of fortune fled, Precious of ills, and leaving me behind, to drink the dregs of life by fate assigned. Beyond the goal of nature I have gone, my Pallas late set out, but reached too soon. If, for my league against Ausonian state, amidst their weapons I had found my fate, deserved from them, then I had been returned a breathless victor, and my son had mourned. Yet will I not my Trojan friend upbraid, nor grudge alliance I so gladly made. 'Twas not his fault, my Pallas fell so young, but my own crime, for having lived too long. Yet, since the gods had destined him to die, at least he led the way to victory, first for his friends he won the fatal shore, and sent whole herds of slaughtered foes before, a death too great, too glorious to deplore. Nor will I add new honors to thy grave, content with those the Trojan hero gave, that funeral pomp thy Phrygian friends designed, in which the Tuscan chiefs and army joined. Great spoils and trophies, gained by thee, they bear, then let thy own achievements be thy share. Even thou, O Turnus, hadst a trophy stood, whose mighty trunk had better cracked the wood, if Pallas had arrived, with equal length of years, to match thy bulk with equal strength. But why, unhappy man, dost thou detain these troops, to view the tears thou shed in vain? Go, friends, this message to your lord relate, tell him, that, if I bear my bitter fate, and, after Pallas' death, live lingering on, 'tis to behold his vengeance for my son. I stay for Turnus, whose devoted head is owing to the living and the dead. My son and I expected from his hand, 'tis all that he can give, or we demand. Joy is no more, but I would gladly go, to greet my Pallas with such news below. The morn had now dispelled the shades of night, restoring toils, when she restored the light. The Trojan king and Tuscan chief command to raise the piles along the winding strand. Their friends convey the dead funeral fires, black smouldering smoke from the green wood expires, the light of heaven is chalked, and the new day retires. Then thrice around the kindled piles they go, for ancient custom had ordained it so, thrice horse and foot about the fires are led, and thrice, with loud laments, they hail the dead. Tears, trickling down their breasts, bedew the ground, and drums and trumpets mix their mournful sound. Amid the blaze, their pious brethren throw the spoils, in battle taken from the foe, helms, bits embossed, and swords of shining steel, one casts a target, one a chariot wheel, some to their fellows their own arms restore, the falchions which in luckless fight they bore, their bucklers perked, their darts bestowed in vain, and shivered lances gathered from the plain. Whole herds of offered bulls, about the fire, and bristled boars, and woolly sheep expire. Around the piles a careful troop attends, to watch the wasting flames, and weep their burning friends, lingering along the shore, till dewy night new decks the face of heaven with starry light. The conquered Latians, with like pious care, piles without number for their dead prepare. Part in the places where they fell are laid, and part are to the neighboring fields conveyed. The corps of kings, and captains of renown, borne off in state, are buried in the town, the rest, unhonored and without a name, are cast a common heap to feed the flame. Trojans and Latians vie with like desires to make the field of battle shine with fires, and the promiscuous blaze to heaven aspires. Now had the morning thrice renewed the light, and thrice dispelled the shadows of the night, when those who round the wasted fires remain, perform the last sad office to the slain. They rake the yet warm ashes from below, these, and the bones unburned, in earth bestow, these relics with their country rites they grace, and raise a mount of turf to mark the place. But, in the palace of the king, appears a scene more solemn, and a pomp of tears. Maids, matrons, widows, mix their common moans, orphans their sires, and sires lament their sons. All in that universal sorrow share, and curse the cause of this unhappy war, a broken league, a bride unjustly sought, a crown usurped, which with their blood is bought. These are the crimes with which they load the name of Turnus, and on him alone exclaim, let him who lords it o'er Ausonian land engage the Trojan hero hand to hand, his is the gain, our lot is but to serve, 'tis just, the sway he seeks, he should deserve. This Drances aggravates, and adds, with spite, his foe expects, and dares him to the fight. Nor Turnus wants a party, to support his cause and credit in the Latian court. His former acts secure his present fame, and the queen shades him with her mighty name. While thus their factious minds with fury burn, the legates from Aetolian prince return, sad news they bring, that, after all the cost and care employed, their embassy is lost, that Diomedes refused his aid in war, unmoved with presents, and as deaf to pray are. Some new alliance must elsewhere be sought, or peace with Troy on hard conditions bought. Latinus, sunk in sorrow, finds too late, a foreign son is pointed out by fate, and, till Aeneas shall Lavinia wed, the wrath of heaven is hovering o'er his head. The gods, he saw, Ispis the juster side, when late their titles in the field were tried, witness the fresh laments, and funeral tears undried. Thus, full of anxious thought, he summons all the Latian senate to the council hall. The princes come, commanded by their head, and crowd the paths that to the palace lead. Supreme in power, and reverent for his years, he takes the throne, and in the midst appears. Majestically sad, he sits in state, and bids his envoys their success relate. When Venulus began, the murmuring sound was hushed, and sacred silence reigned around. We have, said he, performed your high command, and passed with peril a long tract of land, we reached the place deserted, with wonder filled, the Grecian tents and rising towers beheld. Great Diomed has compassed round with walls the city, which Argyrippa he calls, from his own Argos nomed. We touched, with joy, the royal hand that razed unhappy Troy. When introduced, our presents first we bring, then crave an instant audience from the king. His leave obtained, our native soil we name, and tell important cause for which we came. Attentively he heard us, while we spoke, then, with soft accents, and a pleasing look, made this return, Ausonian race, of old renowned for peace, and for an age of gold, what madness has your altered minds possessed, to change for war hereditary rest, solicit arms unknown, and tempt the sword, a needless ill your ancestors abhorred? We for myself I speak, and all the name of Grecians, who to Troy's destruction came, omitting those who were in battle slain, or borne by rolling Simois to the main, not one but suffered, and too dearly bought the prize of honor which in arms he sought, some doomed to death, and some in exile driven. Outcasts, abandoned by the care of heaven, so worn, so wretched, so despised a crew, as even old Priam might with pity view. Witness the vessels by Minerva tossed in storms, the vengeful Capharean coast, Euboean rocks. The prince, whose brother led our armies to revenge his injured bed, in Egypt lost. Ulysses with his men have seen Charybdis and the Cyclops' den. Why should I name Idomeneus, in vain restored to scepters, and expelled again? Or young Achilles, by his rival slain? Even he, the king of men, the foremost name of all the Greeks, and most renowned by fame, the proud revenger of another's wife, yet by his own adulteress lost his life, fell at his threshold, and the spoils of Troy the foul polluters of his bed enjoy. The gods have envied me the sweets of life, my much loved country, and my more loved wife, banished from both, I mourn, while in the sky, transformed to birds, my lost companions fly, veering about the coasts, they make their moan, and cuff the cliffs with pinions not their own. What squalid spectres, in the dead of night, break my short sleep, and skim before my sight? I might have promised to myself those harms, mad as I was, when I, with mortal arms, presumed against immortal powers to move, and violate with wounds the queen of love. Such arms this hand shall never more employ, no hate remains with me to ruin Troy. I war not with its dust, nor am I glad to think of past events, or good or bad. Your presents I return, whate'er you bring to buy my friendship, send the Trojan king. We met in fight, I know him, to my cost, with what a whirling force his lance he tossed. Heavens! What a spring was in his arm, to throw! How high he held his shield, and rose at every blow! Had Troy product two more his match in might, they would have changed the fortune of the fight, invasion of the Greeks had been returned, our empire wasted, and our cities burned. The long defense the Trojan people made, the war protracted, and the siege delayed, were due to Hector's and this hero's hand, both brave alike, and equal in command, Aeneas, not inferior in the field, in pious reverence to the gods excelled. Make peace, ye Latians, and avoid with care impending dangers of a fatal war. He said no more, but, with this cold excuse, refused alliance, and advised a truce. Thus Venulus concluded his report. A jarring murmur filled the factious court, as, when a torrent rolls with rapid force, and dashes o'er the stones that stop the course, the flood, constrained within a scanty space, roars horrible along uneasy race, white foam in gathering eddies floats around, the rocky shores rebellow to the sound. The murmur ceased, then from his lofty throne the king invoked the gods, and thus begun, I wish, ye Latins, what we now debate had been resolved before it was too late. Much better had it been for you and me, unforked by this our last necessity, to have been earlier wise, than now to call a council, when the foe surrounds the wall. O citizens, we wage unequal war, with men not only heaven's peculiar care, but heaven's own race, unconquered in the field, or, conquered, yet unknowing how to yield. What hopes you had in Diomedes, lay down, our hopes must center on ourselves alone. Yet those how feeble, and, indeed, how vain, you see too well, nor need my words explain. Vanquished without resource, laid flat by fate, factions within, a foe without the gate. Not but I grant that all performed their parts with manly force, and with undaunted hearts, with our united strength the war we wagged, with equal numbers, equal arms, engaged. UCTH event now hear what I propose, to save our friends, and satisfy our foes. A tract of land the Latins have possessed along the Tiber, stretching to the west, which now Rutulians and Auruncans till, and their mixed cattle graze the fruitful hill. Those mountains filled with furs, that lower land, if you consent, the Trojan shall command, called into part of what is ours, and there, on terms agreed, the common country share. There let them build and settle, if they please, unless they choose once more to cross the seas, in search of seats remote from Italy, and from unwelcome inmates set us free. Then twice 10 galleys let us build with speed, or twice as many more, if more they need. Materials are at hand, a well-grown wood runs equal with the margin of the flood, let them the number and the form assign, the care and cost of all the stores be mine. To treat the peace, 100 senators shall be commissioned hence with ample powers, with olive the presents they shall bear, a purple robe, a royal four-ree chair, and all the marks of sway that Latian monarchs wear, and sums of gold.